In the deep blue expanse, a lone figure sits atop a rocky outcrop, a faint light emanating from his hand. The figure is revealed to be a towering, chain structure of stone and metal, topped with a menacing, grinning mask. A soft glow illuminates his face as he stares intently at the device in his hand.
When do you read webtoons? The screen asks. The screen continues its interrogation. During heavy public transportation in the mornings? In a day's short deviation?
The screen's interrogation is interrupted by a frustrated outburst.
Ugh, someone's taking a sh*T.
The sinister grin returns, looming over a distant figure reaching towards the sky.
Or. It echoes. He's building a tower, the sinister voice continues, the camera panning up to reveal a haphazard construction of stone, potions, and odd artifacts.
The view shifts to a bright blue expanse, the tower's construction reaching high into the sky.
The tower pierces the heavens, reaching impossibly high into the bright blue sky.
The impossibly tall tower is revealed to be the heavenly arena terrarium.
The arena looms, its ancient stone walls marked by countless battles. The hero looks up at the massive heavenly arena, a cacophony of sounds echoing around him. He faces his opponent in the arena, the scale of the battleground now dwarfing them both. Finally, Dean, the class agility swordsman, is revealed as rank number 2.
A smirk plays on his lips.
Another challenger appears, Nagi, the class swordsman. High above, the screen displays rank number 1. We finally meet, the challenger declares.
The clash is immediate and violent.
The force of the blow sends shockwaves outward.
The force of the impact throws him back. The strike explodes outward in a burst of light. A guttural cry escapes him as the blow lands. The attack sends him hurtling downwards. He's sent flying as a voice declares, "It went through." The blade pierces through, the attacker declaring, "It went through." Her red eyes widen slightly as the words "combustion sword" appear. His eyes widen in shock as the attack lands. The attack shatters his defenses. Pieces of his armor fly apart. The blade descends, poised to strike a final blow. He curses under his breath as he stares at the screen.
Damn.
So fucking predictable, he states, his tone laced with frustration.
He thinks back, remembering, I started it since the reviews were good.
I just started it and it's nauseating, he thinks, his face unseen. The scene shifts to the main character of the manhwa. Tapping away at his tablet, he chuckles to himself, leaving a comment, "If this becomes best comment, I'll fuck." The screen reads, "Loses to the stronger character." The screen's next comment reads, "Loses to the stronger character." A simple declaration of fact, but one he clearly despises.
I hate that, he says.
The screen updates with a fresh influx of comments.
The comments continue to pour in. One user threatens violence, "If this becomes best comment, I'll fuck up that girl using combusting blade or WTV lol." A new comment appears, posted on April 5, 2020. The comment count climbs to 1,589.
The comments continue to flood in, one user posting a threatening message, "If this becomes best comment, I'll fuck up that girl using combusting blade or WTV lol."
Ha, a disembodied voice chuckles, followed by, "What a funny bastard. Call this a comment."
He muses, a sinister smile spreading across his face.
Fine, let's see if you can actually.
The screen flashes as he taps it, a bubble overhead commanding, "Do it." A resounding pating echoes as the like button registers a single, solitary vote.
Hee, good start, a speech bubble declares. The single vote seems to have sparked some amusement.
Above, a banner proclaims, "Important event for the development of the main character."
A voice then cuts through the fanfare, unimpressed, "What's it even saying? How lame." He scoffs, looking at his phone. Starting off by saying development or whatever. He questions the entire premise. Isn't the purpose of webtoons for enjoyment asterisk?
Suddenly, an annoyed voice cuts through his thoughts.
Can you move your bag?
She stares directly at him, a hint of annoyance in her expression. The camera focuses on the bag she's referring to, resting on the seat beside him. His eyes widen in surprise.
What? He asks, clearly confused by her statement. The woman's thoughts interrupt the moment. Hey Seo-yoon, she wonders aloud. The bus rumbles along its route, filled with students. The student beside her looks visibly surprised, his eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, a foot appears, planted firmly on the bus floor. Kinda awkward. He thinks, a bead of sweat forming. I don't need to act like I know her, right? Hey Seo-yoon, my classmate, he realizes, his eyes widening slightly. He's baffled by her actions. She's not even a little friendly with me, but she sat next to me today. She seems pretty popular in our class, but... He thinks, observing Haeseo surrounded by admirers. She doesn't have anything to do with me. The question hangs in the air, because... Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding, hold on to this for me. With a bright smile, she insists, hold on to this for me. She shoves a pack of cigarettes into his hand. It's like this, a disembodied voice states. His eyes widen in disbelief as he thinks, cigarettes? He stares at the pack of cigarettes in his hand. A girl approaches him, holding out her phone. Excuse me, this is. She begins, but he's already questioning, why? The girl smiles, asking him to hold on to it for a little bit and return it to me by lunchtime. She adds, you probably know too, but I got caught by the teacher already. He can only stammer, what? He stammers, taking the phone she offers. Why should I? He begins to ask, utterly bewildered by her request. Before he can finish his question, she answers, because. We're friends, she declares, a statement that hangs heavy in the air. He stares, a flicker of disbelief in his whitened eyes. He holds out a small, rectangular device, its purpose yet unknown. The screen of the device lights up, displaying a series of complex symbols. Suddenly, the device displays a light counter reaching 20, along with indecipherable symbols. The classroom is filled with students pointing and laughing at a student face down on his desk. The student at the desk thinks, I ended up taking the cigs for now. He wonders to himself, but what should I do? I just need to hold on to it for a while, but it's pretty nerve-wracking, he thinks, his brow furrowed in concern. He then wonders, what's a high schooler doing with cigs in the first place? The third seat from. The scene shifts to the third seat from the back of the class. Combustion sword, someone shouts, followed by a sharp crack. Hey, I told you to stop. The focus shifts, where Haeseo-yoon and. The girl laughs, taunting, haha, what are you doing? The focus shifts to the main characters of the class. The girl with the red sleeves holds her phone, a wide smile on her face. Giving her the cigs right now is a little. The boy in the vest stands in the classroom, a blush rising on his cheeks as he glances toward the popular kids. He decides, I'll just put it on her desk during lunchtime. Suddenly, the words combustion sword flash across the screen. His eyes widen in shock. The screen fades to white. What's that LOL combustion sword? One of them asks, as another laughs, do you not read Webtoons? This episode was so damn good, hahaha. An argument erupts, what are you even saying? Your explanation sucks, lol. Someone retorts, that's not what I'm saying. The man asks, you're talking about right? A question mark hangs in the air, leaving the audience to wonder what's next. Another voice chimes in, I read it too. That combustion sword you were talking about earlier. That came out this episode, right? One voice asks. Another simply replies, yeah. Ooh-ha! A voice responds. The author really planned out how the main character used the combustion sword this episode. One of them says, before dismissing it with a simple, whatever. What's with this cold reaction, he exclaims, clearly frustrated by the author's dismissive attitude. Weren't they talking about Webtoons, he wonders, clearly confused by the shift in conversation. Actually, the topic of the conversation doesn't even matter. The girl at the desk looks up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes as she notices the group surrounding her. A confession hangs in the air, I'm the one who butted in without even knowing my place. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to suddenly talk to.
He stammers, a blush rising on his face. A voice then whispers, "What a weirdo." Visibly flustered, he clutches at his tie, his eyes wide with anxiety. His eyes widen further, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "Hey, you close with Seol Jin Hyo?" someone asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. A hesitant no escapes his lips. "What about you?" comes the follow-up question. A hesitant, "Not really," is her response. "Okay, then hey Seo Yoon," the voice declares, the named individual now clearly in the spotlight. Turning to her, he asks directly, are you close with him?" Hey Seo Yoon responds with a wide, seemingly genuine smile, "Because we're friends." Her answer is met with disbelief. A resounding no echoes in his mind. Despite her claim, a thought bubble reveals his true feelings, "I don't know him." His eyes widen in disbelief. An unseen force strikes him. "Oh, by the way, did you see today's lunch menu?" "It's a rice police," a voice calls out. He pauses, confused. "Rice police? What's that, lol?" Another voice retorts, "You don't even know that? It's the opposite of rice thief." His eyes widen in disbelief as a crushing force bears down on him. "You guys don't read webtoons?" he asks, a look of disbelief plastered on his face. Putting his arm around the protagonist's shoulder, he replies, "I read it every week." His face is inches away, an intense stare boring into the protagonist. Tae-won Kim. The name echoes with a sudden, sharp intensity. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he hears his name called. The other students look on, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Mocking laughter erupts. "OMG, Tae-won Kim, you were an otaku? Ha 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 ha, gross." The taunts continue. "What, you talking about the guy who said combustion sword? Ha ha. And finally, you asking cause you don't know? Ha ha." Tae-won Kim hangs his head low, clearly affected by the relentless jeers. The relentless taunts seem to hit their mark, as Tae-won Kim looks away, visibly disheartened. A strange static crackles around Tae-won Kim. The crackling intensifies, enveloping Tae-won Kim. Suddenly, a notification pops up, 46 likes. The scene shifts to a distant view of the school grounds, where students are playing soccer. "Fuck," he mutters, the distant school grounds now seeming even further away. He stands motionless, gazing out at the activity. The school grounds, once a distant backdrop, now loom large before him. How embarrassing. He thinks, the weight of the situation clearly settling in. Regret washes over him. I should have just stayed put, he thinks, the realization hitting hard. He clenches his fist, resolving, I shouldn't do unnecessary things. He continues to think, cigarettes or whatever, that's none of my business. Hey, defense! The ball's coming your way, he yells, his expression a mix of urgency and annoyance. Block it, the command rings out. The impact reverberates. His teeth grit, the impact clearly felt. Why's the ball coming this way, my mood's bad as it is. Eyes glowing red with fury, he explodes, shouting, why's it flying this ing way? The ball hurtles through the air. He kicks the ball with explosive force. Ah, the goalie utters, eyes widening as the ball rips through the net. The sound of the ball tearing through the net reverberates. It went in, a voice booms. Celebrations erupt as someone shouts, hell yeah, haha. I won the bet, buy me some ice cream. Huh, he mutters, utterly bewildered. Why did go in? A teammate offers a sheepish, sorry. Hey, you fuck, are you kidding me, he yells, clearly enraged. A teammate sheepishly apologizes again, while another asks, you have money? The enraged teammate shouts, what are you doing, Tae-won Kim? Tae-won Kim, looking dejected, replies, I really tried to block it. The teammate's frustration boils over, demanding, why couldn't you block that dash? The teammate storms off, leaving Tae-won Kim standing alone, shoulders slumped in defeat. As his teammate walks away, another voice calls out, reminding him, you said that you'd buy ice cream if you lost the bet. A sheepish reply comes, sorry, I was reading webtoons.
Taewon Kim's head snaps up, exclaiming, "What? Webtoons?" The teammate sheepishly admits, "Sorry, I was just curious about the backstory." But another teammate erupts, furious, "You talking about again? Enough with that shit." The teammate's fury escalates as he shouts, "Really, you crossed the line." The teammate who brought up the backstory looks up, a flicker of fear in his wide eyes. "Huh," a voice says, seemingly in response to the rising tension. The camera focuses on a sign, "Mail." Inside the toilet bowl, a shattered phone sits amidst the water. The phone vibrates as someone calls. He picks up another phone, a grim expression settling on his face. The hell, it isn't good. He scoffs, reading something on his phone. He was busy reading something like this? What a joke. Then, as if reconsidering, he mutters, "Me skipping PE and taking a shit in the bathroom is even lamer though." He kicks the soccer ball with surprising force. Inside the bathroom stall, he slams his fists against the door, exclaiming, "Shit." His eyes widen, and he mutters, "Ah, what a shame." A question hangs in the air, what is? Losing? Or buying them ice cream? The response comes swiftly, "Both, you bastard." He recognizes that voice. The realization hits him, "My classmates." "For real, I'm gonna snitch that you brought your phone," one of his classmates asks, a grin spreading across his face. Another chimes in, Sorry. He wonders, is PE over already? But then thinks, leaving right now is kinda awkward. "By the way, did you see that?" someone asks, interrupting his thoughts. "See what?" he asks, before another voice cuts in, filled with anger, "That bastard. That bastard Seal Jin Hyo showing off." The voice continues, the speaker's anger palpable. He was like that since." The voice continues, the sentence unfinished. "Bastard, crossed the line," a voice says. Another voice replies, You fucker, you say crossed the line too much." "But for real, what's wrong with you, Taewon Kim?" someone asks. Taewon replies, What? He is then accused of always covering for Seal Jin Hyo, even today. With an arm slung around Taewon's shoulders, someone interjects, "Didn't you know? They're from the same middle school." Another voice chimes in, "Same goes for me, huh?" "Are you for real?" someone asks, disbelief hanging in the air. "So, you two are close?" someone asks. The response is immediate and sharp, "Hell no, rather." "Well, it's just..." he begins, before trailing off with a simple, "Ah." The thought solidifies, he's pitiful. A smirk plays on his lips as the realization dawns. His gaze lowers, a predatory glint in his eyes. He mutters, seemingly having come to a decision. Suddenly, a voice shouts, "Hey!" The bell's ringing. Next period's Korean. "Damn, if we're late we're gonna get beat up," a voice exclaims, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Let's hurry." The students rush through the hallway, fear etched on their faces. As they rush down the hall, one of the students suddenly stops. "Hey, someone's been slacking off for a while, is it Seal Jin Hyo?" "That'd be sick, lol," a voice replies. Seal Jin Hyo looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. What a relief. I didn't get found out. Seal Jin thinks to himself, breathing a sigh of relief. How pathetic, an unknown voice echoes. The relief is short-lived, as a voice cuts through his thoughts, declaring, "How pathetic." The voice echoes again, the unseen speaker repeating, "How pathetic." The speaker remains unseen, only their words echoing in the air. From beneath a partition, another pair of feet can be seen. Another pair of feet are visible, this time wearing sandals. A man's face appears above the partition, his eyes wide with alarm. The percentage sign hovers ominously in front of the man's face. The view shifts to above the partition, revealing a blank, white space. The man's face contorts, a pained expression etched across his features. "I despise." The man begins to say, his words hanging heavy in the air. Webtoon where the main character loses to a stronger enemy. The two share a smile, their camaraderie a stark contrast to the previous tension. A wide grin spreads across his face, the previous tension completely forgotten. The reason is about to be revealed. The reason for his grin is revealed. Losing in real life is enough. Defeated, he sits on the floor, head bowed low. He slams his fists against the floor, rage and frustration boiling over. I'm sick of a reality like this. A like notification appears, the number quickly climbing to 99. A strange, almost mocking sound echoes. He grits his teeth, a pained expression etched on his face. He begins, struggling to speak. He exclaims, his voice strained. A notification appears, the number of likes now skyrocketing to 2766. The likes counter continues to climb, the number now reaching 2769. The likes explode, the counter now displaying a staggering 7,653,961. I want to become one too. The words express a sudden, fervent desire. The numbers blur as the counter continues to climb at an impossible rate. A resounding crash echoes. The words appear boldly, the main character of a story. A sinister grin spreads across his face, a pixelated bar obscuring his eyes. Then, the story moves forward. Energy crackles, and a voice booms, "Go ahead and try." Lightning flashes, illuminating the challenge. A bolt of lightning strikes near the building, illuminating the night. "What the hell?" he mutters, looking at his hands. Thunder? Ah! Ladies and gentlemen. So noisy. His eyes widen as he recalls, just as I was about to announce the final winner of the tournament. He stares, wide-eyed, as a voice booms, an unidentified individual. The booming voice declares, has appeared. Wait, this is, he exclaims, recognition dawning on his face as he stares in disbelief. The screen displays a figure with piercing pink eyes. The figure, identified as Nagi, a class swordsman, stares down with piercing red eyes, demanding, "Who are you?" Her rank is revealed, number 1. The screen shifts to display the name, Seol Jin Hyo. The screen reveals Seol Jin Hyo's rank, lowest rank. The word player appears in stylized text. A blinding golden light erupts. The hero's eyes widen in shock as the light slams into him. His face contorted in pain, the hero grits his teeth against the searing light. Staggering back, the hero loses his footing as pieces of his armor scatter. His opponent stands ready, sword drawn. The arena roars as the announcement rings out. Contestant Dean is unable to continue. The crowd erupts as the announcement booms. The winner is Nagi. Amidst the cheering, a disgruntled spectator demands, "Damn, there wasn't a twist this time around either. What a predictable end. I want a refund on my ticket." Another retorts, "What are you talking about? There totally was a twist. Dean got past Nagi's absolute domain." So what if he did? "He lost anyway," someone shouts, dismissing the other spectator's point. A blonde-haired spectator scoffs, blood smeared on his face. "Ha! This is why newbies are." The blonde spectator leans in, face inches from the other man's. "I'm only going to say this once, so listen closely," he shouts. The blonde-haired spectator exclaims that this is the first time someone has been able to step into Nagi's absolute domain in all the tournaments so far. The spectator declares, "You just witnessed a historical moment." Not even once? Hey, is that even possible? The blonde spectator questions, clearly surprised. Another voice retorts, "Of course it's possible, Nagi is the first rank after all." With a determined yell, Nagi declares, an invincible defense that no one can conquer. The air crackles as Nagi's absolute domain materializes. Nagi stands firm as that absolute domain surges around him. After all, that is Nagi's signature move, a voice declares as Nagi's power intensifies. Nagi advances, a low cry escaping him as he moves. The air crackles with energy as Nagi's signature move erupts. The energy coalesces into a blinding beam. Nagi's beam intensifies, a searing light consuming everything in its path. The attack lands with a resounding AH. The force of the blast sends debris flying. Staggering back, she cries out, "W what? What happened? Ag! My grilled lizard!
I dropped it, she wails, her precious snack now falling away. I was saving the tail for last, she cries, tears streaming down her face. Then, a hesitant, H. Hey. His eyes wide with disbelief, the warrior asks, you said that this was the first time someone got past absolute domain, right? Suddenly, a finger points directly at her head, as a voice booms, over there. Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face, as a voice calls out, someone. Got past it, the voice questions, leaving her fate hanging in the balance. The young man's eyes widen in disbelief as the sword is drawn, its point aimed directly at him. The sound of the sword being drawn echoes loudly. Ladies and gentlemen. An extraordinary event has occurred, the announcer booms. The crowd murmurs, realizing the unidentified man standing before Nagi is the invincible first rank. The announcer begins to shout, as the crowd's murmurs turn to a roar. Inside Nagi's absolute domain, the announcer declares. Impossible, a voice cries out. Something that even the second rank barely manages, what could it be? Nagi, barely, got past. But then, a shocked voice cries out, that guy. The newcomer, standing firm, has apparently already cleared the challenge. Got past it in a second, the text shouts. The newcomer's face is half obscured by shadow, adding to the mystery. A strange sound echoes as the newcomer's face is revealed. The newcomer's face contorts in shock, his mouth agape. What, he exclaims. A burst of shock radiates outward as the newcomer wonders aloud, what just happened? The newcomer's shock intensifies. I was in the bathroom up until a second ago, he exclaims, utterly bewildered. Seated, he continues to stare at his phone, seemingly unaware of the chaos erupting around him. His eyes widen in disbelief. Wait, he shouts, seemingly realizing something crucial. That person. The realization dawns on him as he sees the figure below. Suddenly, the realization hits him with full force, I remember her. The screen flashes bright as he exclaims, I remember her. But before he can process the memory, a voice demands, identify yourself. His realization dawns, of the webtoon I read in the morning. A blinding flash erupts. If I remember correctly. He mutters, staring intently at the glowing screen of his phone. The flash subsides, revealing a female character. That girl's a character from the webtoon. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Then that means that this is. That sinister grin widening, he asks, do you want to know who I am? With arms crossed, he declares, a dream. Eyes widening, she wonders, is this a lucid dream or something? But then, a voice orders, don't move. The system reveals Nagi's class, a swordsman, a common and basic class. The man shouts, fear etched on his face, what are you going to do if I move? The system reveals that her strength lies in her basic training, which led to the development of highly detailed skills. Lying prone on the ground, he thinks, if he gets any closer. A menacing voice echoes, if you move. And the result of the perfection of those skills. The threat hangs heavy in the air, I'll cut you down. A flash of blue energy erupts around them. Absolute domain fills the space. The girl with red eyes stands within the absolute domain, her gaze fixed on her opponent. A stunned silence follows, punctuated only by a visible exclamation of shock. A powerful blow lands. He is sent flying backwards by the force of the attack, a cry escaping his lips. What? One of them exclaims, while another shouts, it got cold. The force of her power stuns them. How could she possibly have so much strength left? Nagi, what exactly is the limit to your power? One of them shouts, fear etched on his face. Such animosity. She mutters, as a surge of power emanates from her. This right here is the true absolute domain. The surge of power is palpable. That guy, he's done for. The force of her power is overwhelming. A voice struggles, it's impossible to even stand in front of such killing intent. The text reads, as the overwhelming force intensifies. His eyes widen in disbelief, his face contorted with shock. The killing intent is so strong, it's rendered as question marks. Lying on the ground, he struggles to comprehend the situation. He's fine, he wonders aloud, his voice laced with disbelief. He wonders what's with the sudden gust of wind, admitting that it's pretty nice and cool though. His crimson eyes narrow, a sinister aura emanating from him. Fine, he says, his tone laced with a chilling finality. He states that he'll take that as a sign that his opponent won't back down. With a metallic shing, he declares, if it's like that, then I accept your challenge. The challenger stands firm, energy crackling around them. Come at me. And Nagi drew her sword? Was she holding back? Someone exclaims, disbelief etched on their face. Impossible. That bastard. The force of the blow sends shockwaves rippling outwards. Exactly how strong is he? His eyes widen in terror, a strangled EK escaping his lips. As sword, he cries out, fear gripping him. Excuse me, he stammers, trailing off with a hesitant, I am. As a sword is pointed directly at him. His apology comes out in a stuttered whisper, Vori. Even in a dream, he thinks, facing a sword is too much. No, he shouts, sweat beading on his brow. A voice booms, don't back away. Seoljin Hyo. If you run away even in your dreams, a voice booms, then what are you good for? He continues to run, a soccer ball flying toward him. Don't, the voice commands, the single red eye piercing through the darkness. Don't run away. It's just a dream anyway, the voice commands. But then, a fiery attack erupts, and the question hangs in the air, do I look easy to you? Eyes wide with determination, he shouts, I'm asking, do I look like a pushover to you? Then, with unwavering resolve, he declares, I'll win. The ground erupts in a burst of energy. With a fierce battle cry, she launches her attack. The attack lands, but he's unimpressed. What, is that lame attack, he scoffs, now questioning if this is reality. This might not be a dream after all. A carelessly thought-out move, a voice declares. But there was a reason behind Seoljin Hyo's bluff of an attack. The reason, her sword. But the sword, it definitely wasn't moving. But despite appearances, there was no killing intent. Despite the danger, he convinces himself, there's no way that she'd kill me. He desperately tries to convince himself, she just wanted to scare me a bit, to show me how far apart we are. A sudden realization dawns on him. That's right. But there was something Seoljin Hyo didn't know. A blinding flash erupts. Was this the moment she drew her blade? But instead of the girl's blade, a blast of energy slams into Seoljin Hyo. His eyes widen in disbelief. Ha! Fate had already decided, it was predetermined that he would be cut down. The energy blast rips through Seoljin Hyo, obliterating him. With his sword now glowing a menacing blue, he prepares to face his next opponent. The blue energy explodes outward. The force of the energy sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The arena floor is torn apart by the blast. What? A voice cries out, followed by, what just happened? Amidst the devastation, the commentator stands unscathed. Announce the results, she demands. Clearing her throat, the commentator prepares to speak. The commentator announces, see, clearly he is unable to continue. It is Nagi's win, the commentator booms, the announcement echoing through the arena. His hand twitches weakly, the arena silent as the words to be continued. Fill the screen. The screen fades to blue, signaling the end of the match, and this chapter. The screen fades to blue, his hand still outstretched, grasping at the light. Wait, is that it? He asks, looking down at the screen. That was no fun, and it didn't tug my heartstrings either. That was different from what he promised, a voice booms. He grits his teeth, declaring, it can't just end like this. He taps the screen, selecting Seoljin Hyo. A bubble appears above, questioning, right? He plunges into the water, the light shimmering above. He floats in the darkness, a soft ah escaping his lips. Floating in the dark depths, he wonders, did I die? He floats, seemingly lifeless, as the current carries him. So this is the end, he thinks. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, accompanied by a sharp crack. The light fades, revealing a distorted reality. "What?" he mutters, confusion etched on his face as he looks around at the changed surroundings. Someone urgently calls out, "Hey! Wake up!" His eyes snap open, wide with alarm. Someone notices, he woke up. He woke up, someone observes. A burst of confusion erupts. His eyes narrow as he takes in the scene. "Looks pretty stupid," he mutters, unimpressed. An interface above his head displays question marks for class and rank. A voice calls out, "Hey!" He responds with a simple question mark. He responds to the greeting with a question mark. The boy smirks, he's not even responding. A dazed voice then asks, where am I?" He cries out in pain, "Uek." Now, he chokes out a pained "Kek." He gasps again as flames erupt around him. "I was going to forgive you for staring at me without permission," the figure declares. His eyes narrowed, the figure's hand crackling with energy. "But you dare ask a question? You want to fight me, he challenges. His face contorted in rage, the figure unleashes a torrent of flames. "You crossed the line," he declares, the air around him shimmering with intense heat. His face contorted in fury, he screams, "Just disappear." Suddenly, a stark stop command appears. The youth is suddenly engulfed in flames, his face registering shock and pain. "Puck," he cries out, engulfed in both flames and electric sparks. His opponent, seemingly unscathed, unleashes another blast, yelling "Kek." Amidst the chaos of fire and sparks, a voice calls out, Sorry. The armored figure looms, uttering a cryptic statement, "It hasn't been long since she was born." The boy, eyes wide with surprise, blurts out, "Nice to meet you." The figure responds, their words obscured by a blue scribble, "I'm." But the figure suddenly recoils, uttering, No. The figure states, "My name is Arthur." Arthur then proclaims himself the god of this world. Below the self-proclaimed god, a screen displays his name and title, followed by a mysterious, unrevealed rank. "Sir." Please let go of me," a voice cries out. Another voice retorts, "He's the one that started it." "I'm serious." Interrupting the commotion, the self-proclaimed god silences the bickering with a blunt command, "Be quiet for a bit." He then adds, "You ruined my vibe." A sharp sound cuts through the air as something slices close by. "Let's see." The self-proclaimed god muses, then wonders aloud, what's wrong?" The student's eyes widen in disbelief. "He's God," he exclaims, utterly shocked. A piercing shriek erupts. I am sorry. Please don't hurt me, please. Forgive me," he begs, tears streaming down his face. "I don't think you understand what situation you're in," he states, his tone cold. "Fine. I'll explain it so that you can understand. Look here, Seol Jin Hyo," he commands, his voice resonating with a chilling intensity. An eerie blue glow emanates from his outstretched hand. The figure declares, "I've decided to select you." The words echo in the air, "Become a player." His eyes widen in stunned disbelief. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as the gravity of the offer sinks in. A figure stands over another, a massive sword resting on his shoulder. "You have been selected by me," he declares. The words echo, "Become a player." His eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. His view is now only of his uniform. Player? The word echoes in his mind as darkness closes in. The word player looms large as his consciousness fades. Darkness. Complete darkness. Then, a question pierces the darkness, "A player?" The darkness gives way to a grid-like pattern of light. Wasn't that just the title of a webtoon?" he stammers, sprawled on the grid floor. The other figure looms over him, retorting, "Don't tell me, you didn't read it correctly?" Why is it like this, he wonders, a thought bubble hanging above his head. He raises the ornate sword, a question hanging in the air as he stares at his opponent. Like that, he wonders. Sigh, what a pain in the... He mutters, clearly annoyed by the situation.
With a resigned tone, he relents. Fine. Raising a hand high, he confidently declares, I'll show you. A blinding flash erupts. The tower is engulfed in a sudden, brilliant light. The tower, now identified as the Heavenly Arena Terrarium, still glows intensely. The Heavenly Arena Terrarium, bathed in light, promises endless golden treasures, a tower filled with hopes and dreams. And those who climb the tower are those who carry the weight of their ambitions on their shoulders? Are the ones we call players? His eyes widen in disbelief as he utters, player?
A sinister smile spreads across his face as he confirms, that's right.
The cloaked figure turns, uttering a single word, him.
The focus shifts to another figure, a girl with piercing red eyes. Her presence is announced with the words, and her.
And finally, you, the voice booms.
The booming voice continues, singling out yet another individual with the words, and finally, you. The sound effect womb reverberates, adding to the tension.
Stuttering, the chosen one can only manage, I. The chosen one questions, I'm a player just like them. An unseen character responds, filled with excitement, that's right. Isn't that amazing?
His voice trailing off, he asks, why? The revelation clearly leaves him shaken.
The chosen one's shock intensifies as he cries out, why me?
His eyes widen in disbelief as he shouts, why me?
The question hangs heavy in the air. His expression shifts to confusion as he utters, huh?
His anger flares as he yells, why do I have to become a player?
He continues, questioning why he has to compete with monsters like them.
He explodes, fury contorting his face as he shouts, also, there's a limit to how absurd someone can be.
Who are you to decide for me to do something like that, huh? His face still contorted with rage, he demands, decide? His anger still burning, he continues, aren't you the one who decides? Aren't you the one that started the contract, he asks, before adding, excuse me?
His eyes widen, a flicker of confusion crossing his face.
A comment appears, if this becomes best comment, I'll fuck up that girl using combusting blade or WTV lol.
A comment appears, threatening violence against a girl named Nagi, I'll fuck up that girl Nagi, or something.
That attitude is great.
Yup. But that girl Nagi is in the Heavenly Arena Terrarium.
The man with the sword then asks, then firstly, shouldn't you become A and go up the tower?
The man's face contorts in a strange expression as he replies, just because.
He questions, incredulous, just because of one measly comment like that? Then, with mounting disbelief, he repeats, one measly comment?
His anger flares as he retorts, then you should have thought about writing your comment better, right? Sweat beads on the boy's brow as he stares up, speechless.
A dry laugh escapes him, the single word ha expressing his disbelief. The blond man, eyes covered, laughs, declaring, ha ha, I'm kidding, but the boy, recoiling, can only stammer, kidding? Well, he begins, the word hanging in the air. He continues, stating that he won't force the boy to do anything. Right now, you have the choice of giving up.
The boy's sly grin widens as he continues, the word however.
Hanging ominously.
The boy's expression hardens as he states, I didn't know that you wanted to return to reality that badly.
His eyes widen in alarm, a large exclamation mark punctuating the air.
The word, reality hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. The weight of the word reality settles, leaving a lingering sense of unease. The hero's thoughts surge, a place filled with people who did nothing but restrain me. The hero finds himself surrounded by familiar faces, yet a sense of detachment lingers in his gaze. His eyes widen in sudden realization.
Wait a minute.
The camera focuses on his collar and tie, the perspective shifting upwards. The blond man kneels, towering over the prone figure.
So, do you want to return? He asks. That moment.
His mind turned tranquil at that moment.
Return, to a place like that, he wonders.
The figure looms, and a voice booms, God. But another voice immediately corrects it, no, Arthur Nim.
A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he wonders, if I defeat the first rank, what can I obtain?
A sword is drawn, glinting ominously. The blade flashes. The man yells, anything, as his opponent looks on, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. If that's the case, a voice declares, as a hand reaches out. Their hands meet, a surge of power emanating from their joint grip. All right, I accept, the voice booms, sealing their agreement. I'm going to. The declaration hangs in the air, unfinished, leaving the audience in suspense. At least give it a try, the voice urges, a plea hanging in the empty space. Cracking sounds echo as the ground shatters. All right, I'll send you back to the tower now, he declares, raising the sword. A blinding light erupts. Oh, I forgot. This is the last time that I'm going to save you, he exclaims, eyes wide. If I do it again, then things would get complicated, so be careful. With a surge of power crackling around him, he declares, all right, then. I'm going to start now. But a desperate voice cries out, wait a minute. Why? I was going to do something awesome. He complains, a strange device held to the other's head. The other retorts, demanding, you're going to send me off just like this? Without anything? The one holding the device simply replies, yeah, so? But the other retorts, isn't that too irresponsible? Aren't you God? The man being sent away protests, even in P*Keman, they give you something in the beginning. He pleads, please give me something at least. Meanwhile, the other warns, it's dangerous outside. I don't really have anything to give you, the figure states, as the man being sent away shouts back, excuse me. Suddenly, a voice declares, enough with sitting through this crap. Suddenly, a voice booms out with a simple, hey. The voice continues, singling out someone with a pointed, you. The target of the challenge stares back, eyes wide with surprise. The challenger's face contorts in fury as he demands, do you think that God is your friend? The challenged one can only respond with a bewildered, huh? A sudden realization hits him, this sensation. It's familiar, he exclaims, a sudden realization dawning on him. Her arms crossed, she demands, let's be respectful, all right? He's bent over backward, forced into an awkward position. Yes ma'am. He stammers, clearly uncomfortable. Silence hangs in the air as the protagonist observes the scene. A dismissive PFF escapes him. Despite the blindfold, a smug smile plays on his lips. PFFF. Pwahaha, he bursts out, followed by another fit of laughter from the man on the ground. A question hangs in the air. You guys, he begins, his taunting words hanging heavy in the air. His laughter subsides as he wipes his eyes, declaring, you guys are funny. His expression shifts, muttering a questioning before realization dawns. Oh, he exclaims. He relents, simply stating, fine. His eyes widen, and he declares, I've decided. Seo Jin Hyo's eyes widen as he asks, Seo Jin Hyo, you said that you needed something, right? Yes? Then, a sudden shift. An exclamation hangs in the air as the blindfolded man insists, go with her. Her eyes widen in apparent shock. A question mark punctuates the air as he stares ahead, clearly confused by the blindfolded man's insistence. What? The exclamation hangs in the air, amplifying the confusion. The blindfolded man flails wildly, a strange yellow energy emanating from his hands. The other two recoil in shock. SSSIR. I don't want to. You want me to go down to the human world with a dumbass like him, she shouts, clearly objecting to the idea. Immediately, the other man retorts, that's right. I don't want to go with a bitch like her either. All right. Calm down, he interjects, his face a mask of strained patience. All right. Calm down, he interjects, his face a mask of strained patience. It's something that's already been decided anyways, he yells, his expression wild. Okay, then, he says, stepping forward, a trail of golden energy following his foot. Sir, someone shouts. What? He asks, looking back at the person who called out. Turning back, he flashes a sinister grin. Have a nice trip, he says, his hand glowing with power. The person shouts, her name is Excalibur. Below them, a surge of energy erupts. Even if she's like that, she's a legendary sword that I personally made. I'm sure. He continues, certain that she'll be of help to you. The sword's wielder, eyes wide with shock, begins to protest, Sir, I. Suddenly, a figure with a black blindfold appears, ordering, come back with Lona. A confused exclamation echoes, Mel na? A resounding what echoes through the scene. Sta. The exclamation erupts as a massive, dark shape descends. The massive form continues its descent. The massive descent continues, a trail of energy crackling in its wake. The descent intensifies, the impact point now visible as a blinding flash of light. The energy crashes down, a devastating explosion erupting outwards. Amidst the fading light of the explosion, someone coughs. Shit, thunder again, he shouts, his face contorted in frustration. Aren't there other ways, he exclaims, his frustration reaching a boiling point. He cries out in pain, ah. The attack clearly landed. He calls out, Excalibur? Are you there? Then, under his breath, he mutters, what a cringy-ass name. He stammers, barely able to form words, wah. Then, in disbelief, he manages to utter, what? He throws his hands up in utter despair, screaming, what the hell is this? He's sent flying, landing upside down. Stunned, he stares as the figure now appears to be a crying child. She turned into a kid, he exclaims, utterly bewildered. He questions, what the hell's wrong with your appearance? Enraged, the childlike figure yells back, you asking 'cause you don't know? This is your fault. He's sent flying back, crashing into the ground. A sinister presence looms nearby, observing the scene. Oh, that's right, he realizes, a hand going to his chin. I forgot to tell them. Looking around at the dilapidated structures, he wonders aloud, anyways, where are we? It seems someone used to live here. A sinister smirk spreads across his face. It's no fun if I just drop them off at a random place, right? That's why. I prepared a tutorial quest, he declares, a hint of mischief in his tone. Towering over them, he dismisses their concerns. That's not important. The mysterious figure demands, can't you see how I look right now? His eyes widen in disbelief, a visible flush rising on his face. He demands if she's planning on ignoring him now that he's like this. Watch out, he shouts, his face contorted in alarm as he lunges forward. The impact explodes outwards, a shockwave of energy erupting as he collides with something unseen. He slams into the unseen barrier, the force of the impact sending him reeling backwards. The force of the impact throws him back, energy crackling around him. Grunting in pain, he's thrown back by the unseen force. You little rat! He growls, his face contorted in rage. An explosion erupts directly in front of him, the force of the blast sending debris flying. The attack is unleashed, Excalibur. The force sends him hurtling backwards. Silence hangs in the air, broken only by a concerned voice. Are you okay? He shouts in disbelief, I didn't see him coming at me from behind. He shouts, eyes wide with confusion and anger, who are you? Why are you attacking us? The attacker's voice booms, who am I? That's something that we would like to ask, the attacker finishes, revealing a group surrounding the camp. The attackers belong to the thief guild known as Red Hood, and this is their home base. The price for attacking this place shall be heavy, the Red Hood member declares, his face contorted in rage. His class is revealed to be a monk. A voice booms out, questioning, have you resolved yourselves? The two students stand frozen, wide-eyed with fear, as a massive, shadowy figure looms behind them. Capture the girl first, the order rings out. Yes sir, comes the immediate reply. A figure lunges forward, kicking up dust as they move to obey the order. 3 figures leap toward the girl, weapons raised. TCH, she clicks her tongue, unimpressed. With a snarl, she declares, this is why I don't like the human world. One of the approaching figures is struck, crying out in pain. One of the men asks, what should we do? But he's immediately cut off. Can you just shut up? With a furious expression, she yells, "TCH. There's no other way, hey dumbass. Hold on tight." His eyes widen in alarm as he hears her shout, "Hold, what?" A massive explosion erupts before him, the force of it palpable. The explosion intensifies as a voice cries out, "This is?" His eyes widen in terror as the blast intensifies. A surge of power erupts from his outstretched hand as his eyes widen in disbelief. He cries out, "WH what?" The girl suddenly. His thoughts race, that's. His eyes widen as he wonders, an ego weapon? The flames roar before him, seemingly connected to the girl's power. With this? Wait, that's. He thinks, before exclaiming, "We could win." A surge of hope washes over him. Victory might be within reach after all. A dismissive PFF escapes him, a smirk playing on his lips. A burst of laughter erupts, "Pahaha." The laughter abruptly cuts off. What the hell is that? His eyes widen, fixated on something unseen. An enormous sword is now clutched in his hands. The ground cracks beneath him. His eyes still wide, he manages a small, surprised, "Ah." The situation suddenly becomes clear, we're fucked. Excalibur, she is what is called an ego sword. Excalibur, an ego sword, is described as a sword with a soul. Further, she's a legendary sword that grows with her master and possesses endless possibilities. However, that means. The figure begins, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Right now. She's utterly powerless, he finishes, the implication hanging heavy in the air. He plants his feet, preparing to strike. His eyes widen in disbelief as he sees the status screen. "We're fucked," he blurts out, the reality of their situation crashing down. Seo Jin Hyo, a class student, is ranked the lowest. "What?" he exclaims, followed by a desperate, "The hell is this?" The screen displays the harsh reality, Excalibur, a class ego sword, with the rank of lowest rank. The title player appears, written in stylized Korean. That was the worst experience ever. He groans, clearly displeased with the outcome. Tears welling in his eyes, he laments, "I can't believe I turned into such a crappy state like that." A figure huddled against the wall mutters, "It's all over now. I want to go home." Startled, he stammers, "Excuse me." Before demanding, "Do whatever you want. I want to be alone right now, so leave me alone." Alright? Escapes his lips. The figure looms, declaring, "How ridiculous. Turns out you lot were just trash. Well then. Since you destroyed our Red Hoodie's hideout, you'll have to pay the price," the figure states. The other character, eyes wide with alarm, stammers, By price do you mean?" The figure sneers, "Don't think this is gonna be over with just a leg or an arm." Another character, equally menacing, declares, "I got dibs on the eyes." He lets out a strangled cry, eyes wide with terror. These bastards are crazy, he thinks, realizing the gravity of his situation. His face contorted in fear, he realizes, there's no mistaking it, if this continues, I'm going to die again. He knows, no matter what, he needs to run away. His eyes widen in shock as he sees the figure before him. Excalibur, he stammers, fear etched on his face. A fiery aura erupts as a voice booms, "Hey, you bastards." The speaker continues, enraged, "Did you just say that you lot were just trash?" His face contorted with rage, he demands, "Did you just put me together with that dumbass? Are you crazy?" The assembled group is visibly shaken. One exclaims, What is with that ridiculous power?" Another struggles to remain standing, questioning, "It's hard to even stand. Is she a ranker?" Eyes shadowed, he mutters, "That bastard." Then, realization dawns. She was keeping some of my power? Her arm outstretched, she commands, "Die." A wave of oppressive energy emanates from her. A dark, jagged shape hurtles toward him. The blast erupts, engulfing him in a blinding light. The leader stares in disbelief, exclaiming, "What is that? I've never seen a skill like that before." But one of his subordinates urges, "Boss, this isn't the time to just stand around, we need to run. A maniacal laugh echoes as the enemy declares, ha ha ha. Too late for that. This is gonna be your grave. Now, he shouts, lunging toward the fleeing group. But a chilling nah stops him in his tracks. In his palm, a swirling golden flame flickers to life. The golden flame now blazes intensely. The golden flame sputters, and his eyes widen in disbelief. Ha, he mutters, a breath escaping his lips. What? Why can't I, she cries, struggling to maintain the flame. It isn't supposed to be like this. The hooded figure watches on, silent. Hee hee, she whispers, a sinister glint in her eyes. Her sinister whisper is followed by a sudden apology. An embarrassed icon floats nearby. Sorry. The apology quickly turns to a chilling command, kill M. Immediately, a resounding yes sir echoes in response to the chilling order. A confused voice then asks, what happened? He wonders why the girl isn't using her powers. He was planning to escape amidst the chaos. He reconsiders his plan, realizing, that's right, I can't just run away by myself. He steels his resolve. I need to help her. His eyes widen in shock as he sees something. Before him stands a formidable figure, wreathed in a menacing red aura. A grotesque wolf pelt adorns his head. The figure looms, a menacing presence radiating a crimson aura. His eyes burn with a malevolent red intensity. His eyes widen in terror as the sound of something approaching fills the air. TCH. The hero grits his teeth, seeing the enemies already moving in for the kill. You're acting sleazy right from the start? I guess I don't have a choice, he shouts, bracing himself. He mutters to himself, Seal Jin Hyo, you should be able to take on one or two right. Ha, he exclaims, eyes wide with disbelief. The enemy has vanished. He's gone? Suddenly, a voice booms, Seal Jin Hyo. The sky looms above, the trees framing the open space. He cries out, you bastard. You think I'm crazy, he shouts, eyes wide with disbelief. To just jump into a fight like that? His face contorted in frustration, he admits, there's no way I can fight someone like that. The forest path stretches ahead, eerily silent. Why'd it get so quiet? Did something happen, a voice wonders? Then, a more urgent question cuts through the stillness, Excalibur. Did she get caught? I thought that if I came to this world. The voice begins to reflect. His face contorted in frustration, he shouts, don't think about useless shit like that. She's absurdly strong. Something would change. The voice continues, the words hanging in the air. I just hold her down anyway, he declares, his face a mask of strained determination. But in the end, a resounding crack echoes as something shatters. An exclamation mark punctuates the sound. Another shattering crack echoes through the trees. In the end, all I did was. His body slams against the forest floor. In the end, all I did was. Run away from reality. The stark words hang in the air, heavy with regret. Silence descends as he clutches his head, the weight of his realization crushing him. Defeated, he lies prone, the weight of his failure echoing in his despairing thought, there's nothing I can do. His thoughts spiral, what do you want me to do? I'm just a normal high schooler. Tears stream down his face as he whispers, yeah, that's right. There's nothing that I can do. Shoulders slumped, he remains seated, head bowed in defeat. His hands rest limply on the floor, fingers splayed in resignation. Defeated, he whispers, this is the best thing that I can do right now. He remains kneeling on the ground, seemingly resigned to his fate. A dark voice echoes, taunting him with the question, are you running away again? Towering over him, the dark figure sneers, how pathetic. His eye widens in what appears to be a mix of shock and fear. The world fades to black. A faint whisper breaks the silence. The hero's vision returns, revealing a colossal tower piercing the sky. The tower looms, impossibly tall, reaching towards the heavens. How bothersome, he mutters, his face grimacing in pain.
Since you were so confident, I thought you could at least stand your ground. The words ring out, you're just pathetically weak. The giant's words are laced with disdain, you're just pathetically weak. Eyes narrowed, he retorts, ha. Look who's talking. All you did was order your goons around. He finds this situation how vexing. The giant retorts, once, just once is fine so. What a loud-mouthed brat. Finish her, a voice commands, as a fist hurtles forward. If I can just use my power. She grits her teeth, a desperate plea echoing in her mind. If she could just unleash her power. A blinding light erupts. Power surges around her fist as she prepares to strike. His eyes widen in shock as the attack hurtles toward him. A deafening silence follows, punctuated only by the stark that fill the air. A furious declaration erupts, you are. The intensity of the declaration is reflected in his wide, furious eyes. A devastating blow lands. The force of the impact explodes outward. He grits his teeth, a silent fury building. The air crackles with residual energy. The silence shatters with a furious outburst. What the hell, why'd you come back? Fists clenched, the figure looms over the smaller one, yelling, dumbass, you should have just kept running. The figure's anger doesn't subside as he continues, I'm just saying this right now, but even without your help. Eyes wide with disbelief, the smaller figure shouts, why? The injured figure, tears welling in his eyes, retorts, can't a dumbass like me do something like this? He clutches at his chest, his face contorted in pain. His eye widens, a flicker of shock crossing his face. His eyes widen further, the shock intensifying. He remains silent, the shock still evident. His eyes narrow, a visible shift from shock to simmering anger. He is taken aback by the sudden contact, but his opponent simply states, well, I never said that you couldn't. The opponent demands, move, let me get up. Now, the opponent's hand extends, demanding, give me your hand. The opponent proposes, well, how about we give it a try? He recoils, fear etched on his face as the other extends a hand. Seal Jin Hyo, the panel asks, leaving the audience in suspense. A tear streaks down his dirt-stained face. A single tear traces a path down Seal Jin Hyo's dirt-streaked face. Despite the tear still clinging to his cheek, Seal Jin grits his teeth, determination hardening his gaze. All right. A powerful impact sends Seal Jin flying backwards. His body hurtles through the air. A twisted grin spreads across his opponent's face. That sinister smile widens, a chilling display of confidence. Accepted, he booms, his declaration ringing with challenge. Accepted, he declares, a surge of power erupting around him. A blinding light erupts as the challenge is accepted. What is this insane power? He exclaims, clearly overwhelmed. He stares in disbelief, uttering, unbelievable. His face is contorted in a mixture of shock and fear. This might be as strong as first-ranking Nagi. He thinks, then immediately corrects himself. No, even stronger than that. A surge of energy erupts, its raw power visible in the crackling blue aura. The energy intensifies, crackling with a visible, raw power. The crackling energy intensifies, arcing wildly. The energy coalesces into a massive, glowing blade in his hand. The opponent that I need to beat, I'm coming, he declares, his gaze intense. The opponent he must overcome is my own, weak self, he realizes. This bastard, I was only going to share half of my strength with him, he shouts, fury etched on his face as he unleashes his power. He took all of my strength instead, he realizes, shock evident in his expression. I'm coming, a voice declares, the words hanging ominously in the air. A towering figure looms, crackling energy surrounding the hero as the ominous voice echoes. Hey, go to the front. You're the tanker, so why are you hiding in the back? One of the figures shouts, their fear palpable as they cower. Move it, I'm the one to be his opponent, a voice booms. The figures before him can only utter a single word, be boss. Do you know what kind of bastards I hate the most? He asks, his massive form looming. I hate bastards like him who blindly rely on their equipment and charge ahead.
The man with the glowing sword stands his ground as the fiery figure declares, "That is the reason why I founded our thieving guild." A voice from below questions, "What kind of reasoning is that?" The hulking figure sneers down, declaring, "Look closely, you bunch of trash. This is how you use strength correctly." The hulking figure slams down, the force of his blow obliterating the ground around him. The ground shatters, the force of the impact sending tremors through the very landscape. As the dust settles, someone shouts, "Hey, you better move back. You're going to get sucked into his attack too." The monstrous figure looms, dismissing the threat. Even if it's an ego sword, in the end, it's just a measly sword. The monstrous figure scoffs, his voice booming, "If you can't come close, then you can't do anything anyways." The hero stands his ground, the monstrous figure looming above him. The monstrous figure declares, "Accept your fate and die a pathetic death crushed under this boulder." He then adds, gloating, "I'll make sure to sell that ego sword at a high price." The boulder hurtles down, a dark shadow eclipsing the hero. Despite the impending doom, the hero grips his ego sword tightly, a faint glow emanating from its blade. His eyes widen, a stark terror gripping him as the boulder looms ever closer. The boulder hurtles towards him, the impact imminent. The world dissolves into a blinding white as the boulder connects. The massive boulder crushes everything beneath it. The impact explodes in a burst of light and raw power. "What?" he utters, his eyes wide with disbelief at the unexpected power. The force of the blast sends figures flying amidst a chaotic swirl of energy. The force resonates with a deafening quang. The force of the impact sends bodies hurtling through the air, amidst splintering debris. Dust and debris fill the air in the aftermath of the devastating impact. Amidst the lingering dust, he stands, gripping his sword tightly. His face etched with exhaustion, he begins to speak, "I did it." The words escape him as he lies prone on the ground. With a final, strained breath, he manages to utter the words, "Did it." He plummets downwards, a plume of dust rising as he falls. He lies defeated amongst the fallen, his victory hard won. The Thief Guild, Red Hood, has been cleared. A strange sound echoes as a dark, ominous shape materializes before him, its identity obscured by question marks. A sharp, crackling sound cuts through the air. The shape resolves, revealing a status screen. Hyo Seol-jin is listed as a class student with the lowest rank. The title player emblazons the screen. The screen fades to black. An ominous laugh echoes as a towering figure stands amidst a field of broken weapons. "Ha ha ha. Good, good," an unseen observer exclaims, a sinister grin on his face as he watches the carnage unfold on his phone. "It's finally getting worthwhile to watch." A sigh of relief escapes him as he relaxes back onto the couch, still clutching his phone. Phew. The phone slips from his grasp, falling into the darkness below. With this, finally, all the candidates have gathered. With this, finally, all the candidates have gathered. He sits before a chessboard, the pieces scattered except for the king, queen, and bishop. He clasps his hands together, a faint smile playing on his lips. It's finally starting to flow. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, declaring, "The time of the world that I created." The sky above shifts, as the booming voice continues, "Has come." A cart rumbles along the dusty ground, pulled towards an unknown destination. The cart rumbles along, pulled by what appears to be a giant ball of fluff. The fluffy creature pulling the cart is identified as Emokiko, and its specialty is, apparently, cuteness. And, the journey continues, the protagonist gripping the reins. Dukpal Guak Willius II, age 86, is a coachman of an Emokiko wagon. His peaceful life, however, is about to be threatened once more. The reason for the threat to his peaceful life falls back to 30 minutes prior, when he was grooming his Emokiko. "Hey geezer. Give us a ride." Hearing the rude request, Dukpal pauses, muttering, "What, who is it?" "You greenhorn youngin'. Don't you have a grandfather as well?" Dukpal's eyes widen in surprise. He exclaims, clearly taken aback by something. The young child, dragging Dukpal by the hair, flatly states, "Me? No, I don't." A voice booms from behind,
asking, "Why, is it bad if I don't have one?" Dukpal, flustered, waves his hands, stammering, "And no, it's not bad. I don't have one either. Please come on board." Suddenly, a gruff voice cuts through the air, "Oi, geezer." Another voice wonders aloud, "Is she holding a corpse?" A voice booms, "You were thinking of something else just now, weren't you? Can't you even drive correctly?" The old man, sweating and bound, stammers, I apologize." An enraged voice booms from behind, "That disrespectful little brat, if I was only 50 years younger I'd dash." Another voice shouts, "Hey, hey! Wake up already!" The girl gasps, "Ah." The old man is knocked back, a bright flash emanating from the point of impact. Tears stream down the old man's face as he stammers, "Is it this way? Ah, it got twisted. Let's just leave them be." Her eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. Her thoughts crystallize, "This bastard. He hasn't moved a muscle since he fainted." She pokes him tentatively, a chilling question forming in her mind, "Is he dead?" He remains unconscious, but a voice echoes, seemingly unconcerned, "Well, it doesn't really matter to me if he died or not, but what's going to happen to me now? Is Arthur Nim going to come and pick me up?" Suddenly, a furious yell erupts as someone shouts, "Spicy stir-fried squid with rice." A bewildered cry follows, What the hell?" A voice cuts through the chaos, asking pointedly, "So, you don't remember anything?" The camera focuses on the back of someone's head, their spiky black hair contrasting with the pale skin above. The boy with the spiky black hair clutches his head, admitting, "Why, after I grabbed your hand I don't really remember anything that happened afterward." A sharp voice retorts, "Damn, you really are useless, aren't you?" Despite his memory loss, the boy recalls, But I do remember that you were exerting some kind of incredible power. Like a force field or something." The blonde-haired girl retorts, Yeah, but if you don't remember how you did it then all that effort trying to butter me up is useless, you know?" The boy can only stammer, I am sorry." Her eyes narrow, a thought bubble revealing her suspicion, was it really just luck? No, it's not possible that it was just a lucky break, she thinks, convinced. There's no way someone can wield me with just pure luck. She also thinks Hyo Seol-jin looks incredibly stupid. That bastard, in the midst of all that, she thinks, her eyes widening. He didn't. Her eyes widen as she realizes the scale of what he's done. One man managed to kill everyone. He perfectly utilized Arthur Nim's power, a voice declares. Her eyes widen further as she exclaims, "Oh, that's right. I do remember one more thing." But then, a voice demands, "What, really?" Hesitantly, she begins, It's not really anything important." "Anything's fine, so stop mumbling and say it out loud," he demands, his patience wearing thin. At that moment, the scene shifts to a closer view of the two, the boy looking up with wide eyes. "Thanks for trusting me," the boy says, a slight blush rising on his cheeks. His golden eyes widen slightly, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. He starts to stutter, struggling to find the right words. X. Skull. It's Excalibur. Dumbass, can't you even memorize my name? The voice booms. The other man stammers a response, and no. I didn't forget your name, but it's too cringy to say it out loud. An ominous voice cuts in, promising retribution. Loudmouthed brats, just wait until we enter the village. The man retorts that his name is too cringy to say out loud, insisting the other's name is weirder. But my mom gave me my name, he whines, as the other snaps back, shut your trap. His eyes widen in shock. Oh my god, he exclaims. Suddenly, he shouts for the other to wait, spotting something in the distance. Look over there, he cries, adding, I don't want to hear it. If you didn't want to get hit then you shouldn't have fooled around. That's not what I'm saying? This isn't the time to be arguing like this, he shouts, frustration evident in his tone. Eyes wide with disbelief, he demands, what the hell are you talking about? Before them looms a colossal tower, dwarfing the surrounding city. Oh. The realization dawns on him as he sees the line of people bowing before a distant structure. The camera pans out, revealing the tower is at the center of a walled city, the village of entry. Ah! He utters, stepping through the city gate. His eyes widen as he realizes the gravity of the situation. We're fucked. His face contorts in horror, sweat beading on his brow. Despair washes over him as he stares at the meager supplies. These are all of the materials that I have. He thinks, his mind racing. What am I going to do? Clutching his head in frustration, he wonders, should I get a part-time job? I've never gotten one before though. Do they accept minors too? An ahem breaks his train of thought. What? You stole all of the money from those thieves? He hears. A cheerful voice confirms, that's exactly what I'm saying. Eyes wide with disbelief at the hoard of gold, he exclaims, wow, what's all this? We don't have to worry about money anymore. He continues, praising, damn, there really is no one like you, Miss Excalibur. I can't believe that you thought of such a sick plan like this. A voice responds confidently, of course I did. Arms crossed, Miss Excalibur declares, from now on, listen closely to what this big sis tells you to do, is what I'm saying. He stammers, I don't have any complaints. Planning their next move, Miss Excalibur suggests, good, then first, when we get into the village, let's go get a NSE and warm rice soup. Suddenly, an urgent voice interrupts, exclaiming it's them. An officer, face set in a stern expression, is urged to action. Please hurry and arrest them, officer sir. Pointing an accusing finger, the girl cries out, they're the ones who threatened me. A line of officers, identified by the word officer on their armbands, stand ready to apprehend the accused. WH what? A voice exclaims, clearly taken aback by the sudden accusation. What do you mean I threatened you? She shouts, clearly outraged by the accusation. All I did was ask for a favor, and you're the one who accepted my favor, geezer. Excuse me. I was passed out when this happened. I'm a victim too, he stammers, sweat beading on his face. But the woman is not buying it, retorting with a furious, you fucking bastard. The man stares silently, a speech bubble indicating he is lost for words. In the distance, the others are being pulled away in a cart by a fluffy creature. There's no use in feigning innocence. You two are in cahoots, she accuses, grabbing the man's collar. There's no use in feigning innocence. You two are in cahoots, she shouts, grabbing him by the collar. Holding up a wanted poster, she declares, this wanted paper is evidence. She accuses them of belonging to the notorious Red Hood Guild. You two, you're all in the notorious Red Hood Guild, right? The old man retorts, do you think that I wouldn't know? You little greenhorn brats. In response, the red-hooded figure shouts back, the hell are you talking about, geezer? The fluffy creature stammers, she's right. We're not related to that guild in any shape or form. Suddenly, a realization dawns on the fluffy creature, and he utters, Suddenly, the old man's eyes widen as he exclaims, I knew that those capes looked familiar. You thief guild members, today's the day you're getting busted, booms a voice. The booming voice commands, all units, surround them. The thief guild members are surrounded, their wide eyes revealing their shock. TCH, she clicks her tongue, clearly annoyed by their predicament. The young boy beside her looks equally distressed by the sudden turn of events. The young boy's eyes widen in disbelief. Ha! Ha! He stammers, clearly caught off guard. From their vantage point, the pair now overlooks a vast courtyard, a strange, disc-like structure dominating the landscape. Affirmative. The response hangs in the air, leaving the pair to wonder what it means. Standing with arms crossed, a figure looms, their face obscured in shadow. A strange sound echoes as the character looks on in confusion. Huh, he mutters, his eyes wide with bewilderment. Turning to the commotion, the character wonders aloud, what's going on over there? Another voice chimes in, I'm not sure, looks like some criminals appeared? Seriously? My legs are cramping over here too, how annoying. A voice complains. If you're going to arrest them then hurry up and do so please, the character demands impatiently. Muttering to himself, he adds, they don't even know what's going on. Hyo Seol Jin. The character mutters, then wonders if he's having a mental breakdown and trying to run away again.
A sudden, violent attack sends the character reeling. Ah fuck. That scared me, he exclaims, clearly startled by the unexpected assault. Despite the recent attack, he grins widely, tears welling in his eyes. I can't run away, he declares. Despite his fear, he steels his resolve. That's right, I've decided not to run away, he declares. Though he admits, to be honest, I really just want to get the fuck out of here, but I have to suppress it. He realizes, since we're getting surrounded because we were mistaken for wanted criminals in the first place. But he hopes, if we explain our situation, then they'll understand and everything will be alright. An officer, spear in hand, shouts, "Hey, you two! Put your hands above your heads and get out of the wagon." A voice from the wagon replies with a nervous, "Yes sir." He reassures Excalibur, Don't worry. Excalibur. I have a plan. He continues, I know that this might be scary, but just trust and listen to me. The wagon collapses, splintering into pieces. The enemy recoils, exclaiming, "Eh?" Excalibur is sent flying. Today's the day that all of you are getting wrecked, he shouts, furious. Do you even know who I am, daring to set me up and trying to frame me? He continues his rant, promising, I'll pull out all your teeth and make a xylophone out of them. His rage seems to falter as he clutches his head. Her attitude. He mutters, realizing, trying to reason with them is futile now. The title card flashes, player. The screen flashes the title, player. Ha! The warrior roars, his attack landing squarely, sending his opponents flying with a pained, "Kuhuk." That's one down, he declares, his confidence growing with each fallen foe. That's one down, he declares, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He lies defeated, but a voice echoes, as I expected. It's not the same as before, but my physical strength is back. Even without Arthur Nim's power, he declares, I can take care of small fries like them. He then challenges the approaching soldiers, come at me. He rallies the troops, shouting, do not be afraid. They aren't even on the list of players anyways. All units, subdue them. Why yes sir, comes the immediate, eager reply. Player, one of the soldiers wonders aloud, realizing, it must be that thing that Arthur Nim called Heo Seal Jean. The order rings out, catch her. Standing over a fallen soldier, Heo Seal Jean declares, I don't know what that player thing is, but let me teach you all one thing. I'm stronger. A monstrous transformation overwhelms her, leaving the soldiers in stunned disbelief. The transformation complete, the cloak now obscures her face. The cloak is blocking my face, she exclaims, seemingly disoriented by her own power. I in front of you, she manages to stammer. The spear pierces through the soldiers, an explosion of force erupting as they cry out, Kuk. With a sharp hop, he thrusts the spear forward. The spear cuts through the air, leaving a swirling vortex in its wake. His face contorts in pain as the spear finds its mark. The spear pierces his skin. Uak, he cries out, reeling from the force of the blow. Despite the blow, a voice muses, they're way weaker than what I assumed them to be. I don't see anyone who's like that big red jerk. If it continues at a pace like this, we should be able to rise up to first rank easier than I thought, he muses, a glint of ambition in his eyes. Suddenly, the ambitious musing is cut short. A thought bubble appears above him, huh? What are those bastards doing? The urgency is palpable as one soldier barks, hurry. Bring Sir Ran here, quickly. Another responds with a curt, understood. Suddenly, a soldier shouts, hurry. Bring Sir Ran here, quickly. Another responds with a curt, understood. A flurry of attacks erupts, scattering soldiers in a chaotic blast. Amidst the chaos, a soldier cries out in shock, Kuhyuk? Who's this Ran fellow? Try to bring him over here, he commands, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. His opponent lies prone, taunting, if you can move after this I mean. His opponent cries out, Ack, my tongue. Another voice shouts, wait. Look. Eskull. A warning cry rings out, watch out, Liber. But Liber, looking back, can only think, what? A blade flashes, cutting through the air. He descends, blade poised to strike. His eyes widen as the glowing blade descends towards him. The glowing blade approaches, reflected in his wide, terrified eyes. He grits his teeth, a desperate cry escaping his lips, "Liber!" A deafening crack echoes as the blade strikes. The attack lands, a sharp crack echoing as the blade connects. A blinding flash erupts. His eyes widen as the blade glows with immense power. "Hey, who told you that you can call me over without my permission?" he demands, visibly annoyed. "Are you thinking, by any chance, that you just saved me or something?" He continues, "I knew that he was coming at me from behind as well, you know? I could have handled that?" "No, you couldn't have handled that," a voice retorts. "Ho, you're talking back to me now? What could a loser like you possibly know?" He sneers, his face contorted in anger. The response is immediate, "Because I'm a loser, I know." He asks, "Do you know what's the most important quality that a loser needs to have?" The other replies with a single, defiant word, "What?" "Awareness," he states, his brow furrowed with intensity. He continues, "Just like how prey avoid catching the eyes of their predators." A flashback begins, as he thinks, "I've always watched out for the most dangerous guys in my classroom. And my awareness that I possess as a loser is telling me that there are even more dangerous guys out there." His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The realization hits him hard, that guy is dangerous. The hero stares up in disbelief. "That guy is dangerous," he exclaims, dwarfed by the massive figure looming over him. "Ah." He mutters, then, steeling himself, he says, "Okay." A flicker of resolve hardens his expression. His golden eyes narrow, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. He questions, a hint of doubt creeping into his voice. He spots something in the distance, his expression shifting to curiosity. "What is that?" he wonders aloud. "Did I miss?" he questions, a plume of golden energy dissipating as a voice confirms, "Affirmative." Panic erupts as the crowd scatters. Sir Ran is fighting. "Run away," they shout. A determined look settles on his face. "I will not miss next time," he vows. The system displays Ran's class, Defender. He is identified as a player. A rumble echoes as the ground splits. "Whoa!" a voice exclaims, followed by a question, "Did he just split the ground with a strip of cloth?" A voice booms, taunting, "Hey, don't get cold feet. Didn't I tell you to pay close attention? Did you get freaked out?" Ran stammers, wide-eyed, "Huh? No, I didn't. I didn't get freaked out." "Watch out for that cloth, Hyo Seol-jin," a warning shouts. The voice continues, grimly observing, "If that's what happens when he swings, then if you get hit, it's game over." Despite his earlier bravado, Ran's face contorts in fear. "Anyone would know that after seeing it," he shouts, finally admitting, "I'm fucking scared." Despite his fear, Ran steels himself. "But I can't run away. I need to fight back," he declares, then immediately questions, "Anyways, why's Excalibur so heavy?" Straining under the sword's weight, Ran struggles to remain upright. "Even standing is hard," he exclaims, then wonders, "How did Arthur Nim swing this around without any effort?" Ran's eyes widen, a realization dawning. "Wait," he starts to say. Suddenly, a voice booms, "Hyo Seol-jin, right now, at your current level, you can only use me up for at most 2 minutes. Stop hesitating and use me." Hyo Seol-jin hesitates, sweat beading on his brow. "But, do we have to fight?" he asks. The voice continues, enraged, "What? Why? If you're saying that you're scared of fighting after everything that we've been through so far." Hyo Seol-jin's face flushes red as he insists, "It's true that I'm scared to fight, but that's not what I'm saying right now." He continues, questioning if they even have a choice. "I'm asking if we don't have a choice but to fight." "What the hell are you saying?" the voice demands. Hyo Seol-jin, gripping his sword tightly, begins to explain himself. "I'm saying," Hyo Seol-jin continues, revealing their primary objective, "Our first priority is to climb up that tower and find the first rank, Nagi." He then warns, "If we fight right now, then it's going to be hard to even enter that city surrounding the tower. He continues, furthermore, even if by a stroke of luck we manage to defeat that guy named Ran. The stakes are high, he realizes. If I lose consciousness after defeating him, then it's game over. Hyo Seol-jin, visibly strained, is asked, then what do you want to do? Continue to stand still like this until you pass out? Suddenly, a realization dawns on him. That's. Hyo Seol-jin's eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his features. Affirmative. Hyo Seol-jin's declaration hangs in the air, followed by a sudden, sharp sound. A booming voice echoes, Hyo Seol-jin, in front of you. A colossal, glowing hand looms, poised to strike. The booming voice continues, listing his offenses. The names of your indictments include attacking the gates with the enforcement of the law, and attempted homicide. Hyo Seol-jin's eyes widen in alarm as the accusations mount. Suddenly, a thought interrupts the accusations, a large hand? Hyo Seol-jin's eyes widen in disbelief as something hurtles towards him. He exclaims, caught completely off guard. A sword descends with incredible speed, poised to strike. Hyo Seol-jin cries out, "Ag," as the blade hurtles towards him. The blade strikes, but instead of flesh, it meets resistance. Cloth, he exclaims in disbelief. His golden eyes narrowed, he declares, you two are not to be given the right to plead innocence, therefore. Given the situation that you resist, he continues, with the verdict of player Ran, a death penalty will be executed. Given the situation that you resist, a voice booms. With the verdict of player Ran, the world seems to shift. The man's eyes narrow. A death penalty will be executed. His face contorts in fear, the sound of a heartbeat echoing around him. He raises his cape, preparing to face whatever awaits. His golden eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his features. He braces himself against an unseen force, his grip tightening on the ornate sword. With a powerful step, he plants his feet firmly on the ground. Tears stream down his face as he realizes he's different. His gaze narrows, fixated on a single figure. The only one who I can see in my line of vision is that man. The world seems to fade away, leaving only him and his opponent. It's as if we're the last remaining people in the world. Eyes wide with shock, he realizes, so this is a person one who climbs up the tower. The sheer presence of his opponent overwhelms him. Suddenly, the word player explodes onto the scene. The title, player, bursts onto the scene, a stark declaration. Are you all right, Hyo Seol-jin? A voice calls out. He lies prone, utterly defeated. I can't even move a muscle. He grits his teeth, a surge of power coursing through him. With renewed strength, he launches himself back into the fray. Suddenly, a wave of realization washes over him. I warned you not to resist, the figure declares, their power seemingly overwhelming. With a surge of power, the figure declares, I shall proceed to punish you according to the regulations. Hyo Seol-jin, the figure shouts, lunging forward with his blade. I know, comes the reply. That's right. This isn't the time to worry about every single little thing, he thinks, steeling himself. If it continues like this, we're dead. A glint in his eye, he realizes, there's no other choice but to retaliate. With a fierce yell, he channels energy into his blade. A blinding light erupts from the sword as he prepares to strike. Yes, just like that, a voice booms. What, he mutters, a look of disbelief washing over his face as a voice suddenly booms, yes, just like that. Energy crackles around him as he wonders, is this power? Power surges through him as he exclaims, my body's overflowing with power. He grits his teeth, overwhelmed by the surge. So this is the power of God that Liber was talking about. I'm positive, he declares, the surge of power coursing through him. With this, we can win. Sword crackling with energy, he pauses, a confused ha escaping his lips as he notices something in the distance. His confusion deepens as he spots people in the distance. What, why are there still people over there? He exclaims, a chilling realization dawning. Could it be that they couldn't escape in time? Suddenly, a voice booms out, questioning his actions. What are you doing, Hyo Seol-jin?
Why'd you lose power on your grip? Hyo Seol-jin is sent flying, a voice berating his indecisiveness. Before you get killed by that guy, do you want to get killed by me first? Ha! Hyo Seol-jin is sent hurtling through the air.
Hyo Seol-jin flies through the air, a question forming in his mind.
Affirmative.
I am not sure about what those two are doing, but, a voice comments, as Hyo Seol-jin continues to fly through the air. The voice declares, you two have lost your last chance at victory. Hyo Seol-jin continues to plummet, as a speech bubble conveys a sense of alarm. Hyo Seol-jin's opponent prepares to strike with his sword, as a cry of alarm pierces the air.
Hyo Seol-jin cries out as the blow lands. Cook!
The force of the blow sends Hyo Seol-jin flying backwards amidst a cloud of dust and debris.
As Hyo Seol-jin is sent hurtling away, one of the onlookers exclaims, "Whoa, that looks damn painful." Another wonders aloud, did he just die? Standing firm, the figure declares, as I suspected, you two are dangerous.
The pair lies amidst the wreckage, seemingly unharmed. Even falling from a height like this, you survived, a voice observes. The pair remains on the ground, surrounded by debris. A fist connects with a sickening crack. She descends from above, declaring, next, I'm coming.
He lies face down in the dirt, defeated.
I was careless, she admits, her eyes narrowed with frustration.
I didn't know that things would
turn out this way, she exclaims, her voice filled with disbelief.
With a burst of power, she launches herself forward, enveloped in a swirling vortex of energy.
A guttural cry escapes her lips as she collides with an unseen force.
A blinding flash erupts, obscuring everything.
Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. Fluffball, she questions, the name hanging in the air.
A fluffy, cloud-like creature stands before her.
A massive impact shakes the ground. Dazed, she sits up, her eyes wide with shock. A man lies unconscious beside her.
"Emo," a voice calls out. A blast of energy erupts in the distance. His eyes widening, he mutters, "Emo Kikeo?" He then angrily questions why an intelligent beast would interfere.
What the heck, did the Emo Kikeo just shield those two, he exclaims, bewildered by the beast's actions. He wonders aloud why such a docile creature would interfere in a fight, confessing he's never seen anything like it.
Then, what's going to happen? Are they going to keep fighting? One asks, questioning the sudden shift. Another wonders what's up with the change in atmosphere. Someone else declares that even for Sir Ran, attacking a Emo Kikeo is crossing the line.
Sir Ran's gaze narrows, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation. A surge of energy erupts, the air shimmering with intense heat. An ugh escapes the character as their opponent unleashes a fiery attack. His eyes widen, the fiery attack clearly taking its toll. The opponent stands over him, a look of determination etched on their face as the hero lies defeated on the cracked earth.
"Emo," a voice calls out. A voice calls out, "Emo." TCH.
A sound of annoyance breaks the silence. Emo, a voice cries out as the figure is sent flying by a blast of energy.
The force of the blast sends Emo hurtling through the air. As Emo is sent flying, a voice declares, "Lock them up. We will punish them according to the regulations." As Emo flies through the air, two guards respond with a shaky, "Why yes sir." Emo and his companion now find themselves behind bars. The city sprawls beneath them, a mix of modern towers and older, more traditional buildings. Laughter erupts, followed by a voice demanding, "What's up with that?" The man is asked, "Emo Kiko obstructed you and protected the criminals?" He responds, "It is the truth." The questions fly, "Did you mistake innocent people as criminals and beat them up again? Do you think that the Emo Kiko tribe would protect villains?"
But the man insists, the fact that they attacked the gates is still true.
He then adds, "Also, please take a look at this." He presents a peculiar necktie.
One of them was wearing this necktie, he states, continuing, putting aside the different material used for the cloth, I have never seen hemming like this before. I am positive that he is a suspicious person. The protagonist's eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition in his gaze. He mutters, seemingly piecing something together. Suddenly, the protagonist exclaims, "Ha! I can't believe it. I knew that I had seen that necktie before." Another man then inquires, "Is there anyone who comes to mind, sir?" He asks Ran, "Do you remember, Ran? The guy who got past Nagi's absolute domain." A realization dawns on him, can it be that that person is? A sinister smile spreads across his face, hinting at the realization he's come to. That's right, he confirms, the realization now solidifying in his mind. Now certain of his next move, he declares, "I think that I need to meet this guy in person." The screen now displays the profile of Dean, a swordsman ranked number 2. A new day begins. The gates of a formidable building loom ahead. Two fluffy creatures peer over the wall, their eyes wide with curiosity. Inside, two figures sit dejectedly on the floor, light filtering through barred windows. Inside the dungeon, one of the figures remarks, "The security is pretty lax in this dungeon, isn't it?" One of them exclaims, "You were pretty amazing back there. Exactly how many people did you take on?" Another voice chimes in, "Ran was his name, right? Players aren't that much of a big deal, are they?" Regret hangs in the air as a third voice laments, "If only I pulled off our attack, then we definitely would have won." A stern quiet echoes through the dungeon. A sigh escapes him, cutting off the chatter. Sweat drips down his face, a clear sign of the pressure he's under. He realizes, yup, she's definitely pissed off. His own dire situation dawns on him, "I'm fucked." He continues, admitting, "Well, I don't blame her. If I was in her shoes, I'd be hella pissed too." Clenching his fists, he laments, "If only I didn't hesitate back then we would have won. I'm such a pathetic bastard," he cries, then screams, "Die, just die." Suddenly, a voice cuts through his rage. "Hey!" Startled, he stammers, "Why yes?" A voice then whispers, "I'm sorry." The girl sits hunched over, her hand pressed against her head in distress. He lies face down on the ground, unmoving. His eyes widen in confusion, a question forming in his mind. He stammers, "Why you're sorry? Did you just apologize?" A further question follows, directed at her, "You? To me? Why?" Lying on the ground, she questions, "Are you faking it? So that you can beat me up when I let down my guard?" She explains, "I'm just admitting what I did wrong and trying to move on." The apology continues, "I am the one who initiated the fight and dragged us both into this mess, so, therefore, I am apologizing." She demands, "You're listening, right?" A defeated "Yes, ma'am," is the reply. He retorts, "And I have no intention to just verbally say sorry and move on. I'll properly take responsibility." But then, a confused "huh" escapes him. She points to her cheek, stating matter-of-factly, "Here. Hit me." He questions, "Me? Hit you?" She simply responds, "Yeah." He's clearly bewildered by her request. What is she saying? Is her head filled with only muscle and violence or something? He wonders, finally understanding, so this is why she keeps recklessly plunging forward without any thought or consideration. His eyes widen in disbelief. An exclamation mark punctuates the air, amplifying his shock. Her eyes lock onto something, and she shouts a name, "Liber." He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "Let me call you Liber. Excalibur is too long of a name for me to pronounce correctly in an urgent situation," he explains, justifying the nickname. He proposes a nickname, hoping to avoid a fight. "So, instead of me hitting you, let me call you Liber instead, is that okay?" He wonders aloud, suddenly insecure about his suggestion. Does it sound weird?" "Whatever," comes the dismissive reply. He continues, "I don't really care about how you address me, so do whatever you want." The protagonist, surprised, can only respond with "Ah, really?" But more importantly, he declares, VIP. Tap. "I think that it's about time that we bust out of this place." With a determined grin, she declares, "I think that it's about time that we bust out of this place." The title card flashes, "Player." The screen fades to white as the title card appears.
The scene opens on a building with guards in blue uniforms standing watch.
The guards stand watch outside a barred gate, the silence broken only by their heavy breathing. A voice cuts through the silence, observing, "It seems like your job is taking quite a toll on you." A sudden gasp escapes one of the guards, his eyes wide with shock.
"As Sir Ran."
"And even Sir Dean," he stammers, clearly taken aback by their presence.
An enraged voice booms, demanding, "What do you mean by even, you bastards?"
Two guards, heads bowed against the bars, stammer, "We deeply apologize. Without even knowing it, we suddenly just started to nod off." Trying to defuse the situation, the protagonist replies, it's fine, that just shows how peaceful it is around here now, right?" His face contorted in fury, the man thinks, the only thing that's peaceful right now may be their heads instead. A written apology and an explanation won't be enough to save them.
We are so screwed.
He redirects the conversation, asking, instead of that, about the guys who you all caught at the gates.
"Ah, yes, Sir Dean," a voice exclaims. The speaker's voice is cut off abruptly. "Those bastards are."
His eyes widen in horror, uttering a single, stunned "oh."
The wall explodes outward, a blinding light pouring through the newly formed hole.
Through the hole, figures appear, begging, "Please, kill us." Someone marvels at the size of the opening they created. Someone is impressed by the scale of the destruction, remarking on such a large opening. He stares at the opening, muttering, but to create a commotion on such scale is no different than asking to be chased down and caught, he realizes, seemingly unconcerned despite the scale of the destruction he caused. "Liliber, can't you go a little slower?" the man groans, clearly struggling. "Moving so fast after using my strength is, irk." His face contorted in rage, Liber unleashes a devastating attack. His fist connects with a resounding thwack. The force of the blow sends him reeling backward, a look of shock etched on his face. His eyes widen in disbelief. "What the hell is this?" he exclaims, struggling against a sudden, inexplicable weight. "All of a sudden, my body weight just..."
His unfinished question hangs in the air, "What's the Prince of Dash?"
His face contorted in pain, he struggles to understand what's happening.
"What's the principle behind this?" he shouts, then wonders, "Did my body become heavier?"
"No, I can move my hand just fine," he exclaims, testing his mobility.
Then, a realization dawns on him, that means. His eyes narrow, realizing the truth. The things that got heavier are. His gaze remains fixed, the realization solidifying. The things that got heavier are.
"My clothes," he exclaims, the realization hitting him hard. He clenches his fists, a surge of understanding washing over him.
Above, his opponent plummets downward.
His opponent smirks, declaring, "Give it up.
I have already marked your clothes."
He continues, stating that they will all be under his control for at least half the day. Despite the opponent's claims, he grits his teeth, declaring, "We are not bandits." He insists that the only reason they came was to climb the tower. He repeats his reasoning, the words hanging heavy in the air, "in order to climb the tower." A boot presses down near his head as a voice booms, "This place has been sought out by over dozens of people like you, drawn in by the sparkle of the heavenly tower like insects. However, if what you say is true and you want to rise up the tower, then there is all the more reason for you to give up," the voice declares. The figure on the ground glares back, defiance etched on their face.
"You.
The tower is a place filled with players like myself," the voice continues. The figure towers over the two defeated opponents.
"To you two who aren't even a match for me.
It is impossible to climb up the tower," the voice declares, crushing any hope of ascent.
Defeated, he lies on the ground, sweat dripping from his brow.
Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring, "Okay, let's stop right there." The other fighter kneels, looking down at him. The boy on the ground stares back, a mixture of surprise and apprehension etched on his face.
The question hangs in the air, "Are you Hyo Seol-jin?"
A sinister grin spreads across his face as he asks, "Are you Hyo Seol-jin?" He pales, sweat beading on his brow.
"By any chance, are you?"
His eyes widen in dawning horror.
"That guy from back then?"
The figure's voice rings out, a familiar greeting laced with menace.
Nice to see you again.
Towering over him, the figure smirks.
Nice to see you again.
His eyes widen in shock as the figure looming over him declares, "My name is Dean." Suddenly, a booming voice declares, "The king of the village of entry." "My name is Dean," a voice declares, as a sprawling city dominated by a towering central spire comes into view. The voice booms, declaring, "The king of the village of entry."
Dean stares down, a grimace twisting his features.
The so-called king looms over Dean, who lies prone on the ground.
This is bad, he thinks, sweat dripping from his brow.
Even dealing with one of them had them by the ropes, but another player joined the fray.
Straining against some unseen force, Dean grits his teeth, demanding, "What are you planning to do with us?" He then realizes, ugh.
I use too much strength, my body is. A heavy thud echoes. Dean realizes, too late, that he's pushed himself too far.
Ugh.
I use too much strength, my body is.
A defeated sigh escapes Dean as he lies prone.
A sinister smile creeps across Dean's face as he wonders aloud, "What am I planning to do with you all?"
Dean lies still, seemingly unconscious.
Dean remains still, but a woman begins brushing his hair while another prepares to feed him.
Suddenly, Dean's thoughts interrupt the scene. What the hell is this situation? As if in response, a woman offers him food, saying, "Please say ah."
"Look how good-looking you are after your hair got brushed back," one of the women coos. Meanwhile, two children call out big bro, but Dean's inner thoughts cut through the saccharine scene, "You look stupid."
Another voice breaks through the saccharine atmosphere, asking, "Where are you from, big bro?" But the saccharine atmosphere is shattered by Dean's inner monologue, "Even your clothes look stupid." His face contorts in anger as he thinks, "Ha?
You little."
Dean's eyes widen in disbelief. "El Liber? You were next to me. What's going on? And where are we?" Dean exclaims, utterly bewildered. Liber, equally lost, admits, "You don't know either?" "I don't know anymore." "What are you saying? This isn't the time to be like this. We need to escape from those monsters as quickly as possible."
Dean's warning is cut short by a chilling question. "By monsters, do you mean me?" the unseen figure asks, leaving Dean aghast.
Silence hangs heavy in the air.
Dean stares, wide-eyed, at the figure before him, sweat beading on his brow. The figure's voice booms, cutting through the silence.
"If you're awake, then follow me."
A strange energy crackles around the figure.
His gaze remains fixed, awaiting Dean's decision. "Sir Dean is waiting," the text declares. The boy looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face.
"Sir Dean is waiting for you," the disembodied voice repeats.
Ascending the staircase, the boy follows the woman toward Sir Dean.
They continue up the grand staircase, the anticipation of meeting Sir Dean growing with each step. Just until a moment ago he was beating the hell out of us, but now, he's not even looking at us. The shift in demeanor is unsettling.
The staircase seems endless.
"How much further do we need to go up?" he asks, his voice laced with exhaustion.
"And Liber, that bastard.
Why didn't she come with us?" he fumes, clearly frustrated by her absence.
"Without Liber, I'm just a normal, powerless high schooler."
Suddenly, a voice declares, "We have arrived."
The exhausted protagonist, eyes wide, responds with a surprised, "Yes sir." A voice commands, "Go in." The protagonist is ordered to enter. He reaches for the door, a faint creak echoing as he begins to push it open.
His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips as he takes in the sight before him.
Ah!
The room opens up to a blinding light, revealing a figure seated before a window. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, "You're here, Hyosi Aljin." The camera pans down, the darkness emphasizing the sinister intent.
"Damn, you all really surprised me back there."
The voice, though seemingly calm, hints at a dangerous undercurrent. "Breaking a hole in our walls and fainting all of a sudden as soon as you got caught," the first figure states.
The second figure stammers, I am sorry about the hole."
His expression unreadable, the figure states, "It's not an easy wall to break a hole through though."
His eyes widening, the figure asks, "Did you break through Nagi's absolute domain using that skill too?"
The figure pauses, his shock palpable. Grasping his own arm, he grits his teeth as he realizes, your weakness must be fainting after using the skill.
The figure demands, "What kind of a skill is it?"
A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he looms over his opponent.
A blade flashes, poised to strike.
The blade slices through flesh.
Struck, he wonders, how do I reply? Do I tell him the truth?
He reconsiders, realizing, it probably wasn't a bluff when he said that he's the king of the village.
If that wasn't true, there's no reason Ran would follow him. He realizes the stakes are high, thinking, if I give an evasive answer and end up getting animosity, it's over.
Weighing his options, he concludes, telling him the truth might be the best option.
But a new question arises, but is it okay to tell him the truth?
He hesitates, knowing that the source of my skill is from a god author Nim.
He worries, realizing there's a possibility that he won't even believe me. He reaches out, grabbing the protagonist's face. "Why are you tensing up so much? If you don't want to talk, then that's fine." He stammers, the protagonist questioning, Is that really okay? Why wouldn't it be okay?
Before becoming a player, it's common for you to hide your skill, he explains.
The protagonist, however, immediately questions, "Then, why did you ask me?"
"Because I was curious," he replies, seemingly nonchalant. The protagonist, flustered, can only think, this guy. Then why'd you want to see me?" the protagonist asks, clearly confused by the other's behavior.
"Ah, that's right.
I had that thing left," he exclaims, a sudden realization dawning on him.
The other man suddenly declares, "Here, take it. It's something that we confiscated from you."
He looks down at the items in his hands, a phone, a pen, and a red cloth.
A sudden realization hits him. By any chance, by giving me this back, are you saying that we're..."
He begins to ask, a flicker of hope in his eyes.
"Yup," comes the immediate reply.
The words ring out, "Your innocence has been proven."
Overjoyed, he exclaims, "Thank goodness." The Amokiko coachman sought them out, declaring that you two weren't members of Red Hood. "I don't know either," he admits.
He said something along the lines of his companions being safe thanks to you too.
Then, a gasp escapes him, "Ah."
The coachman continues, relaying the man's words, "After he sought you two out in order to spread the truth, he ran away." The protagonist is left speechless, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief.
"Ha ha ha." He chuckles, seemingly unnerved by the revelation. But then, a flicker of suspicion crosses his face. I see. Then, those people." He begins, realization dawning on him.
A sinister smile spreads across his face as he concludes, "My actions weren't in vain."
His fist clenches, a realization hitting him. My hesitation saved someone.
He looks up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. A blush creeps across his face as he looks toward the other man. "Hyo-sealjin," he mutters, a glimmer of hope returning.
"If it's him, then maybe." "You said that you wanted to climb up the tower, right, Hyo-sealjin?" a voice asks. He responds, Yes."
The figure looms over him, partially silhouetted. The figure, looming large, states, "I want to ask the reason why."
The figure demands, "Will you give me an answer?"
A sinister smile spreads across his face as he awaits an answer. He presses the question, demanding to know about why you want to go up the tower. He stands, awaiting the answer to his probing question. The man wonders why he even asked, as the response comes, "My goal is..."
As if I was being led by something, the me from back then.
He finishes, the revelation hanging heavy in the air.
"Want to see Rancor," the man states, his gaze intense. "Defeating Nagi," the man declares, setting a clear objective. "The first Rancor is the answer." He admits, "I ended up answering his question."
The figure's red eyes glint with determination as he faces forward, ready to confront the challenge ahead. His goal is clear, "My goal is defeating Nagi." Standing before him is the first Rancor. The first Rancor's eyes are shown. The first ranker bows his head slightly, his expression unreadable.
The first ranker remains silent, the ellipses hinting at a deeper contemplation. The title player appears, emblazoned in striking blue.
The player stands before a blinding light, a stark contrast to the shadowed figure observing him. The player looks down, a flicker of doubt crossing his face.
"Sealjin, my boy," the shadowed figure states. A nervous "why yes sir" is the reply. The figure requests, "Will you look outside the window for me?" Sealjin's eye widens in shock, a gasp escaping his lips.
A speech bubble appears, but the words are obscured. The camera pans up, revealing a massive, ornate tower dominating the cityscape. A sound effect, "wong," echoes through the city.
"Whoa!"
One of them breathes, eyes wide with surprise.
"Do you see those tall buildings inside that fence?" he asks, drawing attention to a detail that could be crucial. The buildings, it's revealed, are mostly under the control of Guild Avalon.
The buildings are under the control of the guild which Nagi directly commands.
"Isn't it a sight for sore eyes?" a voice declares. His eyes widen, taking in the scene before him.
"All of that," he exclaims, clearly overwhelmed by the scale of what he's witnessing.
That's when he realized the true meaning behind my declaration. Nagi.
By saying that my goal is to defeat her. It was not only directed towards her, the text reads, as the figure stands on a rocky outcrop against a backdrop of ominous red. A crowd of figures surrounds him, their forms indistinct against the ominous red sky. The text continues, stating the attack was, but also towards everything else which surrounds her.
The text booms, a declaration of war.
His face contorts with fury. A low, guttural growl rumbles from his throat. The declaration hangs heavy in the air as doubt creeps in.
Will I be able to do it, he wonders. The question echoes, me? The doubt intensifies. Someone who couldn't even do anything back in a small society like school.
He thinks, the words echoing his deepest insecurities.
The thought continues to plague him, someone like me.
The voice continues, a disembodied presence looming over him. It looks like you're in need of some strong assurance.
A sharp intake of breath escapes him, He declares, whatever. All right, I've decided.
Suddenly, he's hoisted onto someone's shoulders, his eyes widening in surprise. "Sir Dean," he exclaims, just as a voice declares from below, "I'll help." A determined grin spreads across his face. "So that you can climb the tower, Sealjin, my boy," he exclaims.
Really, Sir Dean?" Sealjin stammers, still surprised by the sudden assistance. Dean, chuckling, replies, "Of course. I've come to like you."
He then tells Sealjin to just call him Dean.
But a sinister aura emanates from Dean, his smile now appearing almost menacing.
Dean continues, adding that their goals seem to align as well. Dean wonders aloud where they should begin, all while holding the other character in a tight embrace. Struggling to breathe, the captive manages to choke out, "Excuse me.
Can we do that after you let go of me first?" Dean's eyes widen, a realization dawning on his face.
"That's right, I forgot about that," he exclaims, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, a voice booms, "Sealjin, my boy," leaving the others in stunned silence and utter confusion.
The booming voice continues, now asking, "Did you sign up for the player candidate registration yet?"
A creaking sound echoes through the room.
"Phew, I finally made it out." He sighs, looking utterly drained. How exhausting.
But he reveals he found a way to climb up the tower after all.
But a voice questions his claim, "Do you really think that it's possible for you to climb the tower?"
The protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief at the challenge.
Ran, he thinks, his eyes widening in alarm. Someone had been waiting for him outside the door.
A stern voice breaks the silence.
"I believe that I have warned you, Sealjin."
The ominous figure continues, his words cutting like a knife, "You do not possess the power to climb up the tower." The figure's voice rises in anger. "But instead of listening to my warning, you went ahead and did the exact opposite, blabbering about absolute nonsense."
Sealjin's name echoes in the air. The figure steps forward, looming over his opponent. Do you really believe that you can defeat Nagi?
The figure's voice booms, filled with contempt. You trash. His face contorted with rage, the figure warns, do not cross the line.
If you wish for it that badly.
He begins, his hand outstretched. Then I can help you realize once more where your place is, right here and right now. A surge of power erupts from his hand, aimed directly at his opponent.
The attack lands, a massive question mark balloon filling the space. Tisk, did I miss? He exclaims, seemingly in disbelief.
The attack connects, but the protagonist yells out in surprise, Liber? Fury contorts Liber's face as she points, yelling, you, Ran or whatever your name is, you piece of shit.
Who do you think you are to order us around?
She vows, I'll be sure to make you regret your cheeky attitude.
Ran stands firm, his gaze unwavering despite Liber's outburst.
We're going to become way more stronger than you'll ever be, he declares, his voice resonating with confidence. A sudden realization dawns on him, she's right. Liber's eyes widen, a flicker of understanding crossing her face. She's right, she admits, the realization hitting her hard.
With newfound resolve, he declares, we're going to get stronger and climb up the tower. And Nagi, we will definitely, he vows, his determination solidifying.
His gaze sharpens, a single thought dominating his mind, defeat her. His eyes narrow, focused on the challenge ahead.
He stands firm, resolve etched on his face.
It looks like my words won't go through no matter what I say, one of them mutters. Another voice chimes in, laced with disdain, I cannot understand why Sir Dean is fond of these scum.
Fine, he retorts, his gaze unwavering.
I'll make sure to watch. He vows to see just how long your insolence will last.
Both figures stand their ground, their eyes narrowed in determination.
Footsteps echo as the larger figure advances, closing the distance between them. They both stand side by side, a shared look of apprehension on their faces as they stare ahead. A chilling sound echoes, and the pair's apprehension intensifies. Phew, he's finally gone, one of them sighs in relief.
But the moment is short-lived as the other demands, stand up. Have some spine, will you?
Eyes gleaming with determination, Hyoscalgen declares, let's get stronger.
And after we get stronger, let's take that bastard down a peg or two.
Alright, he responds, a flicker of determination in his eyes despite the lingering fear. Suddenly, he exclaims, oh, that's right.
Liber. I heard this from Dean.
A question follows, what is it? The sky stretches out before them, vast and blue. The vast sky stretches out above them, a canvas of blue. This should probably be the right place, he stammers, looking around nervously. Of course it is. Anyone can tell just by looking, she replies confidently. So this is the place, he says, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern.
It's the place that Dean mentioned, but what awaits them here?
Before them looms the first gateway.
The gateway is guarded by monstrous figures, one even holding a sign that reads, Daddy.
The perspective shifts, focusing on the back of a massive, striped figure. Okay, she says, a sinister grin spreading across her face.
It looks like pretty much everyone is here.
Then, now, the narrative jumps. The scene shifts to a wide, open sky, dotted with distant figures.
The announcement booms, we will begin the selection of player candidates.
A figure stands against the bright sky, a massive barrier looming overhead. A diverse group of potential candidates gathers, their expressions ranging from grim determination to barely concealed boredom. A low growl rumbles from one of the candidates. The city rises around them, dominated by a colossal, ominous tower in the distance.
Panic sets in. This is bad. I don't know where the testing site is.
The companion's frustration boils over.
Do you want to die? Just because you can't find one damn testing site, do you plan on making me run around this place over and over again? My legs hurt, she complains, clearly exhausted.
He responds defensively, I thought that I'd be able to find it quickly, you know? He suddenly recalls Dean's advice, if he can't find the testing site, he should just follow people who also want to take the test.
People?
Who? She asks, skeptical. He stutters, realizing something. That's. He said that I'd be able to recognize them in a glance. Now realizing the challenge, she wonders aloud, now that I think about it, exactly how do we know who to follow? Is this a part of the test as well? Sighing in exasperation, she mutters, "You really are useless, aren't you?" A chilling question echoes, "Should I kill them, master?" A response of utter confusion follows. Ha! Muttering to himself, a voice commands, "Patience, Jandraken. It is not time yet." A sinister chuckle then echoes, "Kikak." The hooded figure continues to mutter, a chilling request echoing in his mind. "Kikak, just give me the word. You know I love blood." What the hell is wrong with that crazy bastard? A voice suddenly wonders. Her eyes widen, a silent, escaping her lips as she stares in disbelief. A voice calls out, "Hey." The smaller figure, looking perplexed, wonders aloud, "Isn't it them over there?" His eyes widen in surprise, a bewildered "what is" escaping his lips as he stares at something unseen. A sinister grin spreads across the green-haired figure's face as one of the others asks, "Can you feel the sharpness of the blade that I personally created?" Another replies, "Indeed." "Like, I agree." "You're ready, right Dan?" one of the figures asks. The other responds confidently, Of course I am, Rudot." A sinister kekak. Kek. Echoes from the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure hisses, "Patience, Jandraken." A sudden escapes someone in the crowd. "You want us to follow them?" "Let's just go back home," the one called Liber pleads. But the cloaked figure counters, "Patience, Liber." A large, gauntlet-covered hand grips his shoulder, and he looks up, a question forming in his mind. A booming voice cuts through the air, "Please make way." The figure towers over him, a menacing presence with glowing red eyes and a stitched mask. An exclamation mark looms, signaling impending danger. Stuttering, he manages to choke out, I am sorry." The air thickens with malice as she asks, "Should I kill them?" "Master." "Patience, Liber," a voice commands. And just like that, a tense situation is diffused. The group has arrived. "We made it to the testing site for the registration to be a player," the text proclaims. "Thank God, the site looks somewhat normal," one of them exclaims, relieved. But then he adds, "If it was only filled with people like them from a little while ago, then I would have destroyed everyone here." "For once, I agree with you," a voice says, echoing the sentiment. The panel is completely white, focusing solely on the dialogue. He realizes, looking at the crowd, "As I thought, they're examinees just like me." Someone notices, someone's on the podium. Another wonders, "Yeah, is she going to give us instructions on the test?" "It looks like pretty much everyone is here," Momo states, revealing herself as the proctor for the player examinees. Momo's announcement hangs in the air, then "Now, we will begin." The announcement continues, clarifying that this is the selection of player candidates of Section C. As the curtain rises, a voice asks, "You want me to tell you the criterion of the player candidate selection?" Then, the selection's true nature is revealed. There isn't really a criterion. The voice continues, revealing the true criterion: you just need to show that you're special. With a dismissive gesture, he declares, "That's it." He elaborates, advising, "Just show them a little bit of your skill that you used to blow a hole in my wall, and it's an easy pass. I guarantee it. Don't worry about it too much." With a wide, unsettling grin, he encourages, "Take it easy and have fun, Sealjan my boy." Despite the encouraging words, a stark fail fills the screen. Her expression hardens, a single tear threatening to fall. The screen relentlessly displays fail multiple times, the harsh word echoing the protagonist's apparent fate. The woman coldly declares, "You fail too." Another contestant's hopes are dashed. Another contestant hears the dreaded word, "fail." Murmurs ripple through the crowd. One observes, "This looks a lot more difficult than I heard it was going to be." Another angrily questions, "What the hell is that?" "She's just doing whatever she wants to." Someone observes with a hint of surprise, "Still, she's a player just like Dean and Ran." Despite the confusion, one spectator remarks, "I'm sure that there's a criterion." The group realizes the urgency of the situation.
Let's find out what that criterion is before we fail too. The massive man looms over the group, an oppressive presence.
The proctor's piercing red eyes narrow as she addresses someone directly.
Do you think that a proctor needs to look up at a mere candidate? The man's face contorts in discomfort as he's asked, "You're not going to lower your gaze?" A pained ah escapes him.
Finally, he relents, stammering, "I'm sorry, ma'am." The woman's eyes narrow, and she questions his pronunciation.
Sorry?
Did you just say sorry? She demands, her tone hardening.
Do you think that I'm your friend or something? He stammers a response, insisting, "That wasn't my intention, ma'am."
All right, fine, she concedes, her expression unreadable.
Let's see.
She says, her intentions still unclear. Her command rings out, everyone behind Mr. Big Guy.
Attention. Her pronouncement echoes, all of you fail. A collective, disbelieving what, erupts from the group. Fury contorts one student's face as he shouts, "Look here, you made us wait 5 damn hours, and now you suddenly fail us?"
Another pleads, desperation etched on their face, Please let me try one more time.
This is my last chance." Another student demands, "Yeah.
At least give us the criterion you're basing this off." Criterion, a voice echoes, the word hanging in the air, unanswered.
A single word breaks the silence, "Yes."
With a leg extended high, she declares, "Of course I have one."
A devastating blow lands.
The force of the impact explodes outward.
He gags, struggling to keep down whatever he just ate. K.E.K.
"Are you all right, Sir Dean?" a man urgently asks, kneeling beside him.
Dean, still on the ground, weakly replies, "Why, I thought I was going to die."
Despite his near-death experience, Dean nonchalantly eats something on a stick, remarking, "Anyway, an explosion near the testing site, huh?" A looming figure casts a shadow over the scene.
"Looks like it's not going to go smoothly this time either," a voice declares.
The group finds itself surrounded by massive, grotesque creatures. "Starting from now, I, as the proctor, will tell you all at once," the figure declares, proceeding to explain the criterion of the player candidate selection. The proctor reveals the selection criteria, falls under the judgment of the player, me. One of the candidates scoffs, "In the end, all she's saying is that she's just doing whatever she wants to."
The proctor's eyes narrow, a challenge blazing within them. "If you have a problem with that, then come at me," she declares, "I'll gladly be your opponent."
The proctor calmly states, "If you understand now, then the failed examinees may leave."
The rest of you form single file lines again.
The examinees begin to reform their lines, but a looming figure casts a long shadow over them. A disgruntled examinee mutters, "How great would it have been if it was like this from the start?" The figure scoffs, "They always need to check with their 2 eyes before they realize that we're on completely different levels." Her red eyes blazing, she warns, "Don't fuck with me." A question mark hangs in the air, directed at an unseen target. She continues, "I was going to let it slide, but you just had to keep blabbering on about how you're a player even though you're not that much of a big deal. Liber, we get it, so calm down a little," someone pleads. Another voice cuts in, demanding, "Get a hold of yourself, Hyoscalgon."
If becoming a player means ending up like that, she declares, then she doesn't need it. Eyes blazing with fury, she shouts, "What about you, Hyoscalgon?"
Hyoscalgon's eyes widen in surprise, a stunned expression washing over his face as he's suddenly put on the spot. A voice observes, "It seems like the examinees this time around are a little slow." The voice continues, condescending, "Even after you saw the difference of power between us, you still can't get a grasp of where your place is."
The condescending examiner continues her taunt, asking, "Do you need a magnifying glass?" The examiner's voice drips with disdain as she asks, "Do you need a magnifying glass?"
The examiner's eyes burn with malice as she challenges him, "If you're that confident, then come at me, examinee."
She adds, with a sinister grin, "If you can touch a single hair on my head, then I'll pass you."
"Ha!" the examiner exclaims, her eyes blazing with golden fury. Her sinister grin widens. "You better keep your promise," she challenges.
The examiner's challenge hangs in the air, met by a matching sinister grin from her opponent.
If you're that confident, then come at me, examinee, she challenges, a sinister grin spreading across her face. If you can touch even a single hair on my head, then I'll pass you. Ha, she scoffs, her glowing eyes narrowing with amusement at the examinee's audacity. The ground trembles as a voice echoes, laced with determination, you better keep your promise? Both women grin menacingly, the air thick with tension as the ground continues to tremble. Player flashes across the screen. The screen goes blank. The screen displays Liber and Hyocialgen's provocation toward the proctor. The screen then reads, both positively. The screen's confirmation is met with maniacal laughter. Damn, how refreshing, one of them says, pointing forward. Another chimes in, Kikek. Are they stupid or what? The screen then reads, and negatively. A pregnant pause hangs in the air as the figures in plague masks loom. The text explains that the proctor's actions were enough to move the hearts of the examinees who were under his restriction. The proctor's red eyes betray no emotion. The proctor's voice cuts through the air, impatient. What are you waiting for? The sun's going to set by the time you make a move. If you're that confident, then come at me first. The challenge hangs in the air, the proctor's grin widening. Oh my, me? Would that be okay with you? He asks, a clear challenge in his tone. A low rumble echoes as the challenger's composure shatters. Oh my ass. I'll kill you. His face contorted in disbelief, he stammers, excuse me. Extending his hands in a placating gesture, he insists, we don't need to fight. Let's just talk it out. His plea is cut short as a barrage of attacks rains down. His face contorted in a scream as a blinding explosion erupts before him. The force sends another figure flying through the air. Amidst the chaos, a pained cry rings out, Ack. Fuck. What? Ugh, there's too much smoke. Something exploded, a voice shouts amidst the dust. Another voice cries out, and no, something didn't explode. A disqualified examinee was mumbling and suddenly. The golem lies in pieces, destroyed by an unknown force. Busted the golem into pieces, a voice booms out. A menacing voice echoes, I am disqualified. Don't. Fuck. With. Me. A single, glowing eye pierces the darkness. Is this supposed to be the discernment of players you all regard so highly? The voice questions. Then, a realization dawns. I think I get it. The level of you all. The level of you all. He trails off, now seen sitting atop a rocky peak, his hands clasped in front of him. The level of you all. He muses, before declaring, it's so disappointing, I could just die. He vows, I'll personally rule you out from the rest of the real players, Miss Proctor. A sinister aura emanates from him as he speaks. A monstrous laugh erupts from the shadowy figure. Kiki. Just give me the command, Captain, the voice demands. What the hell is that bastard on? One of the figures questions, her expression a mix of confusion and annoyance. The command rings out, kill them, Jandraken. Red energy swirls around the figure, a harbinger of destruction. Jandraken's face contorts in rage as he prepares to unleash his devastating power. With a blood-curdling yell, Jandraken unleashes his attack. Yahoo! The attack is met with disdain. How childish, a voice declares. Did your disqualification upset you that much? Eyes narrowed, Jandraken retorts, for someone who said he would only pass with skill, you sure whine a lot. He continues, fueled by frustration, this guy over here, that guy over there, and everyone, they're all the same, too busy fending for themselves to care about anyone else. Jandraken pauses mid-sentence, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. He wonders. Mid-sentence, Jandraken falters, a visible uncertainty washing over his face. He wonders aloud. His eyes widen with dawning horror as he reaches out. Liber, give me a hand. Jandraken cries out, desperation etched on his face. He warns, if this continues, then other people will be swept into the mess too. Liber relents with a tsk, fine, but warns Jandraken, you got lucky this time, you. Another voice cuts in, demanding, let me in on this too.
The newcomer's sudden demand is met with a look of utter bewilderment. A large question mark looms, mirroring the confusion. You had your share of fun. Share the spotlight with me too, okay?
The demand hangs in the air, leaving the others to consider this new request.
The boy being held sputters in confusion.
He throws up a hand, a somewhat nervous expression on his face.
Wish me luck, he calls out.
Before he can react, a desperate voice cries out, wait.
The screen displays the name Hyosialjan. He had forgotten one thing. He walks forward, unaware of the looming red energy above him. The difference between the past situation and the current one.
A voice echoes.
Kikek, what an insolent brat, the figure sneers, then commands, get rid of them, Jandraken.
Responding to the command, a voice booms, Roger, master.
The difference between the two situations is about to be made clear. A powerful impact echoes. It is. The words hang in the air, leaving the audience in suspense. The people around. The statement hangs, leaving the audience to wonder what's next.
The words ring out, clarifying the situation, him are not the things he needs to protect.
A blinding explosion erupts, tearing through the darkness.
He stands amidst the chaos, his face obscured by shadow. A looming figure stands above, casting a long shadow. The figure flashes a peace sign, declaring victory.
The system displays his status, player test taker, class unknown.
Tisk, I was finally about to go all out, the figure exclaims, visibly annoyed.
The protagonist, eyes wide with surprise, wonders, amazing, what did he do?
The player test taker stares ahead, a slight frown creasing her face.
Shit! How can this be?
My Jandraken, he cries out, his weapon now shattered.
This can't be happening. A voice booms, taunting, isn't it about time you stopped being a burden on everyone else?
He looks around wildly, fear etched on his face.
Who is it? He cries out. A voice answers his desperate question, who would it be? I'm an examinee, just like you. The mysterious figure is revealed as Kina Lillet, a player test taker whose class is unknown. How about you stop making so much noise? Kina retorts. How about you stop making a fuss and leave? Kina asks.
The hooded figure, struggling to climb, shouts back, shut it.
Don't order me around. Kina's eyes glow red as she warns, order you? This is a warning. Whether you listen or not is up to you. However,
the hooded figure questions, you aren't planning on fighting without any skills left, are you? Another shouts from below, enraged, get down here, *Theod. Ugh. The sound conveys a clear sense of frustration. A frustrated ugh escapes him. His frustration explodes into a furious shout. Just wait, you brats. Held firmly by his captors, he vows, I'll definitely be back for revenge. I'll cast a curse on all of you. His threats escalate, I'll become the Grim Reaper and curse all of you.
Amidst his threats, one of the captors wonders aloud, the fuck is that was even saying?
Looks like he was all bark and no bite, one of the captors observes.
Another adds, stammering slightly, but thanks to him, the proctor's attention on us is gone now. Suddenly, a massive hand rises, interrupting the captor's gloating. I have a question, a voice declares, followed by a hesitant,
The figure looms, his face obscured by a stitched mask and dark hood. What will happen to us now, he asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. The figure continues, his tone laced with frustration.
Do we have to line up in single file lines and receive whimsical judgment only to get disqualified again? He appeared behind me again.
I didn't even realize he was there, the protagonist thinks, a flicker of panic in his eyes as the dark figure looms.
He's right.
Do we have to continue that test? The protagonist wonders aloud, echoing the sentiment.
Another chimes in, I don't want to wait around in a line anymore.
To be honest, the test doesn't make sense at all, one of the participants grumbles.
Another chimes in, questioning, yeah, what's the passing criterion anyway?
Whispers spread, I heard that the examinees from Section B passed since they're rich. Panic begins to set in as others murmur, "We're screwed, and I'll fail." The atmosphere isn't good. If this continues, he thinks, visibly worried. Now, another question arises: where did the proctor go in a situation like this? It seems like everyone has a lot of complaints about the test, a voice observes. An exclamation point punctuates the growing tension. A low rumble echoes as a massive stone golem rises, its red eyes fixated on the figure standing atop it. The crowd watches as the golem's massive hand descends, poised to crush everything beneath it. A collective gasp rises from the crowd as the golem's hand hurtles downward. Eyes wide with alarm, he exclaims, "The rock monster, it wasn't completely defeated." Beside him, another figure's expression hardens with a barely contained fury, muttering, "TSK, that bitch. When did she? Of course we have a lot of complaints. Are you planning on doing whatever you want again?" one of the demons shouts, perched atop another. "We won't just sit around and do nothing anymore." The red-eyed woman responds with a chilling, "Ho." Her unsettling smile hints at a sinister intent. The ground trembles as a vast army assembles before her. She stands atop a colossal beast, its massive form casting a long shadow. "Liber, these people are suddenly..." He begins, before cutting himself off. He urgently tells Hyo-Sealjan to stick close to him. The group moves forward, the red-skinned ogre carrying Liber on his shoulders. Hyo-Sealjan follows closely behind, a determined look on her face. SFX, thud. The group continues onward, the sound of their footsteps echoing. The procession continues, led by figures in plague doctor masks and dark robes. A sinister smile creeps across her face, her red eyes gleaming with malice. "Don't get so worked up," she says, her expression unreadable behind her glasses. Then, with a chilling certainty, she declares, "Everyone here passes." A wave of confusion washes over the crowd. What? The instructor's words reveal the true condition for passing: to resist. She adds that no matter the situation, a player must not become restrained. The instructor emphasizes that blindly following rules set on a whim means you don't have what it takes to be a player. "So, I decided to have resistance as the condition to pass." "Do you still have anything left to say?" a voice booms. Perched atop the speaker's shoulders, another replies, "If you put it that way, then it sounds reasonable." From the crowd, a voice responds, "If I pass, then anything's fine by me." "Still, it's a little strange," one of the figures remarks. Below, another wonders, "HM? What is?" "It's not much, but..." The pink-haired figure begins. Then, a new concern arises: the number of past examinees. "Isn't it too high?" A single finger rises, as a voice declares, "Correct." She states that the number of past examinees surpassed what she initially predicted. The reason, she claims, is simple. She continues, stating that someone led the examinees into resisting as a representative. One of the examinees looks sickened by the revelation. "Irk," she declares, "so, I will add another condition for you all to pass." The instructor continues, stating that if she simply let them all pass, then she'll definitely have to submit a written apology and explanation letter. The instructor demands the representatives reveal their names. One stammers, "My name is Hyo-Sealjan." Another shouts, "It's Liber." "What do you want?" Acknowledging them, the instructor states, "All right, Hyo-Sealjan and Liber." The instructor raises a finger, stating, "One thing." The instructor continues, demanding, "Show me a skill that will surprise me," the instructor finishes, pointing directly forward. "If you meet my expectations?" The instructor finishes, leaving the rest unsaid. "Then I promise to pass everyone here," he declares, a confident smirk playing on his lips. A wave of shock ripples through the crowd. The student's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he glances nervously to his side. A sinister grin spreads across the face of the girl beside him. A young woman stands beside a man, flexing her arm. A grin spreads across his face as he asks, "Are you ready, Liber?" Liber responds with a fierce grin, declaring, "Of course I am." A whoosh of power explodes around Liber. A blinding light erupts, consuming everything around him. The flash intensifies, punctuated by a deafening silence.
The light subsides, revealing the group amidst the chaos. "What's up with this lightning?" one shouts, while another stammers, "Is this going to be dangerous?"
Eyes wide with shock, one of the group exclaims, "Oh God, I almost pissed myself."
"No way.
Is that an ego weapon?" someone gasps, the term hanging heavy in the air.
A blinding flash erupts, obscuring the scene.
The protagonist's eyes widen, a soft awe escaping his lips as the blinding light subsides. The light fades, and a muttered fuck reveals the protagonist's frustration. The protagonist's frustration is palpable as he stares wide-eyed at the figure before him.
The word player appears in stylized text.
"I'll give you 5 seconds,
the figure declares, an ominous threat hanging in the air.
Her eyes glow with a menacing red light, a clear sign of the impending danger.
The air crackles with tension as she demands, "What the hell is this, Hyo Seol-jin?" Above him, a voice booms, "Hyo Seol-jin. Do it right." Seol-jin, visibly panicked, wonders aloud, "Is this my fault?"
The unseen speaker continues to berate him, declaring, "Of course it's your fault.
You're the one who has Arthur Nim's power." A countdown begins, 5.
An enraged voice shouts, "Look at that bitch counting down seconds and thinking now's the time."
A whimper escapes someone nearby, "Geek, do something, Hyo Seol-jin.
Don't you have any special talent or something?" a voice booms, demanding action.
Hyo Seol-jin, wide-eyed, stammers, Wait. I'll try to think of one." Hyo Seol-jin's face contorts in frustration as he thinks, realizing, "There's no way I have a special talent.
To be honest, I was just blindly trusting Liber on this one."
But then, his eyes widen as realization dawns. Wait. The number 4 appears, perhaps a countdown has begun.
Hyo Seol-jin declares that if it comes down to it, he'll go up there by himself.
But then, a desperate no is uttered as the countdown reaches 3. The countdown ticks down to 2 as someone declares, "Leave it to me." The countdown hits 1, and a voice calls out, "Hyo Seol-jin?" He realizes, "I got overwhelmed and ended up forgetting about it." It was his one and only thing from reality. He throws a punch, declaring, "My uniqueness." The blow lands with a resounding BAM.
The girl stares back, a look of disbelief on her face.
"Is that your specialty?" she asks. He shouts back, confirming, "Yes."
He slams the phone down, the impact echoing in the room. The phone shatters into pieces. The others stare in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock.
Towering figures loom, their masks and hoods obscuring any hint of humanity. His face contorts in rage, brows furrowed and eyes narrowed. "What is that?" he wonders aloud, a mix of curiosity and suspicion etched on his face as he glances at the object in his hand. A cough then echoes from the side as someone remarks, "Well, this is one of a kind. Just F***ck off."
"You told me to leave it to you and the outburst cuts off abruptly.
The outburst is cut short as someone is sent flying backward with a whoosh.
His face is contorted in shock as he's sent sprawling.
"What is you have your here doing a show and tell with that junk? Why you've got it all wrong."
"If you listen to my explanation, you'll be shocked for sure," he stammers, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. "I'm not even the slightest bit curious, you explanation freak," comes the sharp retort. "If I knew it'd end up like this, then I would have thrown a punch at that bitch instead of holding back," he laments, the sound of his crying echoing in the background. His head whips back and forth violently as she unleashes a flurry of blows. "Who would pass an examinee after he shows her some kind of useless junk that nobody knows of?" she yells. Suddenly, a speech bubble appears over her head, "You pass." Her expression shifts to a wide, almost unsettling smile as she declares, "You pass."
The black background emphasizes the gravity of the moment.
She grabs him by the collar, a look of utter confusion on his face.
"But what does this pass even mean?"
Stunned, he stammers, "By that, do you mean that the exam is over?" But the giant looming over him asks if he has anything left to show. "No, that's not it," a voice retorts, "you didn't even listen to my explanation, and you just passed us."
"Explanation?"
Why would I need something like that? She questions, her red eyes wide with disbelief. That's a smartphone, isn't it? He asks, a look of utter disbelief on his face.
Stammering, he asks, how did you know? How extraordinary.
You said your names are Liber and Hyoscyagen, right? He booms, his voice echoing across the landscape.
He admits to only hearing rumors of their existence, unable to believe he's finally seeing them. A promise is made. With a grateful heart, I will keep my promise. But then, a sudden question breaks the moment. Wait a minute, how do you know what a smartphone is?
The moment is broken as someone shouts, everyone, attention. The moment of camaraderie shatters as someone demands, please, give me an answer. The shout continues, declaring in the name of player Momo that every examinee has passed.
The examinees erupt in cheers, their relief palpable.
The celebration is cut short by a sharp question.
Wait. How do you know what a smartphone is? The accuser's face is inches away, his expression a mix of anger and suspicion. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
The figure turns away, dismissing the accusation with a curt command, if you have questions, then you need to find the answers yourself. The figure smirks, declaring, you're a full-fledged player candidate now. Hyoscyagen's eyes widen slightly as he hears, well then, I'll see you at the final examination, Hyoscyagen. The screen displays, player candidate examination.
The screen flashes pass, confirming Hyoscyagen's advancement. Having passed the examination, Hyoscyagen strides forward, ready for what comes next. The path ahead opens to reveal a vast, unknown city. Before him stretches a sprawling city, its architecture unlike anything he's seen before. His brow furrowed, he wonders aloud, smartphone?
His confusion deepens. I'm not really sure what that is, he admits, clearly unfamiliar with the term. He explains, as you know, I was in the battle competition, so I don't really know what's going on in the world right now.
The other man scratches his head, chuckling, and admits, I forgot about that.
He offers, why?
Do you want me to look into it for you? He quickly declines the offer, stating, no. It's fine.
A creaking sound echoes, hinting at something unseen. He thinks to himself, asking him to look into that for me is being a little too needy. He reflects, after all, I've done nothing but receive things from Dean. His brow furrowed, he realizes, if someone here knows about the existence of smartphones, then, other than me, someone else.
A realization dawns on him.
The sound of something shattering echoes. His fist clenches, shattering something unseen.
The ground begins to tremble. How pathetic, he thinks, sweat beading on his brow. As soon as reality is back in the picture, I'm trembling with fear.
But then, his resolve hardens. I'm the one who decided to change. He berates himself, calling himself an idiot. Unbeknownst to him, a figure watches from the shadows, their gaze intense. A whoosh sound effect indicates someone is moving quickly.
Leaping through the window, the figure makes a quick escape. Landing hard, the figure continues their escape through the alleyway.
Pausing in the alley, the figure grins, a sinister glint in his eyes.
Looks like it's about to start. He crouches low, his eyes fixed on something ahead. He orders, Ran, find out what a smartphone is.
A voice replies, understood.
A voice booms out, I'm telling the truth.
Pointing accusingly, the hooded figure shouts, that bastard, he has a connection to Dean.
Thanks to that, it was hella hard to tail him.
He continues, explaining that anyone not from his class would be discovered immediately if they tried to follow him. Good work, a voice booms from above. From above, a deep voice congratulates them, good work.
By that, do you mean, one of them asks, as the other confirms, yes, if you successfully retrieve the item, then I'll give you half the price of it. The deep voice responds, I promise. The grotesque figure looms, its stitched beak a terrifying promise. Okay. Then, I'll trust you and wait, he concedes. He promises to keep it a secret, reassuring them not to worry.
A sharp crack echoes. A sharp crack pierces the air.
Ah!
A pained gasp escapes him as blood splatters.
Fuck!
The curse escapes him as the sound of splattering blood fills the air.
I knew this would happen, he declares, his words laced with a chilling certainty. The sound of something collapsing echoes as a cloud of red explodes outwards. The message rings out, the location of the smartphone has been secured. A voice commands, retrieve it. The voice continues, a chilling threat hanging in the air, and as for anyone who tries to interfere with the plan, kill them. The chilling command seals the fate of anyone who dares to interfere. The chilling words hang heavy as a sense of impending doom settles. It's like we predicted. The words hang in the air, spoken over a view of a narrow alleyway. The cloaked figure reports, there is no sign of Dean anywhere. The sound of a bow being drawn echoes. It's time, the figure declares, his chilling words cutting through the air. Proceed with the plan, he commands, his hand outstretched, ready to strike. The title card flashes, player. The screen displays the title, player. Sunlight streams through a gap in the curtains. The morning light spills into the room. The young man sits cross-legged on the table, bathed in the morning light. Another figure stands behind him. The paper rustles as he reads, his eyes widening in disbelief. What dash he manages to utter. What's this, he asks, staring at the document. A large sum is written on it, 6 million. What do you think it is? It's the bill you have to pay. The man states coldly. B-bill, comes the shocked reply. The bill breaks down the massive cost, it covers medical expenses for the guards he beat up, repairs to the dungeon walls, and more. He adds insult to injury, stating that since they are his guests, he also took care of their accommodation and bail money. The man can only choke out a sound of disbelief. Barely registering the outrageous total, one of the men manages to stammer, what about the jewels we had? The other man replies that they returned them to their owners, since the Red Hood pillaged them from people. Isn't it right to return them? The man continues, stating that if they work hard every single day, they should be able to pay back all of their debt in about 2 to 3 months. The other man is visibly shocked, exclaiming, 3 months? The man is sweating profusely, realizing, we're nowhere even near Nagi, and on top of that, we have to stay put for 3 months. He then exclaims that they also need to find out information about smartphones. There is another way, he declares, a glint of determination now visible in his eye. You can repay all your debt within a week, comes the unbelievable claim. His eyes widen, sparkling with hope. Are really, he asks, almost afraid to believe it. Desperation clear in his voice, he offers, if you teach me how, then I'll do whatever you want me to. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a bustling town square, where children chase a soccer ball with carefree joy. The sounds of a bustling town square fill the air. 3 figures stand out amidst the town square. The central one appears flustered, while the other 2 look on with disapproval. I never thought he'd tell us to follow around Ran. He thinks, visibly uncomfortable with the situation. This is so awkward. Hey, how long do we have to follow him around? One of them asks, clearly impatient. The other stammers, I don't know. What? You didn't even ask that, one of them exclaims, clearly frustrated. The other responds defensively, he told me all of a sudden, so I didn't get a chance to ask. He told me all of a sudden, so I didn't get a chance to ask him, the second one insists, trying to defend himself. Also, Liber, most of the debt is from the medical coverage of the guards you beat up, so be a little more patient, he snaps, wincing slightly. I already said I was sorry about that. Liber stammers, clearly flustered. A sigh escapes from the other person, who replies, that's true, but... The other person begins, as I told you before. Follow me without making a ruckus. The person's tone leaves no room for argument. He stammers a fearful, why? Yes, sir. The sound of rumbling grows louder. A sharp slap cuts off his words. MMPH, he cries out, stunned by the sudden attack. What are you doing, MMPH? He starts to ask, but another voice cuts him off. Shoo! Be quiet, it commands. The man wonders, what exactly is Sir Dean? An enraged voice booms, demanding, what do you mean by letting them accompany me on a patrol around the village? Sir Dean.
Before Sir Dean can continue, another voice interjects, "Whoa, whoa, calm down, I have a good reason." A grin spreads across his face as he admits, "If I could, then I want to personally watch over them, but I need to leave the village for a while." His eyes widen as he realizes, that means dash. "Yup," comes the simple reply. Then, a declaration of readiness, "My left arm is ready." He clenches his left fist, the metallic arm whirring to life with a bright, focused energy. He issues a command, "Until I retrieve my left arm from the 15th floor, watch over those guys for me." The protagonist adds, "After I get my left arm, I'll be active again." A name echoes in his mind, Sir Dean. His expression unreadable, he admits, "No matter how much I try, I cannot understand you." An enraged voice booms, demanding, "Why do you pay so much attention to those idiotic dimwits?" But his opponent retorts sarcastically, "Thanks for sharing." He then adds, "Hey, you already have yours." A sharp crack echoes as he turns his head, a look of surprise now etched on his face. He hits the ground hard, groaning in pain, "Ugh." His eyes widen in dismay as he whispers, "My hot dog." Staring up at his attacker, he can only manage a confused, "Huh?" Rant's eyes widen in horror, realizing, the sauce stained Rant's clothes. A voice declares matter-of-factly, "Affirmative." That kid's fucked. A surge of panic rises as the character thinks, this is bad. There's no way Ran would overlook this. The ground trembles, a low rumble echoing the impending doom. The ground cracks. He takes a step, the sound echoing as the boy looks up, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. "Huh," the boy utters, his eyes wide with surprise. Meanwhile, the other figure remarks, "He just left." How boring. "Teru," a voice calls out, while another asks, "Kid, are you okay?" A third voice dismisses the concern, declaring, "Of course he's fine. It's not like he'll die or something from tripping." An accusatory voice booms, demanding, "Liber, are you a psycho?" Another voice adds, "Shame on you for bothering Sir Ran." Someone else confirms, "For real." Amidst the accusations, Rant's head is tilted in confusion. "Huh," he mutters, clearly not understanding the situation. "If you watched where you were going, then you wouldn't have ended up bothering Sir Ran," one of the students shouts. A different voice interjects, "Hey, shouldn't you ask if your friend is okay first?" The student retorts, "What does it matter to you? It's not like he'll die or something from tripping." Another voice replies, "For real." The student being addressed responds, "Huh? Why yeah, I guess." Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, dripping with sarcasm, "To think that you brats would care so much about that bastard, what a surprise." The red-haired student demands, "What?" before another voice challenges, "And who are you, brat?" The tension ratchets up as a response comes, "Brat? Do you want to die?" The red-haired student retorts, "You're the one who called Sir Ran a bastard. Take it back." Another voice taunts, Ran, you like him so damn much, huh?" To the taunt, a student responds with conviction, "Of course, I do." The red-haired student, eyes wide, declares, "Sir Ran always protects us." A flicker of worry crosses the faces of the students. Doubt begins to creep in. The scene fades to white, leaving only 3 dots suspended in the emptiness. "What does this mean?" "It looks like you're really popular among the children," a voice observes, the tone laced with an unknown meaning. "Why are you saying something like that all of a sudden? Are you being sarcastic?" he asks, clearly confused by the other's statement. The man quickly replies, "No, that's not what I'm trying to say. If we're talking about popularity, you're quite popular yourself," he states. A confused escapes the other. Suddenly, the man is overwhelmed by a fluffy mob. "Ack? What's this?" he exclaims, clearly startled. "Since when have they been here?" One of the onlookers finds the situation hilarious, while the man buried in fluff pleads, "Don't just laugh. Help me. Be proud of their favorability towards you," a voice booms. "Imokiko are spiritual beings of Heavenly Tower Terrarium," the voice explains. "Normally, never mind them approaching you." The voice continues, stating, "Even touching them is difficult." A hand reaches out to gently touch one of the Imokiko. A Imokiko nuzzles into the approaching hand,
a small tongue playfully sticking out. The Emokikyo responds in kind, nuzzling the hand and sticking out its tongue playfully, leaving the man surprised. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the Emokikyo's friendly gesture. As I thought, he mutters, seemingly confirming a suspicion about the creature's behavior. He realizes, it seems like the Emokikyo protecting you from me wasn't a coincidence. A moment of stunned silence follows his revelation. Suddenly, the figure interjects, "Excuse me, may I ask you one thing?" The figure's eyes narrow as he asks, "Did you become a player in order to protect the village?" His expression hardens as he presses, "Did you become a player in order to protect the village?" He looks down, retorting, "Without this power, I would be a simple human being, unable to do anything. All I am doing is following the wishes of those who acknowledged my worth." He answers with a smile, "Yes, I am doing this for them." He continues, "In order to condemn evil in the weak's stead." His fist clenches, and he declares, "I became a player." A golden halo materializes above him. "I see," he states, a golden halo now hovering above him. "Halo now in place," he declares, "as I thought, I cannot understand you." The woman turns her head, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. "Humph," she scoffs, then declares, "I never wished for you to understand in the first place." What a tense atmosphere. A voice observes, while another exclaims, "The hell? That's not like you," making a remark about someone's beliefs. The figure's eye twitches as he mutters, "In the weak's stead?" That's not it. His fist clenches, a sound echoing the tension in the air, as he declares, "That's not what the people really want." A deafening explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the buildings around him. The force of the blast sends shockwaves through the area. What happened? "A fire," he exclaims, eyes wide with shock. "It's coming from the market we just passed." Jaw clenched, he grits his teeth, a look of grim determination hardening his face. The market is now engulfed in a hellish red blaze. Amidst the destruction, figures emerge, their eyes glowing ominously. The ground cracks beneath a monstrous foot. Dust billows as something massive descends. "Prepare to move," the massive figure commands, its red eyes glowing ominously. The figure declares, "Leave Hyosealjan to me." The city crumbles amidst a deafening roar. Aya! A desperate scream pierces the air as the characters are thrown from their feet. Struggling to regain his footing, a man shouts, "Excuse me. Can you tell me what happened?" A man nearby exclaims that some crazy person is running around setting fires everywhere. The man who asked what happened realizes, with wide eyes, someone's purposefully setting the place on fire. He then wonders if the village that Rank 2, Dean, protects, is the target. Ran calls out, desperate to know Dean's location. A voice replies, stating that, currently, Sir Dean is not available. "Why did it have to be at a time like this when Dean's away?" someone exclaims, clearly frustrated. A voice responds, stating, "It's precisely because it is a time like this that they chose to attack the village." A stern voice commands, "Hyosealjan, this is your first mission. Alert the guards and bring them over." "Then, Sir Ran, what will you do?" someone asks, the question hanging in the air. Sir Ran responds, his face shadowed, "You're asking a question with an obvious answer." Sir Ran unleashes a devastating attack, a swirling vortex of energy aimed directly at his opponent. The force of the impact is immense, the exclamation marks underscoring the sheer power unleashed. The attack lands with earth-shattering force. "Wait, no matter what the situation is, going alone is still," he shouts, panic etched on his face. Then, a question rings out, "Do you want to follow him, Hyosealjan?" Hyosealjan's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "No, let's hurry and call the guards." "I know a shortcut," one voice insists. Another voice retorts, "TSK, what a shame." Player is emblazoned across the screen. The screen fades to white, simply displaying the word player. A swirling vortex of golden energy erupts. A furious voice booms, demanding, "What were you thinking?" The unseen speaker accuses someone of fooling around and neglecting your duty. The unseen speaker continues his tirade, even though you knew beforehand that there'd be trouble.
His eyes blazing, the unseen figure roars, "You couldn't take care of it properly." A massive explosion erupts as the figure stares in disbelief. A blinding explosion obliterates everything in its path. Amidst the fading light of the explosion, a voice echoes, "Ran was your name, correct?" The village of Entry's guardian. Before Ran can respond, a voice booms, "You're late." A figure with glowing pink eyes and a manic grin emerges from the shadows. "Find it," the figure commands. He is surrounded by shadowy figures with glowing red eyes. A blinding flash erupts as the shadowy figures clash, their jagged blades meeting. The clash subsides, and a message flashes, "Confirmed." The blades continue to meet, the fight still in full swing. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards. The hero is caught off guard by a sudden, powerful attack. He's sent hurtling back, engulfed in flames. The hero is sent spiraling through the air amidst a blinding flash of light. He lands, unleashing a torrent of fire from his hands. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The flames swirl around the target, but he realizes, it looks like it'll be hard to set that on fire. His pink eyes widen, a new surge of power emanating from him. Two men lay defeated, as a voice declares, "He got two men in a single attack." "I thought I picked out pretty useful guys too," a voice remarks. Then, the speaker acknowledges the guardian, stating, "You live up to your name." A low rumble echoes as the guardian remains standing amidst the dust and debris. The air crackles with energy as a vortex of power swirls. With power coalescing around him, the guardian declares, "I shall execute you." The guardian finishes, his declaration hanging heavy in the air. The guardian unleashes a devastating attack, energy swirling around him as he strikes. The guardian's attack explodes outward, a blinding wave of energy engulfing everything. The hero is sent flying as the guardian's attack connects. The hero struggles to regain his footing as the guardian's power continues to surge. The hero grits his teeth, bracing himself against the guardian's relentless assault. The hero's expression hardens with resolve as he prepares to meet the guardian's attack head-on. The guardian's blow connects, sending the hero reeling backward from the sheer force of the impact. Skidding backward, the hero grits his teeth against the force. His face contorted in pain, the hero continues to slide backward. The hero is blasted backward by a powerful, unseen force. The hero is sent hurtling even further back, a golden energy blast searing past him. A searing red energy rips through the air, narrowly missing him. The hero is barely able to dodge another blast of crimson energy. A deafening explosion rocks the area as the hero is sent flying. Eyes wide, the hero braces for the oncoming attack. The attack slams into him. The hero is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The hero is engulfed in a blinding explosion of energy. He is sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a wall. Staggering, he manages to regain his footing, preparing to unleash another blast of energy. With a fierce expression, he declares, "It's over." A powerful strike lands. The force of the blow sends him crashing through a wall. A sinister grin spreads across his face. As he falls, dark figures surround him. "I've caught you," one declares. A powerful impact shakes the very air. Another strike lands. The dust settles, revealing the fighter standing victorious amidst his defeated, bound opponents. Standing over his defeated foe, the fighter has clearly won. Pinned and defeated, the fighter smirks, "You really had me going there." Despite his defeat, the fighter remarks, "I'd never have guessed that yellow cloth wasn't the only thing you had control over." Even in defeat, he manages to say, "I'd never have guessed that yellow cloth wasn't the only thing you had control over." His golden eyes blazing, he demands, "State your purpose here. If you don't answer, I will kill you." "You talk as if you'd let me live even if I did," the figure retorts, a disturbing chuckle following. "Guardian ran," the figure states, then adds with chilling confidence, "It's your loss." Red eyes gleaming from within the shadows of his hood, the figure declares, "Our purpose here has already been fulfilled." With those chilling words, the hooded figure turns, accompanied by a smaller figure. They disappear into the shadows, their purpose fulfilled. From the shadows, a voice echoes, "I believe you were called Hyo Sealjan." The stitched-together face looms closer as a voice declares, "It is nice to meet you again." Hyo Seoljan's eyes widen in realization. "You are that guy from the testing site." Hyo Seoljan's name echoes in the air, and she admits, "I don't feel good about this." Hyo Seoljan's eyes widen in alarm. "These guys have already surrounded us." The boy stammers, I am sorry, but we're in a hurry at the moment." He continues, explaining, "We received a request to bring the guards." The figure in the plague doctor's mask responds, "I don't know what it is you need to ask, but can we talk later?" He then adds ominously, "That's not good." His eyes widen in sudden realization. "Since I'm the one responsible for starting the fire." Hyo Seoljan demands, "Why would you do something like that?" The plague doctor responds coolly, revealing his motive, "I didn't want any interruptions in our conversation, Hyo Seoljan." The plague doctor continues, "A chilling pronouncement, no one can reach this place." The plague doctor continues, his words laced with a chilling certainty, "Ran, Dean, whoever it may be. What do you want from me?" he demands, his voice laced with desperation. The plague doctor responds, "You catch on fast, Hyo Seoljan." "I like that," the plague doctor responds, a hint of amusement in his tone. The plague doctor's tone shifts, now demanding, "Hand over your smartphone." The plague doctor offers a chilling deal, "If you do, then I'll let you go alive." Jagged peaks pierce a sky of faded pink. A low rumble echoes through the alien landscape. The heavenly tower terrarium's 15th floor looms. A strange, metallic structure rises before them, smoke billowing from its peak. A sign stands beside the metallic structure. "Okay, the connection is going." A voice says, the sentence unfinished. The sign continues, stating, "Tie-in is going smoothly." "How is it?" "It's not as unbearable as you thought it would be, right?" Mary asks, her class listed as mechanic, rank number 758. Sweat drips from his brow as he grits out, "No, it isn't." "So?" The sounds of straining metal fill the air. Straining against the force, he grits out, "Can you finish this up quickly, Mary?" As he strains, he thinks to himself that he's already going as fast as he can, wondering how the village of entry is doing. Mary, typing rapidly, asks what's up, noting it's unusual for him to ask about what's going on outside. "To be honest, I'm not curious in the slightest," he says, adding that he only asked because he thought she might faint again. Mary retorts, "Geez, thanks for worrying." "Well, on that note," he begins, sweat beading on his brow. "I have something to ask you." He then asks if she has heard of an item called a smartphone. "What, smartphone?" she asks, clearly confused by the term. He remarks that smartphones must be a hot topic if even she, a gizmo, knows about them. She then asks if he knows something about it. He admits that all he's heard are rumors, but that apparently smartphones can evoke a special power from within you or something like that. She cuts him off, stating, "Well, more importantly." A looming figure warns, "I say it's best not to get involved with that item." The title card flashes, "Player." The group finds themselves dwarfed by an immense, shadowy figure. "Those bastards are being overt on purpose," he mutters, his gaze fixed on the figure standing at the end of the bloody hallway. The question hangs in the air, is it to warn us not to even think about running away? The figure demands, "Hand over your smartphone. If you do, I'll let you go alive." The protagonist scoffs internally. What a joke! As if a psycho like him, who set the whole place on fire just because of a smartphone, would let us go alive. He knows, it's obvious he'd kill us as soon as I hand over my smartphone. Thinking fast, he decides to play along for now, since he has no other ideas. Please wait a moment. I'm positive I left it in my pocket," he stammers, feigning a frantic search. Suddenly, a brutal punch lands squarely on his face. His feigned search is cut short as he's sent reeling from the force of the blow. "Don't try anything funny," the unseen assailant warns, as the sound of the blow echoes. The figure looms over him, uttering a single, contemptuous word, "Brat." Coughing, he struggles to rise, but a voice threatens, "Next time, I'll kill you." Another voice cries out, "Hyo Seoljan." Fueled by rage, he spits out, "You fucker." But another voice cuts through the tension, "Stop, Callie."
Though battered, Hyo-seoljeon insists, I'm alright, so, let's just do as he says. But Callie, eyes wide with fury, retorts, but, you. From the ground, Hyo-seoljeon weakly reassures her, it's okay, Callie. Despite his injuries, Hyo-seoljeon pleads, just trust me. Callie's face contorts with worry, her eyes wide with concern. She seems hesitant, unsure if she can bring herself to trust him. He grits his teeth, urging, I get it, so get up quickly. Then, a quiet thanks escapes his lips. He steels himself, realizing, if we end up having to fight, he's an opponent I'd have to fight with my life on the line. Therefore, he resolves, I have to avoid that at all costs, at least until someone else comes to help. He cautions himself, thinking, let's try not to touch a nerve. He extends a tablet, offering, here, take it. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, what are all of you doing here? An annoyed voice interrupts, scolding, Mister, didn't you see the fire? This is no time to be chattering. Her eyes widen, glancing nervously to her right, where a looming, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes stands guard. Stuttering in disbelief, he exclaims, why you are, that kid from back then? The shadowy figure looms closer, its glowing red eyes piercing the darkness as it demands, who are you, girl? How did you get in here? To his question, she retorts, what do you mean how? I walked here. The girl's patience wears thin as she bluntly asks, Mister, are you stupid? The man mutters to himself, lamenting, they couldn't properly guard a single street, those useless idiots. He then stutters, begging someone to stop. Adding to her previous question, the girl now asks, also, Mister, aren't you hot? Continuing her line of questioning, she remarks, your mask looks pretty stuffy. Is it a cosplay? Her eyes widen slightly, her expression shifting to one of mild curiosity. A powerful strike erupts, sending debris flying. The force of the blow sends him sprawling. The negotiations are negated, Hyo-seoljeon, a chilling voice declares. The speaker continues, a promise laced with menace, I'll retrieve the item from your corpse. He shouts, Callie, run, urging her to escape the imminent danger. Then, he yells, go catch it. As it floats down, he shouts with urgency. He shouts Roger, as he moves. You insolent, a voice booms out. The figure's eyes glow red with fury. He dashes forward, a blur of motion. He catches something, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. I got it. Hey, you crow bastard. Do you want this? He shouts, holding up whatever he snatched. He taunts, but what will you do? Seeing as I'm way faster than you. He lunges forward, a look of surprise now on his face. Ha! Before he can react, the crow is grabbed. The sound of a crash echoes. Her eyes widen in horror. Big sis, she cries out. A chilling order echoes, break her wrists first. The hooded figure nods, a sinister plan forming. If she tries to use the smartphone, it will become very inconvenient. A pained ugh escapes her lips as the attack lands. Her face contorts in pain as she cries out, Ack. The force of the blow echoes with a sickening crunch. A deep voice booms, laced with contempt, how pathetic. You abandoned the girl and ran away by yourself. Is that your plan, Hyo-seoljeon? His face reddened with shame, Hyo-seoljeon clenches his fist, barely able to choke out a defeated, yeah. A sword is drawn, its intent unknown. A blinding flash erupts as the cloaked figure draws his sword. A surge of electric energy crackles as the hero stands his ground. Recognition dawns on the hero's face. That power is Hyo-seoljeon's. Is this the rumored power of a smartphone? The hero wonders, staring at his foe. No, there has been no change in the item, a voice observes. But then, why does that brat? Good job luring his attention away, Callie, a voice commends. Have the light of the chosen. With this, the voice declares, as a surge of energy crackles around them. Callie flinches, shielding her face as the promised light of the chosen erupts. One swing is enough to blow you away, the voice booms, as Callie stares up, wide-eyed with alarm. The ground explodes as the light of the chosen slams into it. Callie, wide-eyed, wonders if her big bro is a player like Sir Ran.
It's dangerous, so stay back, he warns. His eyes narrowed, he declares, I'll finish this up quickly. The hooded figure demands, answer me, Hyoscalgen. The hooded figure presses, demanding, where did you attain that power? A sinister grin spreads across his face, his golden eyes gleaming with unsettling intensity. That is, the hooded figure begins, his words hanging ominously in the air. None of your concern. The hooded figure's sharp retort cuts through the air. A flurry of attacks erupts, the air shimmering with their intensity. The attacks collide, a blinding explosion erupting from the point of impact. The force of the explosion sends her hurtling backwards. With this, she begins, a determined glint in her wide eyes. One swing is enough to blow you away. He grips the golden weapon, his face a mask of intense focus. Behind him, the girl watches with wide, anxious eyes. The hand clenches tighter around the hilt as a deafening doom echoes. Be big, bro, are you a player, just like Sir Ran, she asks, a hint of desperation in her voice. He turns, ordering her to stay back, it's dangerous, so stay back. He declares, I'll finish this up quickly. His eyes narrow with determination, a fierce resolve hardening his features. The hooded figure demands, answer me, Hyoscalgen. Where did you attain that power? A sinister grin spreads across his face as he begins to answer. That is. Hyoscalgen's eyes widen, and he retorts, none of your concern. A blinding explosion erupts. The explosion leaves nothing but debris and the name Hyoscalgen hanging in the air. And with it, his one-hit kill attack. That. She breathes, staring at the aftermath of the explosion. The text ominously declares that the attack greatly impacted the future of the village of entry. Ran the defender, a voice booms. The speaker's grim expression makes it clear, we are here to give you notice in advance. The hooded figure declares, from this moment forth, the regulation of the situation will fall under the jurisdiction of Guild Avalon. The announcement is followed by a display identifying the group as first-ranking Guild Avalon Scouts. Enraged, the woman shouts, regulation? Don't mess around with me. You all, who have done nothing but idly stand by while the situation escalated to this point, have no right to give me any orders. She scoffs, questioning if they really believe she just idly stood by. The response comes, all we have done is trust your abilities as the defender and protect the... Eyes narrowed, jaw clenched, she explodes, bullshit. The hooded figure states the fire's damage is spreading beyond the walls. He reveals that the scouts were sent because this is no longer just the entry village's problem. And, right now, the only person being obstinate is you, Ran the defender, the hooded figure declares, her gaze unwavering. I will say it once more, the hooded figure begins, her tone leaving no room for argument. Starting from this moment forth, Avalon will regulate the situation. This. The text reads, the statement hanging in the air. The hooded figure's single visible eye pierces through the shadows. This is not an option, she declares, her tone hardening. It is an order. The building explodes outward, debris flying in all directions. The rumble continues, followed by a whooshing sound. The dust clears to reveal a massive, grotesque face carved into the remaining structure. The monstrous face crumbles, revealing a figure beneath. Cracking sounds fill the air. Did he faint? A question hangs in the air as the figure looks up, sweat dripping down his face. This is the first time. A voice booms, the first time things have gone according to plan ever since I came to this world. But, it's too soon to relax, he thinks, stumbling. Callie, are you okay? A voice calls out. The shield shatters under the force of the blow. His eyes widen with concern. Callie? A young girl asks, excuse me, are you okay? He responds with a reassuring smile, yup, don't worry about a thing. He struggles to stay conscious. Why's Callie so quiet? I feel as though I'll faint any second now too. He wonders if it's because of the injury inflicted on her earlier. Catching his breath, he realizes, now that I think about it, I've always depended on Callie after I used my skill. But, steeling himself, he vows, this time, it's my turn to protect her. He urges, let's get out of here quickly.
Callie, looking slightly dazed, responds weakly, "Oh, okay." But looming over them, a dark, hooded figure with piercing red eyes appears. His eyes widen in terror. He grunts in pain as he's struck with immense force. The world spins. The force of the blow sends him reeling. "You insolent brat." The figure snarls, his voice a guttural rasp. Fury contorts his features as he continues, "How dare you make me like this?" "Thank goodness, I was able to deflect it," he thinks, narrowly avoiding the blow. Was he careless because he's full of adrenaline? The force of the blow reverberates with a deafening crack. Regardless of the situation, the figure declares, "I need to hold out," he thinks, bracing against the force. "That sword, hand over that sword too," the figure demands. The sword shatters. The blade explodes into fragments. Her eyes widen, reflecting the shock of the blade's destruction. Huffing, she struggles to catch her breath. Her expression hardens, a fierce determination blazing in her eyes. A surge of adrenaline courses through her as she sprints forward. Suddenly, a voice booms, cutting through the air, "Where do you think you're going?" A blinding flash erupts as he reaches out, his red eyes burning with fury. "Don't you dare look!" He snarls, a burst of energy crackling from his outstretched hand. The force of his attack sends his opponent flying backward, a trail of energy searing the air. He roars, "Away," as he swings. His face contorted with effort, he shouts with elation, "Yes! It connected!" He declares, "My second attack," as his weapon connects with the beast. The second attack lands, but he reels back, clutching his chest in pain. He gasps, the pain evident on his face. "Item." He manages to choke out. He's thinking, something's coming to mind. "Hand over the item," he demands, his voice strained. He thinks to himself, "I need to take it." The sound of something scraping echoes as he grits his teeth, thinking, "I still haven't repaid my favor to that person." "Crazy bastard, he's up again," someone exclaims. A question hangs in the air, is he some kind of zombie? His eyes widen in shock, sweat dripping down his face as the sound of impact rings out. Staggering, he struggles to remain standing. "I'm so dizzy. I feel like I'm going to hurl." His vision blurs, face contorted in pain as he struggles to focus. He stumbles. He falls heavily, a guttural sound escaping his lips as he hits the ground. The impact sends sparks flying as he hits the ground hard. Crackle echoes as he hits the ground. "Ah, it ended up like this again." He thinks, defeated. "Even though I tried my best this time." He apologizes, defeated. "I'm sorry, Callie. Looks like I can't do it." He lies defeated, unable to even twitch a finger. "I can't do it by myself," he admits, his voice barely a whisper. "I can't even move a finger anymore." Defeated, he thinks, "But I'm glad that kid managed to escape. I hope she got away successfully." "Ah," he sighs, a hint of relief in his voice. "Ah," he sighs, a hint of relief audible in his voice. "How irritating," he mutters, frustrated with himself. He wanted to protect Callie, just like she had protected him before. He stares down at the small, cloud-like creature. Panic rising, he wonders what's going on. The cloud-like creature expands rapidly. "Fluffball," he mutters, disbelief etched on his face. There's no way that's possible in a situation like this. Laughter echoes around him as he realizes, "It looks like I've really lost it." "Did you give up already, Hyoscalgian?" a voice taunts. The voice continues, dripping with sarcasm, "Seeing how you can laugh in a situation like this. You must be out of your mind." His words hang heavy in the air, the implication clear. His eyes widen in disbelief, a visible tremor running through him as he begins to utter, "You are Dash." From the player candidate test, he exclaims, his red eyes wide with shock. The creature responds with a playful gesture, sticking its tongue out. "If you don't want to die, then move, girl," the dark figure warns. In response, the pink-haired girl challenges, "You? Kill me? How about you stop it with your bluffs?" she challenges, pointing directly at her opponent. I've already seen all of it, your skill. The dark figure's face contorts in rage, his single visible eye burning red. It was really sleazy. But, isn't it about time for you to quit stealing? She continues, her question hanging in the air. Shut your trap, he roars, his threat hanging heavy in the air. Or, would you like to try to steal my power as well? She asks, surrounded by a palpable, rumbling energy. A brutal blow lands, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, swinging again with brutal force. The ground explodes as the force of his swing connects. He had an underground getaway ready beforehand, a character observes. That's pretty clever. Standing over the fallen form of her opponent, Hyoscaljan declares, you should watch and learn, Hyoscaljan. She pauses, a hint of confusion in her voice. Hyoscaljan's expression shifts to one of surprise as she realizes he fainted. A gust of wind sweeps through the area. He plummets downwards, completely unconscious. He crashes into the water with tremendous force. Remember this, Hyoscaljan, the enraged voice booms out, even as the splash echoes around him. My name is Mezcal, the voice declares, the name echoing with menace. Defeated, he lies prone, vowing, someday, I will definitely kill you and take away that power. He crawls through the murky water, gasping for breath. Standing in the dripping darkness, he pauses, thoughts swirling. He pauses, catching his breath, the air heavy around him. The sound of something scraping against the ground echoes as he steadies himself, his grip tightening on his weapon. How boring, a voice declares, dripping with disdain. A powerful gust of wind rushes past. A splash echoes. He crashes into the water, creating a massive splash. He surfaces, fury contorting his face. Remember this, Hyoscaljan, he roars. He bellows, rage twisting his features as he declares, my name is Mezcal. Defeated, he lies prone, vowing, someday, I will definitely kill you and take away that power. A resounding crash echoes through the dark space. He plunges into the water, the impact sending ripples across the surface. The splash echoes, the darkness complete. In the beginning, I had nothing, a voice echoes, revealing a figure huddled in a bleak, barren space. I didn't even have things that others took for granted. The voice continues, as a memory surfaces, a mother and child walking hand in hand through a desolate street. The voice continues, recalling a memory of simple joy, a smiling child and a woman, bathed in light. Then, the image shifts to a single goldfish swimming in a small bowl. The memory fades, and a close-up reveals a single, red glint in the darkness of his eye. So, he declares, I took it away from them. He stands over a fallen figure, a brick clutched in his bloodied hand. No, he stammers, his eyes wide with horror. This wasn't what I just wanted. He begins, his voice trembling. A small, orange fish lies flopping in the muck. I just wanted to look a little closer. Tears streaming down his face, he clutches his mother. Mom! Open your eyes, he cries out in anguish. Mom, he cries out, as a fish lies nearby. Her face is gaunt, her eyes dark and hollow. A fish thumps repeatedly, its eye wide and unblinking. That was how my unfortunate fate began. I started to steal, he admits, standing atop a pile of bodies. I swear that this is the last time. I promise, in order to survive. But, no matter how much time passed, he admits, I couldn't forget those eyes. The look that was reflected in those eyes. He recalls. I wasn't planning on doing that, really, it was as if a deadly curse was cast upon me. This feeling. It's as if. A voice echoes, laced with disdain. You were abandoned by God, weren't you? How pitiful. But don't cry. I am the same as you, the voice continues, now offering a twisted promise. I will provide you people and power. The voice's demand echoes, chilling and absolute, all you need to do is bring me that item. The ominous figure looms, the bottom half of the panel fading into an unsettling white. The title card flashes, player. Drip. Drip.
The sound echoes in the empty space. The dripping echoes through what appears to be a flooded, cavernous space. Clutching a dark object, he exclaims, "I did it. I really did it." A sinister smirk plays on his face as he clutches the object tighter. With this, I can finally repay my favor to that person. A blinding flash erupts. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light explodes outward. The blinding light obscures everything, leaving only a question hanging in the air. The blast rips through the air. The force of the impact sends a shockwave outwards. Grit erupts from the figure as the explosion rocks him. Through the smoke, a phone displays a taunting message: "The place you tried to run to was a sewer." The hooded figure's single visible eye gleams with malice. "How fitting for a rat like you," he taunts. Energy crackles around him as he prepares to strike. Silence hangs in the air, the hooded figure's intent unknown. "No, the item for that person," he exclaims, struggling to his feet. A surge of determination hardens his gaze. "No. I need to protect it." "You absorbed my power and managed to resist," the hooded figure states, his visible eye narrowed in what seems to be grudging respect. "Looks like I'll have to give you more credit." The hooded figure's jaw clenches as he sneers, "Instead of a rat, a cockroach is a more befitting way to describe you." The hooded figure's warning rings out, "Those eyes? Don't look! Don't look at me with those eyes," he roars, rushing forward with terrifying speed. A flurry of motion. He unleashes a barrage of attacks. "Try withstanding my attacks. The onslaught continues. Until you die." The figure stands amidst the devastation. Red energy crackles around a dark, smoldering mass. "This is..." the figure begins to say, a flicker of shock in their eyes. His words trail off as he sees it. "A real smartphone?" A sinister smile spreads across his face. A smile spreads across his face, but it's anything but friendly. "This looks like it'll be pretty fun," he says, a chilling anticipation evident in his voice. She stands before a monstrous, lava-scorched beast, ready to face the challenge. Above, another figure prepares to strike. "Guild Avalon," she states, the name hanging in the air. Kina Lillet, a mage of unknown rank, stands ready. "I believe that I told you I am rejecting your guild invitation," she says, her expression hardening. "Insolent bitch. Daughter, be careful," a voice warns. The mage's intent has turned murderous. "Stand back, Kina Lillet," he commands. An ominous thought bubble reveals their true intentions. They're planning something. "Please do not misunderstand. Our attacks are not aimed towards you," one of them states. A screen displays Guild Avalon. The man claims, "Currently, we are maintaining the public security of the village of entry." But from below, a furious voice retorts, "Those Avalon bastards, they're just giving excuses. If it wasn't for the protocols..." The unseen speaker's frustration is palpable. "So, in order to maintain the public security, you're attacking not me but the people behind me, who are on the verge of death," she challenges. Then, her anger rising, she declares, "There's a limit to how much bullshit you can blurt out, Avalon." "It's the truth," Kina Lillet, Avalon states, his masked face betraying no emotion. He continues ominously, "The people you are protecting." Avalon declares that the people Kina Lillet protects are the source of mischief that caused the village of entry to be engulfed in a sea of flame. Kina Lillet is told to stand back if she wants to prove her innocence. Energy crackles around her clenched fist. A look of frustration crosses Kina Lillet's face as she wonders, "Avalon, with what plan in mind are they so obsessed with trying to attack Hyoscalgon?" She then wonders if they found out Hyoscalgon is being favored by Sir Dean. Regardless of why they are trying to attack him, Kina Lillet realizes she cannot help Hyoscalgon at the moment. With Sir Dean gone, her actions now must be those of the representative of the village of entry. "If I act rashly and end up breaking the regulations we hold with Guild Avalon..." Kina Lillet realizes the potential consequences of her actions. Kina Lillet understands that acting impulsively will give them a chance to break past our walls and invade us. Kina decides, "Right now, all I can do is leave everything in the hands of that woman." But someone interrupts her thoughts, demanding, "You're going too far with your jesting. You, the person wielding the bow, what's your name?" The response is blunt and cutting, "Crazy bitch." Her eyes narrowed, the woman seethes, "Just die." A blinding shot erupts from her hand. Suddenly, a booming voice commands, "Stop right where you are." His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he hears the command. The voice continues, filled with disbelief, "You are." Standing defiantly, the figure glares down, arms crossed. "What the hell? Who's that brat?" a voice exclaims, filled with disbelief. Another voice booms, cutting through the tension, "Stop, Kahlua." The figure's eyes narrow as they command, "Look around us." A beat of silence hangs in the air. The ominous words ring out, "They already have us surrounded." The enemy closes in, their numbers overwhelming. A sense of impending doom settles over the group. A figure shrouded in white demands, "Who are all of you? Reveal who you are affiliated to." The response is immediate and defiant. "Affiliations? We don't have any of that shit." The voice continues, a hint of defiance laced with a touch of dark humor. "Well, if I had to name one." The voice trails off, leaving a pregnant pause. "We are player candidates, and..." The voice concludes, a touch of menace in the air, "Hio Sealjan's friends." The sinister grin widens as the menacing figure pats the smaller character on the head. A panel declares, "Player candidates, Section C-." The hooded figure explains, "You see, we received help from that fellow lying down over there." The hooded figure presses, "So, you get what I'm saying?" A disturbing grin spreads across the hooded figure's face as he declares, "We can't just ignore this situation." A gust of wind whips past as the hooded figure stands before the group. The hooded figure notes, "It looks like that kid managed to gather up and bring the scattered candidates from Section C." He adds, "She did a good job in the midst of all this frenzy." Suddenly, a warning flashes, "Daughter, be careful. Something's coming." A red eye flares open as a crackling sound fills the air. A thought bubble appears, simply reading. A blinding flash erupts, accompanied by the sound of something flaring. The flare intensifies, and a speech bubble filled with exclamation points bursts forth. The flare continues to burn intensely. The flare rushes forward with incredible speed. "The hell is that? Something just flew out of that hole," someone exclaims, clearly shocked. "It seems they aren't planning on going down easily." "Everyone, get ready," a voice booms out. A blinding flash erupts from the hole. The light intensifies, searing everything in its path. "That was just sending a message," one of the group asks, bewildered. Another exclaims, "Why the hell does something as trivial as that look awesome too?" A figure declares, "This is an order from the leader." The figure continues, declaring it's an order from their leader. The figure relays the leader's command, "Hold a temporary suspension on our plans." The figure continues, relaying another part of the leader's order, "Do not lay a hand on the individual who claims to hold a smartphone." Suddenly, the figure orders, "Let us retreat, Kahlua." But another voice protests, "But, sir, absent." The figure reiterates the command, "This is an order from our leader." Despite the clear frustration etched on her face, Kahlua grits her teeth. "Understood." Confusion ripples through the group as they witness others fleeing. "The hell? They're just leaving? Did they get cold feet?" one asks, while another laughs, "Kikek, look at them run away." A cloaked figure emerges, their face obscured by shadow, only a single, glowing eye visible. "Please do not act so impetuously," the figure warns, adding ominously, "We will meet again in the near future." The cloaked figure addresses the group, stating, "Let us meet again at the testing site for the player candidates, everyone of Section C." The group remains, awaiting their next instruction. A wave of frustration washes over her, her gaze fixed firmly on the ground. Her fist clenches, a guttural sound escaping her lips. The city crumbles under a cataclysmic assault, buildings collapsing amidst the deafening roar. And so, a week passed in the ruined city. A week passes in the ruined city, and the protagonist is clearly taken aback. "What the hell is this?" he exclaims. His face is etched with exhaustion and confusion. A week has passed since that day. The city lies in ruins, smoke still rising from the wreckage. The village of Entry was stabilizing at a rapid pace, almost as if no unidentified organization had attacked in the first place. Callie and he were also quickly recovering. He rests in bed, a bandage wrapped around his head and a small smile gracing his lips. "I can't believe I've recovered this much after just 1 week," he says, surprised by his rapid healing. "You must be influencing me, right, Callie?" Callie, lying in the bed, replies sarcastically, "Yeah, sure." A faint ha-ha can be heard from the bandaged man. It seems Callie isn't too happy about how she lost. The bandaged man continues, implying that if Callie were still with Arthur, she wouldn't have lost so easily. If it was Callie from when she was with Arthur, something like this wouldn't have happened. Callie, visibly annoyed, tells someone to keep their narration to one line, calling them hella noisy. The bandaged man stutters, shocked that Callie heard him. "W what? You heard me?" Callie retorts, "Who wouldn't be able to hear loud mumbling like that?" The door bursts open, and a figure in a furry hood cheerfully announces, "Heyo. I came to visit as a representative of everyone." A voice asks, "Pastus, was your name, right? I heard you led the group and came to help us?" The injured child stares back, munching on food. The hooded figure waves off the thanks, saying, "Don't mention it. You helped us pass the player candidate exam too, so it's only natural for fellow examinees to help each other out." Ha ha. A hesitant voice then asks, Do you think so?" Suddenly, he recalls, "By the way, I think his name was Mezcal?" The man's eyes glow red as he recalls, he was a fellow examinee too. "He almost killed me. I wonder who attacked the village," he muses, the question hanging heavy in the air. He agrees, stating, "Same here. The only thing I can say for certain is that there is more than one suspicious factor in this situation. Most importantly, the captured criminals vanished after the incident, leaving only their clothes behind. Moreover, other than the leader, they don't know the faces of any other members of the organization." If that's the case, he begins, before abruptly changing the subject. "Anyway, more importantly." Cutting him off, he suddenly changes the subject. "Anyway, more importantly. Make sure to take care of your health and recover quickly. Hio Sialjan, Callie. You two crazy bastards are the only people who put their lives on the line and fought like crazy outside of the tower," he exclaims, but then immediately recoils. "Let go. Why are you acting as if we're close or something? Quit it." "What, you bastard? You're saying that after gobbling down all the tangerines I bought for you too," he shouts, indignant. Another voice retorts, "Simmer down, you show off. Do you want me to puke it back up for you?" But then, a more serious thought surfaces, the tower. The place where the first ranker, Nagi, resides comes into view. But then, a realization dawns, now that I think about it, I know nothing about the tower. "Pastus, are fights a frequent occurrence in the tower?" he asks, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Pastus, covered in tangerine remnants, replies, "According to you, fighting with your life on the line in the tower sounded commonplace." Pastus, visibly shocked, exclaims, "It looks like you seriously don't know anything about the tower." Stunned, the protagonist stammers, "Huh? Why yeah, I guess. On that note, I was wondering if you could tell me more about the tower." He begins, only to be immediately shut down. "I don't wanna," comes the blunt reply. The protagonist, reeling from the rejection, cries out, "Huh? Why? You said we were your friends." Suddenly, a question hangs in the air, "Did you forget, Hio Sialjan?" Her eyes narrowed, the figure declares with cold detachment, "We are fellow examinees." When anything related to players comes up, she declares, her gaze intense. The figure's pronouncement hangs heavy in the air, "We are to be considered enemies. Therefore, I can't give you any information about the tower," he states, before adding, "Now, don't be too disheartened. This is just how life is," he declares as a powerful blow lands. Suddenly, a group bursts in, declaring, "We're here to visit Dash." If you're all better now, then let's give you some noogies as a congratulation gift for getting discharged, one of the visitors shouts, moving in for the attack. Another voice yells, wait, guys. It's too cramped here. One at a time, one at a time. Hey, Hyosialjan. Get them all out of here, a voice booms. Another patient, covered in bandages, weakly protests, I am a patient too. The sound of approaching footsteps grows louder. Hyosialjan, you have another guest. What? Another one? You guys just keep flooding in, don't you? The voice shouts, followed by a series of smacking sounds. Discharge noogies my ass. We haven't even been given a discharge note, so please get out of here, you crazy bastards. His eyes narrow, and he asks, what? Surrounded by the strange figures, he can only manage a confused, what? His eyes widen in disbelief. Ran, he questions, sweat beading on his brow. Why are you here, sir? A wave of dread washes over him. I'm fucked. He thinks. The imposing structure looms, dwarfing the surrounding buildings. The scene shifts to 3 hours ago, revealing a towering structure from a distance. The outer wall of the village of entry stands before them. A distant thumping echoes. The thumping grows louder, closer. Boom! The village wall explodes. Amidst the rubble and dust, the figure stands firm. Heavy breaths betray the exertion of the battle. He struggles to catch his breath, his fists clenched. Below, his opponent watches him warily. The figure above grits his teeth, his gaze fixed on his opponents below. They stand ready, anticipating his next move. His vision blurs, the pain almost unbearable. His jaw clenches, the sound echoing his resolve. A blinding swing connects. During the most dire moments, I wasn't able to do anything, he thinks, amidst a flurry of splintered wood and a deafening slash. Even after confidently declaring himself competent, he's sent flying amidst splintered wood. How utterly pathetic, a voice booms. A surge of power emanates from the figure, the air itself distorted by the force. He begins, tears streaming down his face. He continues, detest those heavenly tower terrarium, player. Words, he finishes, the flower now prominent. Just as how bugs are attracted to flowers. Those, he concludes, the flower's stem twisting between his fingers. In the background, words like honor, money, and dreams swirl around him. Those sickening sweet words attract so many people. He observes, surrounded by his companions. The group stands together, silent and unmoving. The tower looms in the distance, a stark silhouette against a fiery sky. And those people who claim to have come to the tower in pursuit of their dreams are no different than the trash who constantly steal from others. Tears stream down her face as she struggles to speak. The crowd looks on, and a voice begins to speak, we. The woman's expression hardens, her eyes narrowed with intense anger. Detest those people. That's right, a voice confirms, but then hesitates. Yet, I. The voice continues, confessing, ended up getting saved by the very people I detest. An uncertain voice interrupts, excuse me, Sir Ran? The question hangs in the air, what are you doing? Sir Ran bows his head, obscuring his face. What is he planning? His hands clench into fists on his lap, the tension palpable. If it wasn't for you all, the village might have gone down in flames, Sir Ran admits, his voice heavy with what he's about to say. I know how ridiculous I may sound, but... Sir Ran continues, allow me to express my gratitude, both as the defender and as a player. A voice cuts through the air, filled with apology. Sorry, I'm late. The late arrival apologizes, explaining, I couldn't find a flower shop nearby. A collective rises from the group as they turn to face the newcomer. A solemn silence falls. The newcomer notices the heavy atmosphere, questioning, what's wrong? Why's the atmosphere so dark? I wonder why. A voice trails off, the words hanging heavy with unspoken dread. Hyosialjan, you said that you couldn't understand me, the voice declares, followed by a chilling pronouncement, I, too, cannot understand you. The air crackles with tension as a voice booms, in that case.
I will try accepting them, the voice declares, his gaze intense. That is the best way. The voice continues, a sprawling city visible in the background. The speaker then adds, I can repay my debt to you.
The figure bows his head, uttering, I apologize for my tardiness, Sir Dean.
Ran, a voice questions, the name hanging in the air. He continues, it's all right.
I was going to test out my arm, but...
A strange sound emanates from the limb, now glowing a menacing red. He apologizes, sorry about that, I ended up going ahead.
A shockwave of energy erupts behind him, leveling the surrounding forest.
He suddenly declares, this is my smartphone. He clutches his phone, relief evident on his face. I thought it was stolen for good. He is then immediately questioned, what happened, Lilette? The response comes, it was found in the sewers. We couldn't find any evidence as to the identities of the culprits, though.
Lilette announces, anyway, with this, I repaid my debt to you from the exam site.
I'm going to head out now. A flustered response comes after, Ha? Ah, of course. Thank you so much and see you later.
The absurdity of the situation dawns on someone.
The hell? After everyone was at each other's throats to get this item, why was it found lying around in the middle of the sewers?
I'm not sure, he says, considering the oddity.
Maybe the smartphones that people were talking about were something else. Then, a realization dawns on him. Then, as I thought, in this world, other than me, there are other people from reality.
The Korean character appears starkly on the screen. His eyes widen in disbelief as a ringing sound fills the air.
Wah! What the hell?
There's no way something like this is possible, she exclaims, her eyes wide with disbelief.
A voice then cuts through her shock, asking, what's up, Hyoseoljan?
The phone screen displays calling line identification restriction, accompanied by a menacing sound effect.
Someone is trying to hide their number. Sweat beads on his brow as he stares intently at the phone. The number is blocked.
His heart pounds in his chest as the phone vibrates repeatedly.
The phone buzzes relentlessly in his hand, the vibrations a frantic rhythm against his mounting anxiety. He answers the persistent call, a hesitant hello, escaping his lips.
Thank goodness, he sighs, relief washing over him. It looks like the phone got delivered successfully.
Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the line, chiding, you shouldn't go around dropping important items now, should you? He wonders who it could be, questioning, a voice. Who is it, Hyoseoljan? The voice continues, now directly addressing him, Hyoseoljan, are you okay? A voice stutters, why you? The figure above him asks, how are you, before continuing, what, did you think that you? The figure looms closer, asking, what, did you think that you were the only one who was special? A smartphone.
The sole item which connects him to the world.
Through this item, I had a fleeting hope that.
The silhouette of a figure states, clutching the phone. The smartphone could connect me with another individual from my world, he thinks, a fleeting hope.
However, I never would. Never would have guessed.
He thinks, his eyes wide with shock.
That individual would be you.
The figure smirks, finally revealing himself.
Hey, Hyoseoljan. The scene shifts to a dark cityscape at night. Streetlights illuminate the stone bridge in the foreground. Hyoseoljan is met with a taunt. I didn't expect you to come by yourself. Hyoseoljan's eyes widen in disbelief. Taewon, how did you get here? He asks, followed by a more urgent, why? Taewon's sinister grin widens as he reveals, do you think that you're the only one who met God? Hyoseoljan flinches, sweat beading on his face as the realization dawns.
Taewon stands calmly under the streetlights, his expression unreadable.
Taewon remains still, his eyes shadowed, a silent question hanging in the air.
Heavy footsteps echo as a voice booms, more importantly, I believe we have a more urgent problem at hand, Seoljan.
Seoljan is grabbed roughly, his face etched with alarm as a voice accuses, I heard that you were going around posing as me with your smartphone? Seoljan's eyes widen in terror.
Just like that time, he thinks, his voice trembling as he starts to say, that's. This is a misunderstanding, he blurts out, desperate to defuse the situation.
Sealjan's name echoes in the air, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror.
A chilling smile spreads across his face as he asks, do I have to clean up your mess in this world as well? The figure looms, shrouded in shadow, an ominous presence descending upon the scene. His eyes widen in terror as a dark, looming hand reaches for him. His face contorts in fear as the hand closes in. The hand grips him tightly as a voice whispers, sorry. His captor remarks, it looks like you're the same as always. How pathetic, the captor declares, his grip tightening. The captor continues, well, whether you try to mimic me or impersonate me, I'll let it slide. The captor continues, revealing a history of similar attempts. It's not the first time you tried to do something like this, anyway. The captor's expression hardens as he states his demand, in exchange, don't come to the player exam. The protagonist refuses. I can't do that. The captor's words leave him stunned. What? He asks, his eyes wide with disbelief. His expression hardening with resolve, he declares, I will climb up the tower. And then, his grip tightens on the device in his hand. With a resounding whoosh, he launches himself upward. With a resounding splash, he plunges into the water below. I never tried to impersonate you, he insists, a hint of desperation in his voice. He stands on the walkway, arm outstretched, as if reaching for something just out of grasp. A voice cuts through the air, sharp and condescending, wake up, Sealjan. You're a nobody. The speaker continues, a sinister edge to his tone, you don't think that you're the main character of this story, right? Despite the harsh words, Sealjan's resolve hardens. None of that matters to me. I'm going to climb the tower. That is my decision. A flash of light erupts as the voice declares, you changed, Sealjan. Power surges around Sealjan's clenched fist. Sealjan declares, in that case, I will personally. As he begins his approach, Sealjan finishes his declaration with a chilling promise, make it so that you can't climb the tower. A red light suddenly fills the area, prompting Sealjan to question, did Taewon receive God's power as well? A powerful gust of wind sweeps through the area. The force of the impact sends Sealjan flying backwards. A new voice cuts through the air. It looks like I arrived right on time. A message suddenly appears, urging Sealjan to return to the mansion, stating that an acquaintance is worried. Callie is, he wonders, his eyes wide with concern. Ran, the figure states, a slight smile playing on their lips. He was a character I liked. Fists clenched and eyes narrowed, Avalon declares, using your skills against a civilian clearly violates the rules. I will proceed with the enforcement of the rules. With a smirk, he declares, sorry, but you can't beat me. He then suggests, to enforce your rules, it'd be better to call over the second ranker. His eyes gleaming, he thinks to himself, he tore apart the cloth I enforced with my skill. Cease your nonsensical banter, he commands, his voice echoing with authority. A sharp, piercing sound echoes as something tears through the air. He dodges with incredible speed, narrowly avoiding the incoming attack. He dodged my attacks so easily, the attacker thinks, frustration evident. He then demands, what are you trying to pull this time, Avalon? Red light flickers around Avalon as he declares, I told you, you can't beat me. He adds ominously, it's too soon for you to be surprised. The attacker is sent flying backward with tremendous force. Don't get carried away, he shouts, struggling to regain control. The attacker is blasted backward by an unseen force. I already knew of your skill, the manipulation of cloth, but... He begins to say, his words cut short. His words are cut short as he's sent reeling. Seeing it in person is much more fascinating, he manages to say, despite the force of the blow. The force of the blow sends a sword swinging wildly past his face. However, he grits out, struggling to maintain his composure. It's a useless skill if your opponent comes into close quarters, his opponent declares, closing the distance between them. Do not. He begins, his expression hardening as he prepares to strike. Assume useless things, he roars, the force of his strike creating a deafening bash. The force of the blow sends debris flying, compressing the cloth and, therefore, boosting its speed. Not a bad decision, he states. However, he realizes, an attack of this level is not enough. He continues the attack, a blur of motion. The attack continues with blinding speed. The force of the blow sends him reeling. He spins violently from the impact. With a deafening crash, he is sent hurtling towards the bridge. The force of the impact sends him careening toward the bridge's edge, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around him. Suddenly, the man blocks his path. Sir Ran, how did you know where? He demands, eyes wide with disbelief. A voice rings out, wait. It's not over yet. A voice muses, impressed, being able to manipulate a simple skill like controlling cloth to this extent, how impressive. He then wonders if this is the difference in actual field experience. Let's see, he says, as a bright flash erupts. A blinding red light erupts, accompanied by the sound of something tearing through the air. Amidst the red light, a voice cuts through, is this how you do it? The figure stands amidst the red light, a strange sound accompanying their presence. The figure's companion looks on in shock, while the figure themselves exclaims, that's Sir Rance. The figure challenges their opponent, asking, okay, how would you like to get beaten? Another figure appears below, simply stating, hey. The hooded figure stares down at their seated opponent, asking, are you the rumored rookie? The hooded figure is revealed to be the second ranker, Dean. A figure looms over the seated rookie, questioning, are you the rumored rookie? The figure is revealed to be Dean, the second ranker. He notes, he's exactly like he's described in the Webtoon. Dean's expression twists into a knowing smirk. I'm right, aren't I? He asks, before adding, seeing how blatantly you're ignoring my question, you must be him. A swift blow connects, sending the protagonist reeling. He questions, recovering from the blow. A massive, explosive impact sends him flying backwards. Dazed, he wonders how long his opponent had been there without him noticing. Dean's class is mechanical swordsman, he realizes, I need to be careful of his machine arm and keep my distance. Suddenly, Dean appears directly in front of him, a sinister grin on his face. Peekaboo. Dean's mechanical arm strikes with incredible speed. This skill. Dean begins, his expression intense. He demands, did you get permission from Rand before using it? What's the big deal if I use it for a while, he retorts. It's not as if I'll wear down the skill if I use it. He then thinks to himself that it was a close call, but the opponent still reacted to his attack. He believes he might be able to pull this off. His eyes narrowed, he retorts with a sneer, you sure are lacking in manners. Above him looms Dean, the second ranker and the closest existence to her. He thinks to himself, if I can beat him. The hero is pinned down, a massive hand looming over him. There's no helping it, Dean declares. Towering over the hero, Dean declares, let's start off fixing that attitude of yours with a beatdown. A blinding flash erupts, engulfing everything. White light explodes, consuming everything in its path. The explosion intensifies, the light searing everything in its path. The figure unleashes a blast of energy from their armored hand, the impact echoing with a resounding BAM. Stand up straight, the figure commands. The air crackles with energy. This is only the beginning, he declares. Crackling energy surrounds him as he retorts, you don't have to tell me. I'm already standing up properly. Sir Dean, a voice calls out. Sir Dean, please don't go too far, someone shouts, but he only smirks, replying, all right. His expression darkens, a predatory glint in his eye. Okay, now. He mutters, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The challenge is laid bare, let's continue from where we left off. A heavy step echoes as he advances. It seems like you're seriously going to continue, but will you be okay with that? He questions the other's resolve, but a dire warning interrupts, the village might get demolished at this rate. He retorts, well, whatever. I had no plans to stop fighting either. He declares, now come. I won't lose track of you this time. The hero looks on, a flicker of fear in his eyes as his opponent's power intensifies. The ground rumbles as he retorts, "You must have a screw loose." The ground continues to rumble, but the hero is paralyzed.
"I can't move a muscle."
A whoosh of air rushes past him as he struggles against his paralysis. A devastating attack slams into the hero's location, the force of impact shaking the very foundations around him. "I'll let you know in advance, but I'm in an immensely foul mood," he warns. Then, his tone shifts, "Don't think I'll play along with your gimmicks like I usually do, Avalon." An envoy speaks, attempting to defuse the situation. "Our team leader has offended you, representative of the village of Entry, Sir Dean." They continue, "Please allow us to leave this area in peace." Dean's face contorts with rage, his eyes shadowed. "Don't screw around with me," he snarls, making his intentions clear.
"I have no intent to run away." Another voice interjects, stating, "It's an order from the vice captain."
A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air, punctuated only by unspoken tension. An unfamiliar voice explains that their leader is not yet familiar with the non-aggression pact and the regulations between Avalon and the village of Entry.
The voice challenges Avalon directly, demanding, "You're not suggesting that we turn a blind eye to this incident, are you, Avalon?" Avalon responds, his expression firm, "Of course we aren't. According to the regulations, we will pay the price, whatever that may be."
The vice captain declared, his words hanging heavy in the air. Avalon's gaze sharpens, his determination unwavering. His resolve hardened, Avalon steels himself for the coming battle.
Avalon's eye reflects the intensity of his focus. The arena lights blaze, illuminating the battlefield.
Avalon stands in the center of the arena, illuminated by the bright lights above. Avalon narrows his eyes, a determined glint in them.
He's clearly formulating a plan. "Gat."
A voice echoes, the rest of the word cut off. "Get the fuck out of here," a voice commands.
It seems Hyo-se-algin has some troublesome friends as well.
The voice continues, "You have bad taste in picking people." The unseen speaker continues his threat. "You'll end up regretting your decision," he warns. "The decision which led you to picking that bastard." The group stands at the railing, overlooking the night sky. The hooded figure clutches the child tightly. The student's eyes widen in surprise as the massive, hooded figure looms over him. The student's face contorts in fear as he glances back at the approaching figure. The student stares forward, a grim expression etched on her face as the hooded figure approaches. The hooded figure looms closer, an ominous presence.
His fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. A drop falls, then another.
Under the watchful crescent moon, the building looms, its windows dark and silent. Inside, two beds sit in the dim light, their occupants still and silent.
A single, dark shape appears on the otherwise blank page.
From the darkness, a figure rises. A creaking sound echoes as he slowly rises, his golden eyes now visible. The scene shifts to a figure with long hair sitting at a desk, illuminated by a single light. A sewing machine and rolls of fabric are nearby. A tapping sound echoes as the figure looks upward, their golden eyes now visible. Now, he extends a hand, a thought bubble showing his hesitation. A creaking sound fills the air as the figure peers through a narrow opening, a look of apprehension etched on their face. "Hyo-se-algin," he whispers, a question hanging in the air.
The figure's expression is one of deep concern as he stares ahead.
A heavy thud echoes through the night, originating from the ominous building ahead. The figure is now on the ground, while his opponent stands tall, seemingly unfazed.
As he lies on the ground, a voice booms, "Hyo-se-algin, you are already strong. Acting rashly won't."
Lying defeated, he thinks to himself, "The strong one is Callie, not me." He pleads, "Until I can hit you at least once. Please help me." The sound of someone rising echoes as the other man looks on. Rising, he declares, "All right.
Come." The fight resumes with a resounding tap. A kick lands with brutal force. He cries out in pain, "Ku, UK."
His face contorted in agony, the gritty impact echoing. The force of the blow sends him reeling. The ground quakes as a foot comes down with a resounding stomp.
He drops to one knee, the force of the double stump shaking the very ground beneath him. The camera pulls back, revealing the building that shook from the impact. The courtyard, now marred by a large, dark imprint, bears witness to the devastating impact. Deep fissures now scar the earth, radiating outwards from the point of impact. The young man shields his face, bracing himself against the shockwave. His opponent stands tall amidst the destruction. It's the break of dawn. This much should be enough, he mutters, glancing away. Then, addressing his opponent directly, he continues, Hyo-sealjan, I understand your rage, so I cooperated with your requests. However, ruining your body like this without a set plan will not change to your situation. Hyo-sealjan lies defeated, face down on the ground. As I thought, I'm... Hyo-sealjan thinks, his words trailing off, defeat evident. His hand lies limp in the dirt as he thinks, I'm absolutely nothing without Callie. He clenches his fist in the dirt, the sound echoing his internal turmoil. I should just give up on being a player or on everything, shouldn't I, Sir Ran? Hyo-sealjan, a voice calls out. The voice continues, cutting through his self-doubt with a sharp question, did you come to me to complain? His answer rings out, I want to become stronger. Tears stream down his face, a stark contrast to his resolute declaration. The verbal assault continues, stop fucking around, you shitty loser. Towering over him, the figure clenches his fist, rage evident. Meanwhile, the girl watches with wide, concerned eyes. Her eyes widen, and she whispers, Callie. A bead of sweat trickles down her face. Wiping sweat from his brow, he asks, how did you know I was here? He then notices, it's still dawn. His eyes widen in shock as he begins to ask, are you Dash? His question hangs in the air, unfinished, as the unthinkable dawns on him, crying. Tears stream down their face, a stark contrast to their usual stoic demeanor. The real loser isn't you. It's me, she confesses, her voice thick with emotion. He stammers, disbelief coloring his tone, what? Callie, what are you saying? Her voice cracks as she demands, I'm right, aren't I? Continuing, she asks why she was left to fight alone if that wasn't the case. His eyes widen, a pained expression etched on his face. It's because I'm weak and useless, isn't it? He cries out, before lamenting, if only I didn't break my arm like a moron back then. He stammers, explaining, I only did this because I didn't want to drag you into anything. But she retorts, voice thick with tears, you said we'd go up the tower together. Her voice cracks as she accuses, you lied to me. He tries to explain, no, that's not what I was trying to do, Callie. I don't think you're useless or weak, so please don't cry, okay? But a voice shouts back, I'm not crying, damn it. Arguing that you're not crying with that face is a little. She begins, before shouting, shut the hell up. Before he can respond, Callie unleashes a devastating blow. The sound of something cracking echoes through the air. Good grief, he mutters, his expression one of utter defeat. The voice booms, you two are. You two are. The voice trailed off, as the small girl grabs the man's hair, declaring, I will work with you. His eyes widen in terror. In order for you two to get stronger, the voice continues, the speaker's face now visible. The girl's declaration hangs in the air, I will work with you. His face breaks into a wide, almost manic grin at her unexpected agreement. Thank you so much, he exclaims, the words practically bursting from him. Did you hear the rumors? One of the patrons asks, arms crossed. The elf beside him responds, what rumors? The patron elaborates, you know, about the smartphone. The rumors are kind of vague, but apparently, it's a really nice item. And, the person who's using it is a guy from Avalon. Another voice chimes in, questioning, isn't the person who's using the smartphone Hyo-sealjan? Then, was he posing as a member from Avalon? The patron continues, revealing the reason Avalon sought out Hyo-sealjan, that's why Avalon went to see Hyo-sealjan to ask him, why are you going around dragging our name? The patron finishes his thought, snacking as he states, in other words, that bastard got on the bad side of Avalon. The patron, surrounded by others at the table, prefaces his statement, well, then again, this is just my theory. Another voice chimes in, oi, pass that to me.
someone else questions, "What, this?" Suddenly, a pair of red eyes widen in alarm. "Hell yeah, we met eye contact," a voice booms. A bright flash illuminates the scene as a voice wonders, as I thought, is she interested in me? He continues, "Then, let's just ride the momentum and." The voice continues, revealing their true thoughts, "Isn't it hilarious?" After depending solely on his items and acting so confident, it turns out everything was a bluff. In reality, he's nothing but a powerless wimp. The hooded figure continues to speak, assuming the protagonist will be too ashamed to even show up for the testing site. If I were him, I'd be too embarrassed to even. Cutting him off, the pink-haired figure announces, "I'm heading out first." Interrupting, a horned figure declares, "I don't have the time to sit around and participate in idle chatter, so I'll be taking my leave." A clattering sound fills the air as the characters react to the sudden departures. "Miss Lillette," he asks, reaching out a hand as pieces crumble from his body. Another voice chimes in, suggesting, "Hey, we should get going too." A voice calls out, "Thanks for the grub, Shonan." Another bids farewell, expressing gratitude, "Thanks for the grub, Shonan." With a creak, the sign swings in the breeze. Shonan watches with narrowed eyes as another customer departs. The woman turns, her red eyes piercing. "Do you like Hyosealgin?" she asks, her expression unreadable. The woman grabs Hyosealgin by the head, pummeling him. I'm kidding," he cries out. Hyosealgin, teary-eyed, stammers, It's just, I hate it when people talk trash about others when they don't even know the whole situation. That's all there is to it." Hyosealgin's anger rises, a visible puff of air escaping her lips as she clenches her fists. She continues, her expression hardening, "And, we really don't have the luxury of time to be sitting around and gossiping." "Well, yeah." The response hangs in the air, unanswered. The reality of their situation hits hard. There's less than 10 days left before the player pretest begins. The group stands on a hill overlooking a massive, imposing structure in the distance. The pretest looms ever closer. The gravity of the situation sets in. "Okay," she says, a steely resolve hardening her gaze. "I'm assuming you have hardened your resolve," a voice states. "We will now begin the special training," a voice booms. The announcement hangs heavy in the air. A colossal tower looms, its height causing a low rumble. "So tall!" a character exclaims, eyes wide with awe at the looming structure. "Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've seen the tower up close." A voice muses, the realization hanging in the air. He explains that this location offers the closest view of the tower in the village of entry. But then, a question arises, why did you choose to hold the training sessions here? He responds, stating, "You'll learn the reason why in a much faster manner if you experience it firsthand." FWIP. Something streaks past at incredible speed. The instructor's scythe flashes, slicing through the air with incredible speed. The two students are caught completely off guard. The instructor's voice booms out, a challenge hanging in the air, "Try stepping over the line." The two students exchange nervous glances. Both students now stand in what appears to be quicksand, their feet sinking into the earth. "All we have to do is cross over, right?" one student asks, a nervous edge in his voice. But before he can react, his companion, Callie, steps forward, a surge of electricity crackling around her feet. "Wait, Callie. If you're going to cross, then let's do it together," he shouts. Callie is now enveloped in a blinding surge of electricity, her eyes wide with what appears to be shock. But then, a confused "ha" escapes Callie's lips as the electricity intensifies around her. A deafening thud echoes as Callie is seemingly struck by a massive force. The figure, looking up, declares, "Okay, you're up next, Hyosealgin." He gestures, declaring, "Cross over." Hyosealgin's eyes widen with apprehension. Hyosealgin grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "Ah, fuck," he mutters. "Fuck it," he shouts, dashing forward with a surge of power crackling around his feet. A screeching sound fills the air as Hyosealgin's eyes widen in what appears to be shock. He's left speechless. This sensation.
He thinks, eyes wide with a mix of shock and confusion as a surge of energy erupts around him. Below, a hand reaches out from the darkness. He floats in the darkness, a memory surfacing, is just like that time. Gasping for air, he finds himself pinned beneath a massive boot. Staggering, he looks up, recognizing the figure looming over him. Sir Ran, is this place perhaps? The response is simple and direct, yes. Sir Ran continues, explaining that the place they've arrived at, after crossing the border, is one with a paucity of numbers in the outside world. The narrator declares, this is the domain of the Heavenly Tower Terrarium. Before them looms the Heavenly Tower Terrarium. Though not technically inside the tower, the area is still influenced by it. Players have come to call this place a domain. The reason Ran led them into the tower's domain was not just to prepare them for the pressure if they passed the pretest, but the main reason Ran brought them to the tower's domain was because of the most significant characteristic of the Heavenly Tower Terrarium. The most significant characteristic, it turns out, is that the concept of death does not exist in the tower. In exchange, if your body meets the limit, the instructor begins to explain the catch. You will have to pay the price. The instructor's words hang heavy in the air. Price, he wonders, his fist clenching as the instructor continues, it is, well, this isn't the complete X-. The instructor reveals the true cost, you will lose a small amount of your memories. A small amount of memories? He furrows his brow, contemplating the unexpected cost. Silence hangs in the air as they process the instructor's words. That's it, one of them asks, clearly surprised. Another adds, it seems like a less serious issue than I initially thought it would be. People who first hear of the consequences generally tend to show that kind of response, the instructor explains. The instructor elaborates, they think that compared to dying, losing a bit of your memories is a cheap price to pay. Well, for cases like this one. The instructor begins, looking down. He continues, it's much faster to understand if you experience it firsthand. The two students, visibly confused, look down at whatever the instructor is referring to. Pardon? What's down there anyway? One of them asks. His eyes widen, a visible strike connecting with his face. A flurry of movement obscures the scene as he wonders aloud, what the hell is this? A deep rumble echoes as the group looks on at the ominous red lights in the distance. The place is known as the Forest of the Defeated, a place for those who ignored the significance of the consequences. Furthermore, a voice declares. The boy's eyes widen in shock as a sudden attack is launched. The voice continues, revealing the attacker's purpose, they are also the opponents of your training. The opponents stand ready, their strange attire hinting at the challenges to come. SFX, fold. Well then, a voice declares, as the sound of a smack echoes. A stark message appears, try your best to survive. Launched into the air, he cries out as he collides with a solid wall. He plummets back to earth, surrounded by enemies with glowing red eyes. Crashing back down, he can only exclaim in disbelief, what? Glowing red eyes surround him. Before the descent, he reveals, within the forest, I have left markings with my cloth. The condition for passing is then revealed, the condition of passing is to find and retrieve the cloths as fast as possible. A deafening crash echoes through the forest. Standing atop the wreckage, the man surveys the scene. Hyocialjan, Kali. As long as I'm lending you a... The words trail off, the sentence unfinished. Hand in your training, he finishes, a stern look on his face. I will make sure you develop an advance in these last 10 days. If you can't even deal with this level of difficulty, then it'd be best for both of you to give up, a voice booms, as a shadowy figure stands before them. With a child clutched in his arms, a man faces a horde of shadowy figures with glowing red eyes. The fiery backdrop suggests a world consumed by flames. GRRLL, and Groar. The shadowy figures surge forward, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey. Hey! Get up! Can't you see they're just about to tear us to shreds? He yells, panic etched on his face. The child, however, weakly replies, W8. I don't feel too good after that fall. Hurry up, Callie.
If you change into Excalibur, I'll take care of them, he shouts. With a pained expression, Callie weakly replies, oh okay. He shouts, let's finish this with one attack, Callie. We don't have time to deal with these guys. The enemy bellows, we'd better find that cloth Sir Ranhid fast if we want to pass this training. Sweat pours down his face as he strains to hold the massive, dice-topped weapon. With arms crossed, the instructor remarks, they failed. He continues, well I guess that's alright. I even gave them a bunch of hints from the start. The instructor continues, musing that if they had played well, with a bit of luck, they might have succeeded. But the doomed forest is different, he adds, hinting that they still haven't fully realized their own potential. He concludes with a stark assessment, they don't stand a chance. A look of pure, unadulterated panic contorts his face as he sprints forward, sword in hand. God damn! Why is everything going to hell now? He screams. His eyes flutter closed as he groans, ugh. His eyes squeezed shut, a pained groan escapes him. A sharp ringing pierces his ears. Eyes snapping open, he exclaims, God damn it, I dozed off for a moment. Sorry, a voice booms, followed by a declaration of war, let's kick the crap out of these monsters. The battlefield awaits, a purple haze blanketing the sky above the clouds. The figure kneels on the ground, a single expressing their confusion. The figure's eyes widen in disbelief. They begin to say, a dawning realization spreading across their face. The realization fades, replaced by confusion. What was I doing again? They wonder aloud. Suddenly, a voice booms out, I'm Excalibur. The booming voice continues, declaring, I am God's ego sword. The voice continues, my role is. Just sitting right here, the voice concludes, its meaning unclear. She sits, chin resting on her hand, lost in thought. Who knew I'd just be muttering away to myself like this? She thinks, a hint of self-deprecation in her tone. At least Arthur isn't here, she thinks, a small sigh escaping her lips. She stands amidst the wreckage, a silent pause hanging in the air. God, when will you master it? She wonders aloud, her frustration evident. Will you listen to me? She pleads, her hand resting gently on the creature. I miss you. Did you forget about me? The creature asks, his words hanging heavy in the air. The creature stands atop a pile of rubble, a dark silhouette against the bright light. His eyes shadowed, the creature lowers his head. No! Let's not get ourselves down, he shouts, his hand clenched into a fist. The hero grits his teeth, determination blazing in his eyes. Driven by his resolve, he vows, right. When I see God again, I'm totally asking that favor. With renewed vigor, he shouts, let's go. God, he says, his gaze fixed on the distance, a solemn promise etched on his face. I will always be waiting for you. It is all right, a voice declares, as the sun rises over a distant cityscape. If you are, a voice begins, the words hanging in the air. If you are, the voice continues, adding, a little bit late. I'm used to it by now. A massive hand grips a strange, decorated box. Instead, next time I'll definitely. The thought hangs, unfinished. Ask for you to give me a name. The unspoken request hangs in the air. Not a weapon's name like Excalibur. He continues, the request becoming clearer. His fist clenches tightly against his chest, his gaze unwavering. My own name, he declares, the weight of his ambition palpable. One that nobody will forget. He shouts his chosen name, Callie. The declaration echoes with newfound purpose. Tears well in Callie's eyes as the weight of the declaration settles. Callie's eyes widen in confusion. Did I faint? But I'm alone. A desperate plea echoes, Callie. Please wake up. But the scene around her is far from reassuring, filled with menacing figures bathed in a hellish red glow. She falls, the ground rushing up to meet her. Callie! Are you awake? Hyocialgin's voice cuts through the chaos, but his words are laced with an apology. Hyocialgin, sorry, Callie, I know it's hard, but can you change into Excalibur one more time, he pleads. A desperate plea echoes, I don't want to give up even if this isn't the end, please. His eyes blazing with determination, he declares, we can do this, if we do it together. A blinding flash erupts, engulfing everything in a searing light. The light intensifies, a complete whiteout. The light continues to burn, searing the vision. The searing light explodes outward. The light intensifies, striking down upon the horde. The horde is engulfed in the blinding light. Through the blinding light, Hyo-sealjan shouts, what do you think, Hyo-sealjan? I'm all you've got, huh? His face contorted in a manic grin, Hyo-sealjan declares, well then. A voice booms, let's finish this. Another voice responds with a resounding, okay. He moves with blinding speed. A deafening crash echoes. The forest explodes in a shower of splinters and dust. The sound of impact reverberates. The trees crack under immense pressure. Hold on tight, Hyo-sealjan, we're getting out of here before more of them come, a voice urges. Another voice replies, oh, I'm gonna heave. No matter how many times we do this, I'm never gonna get used to it, he groans, sweat dripping from his brow. It's like 3 hours on a roller coaster. Dazed, Hyo-sealjan looks around, confusion etched on his face. Ha, he mutters, before realizing who's responsible for their escape. Callie, you. Callie stares, wide-eyed. Your hair grew, she exclaims, clearly bewildered by the sudden change. Oh yeah, huh? He trails off, seemingly noticing the change himself. The voice declares, ego soared. It grows with its master. I guess this is what it means. He muses, the distant landscape a silent witness. Hey, that was pretty cool, Ran, a voice calls out. So? The words hang in the air, a prelude to what comes next. A sharp kayak echoes through the air. The question hangs heavy in the air, now I can ask you, right? The two stand face to face, the tension palpable. The voice continues, lost in thought, those two in that god-forsaken forest, no, the speaker trails off. The question hangs heavy in the air, what's the reason you left those two to die there? The figure looms, silent, as the question hangs in the air. 56 hours have passed since the party of Hyo-sealjan and Callie. The party has entered the doomed forest. If I count all of the strange and weird things that have happened while fighting for our lives in here. He begins to reflect on their perilous journey. The weirdest is that hunger doesn't exist in this place. He realizes the implications of their situation within the doomed forest. He continues to ponder the strange rules of this place, realizing, rather, sleep is a necessity. Once a set period of time has passed, you pass out just like that. More strangely, once you're asleep, all your wounds start to heal. He then realizes, that probably applies to those still struggling in the forest too. He then realizes, at least they can hide when the night falls. He contemplates, so, in order to find Sir Ranscloth, we have to use the comfort of night carefully. But waking up somebody so soundly asleep. But waking someone sleeping so soundly. ZZZ. I guess I could use some more sleep too, he admits, a slight smile playing on his lips. The fire crackles softly under the dark sky. He lies down, seemingly ready to rest. The dream I dreamt that night was kind of awesome. He then says, the dream I dreamt that night was kind of awesome. The title player appears, hinting at the nature of the story to come. A look of intense strain contorts his face as a powerful force emanates from him. Whoa, Hyo-sealjan, what's up with you? You look like death, a companion exclaims, noticing his exhausted state. He responds weakly, oh yeah, my dream last night. He waves off the concern with a dismissive, forget it, it's nothing. But his companion wonders aloud what is really going on with him. Hyo-sealjan's expression hardens as he wrestles with his thoughts. How do I tell her she appeared in my dream? It's not like I'm some perverted ass. After repeated failures, they realized their strategies were fundamentally flawed. So, an agreement was made, pick a target before we attack. The agreement was made, that way, we could work as one and focus our powers. With that agreement in place, they finally began to understand how to work together. Oh man, my back.
One of them groans, still on the ground. "Oh, you're up," the other asks, already standing.
As he rubs the sleep from his eyes, a voice declares, "As I expected, 3 hours."
"Your little nap, that is."
"As I expected, 3 hours," a voice booms.
"Longer than I thought." "Hang on, how can you be so sure?"
"How can you count without a watch?" she asks, tilting her head in disbelief. He shrugs, replying, just a feeling. Up there, it was kinda my hobby counting the hours when I had nothing else to do." Muttering to himself, he realizes, like I thought, that dream was a memory of you. She asks what he's muttering about, but he brushes it off.
"No, nothing. Let's get going."
As they continue down the path, he remarks, "Knowing how much rest we need will come in handy." It seems they now know how much sleep they'll need after using their powers.
A voice replies, "You reckon?"
"Well, I'd still like to test it a bit more," he mutters, continuing, "like if we know how many times we can use our attacks in one day, maybe we could try not to overdo it.
Ever since we entered this forest, I've realized."
He begins, trailing off before admitting, "just how little I really know about my own strength."
"And Callie's, too," she adds, before trailing off into silence.
"Hee, what are you looking so giddy about, Hyoscalgon?" she asks, a wide, unsettling grin plastered across her face.
He stammers, caught off guard, I do?"
"It might just be me, but I don't think Rand sent us here knowing you might mature like this," she says, a hint of warning in her tone. Hyoscalgon's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he remains speechless.
"Anyways, chin up."
"Ha ha. Where are we even going?" a voice calls out, quickly followed by, "Oh, right. I was thinking we could head towards the center of the forest." The voice suggests, "I figure it's a prime location for Rand to hide the cloth." He recalls, "When I looked over the area from above, I saw it had a pretty big clearing in the middle.
So it's probably there."
"We'll be done here in no time, he confidently states.
But a voice immediately counters, "I don't know about that."
A menacing voice cuts through the confidence.
I mean, maybe if everything goes according to your plan.
The woman continues, her expression hinting at a different outcome. The man lies prone, a golden ribbon tied around his head. His eyes widen in horror as he shouts, "The cloth!" "Callie, move," he shouts, as a red haze descends. His face is splattered with blood as his eyes widen in terror. A sharp crack echoes as the scene cuts to a close-up of his torn cloak. The monster lunges, a massive grab filling the air as it reaches for him.
The monster's grip tightens, a crushing echoing as it seizes him.
Blood trickles from his mouth as the monster's grip crushes him. The monster's maw widens, its teeth bared in a horrifying display. He grits his teeth, a guttural cry escaping as the monster's pressure intensifies. The monster's voice booms, "You survived longer than I expected." His face contorted in rage, he hears the monster's taunt, "So, now we met?" Accusations fly as one of the figures shouts, "You planned to kill us right from the start, didn't you?" Another voice rises, questioning, "What the hell were you thinking attaching your cloth to that monster?" The accusation continues, the voice now demanding, "Callie, do you even know how Callie dies?" "Callie died," the accusatory voice rings out.
Below, Hyoscalgon's name is spoken.
"So," the voice begins, followed by a taunting question, "You're giving up?" He grits his teeth, struggling against an unseen force. He remains steadfast, refusing to yield to the unseen pressure. "Let's go, Callie," he shouts, finally breaking free. He's sent flying backward by a powerful blow. Hyoscalgon's attempt to escape is cut short. "Hang on there, Hyoscalgon. Where do you think you're going, exactly?" Hyoscalgon's face contorts in fury. "You think I'm just gonna die again? To that guy?" Desperation creeps in. "What can I even do?" he wonders aloud. The monstrous visage looms, teeth bared. He's too fast, too strong. Cialgon despairs, realizing, "There was nothing I could do." He can only repeat the crushing truth to himself, "Nothing I could do." A voice cuts through his despair. "Do you really believe that, Hyoscalgon?" Fury contorts her face as she shouts,
how can you talk so shamelessly? We made a plan. The plan, she continues, was to work together to be even stronger. Hyoscalgen even more than me. Her piercing gaze intensifies as she demands, is that all that you learned? Her eyes widen in disbelief, and she exclaims, what the? He looks away, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Let's go, Callie, she urges, but the other figure replies, hey, hold on a moment, I haven't finished. What are you doing? Not even following him, one of them questions. The other responds with a simple, what? Let's go, Hyoscalgen, a voice booms, urging haste. Let's go, Hyoscalgen, the voice calls out again, the urgency echoing through the trees. Hyoscalgen sprints through the forest, the sound of his footsteps echoing behind him. As he runs, Cialgen thinks to himself, just because he's stronger than us, he thinks he can be so arrogant. No way. Cialgen exclaims, disbelief etched on his face. A blinding light erupts in the forest as Cialgen questions, but, is that even right? He urges himself, no, come on. The light fades, revealing a thought bubble, this is just another of Sir Rant's tests to make us stronger. The blinding light fills the area, as Cialgen rationalizes to himself, this is just another of Sir Rant's tests to make us stronger. There's no way he gave us a task we can't overcome. Cialgen declares, stealing his resolve. Before Cialgen, an enormous figure looms, dwarfing him in size. The enormous figure breathes heavily, its size even more imposing up close. Cialgen's eyes widen in terror as the giant demands, what are you thinking? Cialgen's wide eyes reflect the sheer terror of the moment. A bead of sweat trickles down Cialgen's face as his name is called out. Hyoscalgen? Before Cialgen can react, a hulking figure looms over him, demanding, hey, who the hell are you? A guttural UGRH echoes as the hulking figure seems to recoil. The hulking figure cries out, recoiling from an unseen force. A dash sound effect implies a swift movement. Now, a voice commands. The hulking figure stumbles back, seemingly struck by a sudden, unseen force. Oh, hey! I'm Hyoscalgen, a voice suddenly announces. Suddenly, a voice booms out, it's nice to meet you. The monstrous figure's massive hand connects with Hyoscalgen, sending him flying. The monster scoffs, ha! The monster's laughter booms, echoing his dominance. Ha 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 ha! The monster's booming laughter abruptly cuts short. What the? The monster, now roaring with laughter again, finds the protagonist's actions amusing. You're a funny kid. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, the protagonist is shocked. A greeting. He actually greeted me. So, the monster exclaims. So, the monster booms, then asks, may I ask? Why do you want to talk to me? The boy retorts, I figured maybe you're an enemy I have to beat with words. The boy continues, questioning, otherwise, why would Sir Ran wrap that cloth so neatly around your arm? The cloth around the arm is torn to shreds. Correct, she states, a sinister grin spreading across her face. His eyes widen in shock, beads of sweat trickling down his face. A GI. He begins to say, but the sentence remains unfinished. The realization hits him hard. Girl, he questions, disbelief evident in his tone. A monstrous grin spreads across her face, those glowing red eyes promising only pain. Here, take it, he says, offering something with an earnest expression. Hesitantly, the boy asks, are you really going to give this to me? The strange figure responds, I'm just doing what I was asked. If he talks to you, I want you to give him. The cloth, the figure finishes, relaying the message. That's what he said. Examining the cloth in his hands, he wonders, so I passed Sir Rant's training. That's it? Isn't too easy? What the hell was that, you crazy Aphastorus cur, he yells after the fleeing figure. A voice replies, I'm sorry, I left you behind without saying anything. Despite the harsh training, he decides, but let's be positive about what I have achieved. Well, then. He mutters to himself, before declaring, the cloth entrusted to me should also be delivered to Ran. His eyes narrow with determination as he declares, it's time to end this.
His eyes widen as a thought suddenly occurs to him. A forest of sharp spikes rises from the ground. Her eyes widen in horror, screaming the name, Hyo-seol-jin. The spikes fly through the air. The monster towers over him, its massive fist connecting with devastating force. His red eye glows with fury as the monster utters, "My precious children." His face contorted in rage, the monster demands, "How many of them have you killed, before you came here?" The monster's voice booms, echoing across the landscape, "Those are my precious children." His eyes narrow, and he declares ominously, "It has started." The title card flashes, "Player." The title card declares, "Player." Emerging from the darkness, a voice cuts through the silence, "Would you mind telling me the reason?" The question turns accusatory, "Why you threw them into that goddamn forest, no." The accusation intensifies, "Why did you throw them as bait for that monster?" "Of course," he replies, his expression unreadable. "It's for training." His words are met with disbelief. "Training?" He continues, his fist clenched, "They told me they wanted to be strong. So, I granted their request." "If that's the case," a voice declares, as the scene shifts to a distant vantage point. "You told them about that, right?" a voice presses. Then, the speaker continues, revealing a disturbing truth, "You should know that Ran. Those forest of defeated were once human, and they all went to the forest for the same reason. Although there are people who consider the forest as a sacred place, but in the end..." The voice trails off, as the camera focuses on a tall, ancient structure looming over two figures below. "It is just a place cursed by the tower. After all, if you fail..." The ominous voice continues. But a second voice cuts in, filled with unwavering confidence, "The idea of failure has never occurred to me." His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "What?" he utters, the question hanging in the air. His expression hardens, a steely resolve replacing the surprise. "I believe in them." The boy's expression is one of grim determination as a thought bubble appears above him, "If they fail." That boy's resolve deepens. "I will die along with them," he vows, his words heavy with determination. His gaze remains fixed, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the gravity of his vow settles in. The boy's words are met with a stern reply. "It's been a long time since I've argued with you, Ran. Or had a conversation like this," the stern voice continues. The boy relents, stating, "All right, I won't ask you anymore." Ran looks down, his expression unreadable. "Thank you," a voice says from above. But then, another voice calls out, one more thing." Ran hears a voice warning, "Don't say you are going to die together." The voice continues, declaring, "It's not your responsibility to carry that, but to trust them until the very end." Turning his back, Ran simply states, "Yes." He's then struck, a massive impact throwing him back against the cracked earth. The force of the blow sends Ran flying backwards. The foe advances, demanding, "Tell me." The enemy presses his advantage, demanding, "How many of them have you killed?" "Of course, you don't know," he sneers. "Because a murderer wouldn't count the people he killed. They were the ones who attacked us first," he shouts, his face contorted in what looks like pain and anger. "I don't want to kill them, either." "Liar. You were the one that attacked them first." The accusation hangs heavy in the air. The boy looks up, tears streaming down his face, as the figure looms over him, its eyes glowing red. "You're making a mistake," he shouts, desperately trying to stop the figure. "Stop." The figure warns, "If you move, this guy." The figure tightens their grip, the threat hanging heavy in the air, "Will die." The figure's eyes glow with menacing red light as they ask, "You guys are going up to the tower, right?" A voice retorts, "It's obvious." Another voice continues, "I've seen people like you here many times, in the end." The figure's face contorts in anger, their eyes narrowed. All of them became the forest of defeated, they declare. The figure commands, "Just give up." Now that they have their prey cornered, the figure declares, "Now that I've caught you, I can't let you climb the tower anymore." A guttural sound escapes her lips as her eyes glow with a menacing red light. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. "This monster is the target," she declares, her face contorted in what appears to be pure rage. The monster looms, its massive hand poised above the fallen figure. The massive hand descends, poised to crush the figure beneath it. A monstrous roar erupts. The figure screams, a desperate, piercing sound. I told you not to move. The figure's arm glows with an ominous blue light. The figure continues, the next one is the forearm. The figure's red eyes gleam ominously. It hurts so much that my mind goes blank, he cries out, realizing, damn it. This was a trap from the start. The realization hits him, she killed me on purpose before so that I wouldn't feel the pain. The realization dawns on him, she killed me on purpose before so that I wouldn't feel the pain, and I wouldn't be afraid to come back to find her. Damn it. She got me good, he exclaims, realizing he needs to escape from her as soon as possible. Her eyes glow with a menacing red light as she taunts him, isn't it amazing? You aren't bleeding because of the so-called tower. Although, you're not bleeding. She observes, a strange blue energy emanating from the wound. But you can definitely. The ominous voice continues, leaving the threat hanging in the air. Still feel the pain, she finishes, her face close to his. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he endures the agonizing sensation. You're afraid, aren't you, she taunts, her face inches from his. Because you think you're gonna die. Because you think you're going to lose your memory, she declares, twisting the knife. Her words hit home. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes wide with terror. Because you think you're going to be like them, she shouts, as grotesque figures emerge from the shadows. Towering over him, one of the grotesque figures commands, just give up. The grotesque figure continues, commanding him to go back and tell Ran he's giving up. And you don't want to go to climb the tower anymore. The world fades to black, leaving only a few distant stars. I don't. He begins, his voice trailing off, the words barely audible. His voice fading, a single red eye pierces the darkness. Want to, the voice continues, the sound of something massive shifting nearby accompanying the declaration. I won't give up even if I die here, he declares, his voice ringing with unwavering resolve. The grip tightens, a sickening crack echoing as the hero's face contorts in pain. A blinding flash erupts, the force of the impact sending shockwaves outward. The force explodes outward, a shockwave of pure energy. A unique townscape comes into view, a blend of dark, imposing structures and lighter, more conventional buildings. The camera focuses on a golden, ornate tower, identified as belonging to the number 1 guild, Avalon. The camera ascends to the top floor of the Avalon Guild Tower. Inside the audience chamber, a figure stands before a seated individual silhouetted against the bright windows. I, Absinthe of Guild Avalon, the figure declares. Absinthe humbly greets the vice-captain. Van Zygmunt, his class still a mystery, is revealed to be rank number 8. Van Zygmunt recognizes Absinthe. You're the guy I saw when I came down, earlier. He adds, you were in charge of the newbie, weren't you? You've been through a lot, huh? Absinthe responds, I am honored that you remember this lowly me. Absinthe continues, promising, we will do our best to ensure your presence at the entrance. So, Absinthe begins, then please take care of the player's test which will take place in a few days. A question hangs in the air, is this the thing you were talking about? He crouches, placing a phone on the floor. Yes, we recovered it at the site, a voice confirms, but then adds, but according to the investigation. The voice on the other end delivers a surprising report, it contains no power within it. The device lies inert. The report is in, the artifact contains no power. That's just a smartphone, one of them declares. It's useless if it's not me who's using it. An exclamation point punctuates the air. Holding the device, he asks, are you curious? The man reveals the smartphone's true purpose. It's my ability. Hey Team Leader T1, you can't enter or leave without permission, a voice booms, halting his progress. He clarifies, my ability is copy. Literally, to copy another ability. The copy ability user begins to explain, the condition to use is. He smirks, declaring, let's keep it a mystery, for now. The copy ability user is grabbed roughly, as a voice booms, back off. Even if you're the team leader.
He continues, declaring he won't tolerate any more disrespect.
The copy ability user's eye narrows, as he thinks, that's interesting.
The copy ability user is asked directly, your name is Kim Tae-won, right? I'm looking forward to your future performance, the voice declares.
A sinister smile creeps across his face.
He responds, whatever you like.
Even at this proximity, the protagonist thinks to himself, he still can't see his face. The protagonist wonders if an ability is preventing him from recognizing the person before him. The figure acknowledges, you're more cautious than I thought, Vice Captain Zickmund. The figure smirks, declaring he's not in a rush, but is far more interested in finding Dean. Dean's eyes widen in fear as the figure looms over him.
Darkness descends. The world fades to black. Despite the darkness, he vows, I'll definitely pay you back for humiliating me.
His eyes narrowed, he continues, first, I'm going to prove that your choice was wrong.
In 5 days, on the player test.
He vows, fist clenched, energy crackling around it. I shall crush Hyo Seol-jin like a bug. He scoffs, declaring, who cares what power he received from God.
The scene fades to black. A blinding flash erupts, accompanied by a deafening boom.
Eyes wide with shock, she stammers, what, that's. The title, player, blazes across the screen. The screen fades to white.
Why? The question explodes from the protagonist. The monstrous figure snarls, teeth bared in fury. Why the hell are you resisting?
I told you to give up, the monster roars.
But a defiant voice answers, I've heard that word countless times. The defiant voice continues, revealing the source of his strength, because people hated me. The monster seems taken aback by the revelation.
What? He questions, his single visible eye widening slightly. The words echo in his mind, loser. Pathetic guy. Blue energy crackles around his clenched fist. The word useless echoes in his mind. The blue energy intensifies around his fist, crackling with power. The blue energy intensifies around his fist as he demands, tell me what else. His eyes burning with rage, he growls, you. The captive roars, let me go, as the blue energy constricts around him. The blue energy tightens further, seemingly crushing its target. The blue energy constricts, and the captive's expression shifts to one of utter shock and confusion. Within the constricting blue energy, a voice manages to utter a single word, you.
Despite the energy binding him, he shouts, you think I'm just going to give up?
His eye flares with a bright, defiant energy.
Even if it's dirty.
The hero declares, I'll show it to you that people like me can do it too. A single, burning red eye pierces through the darkness.
An explosive burst of energy emanates from him, super recovery? The opponent lunges forward, a jagged aura surrounding them. That's dangerous, a warning shouts. The monster leaps back, creating distance. A voice cries out in disbelief, what? Did that monster just distance herself from Hyo Seol-jin?
Well, that's good but... A voice notes, before adding with concern, something's wrong with him. A voice booms, filled with disbelief, I've never seen anything like that, the voice exclaims, as the figure's eyes glow with an eerie light. His eyes wide with disbelief, he stammers, no way, don't tell me you had. Your own unique abilities, the voice booms, confirming his worst fears. Liber, let's go, a voice commands. Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. He reaches out, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and desperation. Her eyes widen further, a look of pure terror etched on her face. Golden light flares in his eyes as he utters a triumphant, yes.
Blue energy crackles around him as he prepares to strike.
He shouts, you, before declaring the incoming attack to be, what an obvious attack. The world blurs as he manages to utter, I. With a defiant shout, he declares, I'm not just going to sit here and do nothing. Liber, he calls out, a surge of power emanating from him.
A voice responds, resolute, I know.
A dark speech bubble declares, the target is. As determination hardens in his gaze. Those monsters, he declares, his voice ringing with newfound resolve. He charges forward, a blur of motion as he closes the distance to the monsters. He's met with a horde of monsters, their ghoulish faces contorted in a silent scream. Suddenly, the monsters are upon him, their attack a chaotic rush of claws and teeth. The monster roars, its grotesque maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. A blinding light erupts as the hero is struck. The hero is engulfed in a fiery explosion. The explosion continues to erupt. The explosion continues to rage. Staggering back from the explosion, he groans in pain. Kook! Ugh! Are you okay, Hyo Seol-jin? A voice calls out. Eyes wide with desperation, he cries out, now let me go. I will return to my original form and support you. His plea is followed by someone shouting, Hyo Seol-jin. But a firm grip tightens, and Hyo Seol-jin can only choke out a desperate, no. His desperate plea is cut short by a chilling response, not yet. The figure looms, declaring, it's not over yet. A massive wave of energy erupts. The force of the blast sends them flying. Struggling to rise, he grits his teeth, thinking, damn it. Even with that much determination, I still lack enough resolve. He's sent crashing back down, a trail of blood marking his defeat. His face contorted in anguish, he thinks, I can't bring myself to cut them down, as soon as I thought their lives weren't different than mine. Gripping his sword, he cries out, I can't do it. Tightening his grip on the sword, he shouts, I can't do it. The hero stands his ground, sword raised high, still proclaiming, I can't do it. The monster looms over him, its red eyes burning into the hero's soul. Tears stream down his face as he whispers, Liber. I'm sorry. He's sent flying backwards from the monster's attack. He lies motionless on the ground, defeated. The words I lost, defeated, and failure flash on the screen, hammering home the reality of his loss. Right when I thought it's the end. He thinks, as darkness closes in. Just as he thought it was over, a surprising sensation breaks through the encroaching darkness. Something's touched my cheek. His face, battered and bruised, remains turned upwards. With the last of his strength, he looked up, but his vision failed him. But at the end, I couldn't see the something. The monster looms over him, its form casting a dark shadow. There was once a monster who wanted to kill me. The monster towers above, its shadow falling over him. But that monster. She. The monster continues, its red eyes piercing through the shadows. The monster continues, recalling, she had such a sad look on her face. The story begins, player. When was it? A voice echoes in the darkness. This forest was entrusted to me. The voice declares, echoing through the night. The echoing voice continues, now demanding, since when? The voice continues, revealing its source, was watching the moonlight become the only joy of my life. He kneels, his gaze still fixed upwards. And when did? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. He pauses, hand raised, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. I discovered loneliness? A flicker of doubt crosses his face, his red eyes narrowing slightly. From above, a voice demands, who are you? Meanwhile, below, another insists, I'm really telling the truth. Doubts arise as a voice questions from below, are you sure she's here, the person you're talking about? Who would live in the middle of the forest, plus you said she's not a normal person, the girl asks, her expression a mix of concern and doubt. Of course it's true. I even met her yesterday. Just shut up and follow me, he insists, his eyes wide with what seems like forced confidence. A voice from behind retorts, you're too much. While another suggests, all right, let's just go home, yeah? Arg, I'm so damn confused. I forgot which way it is. He exclaims, his face contorted in frustration. It seems the others are already far ahead. Suddenly, his eyes widen. There she is, he shouts, finally spotting their target. Teacher, he yells, finally catching up. An annoyed voice booms, you brat, don't call me that. He proudly announces, I've brought my friends, teacher. Meanwhile, the group below him mutters, so it was true? His story about I. So it seems. A voice trails off as he calls out, hey guys, come here and say hello? You said you wanted to be a player, right? The group below him is clearly taken aback. Seriously, one of them asks, the question hanging in the air. Despite his words, a stark declaration appears: I had no intention of teaching them. He continues, stating he had no interest or talent in teaching. Because my power was innate, born from birth. It's fine either way, he declares, as the battle unfolds before him. He admits, almost wistfully, I missed interacting with people. The moments where a text box begins, as a flashback starts to unfold. The flashback begins, a cheerful conversation echoes through the forest. I felt happiness. The flashback continues, but the view is obscured by a dark figure. The figure speaks, offering a heartfelt farewell. Thank you so much for everything, teacher. The dark figure looms over them, as one of the departing group asks, are you guys really leaving? One of the figures explains that they must prepare for the player's test tomorrow. They confidently declare, we'll definitely pass the test. Thanks to teacher who taught us. A voice responds simply, I see. A chilling thought echoes in the air, time sure flies when you're having fun. Then, with unsettling enthusiasm, one of the students invites, that's right, teacher, you can come with us to the tower. One of the students confidently predicts that their teacher will easily make it into the top 100 rankings. But the teacher hesitates, I would like to, but. The teacher hesitates, a dark aura surrounding him as he states, I can't leave this forest. One of the students, annoyed, retorts, hey, don't ruin the mood, will you? You know how much teacher hates going outside in the forest. Another student grabs the teacher, declaring, I just don't want to leave teacher. Despite the teacher's reluctance, another student insists, we'll be fine. With a cry, the teacher is carried away by the students. Even we are climbing the tower, we will just come back safely, one of the students declares, determination ringing in their voice. With a determined grin, one student shouts, so, wait for us teacher. A chilling gaze pierces through the darkness, the red glint in his eye hinting at something sinister. Gosh, how? A voice begins to say, cut short by a looming figure. Wide-eyed, the student stares up at the teacher, whose red eyes glow ominously. The teacher's face looms closer, his red eyes gleaming as he says, my precious children. Take care of yourselves. The teacher finishes his ominous statement, adding, and come back safely. The students, seemingly oblivious to the dark undertones, shield their eyes with their hands. The teacher watches them go, his back to the students as they head off into the distance. Once again, she says, a slight smile playing on her lips. His thoughts drift, I'll be all alone here. So that's. And so began his long vigil, how I started waiting for them to return. Beneath a starlit sky, a towering structure loomed. It was the tower where he would wait. Gazing up at the tower, he wonders, I wonder how far they've gone up by now. A voice warns, guys don't go anywhere too dangerous. But then, a question lingers, hanging in the air, but why do you guys want to climb the tower? A stern voice booms out, lamenting, you guys should have stayed with me. It continues, a softer tone now, even if you don't become a player, as long as you guys are here, you're all still my precious children. The man's red eye gleams ominously. It's fine if you guys. He begins to say. If you guys decide to give up, he continues, his words hanging heavy in the air, but I hope you guys will come back safely. Below, the group stares up, their eyes glowing an eerie red. They remain bound, staring up at a looming structure under a starlit sky. Bound together, the group finds themselves on a small hill, a massive, dark tower looming before them. Suddenly, they are shoved off the side of the hill, plummeting into the darkness below. As they fall, one of the group members mutters, those Avalon bastards, they're disposing of us. Treating the forest like their own dumping ground, one of the figures thinks, a red glint in their eye. Full of more and more failures in this forest. I just wanted them to be safe, the figure thinks, a flicker of sadness in their red eye. It's fine if they couldn't make their dreams come true. It's fine if they become a player, the figure thinks, tears streaming down their face. As long as they come back safe. The figure thinks, their red eyes now filled with determination. The figure looks down, a dark void separating them from the scene below. Another character appears to be in distress. He plummets downward, the fall seemingly endless. The darkness surrounds him as he continues to fall. But why, how could this have happened, he wonders. The darkness presses in as regret washes over him. If only I had stopped them at that time, he thinks. If only I had told them to give up then. The darkness is broken by a single, ominous thought bubble. That's what I was hoping you'd do. His regret is met with a chilling response. That's what I was hoping you'd do, the thought echoes. The figure collapses, the ominous words hanging heavy in the air as the scene fades to black. But why are you not listening to me? The figure demands, his red eyes blazing with fury. A heavy impact shakes the area as the figure's red eyes glare. A blinding flash erupts. He shields his eyes from the intense light. I'm sorry, echoes in the aftermath. For calling them monsters? I'm really sorry. The words hang heavy in the air, a sincere apology offered. So please. He continues, the plea hanging in the air. So please. Don't cry, he pleads. A fiery explosion erupts. Stay away from Hyo Seol-jin, a voice booms amidst the chaos. The force of the blast sends Hyo Seol-jin flying. Hyo Seol-jin lands hard, the force of the impact clearly taking its toll. Struggling to rise, Hyo Seol-jin demands, why would Ran send you guys here? A chilling voice declares that Hyo Seol-jin will die and return as a walking dead. He responds with defiance, what makes you so sure? The enemy retorts, at least we're better than you who are not trying at all. He then asks, what makes you so worried? The enemy's words take on a desperate edge. If you're that worried enough to cry about us, why don't you just help us? The enemy continues, revealing his true desire, that way we'll be as strong as you. A chilling command cuts through the air, shut up. The command echoes, a furious demand, shut up. Shut up. The command intensifies, the demand now a furious shout, shut up. The screen flashes white, the words stop emblazoned across it. The screen is consumed by the words, shut up. The monstrous figure lunges, its red eyes burning with rage. Stay away from me, the screen screams. The monster closes in with terrifying speed. I don't want. The screen reads, hinting at the protagonist's inner turmoil. 2. The screen continues. The protagonist's face contorts in a desperate plea. Get my hopes. The screen finally reveals. Up again, the screen declares. SFX, whoosh. Her eyes widen in alarm as a dark, jagged blade hurtles toward her. It slices through the air, a dark blur of deadly intent. Why, she manages to utter, the question hanging in the air. How come? A hulking figure looms, bellowing, you guys are also stopping me. You guys really want me to trust those guys? She questions, her eyes wide with disbelief. And even after all what you've been through. You guys? She trails off, her expression a mix of disbelief and hurt as she looks at the group. Still want to give me hope, she says, the words laced with a mix of disbelief and a glimmer of something else. The group remains, their resolve seemingly unshaken despite her words. The blonde woman stands tall, looking down at the group with a stoic expression. One of her companions cradles another, their faces etched with concern. A wave of energy erupts from the blonde woman, the force of it palpable. The blonde woman's voice cuts through the air, her question directed at someone specific. You too. What's your name? Liber and Hyo Seol-jin, comes the immediate reply. The figure states their names, Hyo Seol-jin and Liber. Then, a resolute declaration follows, no matter how long it takes. I will definitely find you too. But then, a question hangs in the air, can you promise to come back safely after your dreams come true? Tears stream down the figure's face, their red eyes wide with emotion. The question hangs heavy as the figure stares ahead, tears welling in their wide, golden eyes. Just like that, the words echo, as one figure stands tall while another sits, hunched over in despair. My new weight has. The text reads, leaving the sentence unfinished and the audience in suspense. Begun, the sentence concludes, leaving the audience to wonder what exactly has started.
The content of the training was very simple. A sinister grin stretches across his face as he announces, "Let's play tag for 3 days." The sinister game takes a deadly turn as he clarifies, "If you get caught, you'll die." I must say, those 3 days were. The text reads, as a glimpse of a monstrous figure with a red cape appears below. The monstrous figure looms, teeth bared, as the boy is sent flying. The most struggling moment of our lives, the text declares, as the boy is sent flying by the monster's attack. Darkness descends, obscuring everything. Emerging from the darkness, the instructor praises them. "Incredible, you two are the first ones I've ever taught who haven't been caught in 3 days." She continues, "Of all the children I've taught, you're the best at running away." The instructor declares, "This is all I can teach you." The instructor commends them, "Good job, you two." Tears stream down his face, a mix of exhaustion and relief evident in his expression. Exhaustion etched on his face, tears of relief stream down his cheeks. He collapses, utterly spent. But before he can fully succumb to exhaustion, his opponent strikes, connecting with a powerful blow. Despite the brutal fight, they cheer, tears streaming down their faces. "We made it, Liber. We're still alive. You've done a good job, Hyo-seol-jin. We can sleep on the bed now," the voice exclaims, relief evident in their tone. "I'm also very proud of you," the voice booms, surprisingly admitting, "Man, I even missed that hellish ran." He then mutters, talking behind his back, "You're valid. The voice continues, pleading, to listen to me till the end, at least. The voice reveals the lesson's core, how to survive from an enemy that is stronger than you. He concludes, "This is the best lesson I could teach you for now." The voice emphasizes, it's important wisdom in a tower full of strong individuals. The creature's voice booms, emphasizing the crucial point, because being a player isn't only about achieving victories but it's also about surviving. The voice continues, driving home the point, to do so, you'll have to make better use of your abilities, right? A wave of dread washes over them. "Ugh, I got a bad feeling of déjà vu," one of them groans. Another asks, fear creeping into his voice, "Teacher, you're not going to make us do that again, are you?" The teacher responds with a cheerful well, his expression suggesting whatever's coming next won't be pleasant. The teacher's cheerful tone belies a sinister undertone as he declares, "You'll have to ask the person himself." "Come on, baby," a voice booms as a fist hurtles forward with incredible speed. The punch lands with devastating force, sending the man reeling backward, eyes wide with shock. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. Beneath her feet, the ground shatters from the force of the impact. A stunned "what" echoes through the scene. A deep voice booms, "Liber and Hyo-seol-jin, I heard you were talking about me. You guys said something pretty interesting about hell. Well, from now on." The deep voice continues. Liber and Hyo-seol-jin look up, expressions of terror etched on their faces. His eyes narrow, a sinister glint in them. "I'll show you what hell really is like." The ominous voice echoes, promising torment for the remaining 4 days. The screen displays Player Test D4, marking the next stage of their ordeal. The title player flashes on the screen, signaling the start of a new challenge. The silhouette of a figure stands against a backdrop of towering structures, the sky a pale blue above. A tall, segmented structure rises against the pale blue sky. Realization dawns on him. Come to think of it, today is the player test, he finishes, the realization hitting him hard. Before them looms a massive gate, a sign above proclaiming, Player Test D-Day. Eat well and get some rest? We're about to start, he shouts, a wide grin plastered across his face. Don't be nervous everyone because I am with you. A voice booms, reassuring them, just do what you've been doing and you'll pass. But another wonders aloud, what the hell is that guy doing? Leave him alone, it's nice to liven up the atmosphere, a voice interjects, seemingly defending the unknown figure. A boisterous energy emanates from the group as they stand together, a stark contrast to the previous tension. A sigh escapes him as he thinks, most of them aren't much different from the first test. He's even stupidly excited. I can see where this is heading, he thinks, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Why are you looking so intently? Who are you looking for? One of them asks, noticing his gaze. Another voice continues, sure enough, you said you weren't interested in him, but the truth is you really like. Kerf, he gasps, struck by a sudden, brutal blow. The joke falls flat as one of the group lies dead on the ground. I told you, I don't like that kind of joke, she declares, a red aura crackling around her. A voice from the ground weakly apologizes, I'm sorry. Your reaction was so funny. We'll start the final round of player test shortly, a guard announces. Then, addressing the crowd, he continues, so candidates, please prepare to enter. By the way, I can't see Hyo Seol-jin. What should we do? One of the candidates asks, his tone laced with concern. An annoyed voice cuts through the concern. Stop being so nosy, they will be here. Footsteps echo as one of the candidates declares, well, I'm going in first. A hand reaches out, grabbing her arm. Hey, wait for me. Inside, a candidate's eyes widen in confusion. A sudden, confused outburst breaks the silence. What the hell is that? The challenger lies prone, eyes wide with terror as a hulking figure looms over him. A small figure calmly requests, excuse me, could you step aside? Her words are directed at the massive figure looming over the fallen challenger. You were told to get ready, right? Unless you're deaf. The voice carries an edge of impatience. The figure, wreathed in shadow, retorts, there is no room for women here. Go away. His glowing red eyes pierce the darkness. I'll give you 5 seconds, the voice threatens. I'll give you 5 seconds, he threatens, demanding that they step aside. The figure begins to shout, "Coo!" The shout becomes a maniacal laugh. That is so funny. The maniacal laughter continues as he spits out, despite the fact that you were placed here by luck, you have quite pried their trash, Kakik. Despite the maniacal laughter, one of the figures wonders aloud, is she gonna be okay? I think we should help her. Another voice retorts, ugh, this is just giving me a headache. That guy with long black hair. I've heard about him, one of the figures mutters, a hint of recognition in their voice. He's Group B's only successful candidate. The figure reveals, the information hanging heavy in the air. The sole survivor, Bloody Mary, a stark title declares. Bloody Mary is the sole survivor. Bloody Mary commands, everybody stay where you are. Without a supervisor present, his intentions remain unknown. A towering figure looms over Bloody Mary. If he steps in now and cause a ruckus, that's likely what he wants, the figure warns. The towering figure continues, observing, she's not moving an inch, she won't be provoked so easily. I guess some of the guys in Group C are not all talk, he observes, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. But then, a sudden strike lands with devastating force. The strike lands as a voice declares, I still need to reduce the number of people even more. The force of the blow sends him reeling, as a voice booms out, you brought this on yourself. The booming voice continues, declaring, I'll fix your behavior, Trash Group C. A blinding flash fills the space as the attack lands. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The monstrous figure looms over her, his massive hand reaching down. Don't, Cyanin, she cries out, a desperate plea. If you attack. Her warning hangs in the air, unfinished. First. The attack lands, and Cyanin, his face partially destroyed, asks, who's the trash now? Enraged, he demands, take that back. His face contorted with rage, he threatens, or I will make you. His red eyes blaze with fury, the threat hanging heavy in the air. That idiot, falling for such an obvious provocation, he thinks, clearly frustrated. Now he's no longer going to be blamed for this fight, he declares, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The blow lands with devastating force, a shockwave rippling outwards. He slams his staff down on the monster's head. Since you attacked me first. The words echo ominously. The monster's face looms, its red eyes burning with rage. All I'm doing now is defending myself. The monster's declaration hangs heavy in the air. A blinding flash erupts as the monster unleashes a devastating attack. The hero is sent flying back by the force of the monster's blow. The impact is immense. Amidst the chaos of the impact, names are called out: Kerr, Jack. The monstrous figure looms, declaring, now that 5 seconds have passed, bitch. Towering above, the monstrous figure poses the chilling question: what are you gonna do now? The figure looms over him, but a quiet resolve settles in. It can't be helped, he thinks. The hero's resolve hardens. I'll play your game. The challenge is accepted. Come on, you oversized mosquito, she taunts, ready to fight. A maniacal laugh erupts. Just what I had hoped for, he booms, relishing the challenge. A crimson aura explodes from the oversized mosquito, revealing his class vampire, Bloody Mary. I see, that's the reason why he could act so arrogant, a voice remarks. That's a lot of pressure. I guess that monster is at least a Class C player, someone exclaims, recognizing the vampire's power. The vampire roars, brandishing his massive weapon. Everybody, get ready for battle. The vampire prepares to strike, his eyes glowing with menacing intent. The vampire swings his massive blade downward, a terrifying grin plastered across his face. The vampire's face contorts in disbelief, a massive question mark looming over his head. Huh, the vampire mutters, completely taken aback. A blinding explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. What? One of the figures exclaims. What's going on? Suddenly, lightning crackles across the sky. Eyes wide with terror, he realizes, no, it's not lightning. The realization dawns on him, someone just. A voice booms, declaring, one shot that monster. Her eyes widen in disbelief. No way. She whispers, before questioning, Hyo Seoljin? His eyes widen in alarm, hand instinctively flying to his chest. His gaze drops, and he mutters, what's this? What do you mean, it's a grata dash, he starts to ask, the question hanging in the air. The strange creature beams, giving 2 thumbs up. You did a great job, Seoljin, she exclaims, calling it a graduation present. Well, you'll see the effects when you use it, she says. I've kept that cloth for a long time. The creature happily declares it's the same material as something, as Seoljin wonders if this is what he's supposed to get. Isn't that great? Hyo Seoljin got all the presents, one of them exclaims. Liber is then asked if he wants to try wearing it. The voice continues, cooing, oh, my baby. I'm sorry I couldn't bring you a present as well. You're upset, aren't you? Wrapping Liber in a tight embrace, she assures him, it's okay. Saying that you're gonna get another piece of cake. That's wonderful, she exclaims, her words filled with genuine delight. In the past few days, a voice observes, noting, he has become so strong that you can't even tell anymore. It's come to a point that I can feel it by just being around him. Looking up, she hears a voice say, for now. The disembodied voice declares, I think it's time for him to go. The horned figure calls out, Seoljin, come here. Then, with a sinister undertone, it adds, I want to give you one more present. Seoljin's eyes widen in surprise. Oh, yeah, he exclaims, seemingly excited by the prospect. But a thought bubble reveals his true feelings, a present. Is there something else? A sinister laugh echoes. He's suddenly struck, flying backwards from the force of the blow. He's suddenly met with a kiss from the enemy, though his wide eyes betray his shock at the unexpected attack. Eyes wide with shock, he can only utter a single word, what? The shock intensifies as he shouts, what are you doing? A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, now that we're done saying goodbye. It's the last present, he shouts, his grip tightening. But a thought bubbles to the surface, wasn't this the gift? Ha, he exclaims, as the thought hangs in the air, wasn't this the gift? A brutal strike lands. Weigh it, he cries out, as a voice declares, I threw you towards the test site. With a wide grin, she declares, you need to come and take Liber back with you. As he flies through the air, a voice calls out, then, be careful while you are there. See you later. The world blurs as he plummets downwards, a desperate cry echoing, help me. Ah! A blinding flash erupts. Impact is imminent. A sharp, slicing sound echoes. The attack lands, but a voice questions the outcome. Oh? She smirks, a glint in her red eyes. It's just a practice match before entering the test, but. The participants are quite passionate this time, a voice observes. The woman asks, isn't that right, judges? The title card flashes, player. He reflects, I was thrown from so far away but I didn't take any damage from the impact. A slash sound effect rings out as he wonders, is it because of this cloak? But, he thinks, the floor feels strange. Something's not right. What, he exclaims, eyes wide with shock. The floor isn't a floor at all, it's a person. A voice cries out, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He reaches out a hand, calling, are you okay? Hello? Excuse me? He's not answering. Is he dead? Did I kill him? The speaker's voice is filled with panic. Seoljun, he shouts, fear evident in his voice as he calls the other man's name. Eyes wide with terror, he wonders, whose voice is that? Ha! Seoljin, that's dangerous, she exclaims, her red eyes wide with alarm. That monster. He's still alive, someone shouts, as the monster grips its weapon. Seoljin stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as the monster looms behind him. What? He mutters, disbelief etched on his face. Turning, Seoljin's eyes widen in terror, unable to voice a sound as the monster's shadow looms. The monster lunges, a guttural growl echoing as it bears down on Seoljin. A blinding impact explodes outwards. The impact sends tremors through the ground, the force of the blow punctuated by a deafening dum. I can't believe it, he thinks, reeling from the attack. This is just the pressure from the aftershock of that attack. He's really strong. He's hit hard, realizing, an attack like that, you can't even dodge it. Staring intently, he realizes the gravity of the situation. An attack like that, you can't even dodge it. A low growl rumbles as the realization hits him. A guttural growl rips through the air as the towering figure looms over him, its immense size dwarfing the hero. A hand reaches out, seizing a crimson, ragged edge. What the? The hero's shocked exclamation cuts through the tension as a monstrous, glowing red eye pierces the darkness. Terror grips him, he finds himself paralyzed. I can't move. The monstrous presence looms closer, its shadow dominating the space. A chilling question echoes, who are? The monstrous figure's chilling question is answered with a single word, you. The boy's gaze sharpens, his expression hardening with resolve. A swift movement, accompanied by a swoosh, indicates the start of the battle. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination burning within them. Determination hardens on her face as she steps forward, ready to face the approaching horde. Bruised and battered, she grits her teeth, pushing through the pain. You, she begins, her voice strained. You, she manages to choke out. You, what are you doing? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. Crack. A sickening crack echoes as the red-skinned monster's face fills the view. Oh, he questions, a hint of surprise in his tone. Rage contorts the monster's face as he bellows, you brat. You think you're smart. I will cut you down into pieces. The enraged monster lunges, his massive foot hurtling down towards the protagonist. His eyes narrow, focused on the incoming attack. Golden energy crackles around him as the monster's foot descends. Liber. The name echoes in the silence. A deafening explosion erupts, a blinding flash of blue and gold consuming everything. The explosion intensifies, the sheer force threatening to overwhelm everything in its path. The explosion rocks the very foundations, the force of it punctuated by a resounding exclamation. His red eye reflects the growing magical energy below. Below him, the magical energy surges upward in a twisting column of bright blue light. He plunges the magical energy into the downed beast. A voice cries out, demanding, why are you suddenly attacking me? He retorts, if I don't kill you, then. He realizes, I won't be able to take the player test. Her eyes widen in shock, a visible tremor in her expression.
What? She breathes, the shock evident in her wide, red eyes. The shock deepens as she questions, is that really Hyo Seol-jin? He stands over the defeated foe, a glowing blade in hand. What on earth happened to him in the last 10 days, she wonders. Hyo Seol-jin turns, his expression unreadable. What is he planning? Hyo Seol-jin lunges forward, a burst of light erupting from his blade. The blade whistles through the air. The blade slams into its target with explosive force. Thwack! Thwack! The figure collapses to the ground, defeated. Raise, the command echoes as the defeated figure is launched upwards. As the figure is launched upwards, a voice whispers in disbelief, Oh my god. Despite the sweat and visible injuries, a disturbing smile spreads across his face. He remarks that the clothes are a little too long, then admits it didn't hurt that much, adding that it was a close call. The smaller figure, visibly shaken, asks if the monster exploded while he was standing on it. He chuckles, admitting that it felt like it hurt. Then, he remarks, it made such a loud sound. Okay, first of all, you are a human, you idiot, the smaller figure exclaims, clearly exasperated. What are you even doing? The pink-haired girl watches with amusement, but another voice chimes in, warning, if you're gonna do that, don't fall. The glowing figure retorts, you called me out in the middle of that fight out of nowhere. You scared the hell out of me. Liber's face is contorted in what seems to be a mixture of anger and fear. He apologizes, saying, I'm sorry, Liber. His voice barely a whisper, Liber repeats his apology, I'm sorry, Liber. The apology turns into sinister laughter. A blush spreads across Liber's face as he chuckles, haha. The sinister laughter subsides as Liber states, you haven't changed a bit. The boy stares up at Liber, eyes wide with shock. The boy's expression shifts to one of pleading, hands clasped together as he watches Liber walk towards a massive, ornate gate. Hey, did you see that? Did you ever think Jay would ever laugh? One person asks. Another responds, confused, what are you talking about? A looming figure interrupts, questioning, I know you guys are on good terms, but how long are you gonna stay like that? An exasperated voice breaks in, urging, oh my god, just calm down. The speaker reminds them, you know the exam is about to start soon? And so? A voice trails off above the crouching figure. A new voice declares with determination, I'll be going first. With unwavering resolve, she declares, I'll be going first. Her red eyes reflect a fierce determination. Wide-eyed, he utters a small ah, as the next combatant steps forward. Hey, wait for us, a voice calls out, interrupting the advance. Ah, wait, the voice pleads, interrupting the impending fight. A blinding light erupts. The light intensifies, accompanied by a resounding cree. The light blazes even brighter, accompanied by a piercing shriek, eek. The shriek intensifies as the blinding light continues to grow. The blinding light intensifies further, accompanied by a powerful whoosh. Sound. As the light fades, the group is revealed, surrounded by shadowy figures. The group stands surrounded by the looming figures, their dark silhouettes a stark contrast against the fading light. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he mutters, finally. The camera pans down, revealing a brightly lit room. A beam of blue light pierces the night sky, illuminating the castle tower. SFX, / That was at. The speech bubble starts, cut off abruptly. His words cut off mid-sentence, he wonders, but this light? It's not my disciple's ability. He then concludes, then, it must be another rookie? Shall we send an investigation team? Someone asks. A firm voice immediately responds, no, you don't have to. We can't miss this spectacle anyway, the voice declares, accompanied by the sound of something rushing forward. With a whoosh, he declares, I'll be going there myself. He launches forward, his destination unknown, but his intent clear. He seems to be speaking to someone, stating, it's been a while since I saw you in the second place. A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything. A deafening cree fills the air as an intense light flares. The piercing cree resonates as the intense light continues to blaze.
The blinding light intensifies, obscuring everything.
A whoosh fills the air as something rushes past. The structure groans under immense pressure with a loud TA. The group stands before massive, ornate doors, the structure around them groaning under the strain.
The sound of cracking echoes as the doors begin to give way. As the doors finally yield, one of the group exclaims, "Wow, what a view!" Another adds, "This is the front door that I've only heard of."
A face peers through the opening, eyes wide with what looks like shock.
Peering through the opening, he wonders aloud, "Is it just me?"
His thought continues, "Or those people are." The scene beyond the opening is awash in a menacing red light. His blood runs cold as he realizes, "Looking at me." He finds himself surrounded.
Silhouetted figures loom on either side, their intentions unclear.
His eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in his gaze despite the overwhelming odds.
Kim Tae-won. The name echoes, heavy with unspoken meaning.
A bead of sweat trickles down his face. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily. "Looks like everyone's here," he observes, a chilling statement hanging in the air. An exclamation mark punctuates the moment, signaling impending danger.
The unsettling figure declares, "Let's start with an explanation of the test."
Her words hang heavy with unspoken threat.
The text reveals, Kim Tae-won, a rookie, is being supported by the Avalon Guild with all its might. He reflects, "The first time I found this out was..."
His thoughts drift back to a pivotal moment, when a mere boy had taken on Avalon's attack unit. The memory crystallizes, a lone figure standing victoriously over the fallen. He had killed them all by himself. The hooded figure declares, "It is my job to determine whether he is a suitable tool for Avalon."
But he admits, "I'm not sure about anything yet, except one thing is for certain. What I can tell for sure is..."
The hooded figure stands atop a massive, jagged structure, silhouetted against the dark sky.
That man is the only one who can sway him.
The hooded figure's words carry a heavy implication as he stares intensely forward. The hooded figure's words hang heavy in the air, that you are the only one. His gaze hardens, a subtle resolve forming in his eyes as the hooded figure's words sink in. He clutches at the wound on his side, a grimace of pain etched on his face. The hooded figure stares down, a warning issued, "Sir, the use of excessive force was prohibited the other day." A chilling reply comes, "I know. I will just go and say hello."
The figure demands, "Step aside." A voice questions the hooded figure's actions, "What? What's up with this guy?"
The hooded figure's voice booms, "Get out of here." The two characters look on in shock at the hooded figure. The hooded figure's command sends the others stumbling back, clutching their heads in pain. A swoosh sound effect accompanies the hooded figure as he moves with incredible speed. The hooded figure towers over the others, his speed leaving only a swoosh in his wake.
"That's him, isn't it?" one of them asks, eyes narrowed. A hesitant yes confirms their suspicions.
"I'm sorry, Liber," he says, his expression unreadable.
He then adds, "I'm just going to talk to him for a bit."
The protagonist faces the looming figure, standing his ground despite the clear size difference. A familiar face greets him with a chilling smile.
"Seol-jin, you've changed a lot."
The man's words carry a veiled threat.
"You now know how to look me in the eye."
The man's expression hardens as he continues, "Yet you're still the same.
How long are you going to be childish and act up?" Eyes wide with fury, he demands, "What? Say that again." Electrical energy crackles around him. The man's fury intensifies. Red energy explodes around him.
A red energy blast streaks forward with incredible speed. Despite his nervous expression, blue energy crackles from his hand.
"Stop," he commands, his voice ringing out.
The group halts, visibly surprised by his command. He continues, his tone firm, "Listen carefully.
Personally, you guys can do whatever you want, I don't care. But don't fool around in the test area." Her expression hardens, brows furrowed. "Under my supervision, I won't allow fooling around."
He stares intensely, the question hanging in the air.
"Any problems?" He's leaning over someone, but the view is cut off. His gaze intensifies, a dark shadow crossing his face.
Look up, a voice urges. Above, a shadowed figure stands on the platform.
The figure remains shrouded in shadow, his features obscured as he looms over the platform's edge.
A figure with light green hair and a red suit turns her head, looking back with a stern expression. A dismissive pft fills the air. The green-haired figure asks, "Are you Hyeoseoljeon?"
A question hangs in the air, unanswered.
Before Hyeoseoljeon can answer, a voice booms, "I saw it all."
You knocked down a candidate in one move. The newcomer's assessment is blunt, she's rough but useful.
She laughs, getting uncomfortably close to Hyeoseoljeon.
Oh? You're much cuter up close.
He stammers, caught off guard by her sudden advance.
Ah, hey.
She backs away, dismissing him with a wave.
But sadly, not my type.
Her grip tightens on his arm as she remarks, "Your body is much tougher than it looks," but her words trail off, leaving the rest unsaid. Her expression hardens as she states, "It's not enough to make everyone in Group C pass."
An ominous exclamation mark fills the panel, leaving the audience to wonder what's next. Interrupting her, a voice declares, "That's enough, Lulu. I'm on duty now."
Lulu replies, "Oh, I think that was all I had to say anyway." With a saccharine tone, Lulu dismisses the interruption, adding, "Oh, I think that was all I had to say anyway."
She then continues, "You need to be less generous with your favoritism."
Cutting her off, someone declares, "I'm not going to let you do anything you want."
"I don't think that's fair."
Another voice chimes in, agreeing with Lulu, "I agree with Lulu that this could pose a problem to the balance of the test."
The announcement rings out, Group A and Group D, which will take the same test, are less in number compared to Group C.
BB's fury erupts in a primal scream, her red eyes blazing with intensity.
A judge from Group A declares, "It's an unfair screening if you make a test where the participants can cooperate. Then it's unfair in an examination."
"If he's special," she roars, her face contorted in rage. A new voice breaks through the argument.
"You guys? You've grown up."
The green-haired woman sighs, a stark contrast to the rage of the other.
"I know how to stand up to you too," she declares. A sudden shift in the air leaves one of the onlookers visibly unnerved. "What's this atmosphere?" he wonders aloud.
The tension rises as someone voices the unthinkable, "Don't tell me, the judges are going to beat each other up." The judge's intense gaze pierces through the arena, a silent challenge hanging in the air. The judge, seemingly accepting the challenge, mutters, "Okay, all right."
The judge concedes, stating, "I lose. Do as you please, Lulu." A mischievous grin spreads across Lulu's face. "Hee, that's how you're supposed to do it."
Lulu grabs the judge's collar, her red eyes gleaming as she ponders, "Now, let's see.
Should I cut it by half?" Addressing the onlookers, Lulu declares, "I'm sure you all heard us." A crowd of onlookers stands silently, awaiting Lulu's next move. Lulu's red eyes gleam as she declares, "So from now on, under the guidance of Lulu, the test for Group B."
A figure stands cloaked in shadow, his face obscured.
"The moment has arrived, it's time to go."
The shadowed figure speaks, a familiar name escaping his lips, "Long time no see, Captain Sigmund."
Sir Sirius scoffs, clearly unimpressed.
"I can't believe the representative of the Avalon Guild was sent to this shabby competition." The captain responds, acknowledging the compliment. "Thank you for thinking highly of me, but I am representing the Avalon Guild."
He then admits, "Of course I would.
I was amazed by the spectacular performance in the competition the other day." The captain continues, singling out a specific moment. "Especially Nagi, when she pushed that hillbilly down."
The captain scoffs, elaborating on his point.
"That cheeky guy with the mechanical arm having such cheap equipment wanted to compare himself with her."
The captain pauses, seemingly lost in thought about the events he witnessed.
Ignoring the captain, the man with dark hair focuses intently on something in his hand.
"You're ignoring me? Aren't you?" the captain demands. The captain's laughter rings out as he declares, "I see. Another VIP is coming here. Let me see who it is. Oh, finally.
You're here, a voice booms. A booming voice fills the air. Oh, finally. You're here. The voice continues, laced with shock, why, you? The booming voice, filled with disbelief, cries out, how? You're not supposed to be here. A shout echoes through the area, Dean. Shadows obscure his eyes as he retorts, well, who are you supposed to be? An enraged voice booms, declaring, you bastard. This is a place where only the big guild executives can step in. The enraged executive continues his tirade, yelling that it's not the place for a skank without a guild. A sinister smile creeps across his face as he retorts, yeah? If what you're saying is true, then I think I'm in the right place. Before him, a towering figure demands, what are you trying to say? Do you think you have the right to be here? The masked figure responds, unwavering, I told you, I'm in the right place. No way. A sudden exclamation breaks the tension. The towering figure is taken aback. You have a guild, he exclaims, surprise evident in his tone. The man introduces himself, stating, I am Dean, the master of the Red Wing Guild. I look forward to your kind cooperation. Dean's information appears, Guild Master of the Red Wings, ranked number 2. Dean's face contorts in disbelief. How? I can't believe your guild got approved. A voice booms, cutting through Dean's disbelief, I approved it. Long time no see, Dean. The deep voice continues, claiming responsibility, I approved it. Long time no see, Dean. A surprised voice then exclaims, ah, Captain. The name echoes with a strange resonance, Zygmunt. The man's smirk widens. I can't believe you're actually out of the castle for once, he says, then admits, yeah, I was having a hard time with the newbie. Let's stop talking about that, Zygmunt declares, his face shadowed with a sinister grin. As an apology, I even approved the creation of the guild. Well, I didn't expect that you, who insisted on playing solo, to actually make a guild. It's wise to try again with reliable colleagues when you couldn't overcome it alone, he states, a hint of condescension in his tone. He continues, a confident smirk likely playing on his lips, you must be looking forward to the day you finally challenge me again. The figure responds, his voice dripping with anticipation, I am looking forward to it. A chilling voice answers, the anticipation palpable, I am looking forward to it. A voice echoes, laced with curiosity, I wonder who will it be. So, a voice begins, before the question hangs in the air, are you ready? The character declares, so from now on, under the supervision of Group B, Lulu. We will start. Lulu and the others look on, their expressions a mix of apprehension and annoyance. The announcement continues, we will start the 1:1 tournament for the player selection test. The title card flashes, player. Now, let me explain the rules, a voice declares. Then, the announcement continues, revealing the tournament's daunting time limit, 24 hours. The voice continues, granting the players permission to use any means or methods to achieve victory. Whoever survives, wins, the voice booms, clarifying the brutal stakes of the competition. The voice adds a crucial caveat, however, if the winner is not decided in time, they'll both be disqualified. A close-up reveals a character's face as they ask, what do you think, isn't it simple? Is that all you can think of? Lulu, she demands, her red eyes narrowed in fury. An irritated voice replies, but it is simple and fair. I like it. Sarung. Hey, Hyosialjan, what are we gonna do if it's one-on-one? Do we have to fight separately, one of them asks. He then realizes, huh? You're right. Should I ask them? A voice declares, I think everyone understands the rules. Someone raises their hand, asking, I have a question. But another voice retorts, are you serious? It's something even a monkey would understand. A deafening boom echoes as the figure declares, then let's start the test. Eyes wide with shock, someone exclaims, what, all of a sudden? Panic erupts as someone shouts, the floor is crumbling under our feet. The ground gives way, large chunks of the floor collapsing beneath their feet. A look of pure terror contorts his face as the world falls away. The sound of rushing wind fills the air as they plummet into the abyss. The abyss rushes up to meet them, a blinding light at the end of their fall. They fall further into the blinding white. Ah! That was too sudden. It caught me off guard, he exclaims, clearly disoriented. If you are going to do that, at least say it before you do. What, this is, he cries out, finally realizing their destination. His eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the familiar voice. This voice is, that Liber? He stares up at the towering trees, the realization dawning on him. A sudden tada sound effect fills the air, followed by a stunned silence. Her eyes widen in disbelief. What is this place, she exclaims, clearly disoriented. A thought bubble appears, definitely indoors just now. Tears well in her eyes as she whispers, that's amazing. But then, a question dawns on her. Is this the perforated terrarium? Above, the words name of the tower appear, solidifying her question. Ah. I hope everyone teleported properly and in one piece, he says, relieved. But then, his companion asks, what is that, in the sky? The question hangs in the air, a talking machi? The machi-like creature floats above, as a voice clarifies, to be exact, it is a tool modeled after a makiko. Well, by the way, the woman continues, a sly grin spreading across her face. The woman's voice booms, revealing the location, the place where you guys were sent is. Her red eyes widen, and she reveals the location is a snowy forest. A virtual zone, she continues, it's based on the actual hierarchy of the terrarium. The perforation terrarium. A stark message appears, adapt to the environment and survive. He walks down a dimly lit corridor, the flickering flames casting long, eerie shadows. A disembodied voice booms, demanding, then, I want you to show your skills with all your might. The guild leaders are gaining a lot of attention from this test. The stakes are high as the text proclaims, being in a guild is a must. The text emphasizes that guilds are essential for survival and that this test serves as a crucial opportunity for players to attract guild attention. So, the players consider their next move. A chilling smile spreads across her face as she wishes them, good luck to you all. Above them, a screen declares Player Selection Test, 1:1 Tournament. The reality of what's coming seems to dawn on the players. His eyes widen in what appears to be dawning horror. Then, a voice booms, cutting through the tension. The voice continues, the words now appearing in a speech bubble, you're my opponent? Tada, the screen announces, signaling the start of the match. The screen reveals his opponent, and a look of shock crosses his face. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. A look of grim determination settles on his face. He thinks to himself, that guy, he's standing on what appears to be a grassy ledge. The protagonist shields his eyes, peering into the distance. I can't even see the end. Are you sure this space is part of the terrarium? He asks, voicing his uncertainty. A close-up of a character reveals their intense stare as they ask, Liber, did you find anything? Liber? Answer me. The first character demands, but Liber curtly responds, be quiet. I'm concentrating. Liber, perched precariously, retorts, well, we're not eagles and it's too high to look around from a place like this. Suddenly, Liber shouts, hey, hey! What's that over there? Another character exclaims in surprise, what? Liber, your eyes are amazing. He urgently asks, what is it? I can't see it. What did you find? Liber urgently shouts, look. Right at the end. Liber points towards the end of the canyon, his finger outstretched. Only that place has a different color. Liber exclaims, spotting a distinct anomaly in the distance. The question hangs in the air, is it connected to somewhere? Looking through his fingers, Liber observes, really? From the topography, it looks like the desert. A new thought strikes him, you don't think the test sites, are they all connected? Well, then there's another candidate out there, Liber states, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. He presses on, seeking confirmation, you're saying there might be something? Confirming Liber's suspicions, the man states, well, let's move towards the desert as soon as we're done here. He continues, suggesting a new direction. We might have a chance to figure something out about Kim Tae-won's abilities. Suddenly, an unknown voice interrupts, demanding, "What are you guys doing? How did you two get together?" The boy looks up, startled, as a voice questions, "Wasn't this a 1:1 match?" Hearing the question, the boy's eyes widen in surprise. He stammers, clearly caught off guard. A smug grin spreads across the newcomer's face as he asks, "You're my opponent?" The boy shields his eyes, peering intently. Is he really our opponent? He wonders aloud, seeking confirmation. "I'm not mistaken, right, Seoljin?" "Of course he's." A voice begins, before trailing off. The boy's eyes widen with concern as he notices something amiss. "Has Seoljin? What's wrong? If what my gut is saying is right." Seoljin begins, his expression hardening with a dawning realization. His words hang in the air. "He's the kind of person I'm most uncomfortable with," Seoljin finishes, a grimace twisting his features. Suddenly, a voice booms, addressing Seoljin directly, "Hey, Hyo Seoljin. You're a piece of shit. Is this test a joke to you?" The voice continues, more pointedly, "The others risk their lives to become players." The unseen speaker continues his tirade, accusing Seoljin, "You know the whole smartphone scam thing. This time I don't know what kind of dirty tricks you've played this time." The unseen speaker's accusations escalate. "You even have a girl with you in the test room." The unseen speaker's rage intensifies, the words "this test" practically exploding from the panel. The unseen speaker's fury reaches a boiling point. "It's not a test that a jerk like you deserves." The unseen speaker's voice drips with contempt. "You pathetic con artist." The unseen speaker's rage explodes. "You son of a bitch." The boy with the dark hair stands tall, his expression unreadable, as the girl beside him looks up, her eyes wide with concern. Standing firm, he reassures, "It's okay, Liber." His gaze hardens, a steely resolve settling in his eyes as he speaks. His resolve unwavering, he declares, "I don't care what he says." A voice breaks the silence, dripping with sarcasm. "Well, are you done?" As he walks, a voice warns, "You know that girl named Kina Lillet, stay away from her. She's mine." "Thank God." He breathes, relief washing over his face. But then, a disembodied voice suddenly asks, "What?" A strange, blue energy crackles around the dark mass. The blue energy intensifies, crackling around the dark mass with increasing ferocity. The blue energy continues to surge, and a voice booms from below, "If my opponent is a jerk like you," the voice finishes, laced with fury. The air crackles with a sense of impending doom. "I can kill people like you without even hesitating," he declares, his eyes burning with a cold, blue fury. The collar tightens around his neck, cutting off his air supply. An explosion erupts as he unleashes a surge of power. "SFX, Shing." "Oh, that's the spirit," she exclaims, a manic grin spreading across her face. "SFX, oh ho. Let's go, Liber." "To the desert," he shouts, a wild excitement gleaming in his eyes. A knowing smirk plays on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. "You've grown a lot," she declares, striking him hard. He reels from the blow, retorting, "What are you talking about?" "Hey, you know? About Group D," a voice calls out. "It's revealed that they're the ones from the last test. They're the losers of that test." The funny part is, a voice begins, as the scene shifts to a dark, ominous space. "The reason for..." The voice continues, revealing the reason for Group D's elimination. Their elimination is not because they lack skills. They were eliminated because they violated the rules. Below, a figure in green armor stands silhouetted against a dark, ominous backdrop. The reason for Group D's elimination is revealed. One of them slaughtered the audience that were watching the test because they were noisy. The voice continues, "Then there was that guy who killed the examiner even though he passed the test." The image of the stigma is revealed, accompanied by the explanation, "It's the stigma of troublemakers." It's a mark, specifically the stigma of troublemakers, branding those deemed uncontrollable. Group D, the text declares, revealing the protagonist's classification.
and I am one of them.
He smirks, giving a thumbs up.
The stigma of troublemakers doesn't seem to bother him in the slightest. The screen displays Gumiuk's name and class, martial artist. The final designation is confirmed, Group D.
A voice echoes, taunting, "So why don't you just surrender?" The unseen opponent continues to mock Gumiuk.
"I can't even beat you like this, look how pathetic you are."
Gumiuk reels from a powerful blow, his face contorted in pain.
A question mark hangs in the air, mirroring his confusion. "Hey! Group D punk!"
The voice taunts, as a rock hovers above an outstretched hand.
Gumiuk wonders, what am I supposed to do?
The taunting voice continues, "You talk a lot of trash."
A sharp shhhh cuts through the air.
The figure on the rock confesses, "Oh, I can't do this. I was just trying to scare you because I thought it would work." A voice then declares, "You're wasting your energy because it's meaningless."
An exasperated voice then chimes in, stating plainly, "It's really annoying." He throws a punch with a sinister grin. The punch connects, a dark mass obscuring the view.
The air rushes as the punch lands. The figure stands, seemingly unfazed, as a cloud of dust billows behind him.
He remains standing, but the impact is visible on his face.
He collapses to his knees, his hands bracing against the ground. He slams into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. The force of the impact sends him flying. He continues to hurtle through the air. The rapid-fire blows continue to pummel him.
The blows continue to land, each impact echoing with a sharp pat.
He breaks away, running from the relentless assault. As he flees, he thinks, "I thought it was a good terrain for a desert."
The sand whips around him. That was amazing.
I didn't think much of the sand dust. A sharp ting echoes through the desert air. Suddenly, a sharp ting pierces the air as something strikes his hat.
It's not going to work like this, he thinks, as a second projectile whizzes past. The figure responds, a single word echoing in the space, "Yeah?" The figure's grin widens, revealing sharp teeth. The figure's challenge hangs in the air, "Are you sure about that?" He launches a flurry of attacks, sending projectiles flying.
The barrage continues, but now a palpable nervousness hangs in the air. "It's working," he exclaims, a surge of hope breaking through the tension.
His fist clenches, the sound echoing his determination. "This." He begins, his gaze intense.
"Really?" he questions, disbelief etched on his face as debris rains down.
"Are you just gonna keep throwing rocks at me?" he asks, irritation evident in his tone. Then, he adds, "You're much more frugal than you look, aren't you?" The hooded figure warns, "If you don't fight properly, you might lose." Then, they add, "It's clear from that attack."
The hooded figure confidently declares that he is unable to avoid my attacks. Considering his reaction to the stones, his reach is about a meter, the hooded figure observes, analyzing their opponent.
The hooded figure realizes, "I'll lose if I keep my distance." The question is, how do I win, he wonders.
It dawns on him, it's just, I'll have no choice but to use my abilities. He hesitates, thinking, I don't want to show my abilities yet, there are too many eyes around here. The fluffy creature declares, the less people know, the better. He takes a swig from his bottle, thinking, well, at least there is nothing I can't do. An audible gasp escapes him.
"Oh, is it that easy to look away?" he questions. The figure looms, a voice booming, "Never take your eyes off your opponent in a fight."
His opponent's foot crushes the ground, the force of the blow evident.
In just a moment, he got so close.
The sound of cracking echoes. It's okay, I'm still out of range, he declares, a grip tightening somewhere nearby. And if he doesn't get in range? The words hang heavy as the figure above prepares to strike.
Then, the single word hangs ominously in the air. Boom! The strike lands with devastating force. The force of the blow sends shockwaves outward. Ugh, he groans, reeling from the attack.
Huke, he cries out as he is blasted away by the force of the impact. He's sent crashing into the ground, crying out in pain.
Arg!
Coughing, he struggles to rise from the ground.
Staggering, he wonders aloud, what's going on? I didn't even have time to react.
It was definitely a lot farther than a meter away, he exclaims, still trying to understand what just happened. Panting heavily, his opponent taunts him.
Don't tell me you're going to be that slow from the start. The threat hangs in the air, either way, if you get hit again, it's over. The key to victory is being able to determine the abilities of your opponent and understanding what your opponent can do with his abilities. A blinding light erupts, obscuring everything.
The light fades, revealing the speaker's claim that determines whether someone wins or loses. He kneels on the bloodied ground, his expression obscured. The title card appears, player. The words conditional ability appear. His face contorted in pain, he gasps for breath.
Fulfilling the conditions means that the odds of winning are increased, the system message declares.
He chugs down the liquid, a determined look on his face.
Suddenly, GUMHYUK's name is displayed. The liquid takes effect, Slam Thing ability.
The Slam Thing ability activates, rushing forward with a giggle. The Slam Thing ability makes impact. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Activates when he drinks that liquor, the text reveals. The text reveals the ability activates upon drinking the liquor, slowing down everything around him. Drinking the liquor activated the ability, but something is clearly wrong.
My body.
What? He exclaims, his eyes wide with alarm. Drunken style, the ability announces itself as a surge of power envelopes him. Drunken fist is what the ability is called, as a powerful force explodes around him. A resounding boom echoes as the drunken fist ability unleashes its power. The character wonders, did I drink too much, as he clutches his face.
A hiccup escapes him as he realizes, if I drink more, it'll be dangerous.
The intensity of his slowed perception depends on how intoxicated he is. The narrator explains, there are pros and cons to this in some cases. The narrator continues, in this case, it made Pastis misjudge the extent of his ability. A swoosh sound effect indicates movement. Pastis falters, the force of the blow clearly staggering him. His opponent stares intently.
His opponent's eye narrows, a smirk playing on his lips. You are still trying to find the range of my ability. You're at the mercy of your first judgment. The words hang ominously in the air. The hero wonders, what's she trying to do?
Meanwhile, the opponent thinks, a proper understanding of the extent of an ability is understanding it in 3 dimensions.
This is a natural battle technique, a text box declares.
Another states, no player will dispute this statement.
As a result, the text box declares, this concept is fluid. The wave of liquid crashes forward, illustrating the point. Now, a text box clarifies that it is a factor that determines victory or defeat. The figure in the foreground moves with blinding speed.
He accelerates, a blur of motion.
Suddenly, a booming voice declares, invalid. Suddenly, the attempt is declared, invalid. The striped-hatted figure looms, surrounded by a bright aura as the invalid attempt is declared. The figure's descent is halted, the attempt deemed a failure. His eyes narrow, and he wonders aloud, what's that? The figure questions, an ability? What kind of ability is that?
Why did it activate now, he wonders, clearly confused by the sudden development.
The question hangs in the air, what does it mean by invalid?
Despite his confusion, resolve hardens in his eyes.
It doesn't matter, he declares, steeling himself for what's to come. A booming voice declares, whatever ability you have, if you are in my ability zone.
As the booming voice echoes, he raises a small bottle.
I will have an absolute advantage, the voice declares.
His hand moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he prepares to unleash the bottle's contents.
What?
The sound effect punctuates the air as the bottle's contents are unleashed, impacting his opponent.
He grabs the bottle, the impact sending a shockwave through the immediate area.
His face contorts in pain as the contents of the bottle splash across him. Despite the pain, a sinister grin spreads across his face.
A massive explosion erupts. The explosion throws everything into chaos. His face contorted with rage, he shouts, "You!" His prized booze spills across the ground. "My booze," he bellows. The figure greedily gulps down something. Nearby, a figure sits cross-legged, gulping down something with gusto. As he finishes gulping it down, a voice shouts, "Now!" The figure speaks, declaring, "With this." "The conditions are set," he declares, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Jeong-hyuk realized something. The question hangs in the air, what are you gonna do if you drink it? The realization dawns on him, he had been overestimating his opponent. A wave of frustration washes over him. He now realizes he's dealing with a player, a candidate from Group C. The candidate smirks, as the protagonist realizes, the alcohol isn't an ability. He berates himself, calling his earlier assessment stupid. The candidate shouts, "You got part of it right. It's on me." "You have a far less understanding of how my abilities work," the candidate declares, his words laced with arrogance. The text reveals, Pastis found out about this a long time ago. A fist hurtles forward, the force of the blow evident. The scene explodes in dust and light. He is sent flying backwards, the force of the impact staggering. Stumbling backwards, he reaches out, desperate to regain his balance. He continues to stumble backwards, the ground blurring beneath him. His eyes widen in terror as he reaches out, grasping for anything to stop his fall. Desperation etched on his face, he reaches out, his fingers outstretched as the abyss looms. His fall is abruptly halted by a large, grinning face. The large, grinning face is framed by a red bow tie and massive hands. The announcement booms as the massive hands close in. "Valid," the announcement declares. The announcement reveals the ability that Pastis possesses. It's a conditional ability, the announcement clarifies. It's like a rock-paper-scissor game. Pastis lunges forward, his hand glowing with power. The announcement continues, clarifying the rules. It's like you're playing the rock, paper, scissor with your opponent. Pastis makes his choice, holding up two fingers, illuminated with a bright, electric blue. The announcement continues, it sets the conditions for the outcome to be chosen. A blinding flash erupts as his opponent unleashes a powerful attack. Pastis isn't the one who decides the outcome, it's the referee. The clownish figure looms over his opponent, demanding, then, what was the reason for the previous outcome to be invalid? The explanation appears, to make the conditional ability work, Pastis must undertake and fulfill the other player's conditions. The explanation continues, revealing, that is how Pastis fulfilled the condition by drinking Gumiuk's liquor. Pastis's hands are shown, as if he is about to undertake another condition. Pastis's hands hover over what appears to be another challenge. Pastis reaches out, his hand almost touching his opponent. His eyes widen in disbelief. Don't tell me he's capable of. He thinks, panic rising. No. It's not slowing down, I can't move. Suddenly, a booming voice declares, the conditions are fulfilled. A heavy thud echoes as something crashes down. The crazed figure stands above, a chilling grin plastered across his face. The figure's voice booms, taunting, "Hey! Group D scum!" His eyes wide with manic glee, the figure continues his taunt. "How long would I have to hit you, for you to die?" A blinding impact. The world explodes in a flash of light. The world blurs. The world spins violently. The world continues to spin violently. The dizzying sensation intensifies. Through the haze, a voice declares, it's not just your ability. He struggles to stay upright, panting heavily. The voice continues, explaining, to understand the other person's ability. The voice continues, declaring that this fight is about the decisive factor between winning and losing. A monstrous roar erupts. His face contorts, veins bulging, as the monstrous roar intensifies. The ground trembles with a series of earth-shattering booms. He shatters the pot against his head, a blinding golden light erupting around him. A dark expanse stretches out, speckled with distant lights. Snow-laden pines rise sharply against the dark sky. Footprints now mark the snowy landscape. A SWOSH cuts through the air as the pink-haired figure's red eyes widen in alarm. A sigh escapes her lips as the attack closes in. The attack hurtles towards her. She continues to walk away through the snow-covered forest. As soon as the match started, the sun went down, she thinks, continuing her trek through the snow. She wonders, and this blizzard, is it because of the perforated terrarium? She realizes, I should stop exploring and find some shelter. The wind howls, and she admits, there is a limit to how much warmth my dad can give. But, despite the blizzard, she realizes, 24 hours is not that long, we need to hurry up. A voice counters her urgency, questioning, it's inefficient to rush it, how are you even gonna do it? A voice of discouragement rings out, declaring, let's just quit. You already know we can't do it. It's just that. She begins, her red eyes blazing with determination despite the doubt swirling around her. Her resolve hardens. I don't want to stop. The world blurs around her. She pauses, spotting something ahead. Footprints, she wonders. Looking around, she realizes, these footprints are everywhere. A whoosh sound echoes as something moves quickly. A voice then asks, what do you think, Dad? A deep rumble answers, you don't know, daughter? The voice stutters, he's. The air fills with screams. He's so clumsy. The taunt echoes as a powerful blow lands. He flinches from the attack, but a voice declares, but I think he's good. Her red eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of determination crossing her face. Despite the earlier declaration, she admits, Hyo Seoljin is he's a little frustrating, but I don't think he's evil. A blush creeps across her face as she adds, your features are quite good. Well, he's quite lucky. My daughter, I was wondering what you were thinking, but you were just thinking about someone. A realization dawns on her father. It's the first time my daughter's ever been this interested in anyone, so your dad feels. Cutting him off, she retorts, I told you, Dad. I don't like jokes like these. He continues, I'm sorry. My daughter's reaction was so funny that your dad. But then abruptly exclaims, oh, it's cold. The perspective shifts downward, focusing on footprints in the snow. So, these footprints. What do you think? He asks. Well, it looks like a trap, one voice observes. Another responds, it's awkwardly complicated. It's like you're mocking me, a voice booms from above, as the camera focuses on the strange, winding trail in the snow. The voice continues, revealing a shocking truth, I don't think you're the only one who sees an opponent as prey, daughter. That's right, Dad. I agreed, didn't I? She confirms, a dangerous glint in her eyes. What she's thinking now remains unsaid. Yeah. A surge of power emanates from her, the air shimmering with heat. It's a declaration of war. Power crackles around her as she makes her intentions known. Boom! The force of her declaration explodes outwards, shattering the surrounding landscape. Focusing her power, she prepares to strike with a strange, golden artifact. Her power surges, ready to unleash the artifact's full potential. The title, Player, flashes across the screen. The scene shifts to a landscape of rocky peaks shrouded in mist. A sound echoes. The sound resolves into heavy snoring. She mumbles in her sleep. He pushes himself up, groaning with the effort. He follows up his recovery with a spinning kick, aiming to strike. The kick connects, sending his opponent crashing through a waterfall. This should be enough for now, he declares. Having declared the fight over, he towels off, sweat glistening on his toned physique. But it feels awkward. It's like I was sitting in PE class, he thinks, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. From behind, a stern voice warns, even if you go out of the woods, you must train every day, okay? You'll know what happens if you miss it, right? You know everything. A sudden, unsettling thought surfaces, I always feel like she is watching from somewhere, is this what it feels like to be scarred for life? Phew. Are you finally done? It took much longer than I thought, the girl exclaims, raising a fist in the air.
Turning to Liber, she asks, "Oh, Liber, you're up. Did you sleep well?" As you can see, she begins, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips. The girl continues, her expression radiating confidence. Stretching her arms wide, she declares, "I slept." A relieved sigh escapes her lips. "Eyes wide," she exclaims, really well. A satisfied grin spreads across her face. A hand stretches out, touching his shoulder as she asks, "What are you even doing?" She then declares, "Stretch and fan service." The camera pans out, showing the pair on a small patch of dirt surrounded by a vast, empty expanse. A giant foot descends, kicking up dust as it approaches the pair. Towering above them, a dark figure with glowing red eyes declares, "Found you." A menacing glare pierces through the darkness, the hero's eyes wide with fear. A stunned silence hangs in the air. "Liber," he mutters, eyes darting around. The girl beside him exclaims, "I know, I felt it. But where is he?" A menacing grin spreads across his face, teeth bared. "Now, bastards." He lunges forward, a predatory glint in his eyes. "Now, bastards." They stand atop a ridge, the world stretching out before them. What awaits them in the distance? Their eyes widen, gazing upwards at something unseen. What has caught their attention? A deafening DOM echoes as a crimson energy surges forward. The force of the impact sends a shockwave outwards. The crimson energy slams into the ground, obliterating everything in its path. The ground shatters under the immense power. A resounding crack echoes as the earth continues to crumble. From the depths of the destruction, a voice rises, taunting, "How is this, you bastards?" Emerging from the wreckage, Shonan reveals his new class, Monkey King. The system announces the end of the first match. The audience is ecstatic. "Excellent," they exclaim. "An announcement is about to be made, I'll announce the results." Meanwhile, a character anticipates the outcome, thinking, as expected, "Please take good care of me." As the announcement nears, someone demands, "I ask for a fair presentation, please." An hour had passed since the test began, and the first fight was finally over. The announcement declares, "This is the result of the first match of the tournament." Someone observes, "Well, that proves that my test isn't as bad as you guys think." "Well, anyway, let's announce the result," the instructor says, a sinister grin spreading across their face. A sinister grin stretches across her face as she thinks, "I think the guild leaders' fretting faces are worth seeing." The instructor reveals the limit: each guild can only officially scout 3 people in one test. Holding 3 cards, numbered 1, 2, and 3, he now has to make a choice. 3 silhouettes loom behind him, their fates hanging in the balance. The weight of the decision settles on him. One more person means more people to choose from. That means guilds have to be careful in choosing talented people. The grizzled veteran explains, in such a situation, the first step is to get the information of the candidates, then observe them while they are fighting. He holds up 3 cards, a scout, designation clear. "I'll pass," one of the scouts declares, holding up 3 cards. Indeed, there will be an extreme war of nerves between each guild representative. Another scout throws his cards, a manic grin plastered across his face. The grizzled veteran looms behind him, observing intently. The tension mounts as an announcement echoes, "Now, let me announce the first winner." Holding the results close, she faces away from the crowd, the announcement hanging in the air. Below, the crowd awaits the announcement with bated breath. An audible hum escapes her lips. "The atmosphere is chaotic," she observes, her brow furrowed in concentration. "It's the first time I've been distracted by something." Suddenly, a question hangs in the air: "What's going on?" A low hum escapes her lips as she ponders the situation. What are they looking at, she wonders aloud. Her eyes widen, fixated on the screen before her. A brutal scene unfolds, a figure lies defeated, bloodied, and unconscious. "What?" she utters, her disbelief hanging in the air. "What's going on?" she questions, the confusion evident in her voice. Some play a larger role than others. The figure lunges forward, a red aura surrounding him as he prepares to strike. The text reveals that some have larger power vessels that set the difference between the roles.
The figure below is screaming. The text clarifies, this isn't a metaphorical expression.
The power vessel is not a metaphor, it is a literal vessel. And the text declares, as a close-up reveals the vessel itself. I was born with a king's vessel.
The text declares.
A confident smirk plays on his lips, his gaze intense. A colossal finger-shaped mountain rises, topped with a small, dilapidated house. The colossal finger-shaped mountain looms, dwarfing everything around it. Before him, a figure looms, its features obscured by shadow.
That's all right, it says, its tone unreadable.
The figure's hand rests on his head.
Your training has finally ended.
A surge of energy crackles around him as a voice declares, your power is now sealed.
The figure stands, now adorned in a dark cloak emblazoned with a spectral wolf.
From his throne, the cloaked figure gazes down at his kneeling opponent. A fiery aura surrounds the kneeling figure. My son, this will prevent you from using your full strength, the cloaked figure declares, his words echoing with an unknown intent.
Will you still go out into the world? The cloaked figure asks.
Of course, father, his son replies. He assures his father, I don't intend to use all of my power on the people outside anyway.
A new ambition sparks within him as he vows, I'll retrieve all the treasures of my father.
Raising his staff high, he declares, I'll retrieve all the treasures that my father were lost.
His followers cheer, wow! As expected of our prince.
With a wide, confident grin, he declares, don't worry, Dad. I'll let the world know who the son of Jechen Dizong is.
With a confident declaration, he shouts, well, I'll be right back. A bright light engulfs him.
The light fades, leaving only his shadow stretching into the darkness.
A voice echoes in the darkness, answering him, yes, son.
A disembodied voice commands him, become a human and then come back. As such, the text reads, as he transforms into a human, a wide grin plastered across his face. My journey had begun, he thinks, and now he has companions. And his journey continues with his newfound companions. His eyes widen, a new resolve hardening his gaze. There's something I want to protect, he declares, his voice firm. Her red eyes gleam with a sinister light as she reveals, I also had to put up and endure many things that irritated me.
My power isn't meant to be used for trivial matters, she declares, a sinister grin spreading across her face.
Yet. The single word hangs in the air, pregnant with unspoken meaning. The screen flashes white as she continues, there is one person. She reveals the identity of this mysterious figure, a man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
Even after all he's been through, the man's face remains stoic.
Despite all he had endured, he still managed to.
His face, still composed, betrays a simmering rage as he declares, to make me angry. The reason for the torment? He reveals the simple, yet infuriating truth, to make me angry.
The title card appears, player. With a crunch, he bites into the fruit, declaring, I can't believe you're making me use my full powers. He then mutters, stupid bastard.
Stopping mid-bite, he grits his teeth, clearly annoyed.
I managed to get 3 of them.
Yet, I didn't expect to eat them here.
He clenches his fist, muttering, if it weren't for the restriction placed on my long-orphaned vessel, this wouldn't have happened. He throws something off the side, declaring, but, well, it was necessary.
This is a lesson for the bullies.
His target now faces the consequence of their actions, as the man declares, this is what you will learn, fool. The man's target plummets into the depths below, as the man declares, that you're not the main character on this stage.
Crack. The sound reverberates as the target plummets further into the abyss.
The abyss echoes with a deafening crack as the target continues to fall. The abyss continues to swallow its target.
The target plummets further into the darkness below. A deafening boom echoes as the target is obliterated.
Amidst the debris, the hero falls.
A blade of pure light descends.
The light engulfs him.
His eyes widen in terror as the light intensifies.
The light fades, leaving him bewildered. What, he utters, confusion etched on his face.
He is sent flying backwards by the blast.
The force of the impact resonates with a deafening thung. The force sends him hurtling through the air with a resounding whoossh.
He continues to fly backwards, a blur against the stark white background. The force continues to send him hurtling backwards, leaving a trail of blue energy in his wake. The force continues to throw him back, the blue energy trail intensifying. The blue energy explodes outwards, the force of the impact seemingly insurmountable. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of energy exploding outwards. Dust and debris fill the air as the shockwave dissipates. Eyes glowing with power, he stands over his opponent. He stands triumphant, energy crackling around the weapon in his hand. The crowd below begins to chatter, witnessing his victory. The crowd watches on, their faces obscured in shadow. Whispers spread through the crowd. That monkey guy is Jechen Daesung's son, right? Another wonders how someone overpowered him with pure power, not skill. I wonder what is his bloodline. A stunned silence falls over the crowd, broken only by a single, resounding word, what? A sinister smile creeps across his face as he asks, what have you done, Ran? Ran retorts, I didn't do anything special. I just gave him a theoretical understanding of the commonly known forces. The voice continues, clarifying that he had only been exerting out pure strength. He admits, I just started to tell him something about control. In other words, that's... The voice trails off, leaving the sentence unfinished. The other responds, I mean, it's just the first step of growth. You son of a b*tch, he spits out, struggling to speak. He seethes, lamenting, if only I had my powers, a bastard like you. Despite his rage, he manages to choke out, f*cku. But a second thought bubbles up, I'm still so confused. He begins to plead, listen, I don't know what I did to you. But his words are cut short as his opponent's fist connects with his face. Before he can finish, a voice booms, don't be stupid and just admit it. The booming voice continues, declaring that you're weaker than me. The challenger's face remains impassive, unmoved by the taunt. A surge of power emanates from the challenger, his expression hardening. The challenger's rage explodes, a furious shut up, echoing. The challenger's scream rips through the air. His rage barely contained, the challenger grits his teeth, beginning with alright. Alright, I guess that's that. The challenger concedes, defeat heavy in his tone. Alright, I guess that's that, he finishes, his weapon still glowing with power. Even as he speaks, a massive, jagged shape erupts from below. A blinding light explodes upwards. The light intensifies, accompanied by a deafening crack. The world fades to white. The figures are barely visible, distorted by the overwhelming light. The light intensifies, blurring everything. The blinding light completely consumes the scene. The light explodes with a shattering sound, pasak. The world is now pure white. The blinding light fades, revealing the protagonist standing amidst a hazy, ethereal landscape, his sword glowing faintly in his hand. He looks up, a looming figure now visible in the distance. His brow furrows, a steely glint now visible in his eyes. The screen declares, 1:1 tournament winner. The screen flashes, declaring Hyo Seoljin the victor of the 1:1 tournament. A towering structure pierces the sky. A fluffy creature with wide eyes and a lolling tongue stands before the tower. Amongst the fluffy creatures, a horned figure sips from a steaming mug. Seoljin and Liber, how are you doing on the test? The horned figure smirks, confident in Seoljin and Liber's abilities. Well, they'll be fine, it's just a test. It'll be easy for those two. But then, a darker thought surfaces, you have to be so clumsy. Her mood shifts abruptly. I don't know. I think they're doing great, she exclaims, then boasts, who taught them, it's me, huh? I even gave you a gift just in case, the thought echoes as a slash of energy crackles around a dark coat. The energy crackles around the dark coat, seemingly a gift given just in case. A swooshing sound echoes as the energy continues to crackle around the dark coat. The swooshing intensifies as the coat fully activates, enveloping him in a dark aura. Tears well in his eyes as he declares, hey Seoljin, I'm telling you. With a sigh, he mutters, Liber.
Then, a thought surfaces, don't faint here.
I mean, it's.
A thud echoes as he crashes to the ground, his weapon clattering beside him.
Hey, you son of a bitch.
A voice booms, urgently trying to rouse him. Oh, my God, hey, wake up. We've been looking for it since we started working so hard. She screams at him, desperate to get him back on his feet.
Don't you remember? Get up.
Her words finally break through.
His eyes widen in confusion, and he asks, what?
A thought bubble appears, and he wonders, these blue veins, since when? He notices the blue veins are growing, and he realizes, and it's getting bigger.
That is too much of a reaction?
It's too strange, he thinks, sweat trickling down his face.
A new thought then occurs to him, maybe it's worse than I thought.
Her eyes widen in alarm, and a bead of sweat drips down her cheek.
Something is terribly wrong.
Her eyes wide with alarm, she demands, what is it? The urgency in her voice is palpable.
Darkness descends, swallowing everything in its path.
He plummets through the inky blackness, a trail of ethereal light streaking past him. His eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face as the descent continues.
A speech bubble appears, simply stating, hi.
The figure's face, obscured by a dark band, breaks into a chilling smile.
A simple greeting cuts through the air, hi.
The boy's eyes widen in shock, his face a mask of disbelief as he stares at the figure beside him.
Ha?
Oh, Arthur, he shouts, followed by a maniacal ha.
A chilling voice echoes, it's been a while, right? Panic rising, he asks, why am I here?
Where is Liber?
A sinister laugh answers him as the blonde figure taunts, oh, are you talking about Excalibur? Did you give her a nickname? Ha ha.
The blonde figure continues, looks like she doesn't need to be here. His eyes widen in terror as the blonde figure's words ring in his ears, you are the only one who's dead right now.
An ominous silence follows.
The blonde figure continues, a strange mix of apology and threat in his tone, I don't know if I should congratulate you or not.
Though, I'm sorry by the way.
The fact that you're here.
You just experienced your first death.
The words appear starkly, you died in the perforated terrarium. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, the reality of his first death sinking in.
Oh, I see, so that's what happened, he says, realization dawning.
He stares at his open hand, absorbing the explanation. It's not exactly dying, but it is a death-like state.
Anyway, if you have any questions, ask me.
I'll answer as much as I can, he declares, then pauses, a hint of uncertainty in his tone.
Any questions I have? Amidst the wreckage, she sits, head bowed in what appears to be defeat.
Above her, a dark figure looms, casting a long shadow. A single tear streaks down her face. Standing above her, the figure bows his head, his expression hidden in shadow. Liber, he whispers.
His face still obscured, he demands, why did you let her do that?
He looks at Liber with a mixture of annoyance and disbelief.
He lowers his gaze, a visible crease forming on his brow.
Pooh, he exclaims, his face contorted in what seems to be a twisted smile. The word pooh bursts forth, his expression a mask of unsettling glee. Hey, is this any time for you to ask about that? The blindfolded man questions. He is met with the reply, you were the one who told me to ask you anything I want to know about.
The questions come in quick succession.
Why did you choose her?
Why did you make her do that?
What's your purpose? The blindfolded man, spinning rapidly, declares, well, if that is what you are asking.
I don't have to answer you.
He pauses, then declares, anyway, I have to give you something which I forgot to give you before. His eyes widen in surprise as a sudden surge of energy crackles around him.
Suddenly, energy crackles around him as he exclaims, what? Suddenly, my body.
Wow, he mutters, clearly surprised by the sudden change.
Suddenly, my body.
A smirk plays on his lips as a voice booms, that's pretty good, Seal Gene. I didn't know you'd cheat like this, the voice accuses.
The accusation hangs in the air.
What do you mean, cheating, comes the immediate reply.
The intensity rises as the hero's eyes widen in disbelief. The hero is thrown back by an unseen force. What? He utters in disbelief. A voice booms, declaring, "We don't have much time, so let me get straight to the point." The voice continues, ominously foreshadowing the next death. "You'll pay the price." The ominous words hang in the air, promising retribution. His eyes widen with fear as the threat sinks in. Scars crisscross his chest, a brutal reminder of past battles. He's up. The announcement rings out, signaling a shift in the battle. His face contorts in a mix of fear and desperation, barely managing to choke out, "Lee Liber. Are you okay, Hyo Seoljin? It felt like you were dead right now." Liber exclaims, clearly relieved. Seoljin, however, is still dazed. I don't know what happened," he admits, confusion clouding his features. Seoljin, still reeling, immediately directs his suspicion at Liber. "Liber, did you put this on me?" he demands. His eyes widen as Seoljin realizes something. "It's all thanks to that outfit," he exclaims, an exclamation mark punctuating the revelation. A voice explains that when Seoljin collapsed, the clothes began to shine. "So I put it on you just in case, and then you woke up." Liber declares, "Anyway, I'm the one who saved you, so you can thank me." Seoljin responds with a simple, "Well, thank you, Liber." The landscape stretches out before them, and a voice suddenly asks, "So, what are you gonna do now?" Liber then asks, "Shall we go to the desert as we planned?" The desert plan is abruptly cancelled. "No, I changed my mind." He admits that while they've grown stronger through training, they still had to push past their limits to win. But he fears, if this continues, I won't be able to keep up. The next. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he promises, "You'll pay the price." The girl's eyes widen, a clear sign of nervousness as she stares up at him. The girl's face is contorted in a wide, almost manic grin as she asks, "Why are you being so hard on yourself?" "If you get stronger, that's enough," she states. She presses, seeking confirmation. "Right?" Her eyes gleam with a manic intensity, a wide, unsettling smile plastered across her face. A flicker of uncertainty crosses her face, her unsettling smile wavering. "Yes. You're right, Liber," he shouts, clenching his fist. "It's useless to be feeling depressed like this." The urgency of the situation becomes clear, we have only 24 hours left. His eyes narrowed, he declares, "We're playing a match here." A surge of energy erupts. Raw power emanates from him, a blinding light forming behind him. The light intensifies, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. The landscape warps as the energy explodes outward. The energy coalesces into a towering form, dwarfing the figure standing before it. The figure remains standing as beams of energy radiate outwards. Her red eyes narrow, a flicker of something unreadable passing across her face. A wave of intense heat erupts, scorching the snowy forest. The forest burns as the intense heat spreads. Amidst the inferno, she stands defiant, facing the towering figure wreathed in flames. Kina Lillet, Spirit Master, is revealed. Kina Lillet is a Spirit Master from Group C. Perched atop a twisted tree, Kina Lillet remarks, "I thought I'd shake things up a bit and see how you respond." She then questions, "But you just used your abilities willy-nilly without thinking?" "What an ignorant bitch," she mutters, her tone dripping with disdain. Eyes narrowed in fury, she spits out, "What an ignorant bitch." A pink energy crackles around her hand. Thwump! With a resounding thwump, the pink-haired woman is engulfed in a fiery explosion. Now standing in a snowy field beneath a starlit sky, the pink-haired woman seems unharmed by the explosion. Her head snaps to the side, a red glint in her eye. The woman's voice echoes, seemingly from nowhere, "There you are." The text declares, "The qualities of being a hunter." A blinding explosion erupts. The qualities of being a hunter lies in understanding three things. The qualities of being a hunter lies in understanding three things. The qualities of being a hunter lies in understanding three things: yourself, your environment. The qualities of being a hunter lies in understanding three things: yourself, your environment, and lastly, your prey. Your sense of hunting. A wolf-shaped illusion? The question hangs heavy in the air.
A terrifying, luminous wolf-shaped illusion materializes, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. "No, it's spirit," she exclaims, her eyes widening with realization. The girl looks up, her eyes wide with shock as a dark shape looms over her.
A powerful blow connects, sending shockwaves through the air.
And through these three things, the narrator explains, an arrow drawn taut, you can catch your prey off guard.
That's what?
The narrator begins, her red eyes gleaming with intensity.
A hunter is.
The narrator's words hang in the air, as the image focuses on the wolf's ears. A sinister grin spreads across her face as she prepares to fire.
The hunt begins.
The screen displays, Kahlua, Class Spirit Master, Group A. A blinding surge of energy erupts before her. Kahlua, pierced by an arrow, summons a spectral wolf of pure energy. The arrow pierces Kahlua's cheek, drawing blood.
The spectral wolf explodes in a burst of pink energy. A blinding light erupts as the spectral wolf's energy surges outward, engulfing Kahlua.
The landscape is bathed in the aftermath of the explosion, the air still crackling with residual energy.
Kahlua is sent flying backward, an arrow knocked from her hand by the force of the blast.
The force of the explosion sends Kahlua hurtling backward through the air. The force of the blast continues to send Kahlua flying through the air. She continues to be flung backwards, the red streaks of energy blurring around her.
As Kahlua is sent reeling, a voice taunts, "Looking for me?"
Ha! Her eyes widen in shock as she looks directly at her unseen attacker. A stunned silence falls over Kahlua, the only sound the unspoken question hanging in the air. Her red eyes narrow, a visible tremor passing through her as she realizes the gravity of the situation. Before her, a towering figure of flame flickers against the dark, snowy landscape. "Don't stand there all dazed, we've only just started," the voice booms, shattering the momentary silence.
"I'm afraid you can't escape anymore, Kina Lillet," the voice declares, revealing her name.
"You've already fallen for my trap," the voice echoes, as Kina Lillet finds herself surrounded by glowing, menacing figures. "There is nothing easier than catching wounded prey," the voice declares, as a figure of pure energy looms over Kina Lillet. A sinister grin spreads across the energy being's face.
"I'll kill you slowly, Kina."
A warning flashes, in situations where your position has been compromised while your enemy is still hidden.
The system advises, confuse your enemy by providing false information about your abilities. The system's advice rings true, providing misinformation can breed inopportunity. Blood splatters across the ground. Then finally sees the opportunity. The figure thinks, standing amidst the snow-covered trees. And strike. Explosions erupt across the snowy landscape, the force of the attack evident. Kina was forced to maintain her spirits for a long time.
She believed that, as long as she has her spirit, she can deal with any situation. But that is exactly what, the text reads, cut off by a strange creature.
The message is clear, Kahlua wants Kin to do and lure her into her trap. The text reveals that most spirits usually last for a single day after being summoned.
The text explains, the stronger the summoned spirit, the faster it burns its summoned duration. The text explains that the stronger the spirit, the more energy it consumes from the summoner. In other words, the text explains, the only way to win a fight between spirits is to maintain the summoned spirits for the longest duration possible. Therefore, Kahlua, who has a weaker spirit, has the clear advantage.
It's been almost 6 hours since she was injured.
Maintaining her spirit must be incredibly difficult now.
"Phew, the moment your great spirit's summoning time ends," a voice declares.
The speaker's sinister grin widens.
"Is the moment you will be defeated? Kina Lillet."
"I'll teach that arrogant bitch," Kina Lillet vows, her expression twisted with malice. She continues, stating that the most important thing for a spirit master is how well you control a spirit's summoning time. Kina Lillet explains that even an advanced spirit master who can communicate with spirits is nothing more than an impressive third-rate master if they cannot properly utilize their summoned spirit. The true mastery of spirits, she explains, doesn't come from sheer power. Instead, it's about understanding and using their personality and habits to your advantage.
Kina Lillet declares, and that is exactly, is the difference between you and me as a spirit master.
A voice booms from the cave entrance. I see you have escaped into the cave. The voice continues, I know you are trying to hide in order to regain some of your strength back, but you made a mistake, Kina Lillet, the voice concludes, finally revealing the protagonist's name. A sinister grin spreads across Kina Lillet's face as a spectral wolf howls beside her. You bitch got yourself caught like a rat in a trap, the unseen figure taunts. The ground crumbles beneath her, plummeting into darkness. She plummets into the abyss, a monstrous, glowing maw awaiting her below. Her eyes widen in alarm as she falls, a silent scream trapped in her throat. Her fall is abruptly halted as a voice booms, who's the rat in the trap? Below, a ship cuts through the water, its sharp prow pointed directly at her. Before her, a towering figure of flame materializes. The towering figure of flame looms, as a massive sound effect punctuates the air. The towering figure speaks, its voice booming, thank you for coming all the way here. The towering figure continues, asking, what do you think? It was a good match, right? Her red eyes glinting, she declares, the hunt is over, Kahlua. Lies. How do you still have a spirit summoned, she demands, disbelief evident in her voice. Sweat dripping, Kahlua's face contorts in rage. I'm sure you've used up all of your summoning time, she snarls. Her brow furrows, confusion now overtaking her anger. Summon time, she repeats, the question hanging heavy in the air. What's that, she wonders, her attention now drawn to something below. Her gaze shifts downward, a new curiosity piqued by something unseen. Her curiosity shifts to suspicion as her eyes narrow, a hint of anger now present. The realization hits her hard, it can't be. Tears well in her eyes as she exclaims, this is ridiculous. The figure, wreathed in fiery energy, declares, this doesn't make any sense, before adding, sorry, this is going to hurt a lot. The screen fades to black, the words a lot, emblazoned in red. The screen cuts to black once more, this time with the ominous words, my daughter is very excited. An explosion erupts, shaking everything. The explosion rips through the scene, a blinding inferno. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, a screen flashes, declaring Kina Lillet the winner of the 1:1 tournament. A new message appears, please note. As of now. The screen continues to display messages, now stating that most of the tournament battles have concluded. The message continues, stating, therefore, I would like to inform you now. The woman stares ahead, her expression unreadable. The message continues, revealing that the contents of the final exam were decided based on the judge's discussion. He lies sprawled on the ground, seemingly defeated. But he's not giving up. He sprints forward, pulling a massive stone donut behind him. Elsewhere, a small figure huddles by a campfire, a ghostly companion floating beside her. The girl lies unconscious as a hooded figure stands nearby, reading from a book. The hooded figure stands in the dilapidated room, facing away, as if guarding the unconscious girl. Standing before a group of shadowy figures, a voice booms out, can we start? A wide, toothy grin spreads across her face. I have a feeling we'll get a bunch of guys we can use this time, she exclaims. The screen identifies her as Kitty, Guild Master of the Night of the Demons. Kitty then asks if the others found anyone worthwhile. She muses that, if she had to choose, she'd pick the person who suddenly shot and pushed Sun Wukong's son. Kitty states she would choose Pastis, noting his ability appears to be conditional. Louise, the Northwalk Guild Master, believes Pastis is useless without good judgment. However, she adds, if you train him properly, he could become a great asset. Pastis, looking away, admits, well, you're not wrong. Anyway. Pastis begins, seemingly ready to change the subject. Pastis continues, rather than someone who's worth it. It would have been more interesting if Avalon lost, Pastis snarls, eyes gleaming with a disturbing light. He bites down hard on his own hand. Didn't they say her name was Kina Lillet? Her battle in the snow was amazing. Pastis exclaims, clearly impressed. He then declares, you wait and see, I'll definitely recruit her no matter what it takes. Pastis sneers, convinced of Avalon's downfall. Those Avalon bastards must have lost their plans by now, so they don't know what to do.
Hoo hoo hoo. Well, it's nothing new, a voice remarks, seemingly unfazed by Pastus's confidence.
The voice continues, revealing the truth: those people don't climb the tower on purpose to create a path for their rookie to climb up. This elite route, it's explained, would surprise anyone, and it's also far from fair.
The voice continues, now expressing a direct understanding of the situation.
I understand that there's a shortage of people, but it's time for Avalon to move on from their old ways of taking care of their newcomers as if they were little boys.
A deep voice responds, you're talking about something that's rather interesting. The voice then asks, would you let me in on it too?
The two girls' eyes widen in shock as the mysterious figure looms behind them.
An exclamation mark punctuates the air.
I don't believe any of our members fit the description of little boys, the figure states.
Startled, one of the girls cries out, Avalon. He continues, I'm sure you understand that it's just a metaphor, right? Avalon's face remains shadowed, but his words hang heavy in the air. A metaphor? A metaphor expression is. The words trail off, leaving the meaning hanging in the air.
Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence.
Oh, here he comes.
The bubble appears, the words inside a direct challenge: see for yourself. The scene shifts to a dark, starlit sky.
A vast expanse stretches out, beckoning them forward. The challenge hangs in the air, as the question is posed: what kind of talented people the members of Avalon are?
The statement hangs, unanswered, leaving the listener in suspense.
Mr. You're. The statement begins, hanging in the air. In Group C, right?
You used to hang out with Hyo Jean, the figure states. A pained groan escapes the other. Regarding Hyo abilities, can you tell me what you know? The figure asks, pressing the man for information.
Me. The response is cut short. His response is cut short as a blade pierces his neck. I'll let you die peacefully, the attacker declares.
A whoosh fills the air as the fatal blow lands. The blade finds its mark with a sickening whoosh. His eyes widen in disbelief.
A choked AACK escapes him. His face contorts in agony as sweat pours down.
A blue energy escapes from his mouth, followed by a final, desperate exhale.
A voice rings out, questioning, aren't you ashamed to be mocking someone you defeated? With a swoosh, the blue energy dissipates. His opponent watches him, unimpressed.
He stares back, the red background intensifying the tension. What was that then? He demands. A clash of immense power follows, the force of which threatens to tear the very world apart.
Recognizing his opponent, he realizes that cloak. Indeed, it's Avalon's infamous dog.
A smirk plays on his lips.
Well, I'm glad it's you.
The smirk solidifies as he declares, I won't feel the slightest amount of guilt after cutting you. His smirk widens, a cruel glint in his eyes. He grips his sword tighter.
The screen displays his class and group, Myeon Young Class Swordsman, Group D.
Whoosh! His blade finds its mark.
The challenge is laid bare, so you're saying you want to fight me?
That's great, he thinks, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I felt worried since there were so many things I haven't tried yet. You can fight well with swords, right? He asks, extending his fist.
Catch!
Eyes widening in alarm, he is struck by something unseen. The sound of rushing wind fills the air. A blinding light flashes as something swings through the air.
Indeed, a voice confirms.
Looks like he's not all talk, a voice observes, the speaker's eye narrowed. His eyes widen in disbelief.
A burst of smoke erupts, filling the air with a resounding poof.
The ceiling cracks open with a deafening RUM as smoke billows from the newly formed fissure.
BLE, a large sound effect fills the panel. Then, a heavy thump reverberates. Thump.
The sound echoes as the character glances to the side, a flicker of awareness in their eyes. The source of the sound is revealed, a monstrous figure looms over the character, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. A guttural growl rumbles from the monstrous figure. The hero stands firm, staring up at the looming giant. A chilling shang echoes as the giant prepares to strike. The giant's attack descends, a blur of motion and impending doom. The giant's blow connects, a devastating impact that distorts reality itself. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards. The world spins, all senses overwhelmed by the sheer force. The world blurs in a rush of violent motion. He's sent hurtling through the air, the force of the blow echoing around him. The world streaks by in a dizzying display of speed. Darkness closes in, the world reduced to a blur. A deafening tang echoes as the world comes to a sudden, jarring halt. His eyes widen in disbelief. The words "found you" materialize before him, the simple statement carrying a chilling weight. He's sent hurtling backwards amidst a storm of debris. The force of the blow sends him flying even further. The impact is immense. The blade strikes, a burst of red energy erupting on impact. His eyes widen in disbelief. The device shatters under the force of the energy. The device explodes with a burst of energy. The energy explodes outwards with a deafening bzzz. The energy surges outward, accompanied by a sharp zzzt. The energy explodes outward with a piercing krezch. His gaze is drawn upwards, a call to look up echoing in his mind. The sword of light, wielded by someone ranked 620th in golem summoning, appears above. It's revealed, this is his last skill. "I guess you're skilled at imitating other people's skills," he observes, a red energy crackling around his gloved hand. "Obviously, that toy in your hand is being used as a medium for your skills," he observes. "Based on your poor body movements, you can only use one ability at a time." A smirk plays on his lips as he says, "Perhaps I was expecting too much from you." He continues, his tone dismissive, "I never thought you'd just be a kid with a toy." "It truly is like child's play," he declares, a low growl rumbling in his throat. The clash of blades rings out, a blinding flash erupting from the point of impact. Pink energy explodes outward. The two stand locked in combat, but then a voice booms out, "Enough." "Remember, Avalon's underdog," the voice continues, "in a real battle. There are usually no second chances." The words hang in the air as a devastating blow lands with a resounding boom. A monstrous form descends with terrifying speed. Swoosh! The hero reels from the impact, a pained curd escaping his lips. "Now that I've confiscated the toy," the monstrous figure declares, his eyes gleaming ominously. "Is there anything else you'd like to show me?" he asks, a chilling challenge hanging in the air. That night, a figure stands amidst a scene of devastation. Tears stream down his face as he utters, "I lost everything." Wounded and weary, he looks up, his expression unreadable. And then, a question echoes in the darkness, "Would you like to go back in time?" He remains on the ground, defeated. Above him, a figure sits reading, seemingly unconcerned. But before he answers, the figure leans forward, eyes wide. "But first, I'd like to make a suggestion." He pauses, then asks, "Do you want to hear what I have to say?" he finishes, a disturbing smile spreading across his face. He glances down at a device in his hand. A device that copies the abilities of others, huh? "I had my doubts, but I never thought such a thing actually existed," he admits, staring at something off-panel. The sound of flapping echoes nearby. A flurry of motion as he swings his sword, a swish sound accompanying the strike. Warning! Warning, a system alert blares as the creature crackles with energy. Any damage to the committee's property will result in disqualification, a warning booms. A resounding thump echoes as something crashes heavily. The fight is declared over, with Avalon's rookie the victor. The defeated fighter hangs his head, shoulders slumped in defeat. "It's time for you," a voice declares, the ominous words hanging in the air. The defeated fighter looks up, his face bruised and battered. "To answer my questions," the voice continues, the demand hanging over him. The fighter smirks, his face bruised but defiant. "The fact that you're also making fun of the person you beat. Aren't you ashamed?" a voice booms, the question hanging heavy in the air. A brutal blow lands, the sound echoing as the fighter is struck. "I told you, the fight is over," he declares, his voice strained. He demands, "Just answer my question." His eyes wide with fear, he's asked, "Do you know where Hyo Seal Jean came from?"
His eyes widen in confusion, and he can only manage a bewildered, huh?
The response earns him a sharp slap.
Looks like you don't know.
The force of the blow sends him reeling. He doubles over, racked by a violent coughing fit.
Let's move on to the next question.
His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as a voice booms, demanding, "Where did you come from?"
The protagonist is suddenly seized, a looming figure demanding, "Where did you come from?" As he's seized, a voice retorts, "Is that all you wanted to know?"
A slight smirk plays on his lips as he looks off into the distance.
He then states, "If that was the case, you should have told me earlier. I would have been happy to help." But then, his expression shifts as he asks, "So, why do you want to know?" The question hangs in the air, followed by another, "Do you want to say hello to?"
To say hello to Arthur, he finishes, the question hanging heavy with unspoken implications. His hand clenches into a fist, the knuckles white with tension.
The words hang in the air as he utters a disbelieving, "What?"
His eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face as he hears, "I thought I told you to answer my questions."
I see.
The air crackles with energy as he's told, "You're only a small fry."
A deafening boom erupts as he's sent flying.
His body flies through the air, a large, expressing his shock. The force of the blow sends him crashing through something, debris flying everywhere.
The impact throws him into a rank 7 gravitational field.
His opponent stands over him, declaring, "Even you would have a hard time getting out of it."
Struggling against the gravity, he wonders aloud, "How did you?" It dawns on him, it must be that thing.
Oh, he realizes, the understanding dawning on his face.
The realization hits him. He wonders, the question hanging in the air. "You know it too, right?" a voice asks.
The figure holds a card, revealing that PvP is the easiest way to improve your ranking. But think about it, the voice continues, leaving the listener to consider the PvP option. The card remains, the PvP option hanging in the air. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he asks, "Who do you think is willing to play a game with someone who doesn't know how to attack?" The text reveals his strategy, "In preparation for PvP, I used this weakness as bait." He continues, sneering, "I figured someone as stupid as you would be fooled." His face shadowed, he mutters, "What bad luck." The hero's frustration boils over, "I can't believe I'm dealing with such a bastard." "I've been waiting for this," a voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. "I've been outplayed," he admits, his voice heavy with defeat.
"I lost. I admit defeat."
Tears stream down his face as he concedes, "So do as you please, Phantom."
His wide eye reflects a dawning realization, and the question hangs heavy in the air.
A bubbling, purple energy erupts around Phantom, the force of it causing a visible ripple.
A massive exclamation point punctuates the air.
Eyes wide with alarm, Phantom cries out, "What is this light?" Suddenly, a voice booms out, declaring, "You still have a hidden card." Amidst the blinding light, a voice declares, "I kept my promise."
"So?"
He begins, his face contorted in rage. The ground shakes as he spits out, "You low-life, peasants." The sound of something slicing through the air echoes. A beam of energy pierces through the kneeling man's head.
With a final breath, he utters a soft, "Ah."
The general's voice echoes, even in death.
To think a great general lost to a noob.
A sinister grin spreads across his face.
Honestly, it's funny. The noob hears the taunt. A question hangs in the air, is Arthur doing well?
A terrifying grin spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light.
The question hangs heavy as he demands, "Who are you?" The challenge is immediately rejected as a voice booms, "Hey, that doesn't."
The booming voice continues, cutting off the previous speaker with a furious shout, "Matter."
"I just have one question." The booming voice continues, demanding to know, "You and your friend, who's stronger?"
The speaker looms, his face partially obscured, as he awaits an answer. A devastating blow lands, the force of it sending shockwaves through the area. A blinding red light erupts from the figure, obliterating everything in its path. "If you're curious, come find me," the figure taunts, a chilling invitation hanging in the air.
He warns, "It'll bring you more pain if you do."
A sinister smirk spreads across his face, the red glow intensifying the threat. A surge of dark energy erupts, accompanied by a chilling hiss. "Wah, look at his temper," a voice remarks, observing the unfolding events. "So this is why he's so hard to handle," a voice questions, as the figure stands silhouetted against the fiery backdrop. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he utters, "How funny." The response comes swiftly, "I don't think it's funny." He retorts, "If I'm curious, you want me to come to see you? Fine, fine, that's all right." A voice then adds, as expected, "He's right." The voice declares, "All right, then." The voice commands, "Let's do what he wants." Flames engulf the building behind him, a testament to his power. The flames rage behind him as he begins to walk, a small child following close behind. Darkness descends. A figure emerges from the shadows, illuminated by a blinding light. "From now on," she declares, "we will proceed with the final exam." "You ugh? My body," he exclaims, clearly disoriented. Grasping his body, he begins to question what is happening. "What the?" Suddenly, a flash erupts, and he cries out in frustration, "What the hell, not again!" The flash subsides, and a message appears. This time, the exam is called Party Quest. A strange, fluffy creature appears before him. A new directive appears: try to get along with your party members so you can work better with each other. "Whoops" echoes in the air as the fluffy creature is sent flying, landing squarely in the arms of another party member. He looks utterly bewildered by the sudden arrival. "Why you are," he stammers, clearly caught off guard. His eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stammers, "Why you are?" "Hyo-si-aljan," he questions, the name hanging in the air. The instructor announces, "So, I will proceed with the final test." The instructor's announcement is followed by a new message: "This test is a party quest." The instructor continues, "From now on, I'll start sending you guys to a random location." The message adds that the two candidates will meet at the same transferred location. The protagonist, now face to face with the other candidate, wonders aloud, "That yellow-haired dude, he's alive, right?" The yellow-haired candidate scowls. Of course, he couldn't have been eliminated. A disembodied voice clarifies the rules: players are allowed to face each other, but must be in pairs to reach the final destination. The disembodied voice continues, stating that it would be beneficial to partner with a candidate met for the first time. The voice then announces, "Well, I'm done explaining the necessary details." The disembodied voice declares, "I'll start the transmission." The transmission begins, and both candidates react with wide-eyed shock. "Liber, be careful with any party you might bump into," a voice warns. But Liber, clenching her fist, confidently replies, "Don't worry, I'm ready." "Especially that jerk, don't let him see you," a voice warns, followed by a chilling declaration of intent: "Let's paint that yellow hair red." Liber's confidence falters as a shadowy figure looms over him. "All right," he stammers, visibly unnerved. Suddenly, a cute, winged creature appears, declaring, "All right, guys." The winged creature continues, "Try to keep up with the party members." The winged creature crouches low, ready to move. The winged creature takes off. The winged creature flashes a peace sign. But then, a question arises: why is she here? A somber realization dawns: I've been struggling ever since. A sudden recollection surfaces: she helped me once. Because of that one incident, he recalls, a ghostly figure echoing his question, "What is it?" He continues, "People have been teasing me because of that." He's been sticking around lately, the thought continues. "Arg," he shouts, hitting the ground hard. He's getting frustrated. The pink-haired girl stares down at him, her red eyes piercing. "What do you call that?" she asks, clearly unimpressed. "An eyesore," he replies, still on the ground. His eyes widen in disbelief. "Lily Lilith," he stutters, clearly surprised by her sudden appearance. Lilith demands, "Why are you here?" Her face looms closer, the question hanging heavy in the air, "Why?" Her red eyes narrowed, Lilith retorts, "Why do you care whether I'm here or not?" A voice warns, "Daughter, you're speaking too much to your friend." Lilith replies, "He's gonna be mad, Dad." A deep voice responds, "Do whatever you want, my daughter." Eyes wide with panic, he stammers, "I didn't mean it in a bad way." The air is suddenly filled with a furious shout, "Hio Seoljian!" With a burst of speed, he taunts, "Catch me!" The pursuer's eyes widen in disbelief. "Liliber," he exclaims. He sprints forward, a look of manic glee on his face. The pursuer is met with a devastating blow. The blow lands squarely, and he's caught. "Ha! I caught you!" He gloats. "Why don't you get off now?" he demands, his grip tightening. Suddenly, a voice cries out, "Oh whoa! It's Kina Lillet!" "Ah, hi!" The greeting hangs in the air, its tone uncertain. "Lillet, do you want to make a party with me? Do you know how to do it?" he asks. Then, he adds, "I heard you just need to shake hands to make a party." A confused silence follows. A golden light emanates from his clenched fist, swirling with unseen energy. Suddenly, a notification appears, "Party formed. Welcome to the quest." He then remarks, "I got a mark, that's cool." "Chet, why am I the only one who didn't get a mark?" someone asks, a hint of frustration in their voice. An ominous message appears, "Arrive at the destination while holding the given seal. There shouldn't be any losers." A simple structure is shown. Suddenly, a monstrous figure appears, accompanied by the message, "This concludes the description." A sudden, violent force sends her spinning. Mid-spin, she cries out, "Dad!" Her red eye widens in terror as she continues to spin. A blue energy blade slices through the air towards her. The blade connects with a sickening crack. His eye glows with a strange blue energy. "Hey, shithead," he shouts, striking the ground with incredible force. "Arg!" A voice booms out, taunting, "Don't you remember what happened back then? Save your energy. Do you want to faint again? It's okay. It's okay. Sorry, Liber," she repeats, seemingly trying to reassure someone. A faint voice nearby whimpers, please, sorry." Suddenly, a voice booms, "That's a valuable skill you have there." Her eyes widen as a voice questions, "A spirit? So you're strong?" "Yes, all the power that Lillet uses comes from me," the voice declares. Lillet, wide-eyed, exclaims, "Then Seoljan and I are similar." A conflicting voice booms, "It's not exactly the same, but it is." Looking out from the cliff, Seoljan asks, "Is there something under the cliff?" An ominous voice responds to Seoljan's question, "Come and see for yourself." Seoljan, seeing a cave entrance, wonders aloud, "What, there's a cave or something? Is it like a dungeon? It has to be a coincidence, right?" His companion replies that a dungeon sounds good to me. It's easier to catch monsters and move on instead of being attacked by other players. Seoljan declares, "I'm going in." Taking his first step forward, Seoljan is met with a plea, "Hey, wait for me. There might be something down there." With a swoosh, the group enters the ominous corridor. Deeper into the corridor they venture, the air thick with an unseen menace. "Let's keep going," one of them declares, undeterred. Another voice, filled with anxiety, pipes up from the back, "Why are you guys so fearless?" They continue forward, the corridor stretching into an ominous darkness. The ominous corridor is lit by eerie blue flames. A red banner hangs on the wall, marked with a strange symbol. The group continues down the corridor, now illuminated by eerie blue flames. "It's so awkward," a voice admits. The silence stretches, thick with tension. "It's been half an hour since we spoke to each other," one of them finally admits. The trio stands before a glowing, spectral flame, its light the only source in the cavernous space. "What should I do?" The question hangs in the air, unanswered. What should we do? There are two ways, one of them proposes. But the other is immediately against it. What do you mean, we can't split up? Now, a different voice suggests, let's split up? Oh, right, a voice booms, seemingly agreeing with the idea. Oh, right, a booming voice confirms, as a glowing spirit seems to agree with the plan. A voice calls out, Liber, can you come with me? The spirit is asked to join. A voice booms from the darkness, "Oh, I'll decide then." The sudden declaration hangs in the air, leaving both Seoljin and Lillet visibly confused.
Seoljin and Lillet can do whatever they want, the voice had proclaimed. Lillet, visibly upset, demands, "Dad, why did you choose that?"
A muffled voice from below responds, "I just need some time to myself."
The realization dawns, "That's why you're acting so differently?"
An enormous, menacing face appears, its single eye narrowed in a glare.
Scared, it booms.
Her eyes widen, a visible tremor in her expression. "All right, go ahead," a voice says, as another replies, "Take care, my daughter."
A question echoes, filled with disbelief, "Lilith?"
"Mister, what's wrong with you?" she asks, her expression a mix of concern and bewilderment. A dark void appears, the words "It's fun" emblazoned within it in stark red. The girl looks up, her face partially visible. A puff of air escapes the girl's mouth as she stares ahead, a slight frown on her face.
"What's so fun about it?" she asks, her words filled with curiosity.
The girl's red eyes narrow, a clear sign of annoyance. Her companion, however, seems more apprehensive, his expression one of worry. She stands in a stark, cold room. A pool of blood stains the floor ahead, while a spectral flame flickers beside her. Her face tightens with frustration.
It's a dead end. "Let's head back then," she decides, the dead end forcing a change of plans.
Turning back, she starts to run, a ball of light held in her outstretched hand. As she flees, a thought strikes her. Come to think of it, Seoljin and Liber seem to be quite close.
Her eyes widen as she voices a realization, "Us? I guess so." Ego soared in the user. Liber interjects, clarifying, "That's not what I mean, I'm asking you just in case."
Suddenly, a stark message flashes, Seoljin is with Lilith.
The question hangs heavy in the air, "Doesn't it make you uncomfortable?"
Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of something unreadable passing across her face.
Her expression remains unreadable as she counters, "Why would I feel uncomfortable?" A large, glowing spirit floats into view, its orange eyes burning brightly. A sinister laugh echoes as a dark shape looms. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, I."
The sinister laugh trails off, and she stares, a question mark floating above her head.
"What?
What's wrong?" she asks, clearly confused. Her confusion deepens as a voice booms, "I'm glad that Seoljin and Lilith seem to get along well." The mysterious voice continues, a speech bubble appearing with the words, "They really do." Then, another voice, seemingly from the same source, echoes with a wistful tone, "I wish I had a friend like you." A speech bubble appears, and she asks, "Don't you already have Lilith?"
A different voice then responds, "Huh? Thank you for saying that."
The voice continues, revealing the speaker's inner thoughts, "Of course, I tried my best to be a friend like Dad to Lilith, but..." He then reflects, "It makes me think it might have made her more alone."
Lilith stands silently, surrounded by others, yet seemingly isolated.
He continues to reflect on his actions, thinking, well, considering the weight of the child's luggage.
Maybe I'm too much.
Suddenly, a voice booms, "Take care of Lilith, Liber." Lilith beams at Liber, a wide smile stretching across her face. A cheerful "okay" fills the air. The title card flashes, "Player."
Darkness descends.
Before them looms a massive stone doorway, flanked by armored figures and lit by eerie blue flames. "It looks kind of creepy," one of them mutters, eyeing the imposing figures guarding the doorway.
He suggests, with a worried expression, "Hey, wouldn't it be better to join the other team behind this door and move on? Now you're straight up ignoring me."
A voice booms out, laced with irritation.
A sudden outburst breaks the silence, "I miss Miss Liber's nagging."
She mutters, a flicker of curiosity in her crimson eyes. He turns to her, his expression shifting to surprise as he asks, "Where did you get this?"
She responds, a hint of uncertainty creeping into her voice, "This? I got it from someone I knew." Her expression hardens as she repeats, "You got it? This?" A voice scoffs, dismissing the item as like a pearl necklace on a pig's neck. A question hangs in the air, the character's expressions unreadable. "Hey, hold on, Lilith. Are you going in?" a voice calls out.
Someone asks if she knows how long the first test has been going on. No, I don't, she replies. The test has been going on for 22 hours. His eyes widen in disbelief as he hears, I don't know what you were expecting. What you were thinking about when we separated before the test. The statement hangs heavy in the air. The time limit we were given. A sharp crack echoes, signaling something has broken. The structure splits, a blinding light erupting from the fissure. Through the widening fissure, a figure emerges, her red eyes narrowed. I don't have time to think about something like that in the first place. A swift grab follows her words, the sound echoing in the aftermath of the explosion. She seizes a hand with surprising speed. Hang on, she urges, her expression determined as she grasps his hand. Their hands clasp together, a silent promise of mutual support. Lilette, you have a point, but... He begins, his expression suggesting a counter-argument is brewing. He continues, stating, we're in the middle of a party quest. Still, he concedes, I think it's good to hear what you and Liber have to say. He's cut off as another voice interjects with a demand, let go of. The demand is immediately followed by a frustrated question, why are you being so stubborn? His eyes narrowed, he demands, is it because of what you said earlier? She retorts, if you knew you were in a hurry, why would you fall for a little provocation? Her opponent can only respond with a stunned, what? His eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. A pained escapes him. He plummets downward, realizing, I made a huge mistake. The ground rushes up to meet him. A brutal slash rips through the air. His eyes widen in disbelief as the attack connects. The force of the blow sends him flying. His eyes widen in shock as debris flies around him. He clutches his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. She grabs him by the collar, her expression stern. Listen to me, Seal Jean. Her grip tightens as she declares, unlike you, I can protect my body on my own. Her red eyes blazing, she snarls, I don't need your help. If you understand, don't mess around and just take care of yourself, she demands, her gaze intense. Clenching his fist, the boy looks down, seemingly taking her words to heart. His eyes widen in shock as he glances upward. Sweat drips down his face as he utters a stunned, what? A stern voice echoes, demanding, what are you so unhappy about? A new thought bubble appears, I need. His thoughts crystallize, I don't have time to care about others. Hyo Seol-jin, the same goes for you. He needs to become a player soon. Then, why are you saving me, she asks, her red eyes questioning his motives. The girl's question hangs in the air, then, why are you saving me? The answer comes, not from him, but from an unseen source, not once, but... The unseen voice continues, the words hanging over him, twice. Her red eyes narrow, a look of intense focus hardening her features as the unseen voice speaks. A sigh escapes her lips as the unseen voice continues to speak. Her hand loosens, fingers relaxing as if releasing something. All right, then, she says, taking a step forward. His face contorted in anger, he shouts, you're running away again. He taunts, are you that scared? That suits you better. Eyes blazing with fury, she demands, what do you know? Her rage boils over as she shouts, you don't know anything about me. Her face contorts in rage, mouth agape as she unleashes a primal scream. A powerful gust of wind erupts, signaling the release of her pent-up fury. The force of her scream rips through the air. His eyes widen in disbelief. Her red eyes widen, a look of pure shock etched on her face. She is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Ah, she utters, the sound lost amidst the blurring speedlines. Despite the impact, she reaches out, attempting to grab onto something to stop her momentum. Her eyes widen as she plummets downwards. The ground rushes up to meet her, the speed of her descent terrifying. The impact is deafening as she slams into the ground. Her red eyes widen in shock. A whoosh echoes as she's sent hurtling through the air. The impact sends her flying towards a wall. The force of the blow slams her into the wall. Pinned against the wall, her eyes widen in alarm. The young man beside her also looks on with wide, startled eyes. Why, she yells, her eyes burning with fury. Kina Lillet, I'm telling you in advance. Her red eye glares, as she says, you're the one who helped me first without knowing anything. She continues, her voice laced with accusation, I talked to you to find out why, but you just ignored me. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Can you tell me what's wrong? He asks. Her eyes widen in surprise, a visible tremor in her expression as she listens to his question. Her gaze drops, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. A single tear escapes her eye, her gaze unwavering. Hyo Seol-jin, you're. The words hang in the air, unfinished. Leg, she cries out, her eyes wide with terror as a blue light emanates from below. He cuts off his own scream with a confused huh. His face contorts in disbelief. A pained ARGH echoes as something clearly goes wrong. His eyes widen in agony. A single tear escapes as pain overwhelms him. He collapses, a resounding thump echoing as he hits the ground. Looming over him, her red eyes wide with alarm, the pink-haired girl cries out, hey, R. And the sweetness of it. A voice echoes in the darkness. And the weight of the responsibility that follows. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the fiery glow above. Darkness blankets everything as a realization dawns, when I realized something so obvious. A lot of things had already happened when I was younger. He stands amidst a hellscape of fire and ash, the past now a burning memory. Tears well in his eyes, red with an unknown power. He finds himself in a dark corridor, a blue flame illuminating his path. At the end of the tunnel, a figure awaits, bathed in the orange glow of another flame. He kneels beside a fallen figure, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He looks up, his eyes wide with shock. His eyes widen further, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. An eerie, glowing orb floats behind him. A glowing energy gathers at the feet of the imposing figure, its source unknown. His red eye glares intensely, a clear sign of mounting rage. He unleashes a furious roar, his eyes wide with unbridled rage. The roar gives way to a furious shout, Hyo Seol-jin. A stark realization hits, his leg is broken. The character's eyes widen in shock at the severity of the injury. A grim realization dawns, fatal injuries from perforation mean rupture of information, not bleeding. The grim prognosis continues, then the information the body contains will leak out. Panic etched on her face, she cries out, then what should I do, mister? Unless you're in. The ominous words trail off, leaving the statement hanging in the air. Unless you're in a class that's been given the power to recover. The ominous voice continues, revealing a glowing figure. It's only a stopgap to carry out treatment in this state. Above her head, a dark bubble displays a stark message, I'm sorry. Her red eyes are downcast, a clear expression of remorse. Her shoulders slump, a gesture of defeat. A small, glowing spirit floats before her, its expression seemingly mirroring her own sadness. She sits on the ground, defeated, next to a fallen figure. A dark void looms above, and a voice booms, daughter, what happened? She explains, I was raided by a bossy monster over the door. The cause, she suspects, is probably. The reason? Because I knocked on the door. The woman declares, I'm the one who is responsible for Seol-jin's injury. She blames herself, thinking, if I didn't let my guard down. Her face contorted with anguish, she begins to explain, this is why. Her explanation continues, revealing the reason for her regret, you said it was more comfortable to go alone. Her voice cracks as she confesses, I'm sorry, sweetheart. The reason for the separation is revealed, because we moved separately. The words hit him hard, you're running away again. The taunt hangs in the air, are you that scared? Hyo Seol-jin. The name echoes, as if pushing him further down. Hyo Seol-jin. The cry rings out, but a desperate thought claws its way to the surface, wait, there has to be something. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him. That's right. The realization hits him hard, a surge of hope amidst the chaos. Darkness descends, enveloping everything. He collapses, the impact echoing with a resounding drop. Please, help me one more time, he pleads, desperation evident in his voice. Clasping his hands together, he remembers, I made a promise to make my dream come true and go back. A figure stands over him as he sits on the ground, his companion beside him. He sits on the ground, his companion beside him, as a figure looms over them both. The girl looks up, her eyes wide with concern. Has this shined recently? She asks, her voice laced with worry. The figure on the ground asks, Leal, do you know what this outfit is? Answering the question, a voice replies, that's not important right now, is it? Her eyes widen in disbelief. When did this shine? She wonders aloud, then answers her own question. On our last test. Abruptly, a voice demands, then you better clean it up. Both girls look up, startled. A hand clenches the dress tightly, the sound of ripping fabric echoing as the narrator explains, this dress is made of thread from a special mineral that only comes from terrarium. The mineral's characteristic is to save and release its power. The narrator continues, stating, I heard that it shines as a characteristic of emission. Her eyes widen in realization, a visible gasp escaping her lips. Even a small trinket would be worth buying a boat, but at this size. She muses, considering the implications. Her companion, eyes wide with shock, wonders aloud, how did he buy this in the first place? Don't worry about it, he says, his expression unreadable. The red glint in his eye hardens as he declares, I'll do something about it. The single word echoes, Dad. A vortex of fire and shadow erupts. The flames intensify, framing her face. Her red eyes burn with determination. The word Dad hangs in the air. A voice booms, declaring, Daughter, my power can only interfere with your body. Helping Sealjan would need a signed contract. Despite the restriction, she simply states, I know. Sealjan's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stares ahead. Her face contorts in frustration as she mutters, that sucks. The voice continues, I've helped you once, and you don't. The figure continues, his voice laced with disappointment, I've helped you many times. You watch, she declares, holding out a glowing apple. I'll make you stand up and say something. Her eyes widen in realization. That's what the monkey ate. She immediately demands, where'd you get it? Offering the apple, she states, I got it. I don't mind giving it to you. A determined voice declares, I'm going to heal Sealjan with this. A loud crunch echoes as she bites into the apple, determined to use its power. Her eyes widen in shock as the apple's power surges through her. SFX, whoosh. The surge intensifies, energy crackling around her. Done. The declaration hangs in the air. What's left is. The words hang ominously as the pink-haired girl stares ahead, her red eyes unwavering. Behind her, the other girl looks on with wide, fearful eyes. A swift bite. Daughter. The word explodes in a shout. No way. The words burst forth, a desperate denial of what has just occurred. The question hangs heavy in the air, are you gonna give him your blood? Her fist, stained crimson, hovers over the fallen figure. If there's any part that I forget to do, she mutters, her red eyes wide with concern. Then, a desperate plea, Dad, can you help me? Wait, daughter, a voice booms, but another voice replies, well maybe, I don't know. If you do that, you'll. A voice warns, as a single drop falls. A blinding explosion erupts as the attack lands. His eyes are closed, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The attack clearly landed. His eyes snap open, a look of shock etched on his face. Liber, he questions, eyes wide with disbelief. A voice booms, you're up. Still disoriented, he demands, what about you, Liber? Where is Uncle? A voice interrupts his questioning, declaring, oh, you're starting as soon as he wakes up. Another voice adds, if you're ready, hurry up. There's no time for chatter. The perspective shifts, focusing on Liber's pink hair and sharp ears. Liber and the other character look on with wide eyes, seemingly surprised by the situation. A voice whispers, Lilith. The small, floating spirit watches on. The sound of impact echoes. Amidst the fiery destruction, a lone figure kneels. Above her, a towering silhouette of fire looms. Through the embers, a voice echoes, filled with regret, "I'm sorry, daughter." The fiery silhouette speaks, revealing the cost of his apology, "It's just that I'm sacrificing my body." Her eyes glisten with tears as she declares, "All I can do is put this commercialization to sleep." All? Tears welling in her eyes, she wonders, where is everyone? A crushing realization dawns, it's because of me. Tears streaming down her face, she questions if she's to blame. The crushing thought then hits her, if I were dead. An explosion of light erupts. Amidst the light, a voice echoes, filled with regret, "Daughter, I become like this that can't hug you anymore." But, his voice continues, amidst the fiery glow. "I can." But, he continues, the fiery glow intensifying, "I can, with my soul. Don't put the weight of the clan all together." Tears stream down her face as she declares her resolve. Her resolve hardens, and she declares, "All of them." A fiery determination burns in her eyes. The screen fades to black, the words burning bright, "Until we burn it." As the screen fades to black, a small flame flickers into existence. From the darkness, a single flame ignites. His eyes snap open, wide with shock. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning, "A dream?" The title, "Player," flashes onto the screen. "I mean," he begins, a slight hesitation in his voice. "You became a kid because you helped us," the other one asks, patting the child's head. The small figure glares back, clearly unimpressed. "What are you talking about?" he demands, confusion etched on his face. "I already explained everything," he shouts, exasperated by their confusion. "You want me to explain it again? From the beginning?" "You just grab a peach with a broken plate," he exclaims, pointing at his temple, clearly frustrated. The sound of rapid blows echoes as he's pummeled relentlessly. "Amidst the relentless barrage," he shouts, "I gave you my power to restore your body. That's why my body became smaller." He continues, desperate, "I'm telling you again, I even broke the contract and helped you. I don't know how much I've sacrificed." Arms behind her head, she retorts, "You can't understand such a simple thing? Are you kidding me?" She scoffs, "What? You didn't even know the basics and you were going to climb the tower?" Whatever it is, that dream was so vivid that it made me feel bad, he thinks, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He realizes, it's the effect of Lilith's power on me. Then, the dreamscape explodes into view, a fiery hellscape stretching before him. The revelation hangs in the air, the little girl in the dream is. The girl in question stares back, her red eyes filled with an unreadable expression. A question mark hangs in the air, mirroring the hero's own confusion. "Wow, by the way, Hyo Seol-jin, that's amazing. Two people got younger," the character exclaims, pointing towards the girl. "What do you mean?" the character asks, confusion evident in his tone. The girl responds, "I was an adult when I was with God." "Hey, you can't just say that," he whispers, clearly flustered by her statement. She wonders aloud, is that something I shouldn't say? She wouldn't believe it in the first place. "Anyway, be quiet. Don't make this more complicated," someone demands. A simple, okay, is the reply. Her brow furrowed, she demands, "What are you doing?" "Oh, nothing." "Right, Liber," he exclaims, trying to play it cool. But Liber's hesitant, yeah, doesn't quite sell it. Confusion hangs in the air. Trying to deflect, he insists, "Anyway, don't worry about my physical condition. Maybe if." He thinks, his words trailing off, leaving his true thoughts unspoken. He's told, "You get some rest, you'll be back to normal." It's added that he can use his ability once or twice, which will be helpful for the party quest. He pauses, mid-stride, as a voice trails off, saying, "I mean." The question hangs in the air. He reaches out, placing his hand against the cold stone, as if preparing to push something open. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, demanding, "Wait, you did hear the story, right?" He responds with a simple, "Yeah." Her red eyes wide, she demands, "So you're gonna be back to normal in a minute?" Getting a confirmation, she shouts, "Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He states, then we'll protect you until then. Clinging to his side, she gives a wide, unsettling grin. Her wide eyes reflect a desperate plea, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. What? A bright light floods the area as a door creaks open. A thud echoes as a hooded figure sits enthroned, flanked by eerie blue flames. Bathed in light, two figures stand before the enthroned figure, their forms silhouetted against the glow. A voice booms out, demanding, "Who is it?" Another voice retorts, "I can't believe you're disturbing Jim." A monster with intelligence? The words hang in the air, as if the speaker is surprised by this revelation. Then, "Oh, you're talking. Did you blow his ankle?" the voice questions. "Oh, my bad," the voice concedes, seemingly unconcerned. The towering figure commands, "Go away." It's declared that Jim is not a mere creature that can be seen. Oh, what did he say? I definitely learned it from my teacher. If you talk. One of them threatens. Another voice interjects, stating, "I told you it was above B. Heo Seal Jean, Liber." "Let's back off first," she yells, her red eyes blazing with fury. "The boss won't be able to get out of the room," a voice declares, revealing a crucial detail about their strategy. "We have to come up with something," a desperate voice cries out as the battle intensifies. A blinding flash cuts through the scene. The light intensifies, obscuring everything. The light subsides, revealing a monstrous figure looming over the protagonist. Doom echoes as the giant prepares to strike. The giant's foot crashes down, pulverizing the ground. "Liber, you remember what he said to us back then," a voice echoes, a flashback seemingly triggered by the present danger. "Of course," he replies, a sinister grin spreading across his face as the flashback continues. "When you're dealing with a level B or higher, then you're authorized to use the skill," the voice booms. The sinister grin widens, lightning crackling around him as the flashback intensifies. A blinding slash rips through the air. The air explodes with raw power. "Heo Seal Jean, you know it's no fun if you faint again, right?" a voice taunts. Seal Jean responds, a sinister grin spreading across his face, "No, I've had enough sleep this time." Seal Jean states that the most important thing in using ability is an image. The air crackles with energy as a voice booms, "Think about it." The voice continues, emphasizing the importance of perspective, "the way you saw it." The voice declares, "The most powerful sword." He lunges forward, bringing the glowing blade down with immense force. The blade descends, poised to strike with devastating power. The glowing blade hurtles downwards, closing in. The glowing blade plunges downwards, a blinding flash erupting. A stern warning flashes, "The use of this skill is strictly prohibited." A definition appears, explaining that skills are usually the application of special powers inherent in an individual. Sealjan's super recovery is the skill he used instinctively when he fought with me, the text reveals. Skills are indispensable in the process of applying power, the text explains, revealing why he had no choice but to teach it. Much is unrefined power. It's still a lot of strength for you. It's dangerous to use it now that you don't know the identity of the power and have no class, the text warns. So, don't use it, the warning booms. But the text continues, hinting at a contingency, "But if you meet an enemy above level B." The warning concludes, as a close-up reveals a menacing red glint in the character's eye. To survive, the ominous warning concludes. A surge of power ignites within him, his eye now glowing with an eerie blue light. The power surges, and a voice echoes, "You can do your best." Gripping the sword tightly, he hears a voice, a surge of encouragement, "You can do your best." The voice fuels him. His singular eye glows with newfound intensity. He prepares to unleash his power. Opening sword. The opening sword technique is unleashed. The opening sword clashes against the massive creature, a blinding light erupting from the point of impact. The creature roars as the attack lands. The creature reels back, staggering from the force of the blow. Despite the blow, a smirk appears on the creature's face. Lightning crackles around him. The air crackles with energy. His eyes widen in shock, an exclamation hanging in the air.
A blinding light engulfs him. The light explodes outward, accompanied by a deafening roar. The force of the blast sends him reeling. Amidst the chaos, he struggles to maintain his footing. SFX, boom. He clutches his head, reeling, as a voice booms, "Don't let go of your strength." Even if an opponent is stronger, the voice continues. The voice continues, urging him to focus and gather them in one place. A blinding light erupts as their swords meet, energy crackling between the blades. He grips his sword tightly, channeling the energy surging through him. Suddenly, he pauses, a question forming on his lips. "What's this?" With a determined glint in his eye, he declares, "Here we go, Liber." A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he moves with incredible speed. A blinding flash erupts, filling the space with intense light. A beam of radiant energy descends, striking him directly. The energy slams into him, sending him crashing to one knee. The force of the blast sends him reeling. Doom echoes around him as the energy explodes outwards. Her eyes widen in shock as the explosion erupts. "Are you kidding me?" a voice exclaims, disbelief ringing in their tone. The blast engulfs the area, a blinding white consuming everything. The blinding light fades, revealing the protagonist standing amidst the dissipating energy. Hyo-seoljeon grits his teeth, a pained expression on his face. "Oh, Hyo-seoljeon. Are you going to fall for nothing here again?" a voice taunts. He cuts off the taunting voice with a sharp command, "Be quiet." His eyes widen in alarm. A symbol flashes before him. Chains rattle as a massive, ornate box descends from above. He stares up at it, questioning, "What's with that box?" The box displays a message, "Hidden dungeon is cleared." The box loudly proclaims, "Hidden dungeon is cleared." With the hidden dungeon cleared, a new message appears, "You will get special rewards." A loud creaking sound echoes as something begins to open. The squeaking intensifies as the opening widens. Same time flashes on the screen. The opening now fully reveals a dark, ominous entrance. The screen displays rock mountain topography. A figure stands before the entrance, surrounded by a blinding light. The light fades, revealing massive rock monsters looming over the group. "Past us, that's enough," a voice calls out. Then, a second voice pipes up, suggesting, "Let's surrender." "Surrender? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary," he declares, a sinister smirk spreading across his face. He then pauses, adding, "I mean..." He explodes, shouting, "Just keep your damn mouth shut." He lunges forward, a ball of light forming in his outstretched hand. He moves with incredible speed, closing the distance. The attack lands, and a pained "AAH" escapes his lips. He stares at the glowing substance in his hand, a look of utter defeat washing over his face. "Now, I'm done for." He's sent flying backward from the force of the blow. The force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air. As he flies through the air, a bewildered thought bubbles up, "Past us?" His opponent taunts, "Hoo, you don't seem to know what learning is." The other adds, "Yeah, no matter how many times I try, I can't scratch my work." The opponent, identified as Paragus of Group D, a puppeteer class, declares, "The combination of our abilities is simply invincible." Jonshur, a sculptor from Group A, declares, "Be the prey to my work." Jonshur declares, "Bad luck, guys." Jonshur, bruised and battered, grits his teeth. What a humiliating situation. "I can't see your hands because the attack is so fast," one of the stone figures declares. Another adds, "At this rate, it is too much to invoke one's ability." "There we go," a voice declares, hinting at a turning point. Now, a single word hangs in the air, "This." The mysterious figure muses, "The burden of an ability is too great because he manipulated unfamiliar dolls." Below, the man on the ground thinks, "I'd like to finish it. At once if I could," he thinks, his determination unwavering despite his current predicament. "That man hasn't shown his ability yet," the mysterious figure observes, continuing, "So, before the variables happen." Psychological pressure, the words reverberate, hinting at the strategy being employed. "Why don't you start accepting the reality of defeat?" the figure taunts, his words dripping with arrogance.
Even if my colleague, the batting power, destroys the dolls. The figure begins, a cunning glint in his eyes. You use the rocks around you to recreate it. You use the rocks around you to recreate it, he finishes, laying out his strategy. Use the rocks around you to recreate it, he instructs, his plan now fully revealed. He stands, arms crossed, awaiting their next move. A sinister smile spreads across his face, a clear sign of confidence in his challenge. A surge of flames erupts. The ball, now engulfed in flames, hurtles forward. The flaming ball speeds toward its target. Topography, situations, topography. A voice echoes. We're at a disadvantage no matter what. Let's surrender, a voice declares. The figure then states, this is how it ends up. You don't communicate as well as I thought, the figure declares, a hint of disappointment lacing his tone. It's a sculptor's game, he exclaims, a sudden realization dawning on him. Despite the earlier realization, he defiantly shouts, bring it on. Eyes wide with manic intensity, he vows, you're rock, I'll give you everything. Eyes blazing, he roars, alright, come on, I'll smash you with my rock doll. He moves in a blur, yelling, that's good. The impact sends them flying. Boom. The force of the blow is represented by a stylized impact mark. Standing amidst the dust, he says, thanks for being so smart. Then, with a chilling calmness, he adds, thanks to you, the conditions are set. Rock, we won, the character declares, the victory seemingly secured. A sinister smile spreads across his face. The conditions are set, and he's ready to unleash whatever he has planned. He reveals the nature of his power, that's a conditional ability. A menacing figure looms, its face obscured by shadow, save for a skeletal grin. The figure is revealed to be Kim Tae-won, Avalon's team leader. He must pass the player test safely, a voice declares, the speaker unseen. There should be no random variables in the elite course, a voice declares, as a path of light opens up, flanked by swirling waves. The system declares, Kaluuya's elimination was within expectations. As a result, Kim Tae-won was able to avoid matching against strong opponents wherever possible. A cloaked figure looms, declaring, everything is as expected, for you. As soon as the party quest began, overwhelming forces banded together. They stationed themselves near the closest destination. I succeeded in joining up with Kim Tae-won. A voice declares, there should be no random variables in the elite course. Reaching their destination, the system declares, destination navigation is complete. Let's move, team leader. The team leader peers intently forward, his expression unreadable. Before them stand two figures, one supporting the other. That's the conditional ability I've only ever heard of, one of them declares. But, the figure begins, before addressing someone directly. Absan, I have a question. The question hangs in the air, posed by a figure only partially visible. How strong do you think I am? The figure's face is partially obscured, but a sinister smile is visible as he continues, but there is always a random variable. He answers, stating, I can't answer that question because gauging strength is difficult. However, he continues, ranking only your pure strength, it would be ranked A. Which means, he continues, except for my strength, I will be classed below class A. The figure, shrouded in shadow, wonders aloud, am I mistaken? Absan. Also, he continues, as a burst of red energy crackles ominously. I'll have to figure it out myself. Red energy crackles around him as he warns, don't get in the way. He declares with unwavering resolve, I'll catch him. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes shadowed with dark intent. The title card flashes, player. The title fades, revealing a blonde woman in a police uniform, a wide grin on her face. You're under arrest, she shouts. The camera focuses on her feet, revealing black boots and what appear to be robotic legs beneath her pants. The text reveals, Kim Tae-won, who fell into the world of Webtoon. The text emphasizes a crucial point, it was necessary to be aware of the differences from the original world. The biggest difference, it's. The text declares, as a figure reminiscent of Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man appears. The text continues, defining the difference: karma and the body that holds it. The mental energy that exists. Kim Tae-won judged that he had a good understanding of this. It was the setting of the webtoon that he had always read. But it actually wasn't. His understanding was flawed. I have the ability to copy other abilities, but it only works properly on low-level enemies, he thinks, struggling to hold out against a formidable foe. He grits his teeth, the strain visible. I have to be stronger. What I need to do for that? He thinks, clenching his fists. To get more power. Red energy crackles around the blade as he prepares to strike. With a resounding whoosh, he unleashes the blade's power. The force of the attack sends his companion staggering. His eyes widen in shock as the attack lands. The force explodes outward. The impact reverberates with a deafening boom. Kim Tae-won feels an overwhelming difference in power in a hand-to-hand match with Dean. He devoted himself to identifying the limitations of his current abilities. As a result of his efforts, Kim Tae-won succeeded in gaining some understanding of his abilities. A red glow emanates, illuminating the darkness. Crackling with red energy, Tae-won is limited to copying abilities only from characters within the webtoon, and can only use one at a time. He's in 73rd place, and the gap is very efficient. Furthermore, each ability has a limit on the number of times it can be used per day, and the risk of using the ability also increases. Tae-won declares, copy the opponent's ability. It's my ability. But he then considers, the only difference is. The realization hits him, that the opponent has a conditional power. A blinding explosion erupts. Stunned, he shouts, "Who are you?" A voice booms out, questioning, "You don't immediately take action related to rock paper scissors. Do you need a condition to fulfill?" First of all, I don't think it's staring at the target, the figure states, analyzing the situation. It looks like the distance doesn't matter. What's left is. The figure begins, as a surge of golden energy crackles around him. Just a conversation. A voice wonders if this is the guy who was arguing with Hyo Seol-jin. I wasn't the type to respond without answering, the figure replies, a smirk playing on his lips. The figure's voice booms, I think, looks like I got the terms. A strange, glowing object materializes in his hands, but his expression turns grim. There is nothing I can do, he admits. He steels himself, declaring, I have to make do with the remaining cards I have. He charges forward, a determined look on his face as he prepares for what's to come. The screen flashes, announcing, Hidden Dungeon, cleared. The screen shifts again, this time displaying a message, you will get special rewards. With a resounding creak, something breaks open. The sound of something cracking echoes as the object finally breaks. With a final squeak, the box bursts open, revealing a radiant glow emanating from within. TADA announces the reveal. TADA, comes the announcement, as two distinct energies erupt, one a vibrant blue, the other a fiery red. The announcement continues, special rewards are distributed according to achievements. Eyes wide with shock, the protagonist is enveloped in a vibrant blue energy. Meanwhile, his counterpart is surrounded by a fiery red aura, a sphere of question marks swirling before her. For the protagonist, a system message appears, Blue Dragon Tears. Unique. Recovers all conditions. The counterpart reels back, a look of utter disbelief on her face. What? That can't be possible. A powerful gust of wind erupts around the protagonist. A sudden, powerful gust of wind explodes outward from the protagonist. His pink hair whips wildly as the energy intensifies. The force of the blast sends a WHOO sound echoing outwards. The blast continues, a whoosh echoing outwards. The blast subsides, and she stares wide-eyed, exclaiming, I'm really back to normal. The blast continues to dissipate. But then, she realizes something is different. No, I feel even stronger than before, she exclaims. She's surprised by the outcome. I didn't even do anything to beat the boss, but I still got this reward? But then, a question arises, then what's Seol-jin's reward?
Seoljin stands in the distance, a faint glow emanating from his hand. What reward awaits him?
Seoljin's eyes widen as a glowing, chained book floats before him.
A book, he questions.
His eyes widen further, a sense of unease washing over him.
That book, something's wrong, he exclaims, before uttering a name in disbelief. Liber? Seoljin's eyes dart around, a bead of sweat trickling down his face.
Though faint, he's certain, I can feel the power of God.
SFX, rumble.
A low rumble vibrates through the air as a towering, luminous figure begins to materialize. The air crackles with energy as he grips a glowing chess piece. His eyes widen, a mix of surprise and dawning realization on his face.
The chess piece glows brighter, revealing a system message, player's mark epic?
The glow intensifies, filling the screen with white light. The light fades, revealing a lone figure silhouetted against the sky, perched atop a jagged cliff.
A voice asks, "Did you finally get in touch?" Then, another voice replies, "Good job, Seoljin."
"I'll give you a license," a voice declares, the offer hanging heavy in the air. An ethereal chess piece glows in his outstretched hand. Suddenly, a system message flashes before Seoljin's wide eyes, "User Seoljin recognition complete." The system message continues, now specifies the user's unique code and verifies eligibility.
The message continues, specifying that it specifies the class.
His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The screen displays, Seoljin, class player. The title card flashes, player. With a desperate cry, he shouts, "Master, give me your strength."
Kim Taewon unleashes his opening sword technique. Taewon, with a determined grin, challenges his opponent, "Bring it on, Seoljin."
Seoljin retorts, "Of course, but I'll only die if I get stabbed."
A deafening boom erupts as Seoljin unleashes a devastating attack. The attack lands, sending his opponent flying.
"Yes, it's a break," he declares, adding, "I'm sorry about that."
"Shame on you."
"I tried to postpone it as much as I could, but I ended up." The figure says, continuing, "I'm just sorry that the week's wait seems to be an issue." It's just an excuse, he thinks, but then continues, "But I'm writing this because I think it would be reasonable."
The figure continues, "To tell you the reason."
"To tell you the reason," he finishes, as the story is revealed to date back to May of last year.
The story shifts to the past, as one man asks, "Is this our new publishing house?" Another replies, "Do you think we can handle it?"
A confident smirk spreads across his face as he declares, "Don't worry, if you have a saved manuscript you built up for today, we are invincible." The text emphasizes the importance of a saved manuscript, describing it as a cartoonist's life in need of urgent serialization. "All right, here we go," he shouts, breaking into a run alongside his companion.
Yeah. However, he was unable to.
He was unable to adapt to the increased workload and suffered a crushing defeat.
He ran out of saved manuscripts in under 3 months. "I'm sorry.
Please close this week in 4 days," he begs. The other replies, "4 days is not much different from what we used to do, I'm worried."
This is how the series has been since then. 3. Please. I'm begging you, he pleads, prostrating himself.
"Maybe the 3rd day will be possible," comes the reply.
A disembodied thought bubble lingers near a torn-out page.
"Come to think of it, the same thing happened because of me when I published a series," he reflects, lying prone.
People really don't like to repeat the same mistakes. I'm so sorry.
Next to him, the papers he desperately tried to save are now engulfed in flames. "With this week's recharge period, I will never be late," he declares, sweat dripping down his face.
Another character responds, "It's not a week's worth of 4-cut pods, is it? It's ugly, right?" A sinister he lingers in the air.
Suddenly, he declares, "I just got an idea of genius." The other character, curious, asks what it is. Then, she states, "I'm an ego sword. An ego sword is usually strong according to the owner's competence, right? And I'm stronger than you are," the ego sword declares, continuing, "When I become your master, I might get stronger." The protagonist, visibly flustered, thinks, "I almost said that."
Holding up his phone, he declares, "Today is the day the player comes out." Looking down at his phone, a slight smirk plays on his lips. His eyes narrow slightly as he stares down at his phone, a sly smirk forming. The man on the phone states, "It's been a long time since I've seen you look like Hyo Seol-jin." A speech bubble responds, "What did you say?" The title, "The Joys and Sorrows of a Race," appears. Then, the man asks, "Come to think of it, you said Kahlua was a werewolf, right? Do you always hide your ears in your hoodies?" She explains, "It depends on the species, but basically there are ears on the head." When asked about hoodies, she adds, "If you wear a hoodie, it's usually covered." He presses, "But it'd be frustrating to keep it covered all the time, right? Are you ashamed of yourself?" She retorts, "It's not like that." She reveals, "It's just simple. The kids in the neighborhood said I looked like a dog and looked at me in a strange way." Apologetically, she then adds, "I'm sorry about that." Teary-eyed, she demands, "Dad, stop looking at Seol-jin like that." The father figure responds with a simple, "Hee hee, it's fun." "Dad, do you want me to get along with him?" she shouts, her frustration mounting. She vehemently refuses, but the father figure simply replies, "Oh, come on." Suddenly, the fourth wall breaks. "Hello, I'm Story," a text box declares. Story continues, "To meet you all." Story continues, stating that it will take a week to apologize to the readers. The strange, spiky creature declares, "I'm here to see you." Actually, it was a bit of a foregone conclusion, but episode 50. I wanted to take a. Above, the words "rest after 50 episodes" appear, but below, a crude drawing of a face streams with tears, declaring, "I'm angry." The words "things are not going the way I wanted them to" appear, a stark contrast to the light-hearted tone of the previous message. The message shifts again, now suggesting, with a green padded jacket. Let's buy a new jacket. But then, a more serious tone surfaces, "Actually, we've been working on a bit of an unreasonable schedule. Anyway, I'll take." The message concludes with a simple, yet heartfelt, "A good rest and come back." The message moves on, now stating, "Anyway, behind the scenes." The message shifts focus, announcing, "Stories about the players. Let's talk about it." I'm a story writer, so I think it would be a spoiler to mention the story. Other stories. I'll try it, the message declares. The message then poses a direct question: what led to the serialization? The story jumps back in time, setting the scene in February 2019. An eager voice exclaims, "Captain! To go! Let's do it! It's a contribution. 200 cuts per episode, or collaboration." A painter looks on, seemingly apprehensive. Adding to the confusion, a note clarifies that they call each other Captain, though the reason remains a mystery. An exasperated voice then asks, "Captain, are you crazy? 200 cuts of anagrams, and you're doing 2 serials?" A chilling question hangs in the air, "Are you afraid?" The man's face is contorted with excitement as he shouts, "Just give me the orders, Captain." His eagerness is palpable. Now the story jumps to the present. The man charges forward, a maniacal hee-hee echoing in the air. The scene shifts to a special. A player story drawn by message. The scene shifts to a special player story drawn by a story writer. The story writer's characters are revealed. The story writer's character designs are revealed, complete with notes on their outfits and accessories. "I didn't draw anything else. I'm sorry," he says, followed by a ha. A figure looms, casting a long shadow over the landscape. High above, a towering structure looms. Below, the group advances, while those who failed the previous test remain behind. The group stands together, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The group gathers around a desk, their expressions a mix of anticipation and anxiety as they prepare for the next challenge. A design sketch appears, Kina Lil Let Draft. A voice, filled with frustration, cuts through the air, "It's all mixed up. If you look closely, there are some consonants used in the work, so please look for them," a voice instructs. A beat of silence hangs in the air. "Well, that's right," a voice confirms. "Ugh, I'm going to die," he groans, raising a fist in the air.
He continues, lamenting, "It's such a boring job, all I have to do is look around." He then wonders aloud, "Guild masters, how do you go through this regularly?" His boredom continues as he wonders, "Is there anything interesting?" Suddenly, a voice booms, "Get out of the way." The sound of rapid footsteps echoes. He responds with a confused, "Huh," as a voice shouts, "I'm sorry, it's an emergency, so I'll pass by." Two figures, faces obscured, rush past in a blur. The emergency intensifies. As the two figures rush past, a realization dawns: those costumes, they're healers. What's going on here, someone wonders, observing the unfolding chaos. A sharp gaze focuses intently. Wait, this, a voice suddenly realizes. It looks like something interesting happened, the voice now observes. The title card appears, player. The title card flashes, player. The title card fades, player. A close-up reveals a character's face, dominated by a single, intense red eye. What? A question hangs in the air, unanswered. Suddenly, a voice booms, declaring, "The test must be stopped immediately." Before the man stands three figures, their expressions unreadable as they stare down at him. "What nonsense is this?" the man questions, staring up at the figures. An irritated expression crosses the face of one of the figures. "Don't tell me you just summoned all the supervisors in the middle of the exam to talk nonsense, did you?" the figure demands. "Ha, but, the healer needs to dash," the figure begins to say, their words cut off mid-sentence. The figure is cut off, as another voice interjects, "Stop, Lulu. Let him finish first." Before the figure can finish explaining, a commanding voice cuts through the air, "Explain the situation." The figure is once again interrupted as the commanding voice demands, "Explain the situation." "Thank you," a voice trails off, followed by the announcement, "Myung Ryan from Group D lost to Kim Tae-won from Group A." The commanding voice continues, stating there was a record of arbitrary destruction of the drone, and they were scheduled to have a post-revival interview. Disposal, but. The voice trailed off, followed by the shocking revelation, he died without getting resurrected. The shocking news of his permanent death registers on the faces of the three figures, their eyes widening in disbelief. The weight of the announcement hangs heavy, punctuated by a collective gasp of shock. Fury contorts her face as she demands, "What are you talking about, healer? It wasn't my fault. I've been doing this all my life," the healer shouts defensively. The masked figure interjects, revealing a crucial detail: "If you die in the terrarium, you will be resurrected in the temple of the appropriate class." The masked figure continues, "As the supervisors know, it's an immutable law." The masked figure continues, revealing a startling implication: "This is the only temple in the lobby, which means he hasn't been resurrected." The masked figure's words hang heavy in the air, "Eternal extinction." A voice booms out, declaring, "Death can't happen in Terrarium's territory." Her red eyes blazing, she declares, "If this is true, it's unprecedented." She proposes, "Let's postpone the test." With her arms crossed, she suggests a delay, a proposition that hangs heavy in the air. She continues, "Until we find out the cause." Her red eyes narrowed, she declares, "We'll prioritize securing the safety of the test takers." Nodding in agreement, the blue-haired girl acknowledges the urgency of the situation. "That's a good decision," a voice affirms, seemingly in agreement with the red-eyed girl's plan. A sinister grin spreads across his face, hinting at the chaos to come. Despite the apparent agreement, a voice declares, "But, I'm against it." Despite the dissenting voice, the figure strides forward, undeterred. Narrowing his eyes, he declares, "Dean, this is a place where outsiders are strictly prohibited." The figure continues, stating that it's a place where outsiders are strictly prohibited, even if it's second in the ranking. I'm sorry. I've been looking for the bathroom," the figure stammers. The voice booms, cutting off the stammering figure. "Did I not say it clearly enough? I'm against it, stopping the exam." Suddenly, another voice breaks through. "I have an idea." The challenger asks, "What do you think? Do you want to hear it?" A sinister grin spreads across his face as he awaits their response. Perched atop the rocky peak, red energy swirls ominously around him. The rocky peak looms, shrouded in shadow, as the swirling red energy intensifies around him. He lies defeated, his club cast aside. He stands precariously, struggling to maintain his balance amidst the swirling earth. He realizes, even if you're inferior, you're using the same skills. I guess I can't save the stolen power. His eyes widen slightly as he realizes, this is completely compatible with me, isn't it? The voice declares, it would be a waste of time to fight anymore. Energy crackles as he clenches his fist. A surge of power erupts, the air shimmering with its intensity. The surge intensifies, forming a massive, fiery shape above him. The fiery energy crackles around his hand as he declares, if you don't have any more cards to play, then it's over. His challenge hangs in the air, a declaration of impending victory. Tears stream down his face as he looks up, seemingly defeated. But a smirk betrays his apparent defeat. His grin widens, a sinister sound effect punctuating the shift in his demeanor. But what is he thinking? A question hangs in the air, unanswered. He clenches his fist, a surge of green energy erupting around it. The green energy intensifies. The green energy explodes outward with a deafening boom. The energy surges outward, a whoosh echoing through the landscape. The green energy continues its outward expansion. The green energy crackles as it collides with a red, blade-like barrier. An exclamation punctuates the air as the green energy surges forward. Why didn't you even touch me? A voice booms out, laced with disbelief. Did you intend to change the terrain? The voice continues, dripping with disbelief. Are you going to hide yourself and run away? He dismisses the idea of changing the terrain, deeming it too inconvenient. The character then surmises, he probably used most of his power by doing this. Then again, this is. The voice trails off, leaving the thought unfinished. The word provocation hangs in the air, a clear challenge from the enemy. His eyes narrow, a cigarette dangling from his lips. A red energy flares around him, crackling with power. That's great, you're saying this is a level difference, he questions, the red energy around him crackling intensely. The red energy explodes outward, sending him flying backward. Landing hard, he clutches his phone, his expression unseen. I'm gonna. He begins, his intent hanging in the air. His voice rising with anger, he vows, I'm gonna have to learn a lesson. Sprawled on the ground, he shouts, I'll be back, Abson. A speech bubble appears, the words within it a stark warning, take care of yourself. A voice echoes, laced with disdain, I can't believe I'm being provoked. What a child. The voice continues, a hint of amusement coloring the words, well, you're right to think it's a good chance to learn. The voice continues, now declaring, the conditional people are all picky. He drops down, landing within a glowing red circle. The text clarifies, there are conditions both large and small in every ability. So what are, the hero begins to ask, looking down at the glowing circle beneath him. The question hangs in the air, the characteristics of a conditional competent person? The answer, the text reveals, is none other than. The answer is revealed, the difference in mindsets. Standing in the distance, wings spread wide, is the key to understanding. Having a conditional ability gives users a condition that is far from efficient. The character drinks from a gourd, as the word return grows exponentially in size. Self-centered thinking beyond efficiency, a voice narrates. He stands amidst the rocky landscape, seemingly unaffected by the previous events. His eyes widen, focusing intently on something in the distance. A message appears, an anomalous option that comes from stubbornness. Then, a message appears, calling it an anomalous option that comes from stubbornness. Green energy crackles, emanating from the anomalous option. The protagonist smiles, as he begins to say, it's decided. Decided. The protagonist's words hang in the air, the tension palpable. A burst of speed. He moves with incredible force. Past his strength is unleashed. The attack lands with devastating force. The force of the blow sends tremors through the air. The ground cracks under the force of the impact. The impact sends a tada sound effect rippling outwards. The pink-haired companion watches with wide, red eyes as the white-haired girl clutches her head, clearly reeling from the impact. Below, someone wonders aloud, QC/N, Three Musketeers? Eyes wide with surprise, the black-haired boy announces, "We're here." "I've never heard of it before." "What about you, Dad?" she asks, tilting her head. "Well, I also don't know about this." He admits, the mystery deepening. There was no class like that. Is this an Ego's Words class? She wonders aloud, the mystery deepening for everyone. Hesitation hangs in the air as he stammers, The pink-haired girl's eyes widen as she presses him. "What do you mean by an Ego's Words class? Is there such a thing?" He answers without missing a beat, "Huh? Of course there is. Ego's words are rare, but they exist," he states, the words hanging heavy in the air. He continues, revealing that among these Ego's words, there exists the legendary sword and the 8-ranked magician. Heard among the rankers, the character's eyes widen as the question is posed, "Did you think you were the only Ego's word?" The question hits home. "I see," he exclaims, realization dawning. The revelation sinks in. There were other people besides me, he realizes. I thought I was the only Ego's word. He wishes he could introduce them. "Liber," he calls out. But Liber scoffs at the idea. "Yeah, right," she exclaims, arms raised in disbelief. The narrator questions, if it's enough to one-shot the boss monster without the player class, then what is the limit to these children's potential? I hope Lilette doesn't feel too down, the narrator thinks, a clear concern etched on their face. "You guys, keep your class a secret from now on," a stern voice commands. "What's wrong?" the narrator asks. He's considering telling everyone about the class at the end of the test. "No," she retorts, her red eyes piercing. An exclamation point punctuates the tension. She presses, demanding, "In which class do you think you belong to right now?" A voice responds, "It only happens in special circumstances." "But I've never heard of anyone whose class is a player," the voice argues, their eyes wide with concern. "Do you know what it means to let the other players know about this?" "Well, I don't know," he admits, but a frantic inner voice screams, "She's too close." "You're only a fake, who can only win with that power," the disembodied voice accuses. The ominous words continue, a dark prophecy hanging in the air, "They will start saying that about you." Her red eyes widen, and she pleads, "So don't tell anyone." Her plea continues with a warning, "You don't want to turn all the players into enemies." He relents, apologizing, "I'm sorry. I'll do what you say, Liliet." In response, she states, "I'm glad that you're not stubborn." "Hey wait," he begins, before questioning, "You said all the players?" He then asks, "Lilette, what about you?" Lillet's expression remains unreadable, her red eyes fixed ahead. Lilette finally responds, revealing that I am the only one with the player class? Lillet's red eyes widen slightly as she asks, "You told me because you wanted to tell me, didn't you?" The figure responds, "If you have a player class and told me because you wanted to, it's something to live up to. Because normally you are too indecisive." A stabbing sound echoes. As a stabbing sound echoes, he continues, "And if you had any bad intentions, you wouldn't tell me about your class. Plus you don't seem to have the brains to hide anything from me anyway. And, even so, even if you actually think you are the only real player." He finishes, his words hanging heavy in the air. Her red eyes gleaming, she declares, "That kind of ambition is what makes you worthy of the tower." His eyes widen, a flush rising on his cheeks. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, his expression a mix of surprise and bashfulness. "Yeah," he replies, his voice filled with a newfound conviction. The man's words hang in the air, "She's my daughter, but she's very shy," he finally admits. A word of trust would suffice. "Does it not?" the spirit asks, as the girl stares silently. The boy smiles widely, reaching out to touch the girl's hair. She looks away, a slight blush rising on her cheeks. Her golden eyes narrow, a clear sign of irritation now replacing the blush. "Well," she says, a new tone in her voice. A surge of red energy erupts from her fingertips. The force of the impact sends him flying back with a resounding boom. He manages to regain his footing, though the force of the blow is evident. A pink energy axe crackles menacingly. Despite the axe's power, a confident smirk plays on his lips. He points forward, his expression one of intense focus. A surge of energy erupts from him, striking his opponent with tremendous force. A confident smirk plays on his lips as the energy manifests into a complex pattern before him. The force of the blast sends him reeling. A piercing glare cuts through the aftermath. The air crackles with energy as something slices through the space. The hero is struck by a wave of pink energy. The hero is engulfed in a blinding flash. The force of the impact sends the hero flying backwards with a whoosh. The hero is sent hurtling through the air. As he's sent flying, the hero realizes, I'm running out of ability. As he flies backwards, the hero thinks, maybe this is the last attack. Despite the dire situation, he steels himself, thinking, but it's okay. I still have a plan. He declares with unwavering resolve, as long as I can do that, I will win. He descends, wreathed in green energy, striking with a resounding thud. The green energy dissipates. A surge of pink energy erupts before him. He dashes forward, thinking, if my guess is right. His confidence surges as he thinks, that Shroud shouldn't be able to block it. He's only able to block when he's staring at the object, he realizes, launching a blast of energy toward his foe. The blast slams into him, and he cries out in pain. Ugh! The energy blast hits its mark. Ugh, he cries out, clearly in pain from the direct hit. Despite the pain, he hears something. That sound from the bells. I can hear it clearly. The energy beams sear into his eyes. The blast throws him back with explosive force. He slams into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. The impact obliterates everything around him. A deafening clang echoes as their weapons meet, the force of the blow creating a blinding explosion of energy. In just that short amount of time, a voice says, followed by, did you really find out the weakness of the Shroud? He analyzes the fight, thinking, sharpness, judgment, then action. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he realizes, this man is stronger than anyone who I fought here. He struggles to catch his breath. The fight has clearly taken a toll. Nevertheless, a fierce determination hardens his gaze. Power flares around him as he declares, it's not enough to beat me. Despite his declaration, he slumps against a jagged pillar, his posture betraying exhaustion. A sinister smirk plays on his lips as he retorts, that's obvious. You think your powers are invincible? He questions, a hint of doubt lingering in the air. Do you want me to tell you something? He asks, a sinister glint in his eye. He continues, declaring, you can't beat Hyo Seol-jin with that power. His eyes widen slightly, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The protagonist stands tall, flanked by his companions, their expressions a mixture of determination and concern. The mysterious figure descends, landing gracefully before them. His eyes widen in surprise as he exclaims, we're finally arrived. The final destination of the quest has been reached. But a new thought bubble suddenly appears. The journey's end might not be what he expected. The group moves forward into the unknown. A new, unsettling thought surfaces, why is he here? A confused "huh" escapes him. Suddenly, a cheerful voice booms, hey, Hyo Seol-jin. That's great. You're the first. What, do you know number 2? She exclaims, her eyes wide with surprise. Above, a voice wonders aloud, huh? I didn't tell you? Below, she demands, what do you mean by I didn't tell you? The revelation hits hard. What? He shouts, utterly stunned by the news. You're not hiding anything else, right? She demands. He recoils, eyes wide with fear. No. Stay away from me. He points a trembling finger, sweat beading on his brow. Should I not have talked to you? He asks, his voice laced with regret. If you don't stop the test, a voice warns, the threat hanging heavy in the air. The warning escalates, there's going to be a catastrophe. Are you kidding me? The character exclaims, disbelief etched on his face. You said you were against stopping the test. The hooded figure retorts, yeah, but it'd be worse if you stopped taking the test. The character's eyes widen in alarm as a stark warning flashes, Avalon will deprive you of your test authority. Even the discredited panel of judges were confused by the other attack. Avalon's priority was the safety of the examiners. And with that, Avalon sets a precedent. He proves his ability to run the test, and as a result, the judges will be deprived of their right to select players. So, it's better to swallow it up as soon as the curse occurs, she warns, her red eyes intense. The tower looms, and a voice declares, that's how the Avalon #1 guild rules over the terrarium. If you're gonna claim that conspiracy theory of yours, she begins, her red eyes narrowing. Wouldn't it be nice to bring some evidence, she challenges, her expression suggesting a hint of amusement. Deputy General Van Zickmund, she reveals, her red eyes fixed with a piercing intensity. He always comes at the right time, a voice observes. The speaker then identifies him, that's the man that appeared at the test site. Van Zickmund's voice echoes, I'm sorry, but it's based on itself. The man from the test site grabs one of the women, pulling her close. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he asks, what do you say? He continues, do you want to be fooled by my conspiracy theory? Or? Her red eyes narrowed, she asks, do you want to follow my conspiracy theory? Her fists clenched, she awaits their decision. Dean, let me ask you a question. Her expression is unreadable, but the tension is palpable. Dean's eyes widen slightly as he hears the question, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. By helping us, how does it benefit you? Her red eyes narrow, a clear warning in her gaze. Depending on your answer. She begins, the threat hanging heavy in the air. The woman's threat hangs heavy as she finishes her sentence, we'll decide what to do. A sinister smile creeps across her face, the threat now palpable. It's... The woman begins, drawing out the suspense. The title flashes ominously, player. The man stares in disbelief at the monstrous gauntlet now on his hand. The woman behind him gives a thumbs up, smoke curling from her mask. The man smirks, standing over his defeated opponent. Above him, the word Tata is splashed across the scene. Standing over his fallen foe, he remarks, thanks to you, I learned a lot about conditional abilities. Despite his desire for more, he declares, but it's time to wrap this up. A heavy step echoes as he approaches his defeated opponent. The sound of Ray's echoes as a gloved hand reaches down. Get up, he commands, offering a gloved hand. I'll help you get to the last stage. He continues, I felt it clearly as I fought. That you're not someone who'd let themselves be pushed out of a race. So hold my hand. I'm not going to do anything stupid, he assures the fallen competitor. He extends a hand, offering reassurance. So hold my hand. I'm not going to do anything stupid. But the extended hand visibly trembles. The boy hesitates, eyes wide with apprehension. A gust of wind whips around them as he slowly reaches out. His eyes narrow, and a voice declares, you don't have the strength to use your powers. Suddenly, a voice declares, the fight is over. His face contorted in rage, he demands, who said that? Towering over him, the masked figure raises a massive club. The protagonist's eyes widen in fear. The masked figure's hand reaches down, a dark gauntlet looming. The masked figure's face contorts in rage, teeth bared. Yes, he roars. Stay right there, he commands, his voice booming. A blinding explosion erupts as the masked figure unleashes a devastating attack. The attack obliterates everything in its path. The landscape is utterly devastated, reduced to a crater filled with debris. Amidst the flying debris, a figure is sent hurtling through the air. Hey, where are we going? One asks, as the other declares, we can find it. Thank you for holding out the whole time, past us, a voice booms, as a massive impact shakes the area. A golden blade descends with a terrifying whoosh, impacting with a burst of pink energy. Let's get out of here. Past us shouts, urging a retreat. The pink energy explodes outwards, shaking the very ground. The figure remains, seemingly unfazed by the explosion. Well, this is, a voice trails off, uncertainty evident.
The announcement rings out, it's a complete defeat. The dust explodes outwards, obscuring everything in a cloud of defeat.
Struggling to comprehend his defeat, he mutters, "Strange, I'm sure I'm much stronger."
The sound of something cracking echoes ominously.
Catching his breath, he realizes with dawning horror, "I have a feeling they were playing with me the entire time." His eyes widen, the realization of their deception sinking in.
But then, a sudden declaration cuts through his thoughts. "All right, I've decided."
His face contorted with renewed resolve, he shouts, "Next time, I will win for sure."
Standing alone in the arena, he crosses his arms, a renewed determination etched on his face.
The crowd watches him intently from the stands. Suddenly, a small, winged creature appears, surrounded by a surge of blue energy.
The winged creature hovers in the air, a faint glow emanating from it. The creature suddenly zooms closer, its features now sharply in focus. From now on, a voice declares.
Below, a figure with narrowed eyes listens intently. The figure declares, "We will proceed with the final exam." The announcement rings out, the supervisor of the final exam is Dean.
A man nearby reacts in disbelief, muttering, "What?"
Further, the content of the final exam will also be decided by Dean.
The announcement continues, revealing that the final exam will involve Momo, Lulu, and Bibi, with the consent of all three judges.
Furthermore, Dean, the number 2 player, relinquishes his right to scout candidates for fairness.
Dean's face contorts in disbelief.
"I promised to play solo forever," he thinks, the words revealing his inner turmoil.
Dean. The question hangs in the air, unanswered.
And lastly, a message from the supervisor Dean is. The words are spoken by a figure with a sinister smile.
A sinister smile spreads across Dean's face. "If you have any complaints, come to me. I'll take them any time."
Dean's figure looms, shrouded in shadow, his expression unreadable. Dean's form remains a dark, imposing silhouette.
His lips curve into a chilling smile as he answers, "My purpose? It's simple."
Dean's chilling purpose is revealed. "I'm the one who can't wait to see them fucked over."
Dean's gauntlet glows crimson.
This is not good. The ominous words hang in the air as Dean's glowing eye pierces through the shadows.
"Dean, whatever you're thinking of doing." One of them warns. But it's too late. The dice has already been rolled.
A sinister smile spreads across Dean's face as he utters a single word, "So." Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, commanding, "Please do well on the test."
The announcement booms, "Final exam supervisor, Dean." The sky is shown. The dean sits cross-legged on a platform, observing the assembled students.
"Okay, I'm sure this is enough," he mutters, sitting cross-legged. The dean's gaze sharpens.
"So from this point,"
he begins, an ominous tone creeping into his voice.
"The final exam begins." The announcement hangs in the air, as two figures in white robes stand ready.
The two figures stand ready, one holding a thick yellow file.
The figure in the white robe now holds a hooded figure with red gauntlets.
A smaller red-haired figure watches them. A group of figures stands together, their expressions unreadable. A man shrouded by mystery.
His face, age, and past remain a mystery.
The only known fact, he's a player. For example, he holds the rank of number 8 and serves as the vice leader of the Avalon Guild. And, more importantly, he's known as the strongest player within Avalon. "I can't stand this place, it's making me drowsy," he mutters, revealing that his class is an ego weapon master. "You can come out now, Lucia," he says, then adds, to add to the obvious story.
The story claims nothing is known about his ego weapon. Ha ha ha.
"That's a good one, Van," a voice retorts. The figure screams, tears streaming down his face, blood dripping from his fangs.
"You got a punch, didn't you?" Lucia's class ego staff is revealed to be ranked number 8. "Didn't I tell you?"
"My power to prophesize is insufficient," the figure exclaims, before declaring his intent to kill number 2.
"Let's just stand up and fight." "Let's fight together, just like before," he urges. He awaits Van's answer, asking, "What do you say, Van?"
With a sigh, he challenges, "So come on, if you let me go." He smirks, declaring, Lucia, you should know that's not going to happen, ever. Lucia, defeated, stares up, her expression one of utter despair.
Lucia's expression is blank, almost devoid of life.
Chet, she whispers, as a dark liquid splashes ominously nearby. The figure looms, a dark presence with piercing yellow eyes.
This is troublesome, the figure states, his yellow eyes glinting.
I wanted to put the dean down as much as possible.
I didn't expect you to move on your own, the figure muses.
As expected, he is an unguarded man. Nothing is going on as I wanted, he mutters, his plans clearly disrupted.
It's just a waste of time.
A smile creeps across his face as he resigns himself to the situation.
Well, what's done is done.
He looks down, and a voice declares, thanks to you, the options are gone. The stakes are raised as a voice declares, it's the worst case scenario. With no other choice, he declares, I have no choice but to test my skills.
A voice calls out, questioning, hey, isn't that number 2?
Another voice responds, at first I thought it was an illusion, because there is such a thing. A hand grips his face.
You know, if we go for number 2. With a firm grip on his face, the question hangs in the air, can we kill him? To the question of whether they can kill him, the chilling response comes, idiot, is that even a question? Of course, we can. Then, a voice begins, but is cut short by another question, what if the illusion fights back?
The figure in the shark-toothed hoodie looms, its face obscured in shadow, save for a single, glowing purple eye.
Well. The figure's simple statement hangs in the air, unanswered. The figure's purple hand extends, its intent unclear, as a chilling directive echoes, talk nonsense after the exam is over.
There is no change in the plan. The boy states that while there are some variables, they will remain within the margin of error as long as the test is carried out. It's believed that he's done this so much, there is no way he didn't predict it. The figure declares, as planned, when the final test, raid begins, a gap is bound to occur.
He concludes, we're just waiting for that moment. The figure's eyes narrow as he states, we're just aiming for our target. The figure reveals the final exam's content, a raid. She adds, we're not going to be on the front line.
She elaborates, stating, our party has strong firepower, but lacks resilience.
So you're saying we should fight in a safe place, not in the front?
Great, one of the party members exclaims, a wide smile spreading across his face.
Right, she responds, a hint of unease in her voice.
I'm getting even more nervous because you easily put your trust in me. He clasps her hands, a wide grin on his face.
I feel like I'm putting a kid in water.
All right, she says, steeling herself for what's to come. From above, the instructor watches the group.
I'm sure this is enough. A close-up reveals the speaker's face as he declares, so from now on. The final examination begins. The announcement hangs in the air, signaling the start of the true test.
The instructor observes the group with a critical eye, his expression unreadable as the final examination begins.
The students stand shoulder to shoulder, waiting for the trial to begin.
The students' expressions are grim as they prepare for the unknown challenges ahead.
Oh, by the way.
I forgot, he suddenly remembers. He needed to ask Lilliet something.
Let's see.
He mutters, a strange, glowing key materializing in his hand.
The key activates a screen, asking, would you like to enter, before a choice of yes/no.
The choice hangs in the balance, the screen still displaying yes/no.
Which path will he choose?
The screen remains, still posing the question of entry into the former dungeon, first.
Will he dare to proceed? As expected, no one's saying anything.
I guess I'm the only one who can see it, he mutters, a hint of resignation in his voice.
Well, maybe I'll. All right, don't look away, a voice booms. He wonders if he should ask Lilliet after the exam.
Suddenly, a booming voice commands, all right, don't look away.
Attention! The monstrous figure towers above, its form radiating intense energy. An echoing exclamation punctuates the air.
You're starting to get on my nerves, the voice booms.
You're starting to get on my nerves?
Are you kidding me? She exclaims, her red eyes blazing with fury.
Liber.
Let's get ready, she commands, the sound of her power reverberating. A massive, spectral wolf roars, its form crackling with power. The spectral wolf unleashes a deafening roar. The spectral wolf descends upon them, a blur of motion. That's a lot of pressure, he exclaims, eyes wide with fear as the spectral wolf bears down on him. His eyes widen in disbelief. You want me to hunt that? Doubt clouds his mind. Can I even do that, he wonders, overwhelmed by the task ahead. A sigh escapes him. The weight of the task seems to settle heavily. Ah! It's loud, he exclaims as a deafening boom erupts around him. He's sent flying backwards from the force of the blast. The force sends him skidding backwards. He glares ahead, undeterred by the force of the impact. He clenches his fist, readying himself for another strike. He stands with a strange entourage, their expressions a mix of boredom and unsettling glee. Laughter erupts from the group. Ha ha ha. What, you must be crazy. You can't kill that. Isn't he an idiot? One of the group suddenly shouts, her expression a wild mix of shock and disbelief. A sinister grin spreads across his face. You get a shot at this. What are you going to do, Captain? He asks, the question hanging heavy in the air. First of all, stand by, he commands. A dark aura begins to emanate from him, a sense of impending doom filling the air. I know that thing is strong, she states, her wide eyes betraying a hint of excitement. But I don't think you know that we're here. Just tell me, do you want me to go to the target, he demands, his eye glowing with dark energy. A crazed laugh escapes him. Suddenly, the news breaks, the number 2 got that raid monster. He raises a hand to his head, exhaustion etched on his face. That's right. What do you want us to do with our exams then? The student retorts, face contorted in anger, I'm not bragging about you. What the hell? That's right, that's annoying, he shouts, his frustration reaching a boiling point. He pauses, searching for the right words. So? How can I put this? He interrupts himself, a sudden realization dawning. Wait, that's not what you are going to catch. He continues, a note of uncertainty in his voice. I think he will be back on his own soon? His eyes widen in alarm. He's coming? What are you talking about? He demands. The world turns red as he is slammed into the ground. Pinned to the ground, he stares up in horror as his attacker simply says, "Hi." Her eyes swirling with dark energy, she grins down at him. Oh, you look pretty cute. His eyes widen in shock, a silent scream trapped in his throat. Her glowing purple eyes widen in surprise as she is suddenly pinned from above. He's struck by a powerful blow, the impact sending him reeling. A chilling peekaboo echoes as a menacing figure looms over him. Struggling to focus, he demands, "Who are you?" A chilling laugh echoes, cutting through the tension. Hi ha ha. The signal. The urgent message hangs in the air, its meaning yet unknown. What's going on, Examiner? One of them demands. The Examiner grimly replies, I think we lost contact with all of our drones. The explanation continues, but the drone is simply a machine and derives from the byproduct terrarium power, plus the ability to communicate. The ominous voice adds, the numbers are close to infinity, and most people don't know the numbers exactly, but... The voice continues, a note of rising panic entering its tone, at least tens of thousands, no, it's close to hundreds of thousands. It should be impossible, the voice declares, its tone now laced with disbelief. But the fact that it actually happened, she says, her expression a mix of anger and disbelief. She continues, if they keep doing these types of things. She warns that if such events continue, then there will be only unrankers. The figure looms over a defeated opponent, a dark silhouette against the stark white background. Those bastards, they've been quiet and, he exclaims, his face contorted in rage. The sound of his rage echoes. We have to do something. Stop the test now, she urges, a spark of determination in her eyes. Suddenly, an idea strikes her. That's. Her eyes widen, a plan forming. A stern voice booms out, calm down. Mr. Zickmund. The name rings out. General, your judgment is correct, but. A voice begins, even as a screen displays a stark no signal warning. Then, the same voice continues, cutting to the core, didn't you forget the important part? The figure, wreathed in flame, asks a chilling question, who's in charge of the exam right now? If there is something that cannot be dealt with, the figure states, his face partially obscured, it's not gonna work out if we step up. Let's wait and see, he says, his expression unreadable as he looks down at the girl with glowing purple eyes. Sweat beads on his brow as he peers up at the girl with the glowing eyes. The word player fills the screen. The title, player, slams onto the screen. The moment Dean caught her, Noah realized immediately. Noah realized her judgment was wrong. The distance between her party and Dean. The distance between her party and Dean is almost 1 kilometer. It's said that those with a keen sense can pinpoint each other's location. However, Noah believes Dean remains oblivious to their presence. The reason Dean remains unaware is simple, they hadn't made any eye contact ever since they got here. But the judgment is not wrong. In fact, Dean wouldn't have even recognized where they were. To be precise, he didn't have to know. What Dean is concerned about is a radius of about 30 meters. It was just the location of the test takers. That's all, the voice booms, as a shadowy figure looms behind Dean. Because I was confident that you could keep your eye only on this location. Tears stream down his face as he shouts, you didn't even care about us in the first place. But then, a twisted smile spreads across his face. I just have a lot of confidence, second place. As expected, if I run now, he thinks, seemingly planning to escape. Suddenly, a voice booms out, you're gonna follow me, right? A towering surge of purple energy erupts behind him. A manic grin stretches across his face, revealing sharp teeth. His eyes glow with menacing purple energy. The menacing surge of purple energy intensifies. Is this the ability of the spatial family? He wonders aloud, as another voice confirms, it's a rare ability. More than anything, the purple aura, he exclaims, his intense gaze fixed on the unfolding power. A realization hits him, it's him. A grotesque grin stretches wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The man's sinister grin widens. Hey, you want me to introduce you to your friends? He asks, before adding, you're confident? Dean, someone shouts, a question hanging in the air. Thank you for protecting me, a voice echoes. A surge of blue energy crackles around his outstretched hand as he shouts, I'll fight, too. His eyes narrow with determination, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Suddenly, a voice booms, your eyes have. Now you're on guard, the voice continues, followed by, alright, I like it. He finishes, alright, I like it. A sinister grin spreads across his face. The sinister grin is followed by a direct invitation, come with me, Hyosil Jean. He scoffs, retorting, you're such a fool. You don't even know who you're dealing with. Well. A voice trails off, before declaring, now that I'm here. The taunting continues, escalating into a direct, furious challenge, hey, you son of a bitch. The challenge hangs in the air, the intensity etched on his face as he stares intently ahead. The question hangs heavy, his narrowed eyes conveying the intensity behind the words, you know that, right? A twisted smile stretches across his face as he declares, you're the strongest candidate. His gaze intense, he commands, until I come back, you have to wait and keep your guard. The warning hangs heavy in the air. The group remains, awaiting his return. Wait for me, Dean, a voice calls out, chasing after him. Dean races towards the glowing purple orb. He reaches the orb, a surge of energy erupting as he makes contact. His expression hardens, a steely resolve now etched on his face. The orb pulses as a voice echoes, cutting through the silence, coward. He roars, come on, as he lunges forward, ready to strike. Boom! A blinding explosion erupts as he moves to strike. He stutters, what, again? Before he can recover, a booming voice interrupts, patronizingly declaring, now. Newbies. The booming voice continues, taunting, you get plenty of time to get ready, don't you? A voice responds to the taunting, saying, I'm sorry, but this is the first time I've been vacant. The man leans into frame, his expression unreadable as he says, "So I have a favor to ask you." The man's eyes glow with menacing power as he demands, "Please die." Dark energy emanates from him, swirling around his form. He moves with terrifying speed. The attack lands, but the man seems unfazed. "Ha?" he questions, apparently unaffected by the blow. The man reels back from the force of the blow. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backwards. The impact explodes in a burst of red. The force of the impact is accompanied by a pained groan. The figure stands, a glowing aura emanating from one hand, and declares, "All right then." The prone figure is surrounded by a burst of energy. "You started it," booms from above. A blast of energy erupts from his open mouth. He cries out, "Ouch." His eyes widen in shock as he blurts out, "What the dash?" A crunching sound accompanies his words, "This is a lethal move, right? It hurts if you throw like this, you know." The figure assesses the damage, stating, "It was pretty good for a candidate." He boasts that the others wouldn't have even seen the ball thrown. Dismissing the candidate, he declares, "Okay, next." The figure towers over the remaining candidates, asking, "Who wants to do more?" The giant begins to speak, but the words are cut off mid-sentence. It's. Sweat drips down the giant's face, his golden eye wide with alarm. He's. The giant starts to say, but his words trail off. He's sweating, invisibly distressed. The giant collapses to his knees, his hand gripping his thigh. Two figures approach, their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. One of the figures asks, "Dean, do you know this place?" The other replies, "No, I don't know. But, well, it's definitely in the tower's territory." A sinister grin spreads across her face as she declares, "And it's a good place for them." Despite the odds, she declares with unwavering confidence, "Well, I'm still gonna win." A smirk plays on her lips, her confidence unwavering. A voice booms, declaring that there are times when an ability is needed to break through a wall. The hero stands before a towering figure, a wave of ice erupting between them. Is too dangerous for the individual themselves. A looming darkness descends upon the castle, threatening to engulf it entirely. So the players made a promise. The players vowed that a certain level of strength must announce their class. The players' eyes widen, a shared sense of anticipation hanging in the air. The man's shadowed eyes hint at the power about to be unleashed. The system clarifies, this is a measure that focuses more on the anomalies rather than the absolute strength of the player. The system identifies the player's class, vampire. Class recognition makes it possible to infer the extent of the abilities of a player. In the dark, "I'm invincible," the vampire proclaims. But a light beam is aimed at him as someone retorts, "But we can beat you with a light beam." The vampire cries out in pain as the light engulfs him. "It allows us to think of countermeasures in case of an emergency," someone states. To measure the strength of each player's class, a standard is needed, rank. That's how the ranking system was born, the narrator states. To measure strength, a standard was needed. To maintain balance, the ranking system was born. This promise was made to maintain the terrarium, the text declares, as a towering structure looms before a group of onlookers. But unfortunately, there are also people who break that promise. They don't want to reveal their strength to the public, the words declare, amidst a dark, ominous background. Those who conceal their true power are labeled unranker. The screen displays the name Shingal, followed by the label, unranker. Shingal, the unranker, stands ready, a palpable pressure emanating from him. Who's next? Is there none? Shingal challenges, his glowing eyes scanning the crowd. The challenger's face is visible now, and a voice whispers in disbelief, "A monster." The monster's hand trembles, sweat dripping from his brow. "Get yourself together," he shouts, steeling himself against the unseen force. An exclamation mark punctuates the air, signaling an unknown threat. "Don't worry, just think that the exam's target has changed, nothing more," he exclaims, trying to reassure himself. But then, a single word escapes his lips, laced with dread, "Pastus." From the moment you entered this tower, you are supposed to be prepared to fight many monsters, a voice booms, as two monstrous figures loom. A sinister smile spreads across Pastus's face as he asks, "Isn't that right?" "That's true," a voice confirms, as red energy crackles around the speaker. A blinding light erupts from the speaker's outstretched hand. The red energy surges forward with a whoosh, crackling intensely. The screen whites out completely. The world returns to focus, revealing the purple-clad warrior's confused expression. Ha! A thunderous impact shakes the scene. A massive impact craters the ground, sending shockwaves outward. The force of the blow is punctuated by a stark exclamation point. "If you're still scared, get out of here then," he declares, his voice ringing with challenge. Power crackles around his outstretched hand, a visible manifestation of his challenge. "If not," he continues, his challenge hanging heavy in the air. His expression hardens, the challenge now unmistakable. "Then fight back," the voice booms, as a red energy explodes outwards. The force of the energy sends shockwaves outward, the ground trembling under the unseen power. The force of the blow reverberates, a deep dun echoing through the area. The force of the impact is immense, the sound echoing with each blow. The monster reels from the successive blows, a pained ek escaping him. In this situation, a voice begins, the intensity of the moment palpable. Kim Tae-won's plan had completely failed. 10 seconds? No, 5 seconds at best, he thinks, frustration evident. But I was supposed to last 30 seconds with this ability. Despite the setback, he resolves, I don't think that monster is gonna get away with it. Kim Tae-won judged the situation, a heavy chance of defeat. He grits his teeth, the tension palpable. This is the manifestation of the technique Kim Tae-won will use to fight against Pastus. The objective is clear, avoid contact for 5 minutes. But if possible, they also need to figure out how to get information about the illusion. And Kim Tae-won himself appears as well. Kim Tae-won declares, "Let's go for it." He's confident, "I can do it now." His confidence surges as he begins to feel his growth. Only, a new challenge arises. The opponent is revealed to be the bad guy. "Ah," someone gasps. His eyes widen in shock, a stark red background emphasizing the gravity of the situation. "I'm late," the stark white background declares in bold, black letters. The warrior slams into the ground, his body blurred by the force of the impact. A blinding explosion erupts as the warrior makes contact. The explosion continues to intensify, filling the space with blinding light. The warrior is caught in the blast, the force of the explosion sending shockwaves outward. The warrior braces himself against the oosh of the explosion. The explosion continues to erupt, engulfing the group in its fiery blast. The fiery blast intensifies, the sound of da echoing through the air. Amidst the explosion, he cries out, "You guys?" His voice cracks as he utters a single, desperate word, "Why?" A deafening bam echoes as she stares upwards, her red eyes narrowed with a mixture of shock and simmering rage. He reels backwards from the force of her blow. Recovering his balance, he glares back, demanding, "What's going on all of a sudden? You want to try as well? Raid, do you know what it means?" His face contorted in anger, he spits out, "You think we helped you because we liked it?" His anger momentarily subsides, replaced by confusion. "What?" he asks, taken aback. Her red eyes narrowed, she warns, "Don't try to be a hero on your own." The words hang in the air, "If you want to win." The hero lies prone, unmoving. A brutal barrage rains down. The onslaught continues, each blow landing with earth-shattering force. "This man, he doesn't care if he touches my fire," the unseen attacker exclaims. He then realizes, "It's obvious that he can endure my flames." The attacker hesitates, realizing, "I'd like to increase the firepower, but he's already putting a lot of pressure on her." The attacker marvels at the sight before him. Is this the firepower from the Great Spirit? It's a wondrous sight to see. The attacker is awestruck, exclaiming, "Is this the firepower from the Great Spirit? It's a wondrous sight to see." The figure's expression shifts to one of utter disdain as he flips off his opponent.
The attack lands, a massive whom echoing through the area. The awestruck attacker is left with a question mark above his head. The force of the blow sends his opponent flying amidst a burst of energy. Amidst the fiery explosion, he wonders, what is this firepower? Did Liliet do that? Amidst the swirling flames, he wonders if this power originates from the item Liliet acquired in the dungeon. Her red eyes narrowed, Liliet demands, "What are you thinking, daughter?" Her face contorted with fury, Liliet shouts, her voice echoing with raw power. "It's so annoying," she exclaims, her frustration reaching a boiling point. Liliet's anger explodes outward. "You are all acting on your own without discussing it," she accuses. "You think you can do this just because you think I don't know how to do it? I don't take it anymore." Liliet shouts, her hand crackling with power. Her red eyes blazing with fury, Liliet's power surges, ready to be unleashed. "I can't take it anymore," she declares, her resolve hardening. Her rage boils over as she shouts, "You just took the fire out from me." A single drop falls. "What great firepower!" "I like your spirit," he says, before adding, "It's a waste of time to stand here." God damn it. He just played with the candidates and now look at him, a voice exclaims. The question lingers, was it a handshake that led him to the vanguard? The challenger's ominous words hang in the air, "Get ready, newbie." The challenger's voice booms, laced with menace, "My name. You forgot." "Well, I guess that's good," the challenger says, his face still obscured in shadow. The challenger continues, his face still shadowed, "Well, I guess that's good." A flurry of blows rains down. Blinding light erupts as the attacks intensify. To withstand this temperature, a voice cries out, struggling against the heat. It's not just the ability to defend. The voice continues, speculating that the ability to withstand such heat might be a conditional ability. Her eyes blazing with fury, she demands, "Is the fire lukewarm?" He responds to her taunt, "That's great, I was thinking I wasn't good enough either." He struggles, the force of his power creating a visible shockwave. "I can't turn it into ash." Deciding on a different approach, he declares, "So I'll melt it into oblivion." The question rings out, "Kina, are you going to use your skills?" A dire warning flashes, "If you use purgatory here, everyone else will burn." "Wait, Kina, the war of attrition is at a disadvantage," a voice shouts. Another counters, demanding, "We need to find out what he's capable of. Pull up the fire." Despite the dire warnings and the pleas of his allies, the hero utters a sorrowful apology, "I'm sorry, Dad." Her eyes blazing with determination, Kina prepares to unleash her power. Power coalesces in her hands as Kina declares, "I don't want to stop." A powerful gust of wind erupts as Kina releases her attack. The force of Kina's attack sends her opponent flying. A massive exclamation point punctuates the scene. "Kina Lillet, what are you doing?" a voice booms out, questioning her actions. The booming voice continues, demanding, "How many times have I told you not to use your power?" A whoosh fills the air as Kina unleashes her power. Kina exclaims triumphantly, "Tada, I pierced it." The figure is struck by Kina's attack, and a desperate cry rings out, "Daughter." A twisted grin spreads across his face as he congratulates her. "Congratulations, spiritualist. You're number one," he declares, his hand looming over Kina. Boom! A shockwave erupts as the villain's attack lands. The villain's strike connects, a fiery explosion erupting around him. Amidst the fiery explosion, he declares, as expected, "I figured it out." Through the smoke and fire, he reveals his discovery, "Your ability. I'll give you 1 minute. Cool down your head," he declares, facing his opponent. A stunned, "What?" comes from below. The challenger retorts, "No, I'll need 5 minutes, you're not gonna hold on, are you?" His red eyes gleam with intensity. The challenger confidently states, "I'll last a minute." A voice from above declares, "You'll find out how to knock it down." The challenger looks up with a worried expression. The scene cuts to black, leaving the challenger's fate unknown. He stands firm, facing the darkness. What awaits him? Before him, a swirling portal of violet energy crackles.
He steps forward, holding a small, glowing cube. His gaze hardens, a new resolve etched onto his face. Suddenly, a voice booms, filled with disdain. You're sitting here playing amongst yourself. Wake up, Pastis. Where are you going with that body? The voice demands. Trembling, Pastis is then told, you have to take responsibility for your wonderful lines. There you are, conditional talent, the voice booms, finally locating its target. The voice continues, now directly addressing Pastis as conditional player. It seems he's been found. You. Pastis, cornered, wonders aloud, how can I bring down that monster? The red demon scoffs, suggesting, why don't you ask the guy you hang out with? A second voice chimes in, equally unhelpful, yeah, why should we tell you? Absent is always on the sidelines, a voice declares, adding to Pastis's woes. He clarifies, to make sure I'm the right person to be an executive of the Avalon Guild. But then, his tone shifts, ending with, why did? Why did? You ask me, he finishes, a sharp edge now to his tone. The instructor responds, because I thought you'd be the most reliable person in this group. The instructor continues, and in the plan you made. The instructor's words seem to hit a nerve. His expression hardens, a visible shift in his demeanor. The figure retorts, you might need me. His gaze unwavering, he declares, I'll do what you tell me to do. Tell me how to win. The figure responds, I have a rough idea of what abilities the enemy uses. The figure assures him, you'll probably win easily if you know that. He continues, but to make my hypothesis clear. He then declares, I have conditions. A pregnant pause hangs in the air, punctuated only by ellipses and a question mark. What conditions could he possibly have? Pastis, it turns out, had 3 conditions in total. The third condition proves instantly devastating. Pastis is obliterated in a burst of red energy. The first condition, to call him by his name with respect. Second appears as Pastis is consumed by the red energy. The third condition, to follow his instructions. The third condition is revealed. The third condition is a demand. Kim Taewon will have to tell Pastis all about his abilities. Kim Taewon grimaces, clearly displeased with the demand. Ugh. Pastis' face contorts in rage as he demands, you son of a bitch, how did you see through my power in such little time? He then insists it's an overestimation, declaring, the opponent is a candidate. No matter how genius you are, it's impossible. A new command rings out, then we must find him. The man who saw through my powers. The command echoes, the genius who watched this fight from afar from the start. The group stands firm, poised to find the elusive genius. A smirk plays across his face. He's been watching all along. A voice booms, singling out one target, him. His eyes gleam with a predatory hunger. The reason why Pastis saw through Shingle's ability is about to be revealed. The reason Pastis saw through Shingle's ability is because of his ability to reach rank 23. The glowing number 23 appears, solidifying the explanation. The explanation continues, ranking 23rd is never low but is an ambiguous position. The explanation continues, revealing that, in fact, Pastis doesn't even know his name. But for that number, 23, not just Pastis, but many people remember. The focus shifts to the first page of a newspaper. The headline blares, a murder case. The article continues, the 23 represents. The article clarifies, rank 23rd, the number of victims of the murder. The article's revelation hangs heavy, and the 23 RD places ability. Is the ability Gaho's gaze? Say, Kim Taewon used his ability to defend against Pastis attacks. The ability is described, to prevent attacks that are staring at you. It's not similar, it's the same. The speaker reveals their initial suspicion, therefore, at first, I thought Kim Taewon stole the 23 RD place's ability and killed him. But Kim Taewon doesn't seem to know murder itself. The speaker concludes, it's a case that's quite a buzz. I can tell that, a voice declares. The speaker continues, adding, he's a man with a good head. The speaker clarifies, in other words, Kim Taewon's ability to copy has nothing to do with the murder. But, even so, the voice continues, an ominous tone underlying the statement. The speaker continues, I'm not saying that there's no one who really killed number 23 and stole Gaho's eye. I can tell from what others use. The ability is not overused, he states, his gaze intense. Then, a revelation, the moment the ability of the defense system was discovered, it was attacked. The voice booms, declaring, it's your defeat, lump. The enemy declares, with a sneer, it's your defeat, lump. The enemy's words hang in the air, a question forming in response, defeat? His expression hardens as he asks, baby, did you forget? Above, a question mark floats, mirroring the confusion. But below, the stark declaration rings out, we're not playing a game. Sword raised, he strikes with brutal force. The sound of the blow, Kurik, echoes ominously. His face contorted with rage, he roars, let's hit him till the end. His eyes wide with fury, he screams, until one of them dies. He lunges forward, intent on fulfilling his deadly promise. His eyes burn with a dark energy as he closes the distance. A figure looms. The candidates who survived were elites, experienced among themselves. But now, a pained groan escapes one of them. It was only natural that they memorized some of their competitors' faces at the test site. One of the elites falters, a sword poised above him. So, he begins, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he looks up in alarm. His eyes widen in dawning horror. Don't tell me, he exclaims. A chilling realization dawns on him. I don't think anyone was there, a disembodied voice declares. My Ungrian. His eyes glow with an eerie purple light. The unsettling revelation hangs heavy in the air. He declares, I couldn't throw myself away easily for Kim Tae-won. The title card flashes, player. Towering over him, the demonic woman grins menacingly, her red eyes gleaming. The ominous figure declares, the boy Mirage pointed at is overpowered. Perched atop a rocky outcrop, the figure looms, a stark contrast against the dark sky. However, the attack the other day, a voice narrates, amidst the chaos. And it seems, there is a member who recognizes Shingal's ability. But given that I've never even tried to measure my abilities, he thinks, before realizing, you knew immediately that Shingal was using Gaho's gaze. But how? He wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. The scene shifts to a dark, starry sky, the camera panning upwards towards a mountain range. The man declares, as far as I know, the Mirage is the only one who can steal other abilities in the terrarium. The man continues, stating that, in other words, it is generally impossible to think of taking away others' ability. The narration states, the fact that the 23rd, who had a protective eye, was killed. It continues, to infer Shingal's ability with that information. It is possible to infer Shingal's ability, the narration concludes. A menacing gaze pierces through the shadows as Shingal poses a chilling question, now, what are you going to do? A familiar face emerges, heralded by a sudden appearance. It's the worst timing ever, a voice declares, tinged with a hint of amusement. It seems that's why the candidates were able to confront an unidentified enemy. You can resurrect even if you die. The voice continues, explaining the stakes of this unexpected trial. The obvious complacency of that would have disappeared. You're from Group D, right? I heard that you're pretty strong, a voice booms, followed by a more unsettling question, are you being manipulated? The rumbling intensifies. The rumbling sound intensifies as Chet's name is called out, his expression one of shock and disbelief. The voice continues, now directly addressing someone named Myungrian. Hey, Myungrian. Do you remember me? We took the test together last time. Then, a more pressing question, answer me, Myungrian. Is someone controlling you? The call echoes, a desperate shout of Myungrian. The desperate plea hangs in the air, unanswered. Myungrian's face remains impassive, his expression unreadable. His gaze pierces through the silence. Now, show me. The words hang heavy, the end of your leap of thought. The realization dawns on him, confusion etched on his face. I don't understand. Panic rising, he cries out, how many more enemies are there? If one more pops up, then, he exclaims, his voice laced with a growing dread. His grip tightens on his sword as the crushing realization hits, we're done for. He looks down, the massive form of a beast looming over him. He shouts, stop. His eyes glow with an eerie purple light. A beat of silence hangs in the air. He commands, don't kill him, just leave him alone. His eyes glow with a menacing purple light as he states, the mirage said they had something to do. The man stands silently, his back turned to the viewer. His gaze sharpens, the purple glow in his eyes intensifying as he looks down. His menacing gaze settles on someone below, and he warns, hey newbie. Don't look at me like that. A smirk plays on his lips as he admits, I'm having trouble holding myself back too. The man's words hang heavy in the air, instead. He points a finger, the gesture carrying an unspoken threat. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he declares, let's kill the scared chicks. His eyes widen in confusion, and he utters, huh? The man's brow furrows, clearly confused by the statement. His confusion deepens, his brow now furrowed in thought. Kim Tae-won lies prone, seemingly defeated. A voice declares, Kim Tae-won, you're still breathing. But the thing is, you won't be able to fight now. Kina Lillet looks exhausted. It seems she worked too hard to buy them some time. The situation grows dire as a voice acknowledges, we technically lost two of our strongest members in the party. The situation worsens, and a new restriction is revealed, this eliminates the option to crash the enemy. The enemy's face looms, a sinister grin spreading as he declares, that's all. The system announces their success in wounding the enemy, but he seems unfazed. That's weird. Why aren't any of you scared? He asks, a flicker of genuine confusion crossing his features. His sinister grin widens as he admits, it's not much, but I recovered enough strength to use my abilities. A strange buzzing sound emanates from his hand, where a small, glowing green energy gathers. The green energy crackles in his hand as he declares, the same thing goes for the other guys. His eyes widen with manic glee as he spots his target. Oh, yeah. There you are, he shouts. Above the fallen hero, a taunting message appears, your party's last hope. A faint murmuring rises as a defiant message appears, it's not over yet. The figure begins to rise. Standing once more, he remains defiant. He declares, it's over. The world fades to white as he confidently states, it's over. A maniacal laughter erupts. The figure's eyes gleam with malice as a loud, unsettling laughter echoes. 5 minutes, a disembodied voice declares, adding to the growing tension. A smirk plays on his lips as he wonders, did he say that? The countdown continues, 5 minutes until the second rank comes back. Yeah, I'm sure the second ranker will be back in 5 minutes, one of them confidently states. But another voice counters, the urgency clear, there's not much time left. But a resounding stomp echoes, shaking the very ground. The impact reverberates. The ground cracks under the immense pressure. Arg! He screams, contorting in pain. UGH, he groans, as a voice booms, how many of you will be still alive until then? The booming voice continues. A sickening twist of bone echoes as the attack lands. Wow, I knew it, he mutters, a disturbing fascination in his voice. I can't get enough of it no matter how many times I watch it. They are proudly claiming to be a player, he states, a mix of fascination and something darker in his tone. His fist clenches, the force of his grip evident. The people who believe they're special have to face reality. A chilling smile spreads across her face, her eyes shadowed with an unsettling darkness. All right, self-proclaimed player candidates, he declares, his expression menacing. Staring up, the self-proclaimed player candidate is visibly injured. It's time to face reality, the voice booms, as the injured candidate looks up in fear. A sword is drawn, glinting ominously against the stark red backdrop. A desperate cry echoes as the sword-wielding figure advances. Hey, you guys, where are you going? Someone yells. His eyes wide with terror, the figure is taunted, you wanted to be a player but now you're running away? The taunting continues, you haven't tried anything yet, don't you guys feel so ashamed? The possibility of something that has never happened hangs in the air, alongside the gritting of teeth. It's an abandonment of those who believe to be colleagues. This unforgivable. The words echo with a deep sense of betrayal. This unforgivable incident will shock Pastis, a voice declares, their red eyes blazing with fury. His face contorted in frustration, he admits, I screwed up. On this day, Pastis was the first who. The narration begins, as a figure stands amidst a swirling purple energy. The narration continues, revealing that Pastis felt so powerless in the face of overwhelming power. Pastis charges forward, engulfed in a glowing aura, as his opponent prepares to meet him head-on, sword raised. The two warriors collide, a surge of energy erupting between them as their weapons meet. The force of the impact sends shattered weapons flying amidst a blinding explosion of light. The world is consumed by an overwhelming blast of light and energy. The blinding light intensifies, obliterating everything in its path. The explosion rocks the very foundations of the world. With a furious snarl, he unleashes a devastating energy blast. Boom! Debris rains down amidst the echoing booms. The force of the blast sends debris hurtling towards the group. A twisted grin spreads across his face. Ha! Ha! He exclaims. A voice calls out, Hyo Seoljin? Two figures stand amidst a desolate landscape, one with pale hair and the other cloaked in shadow. A strange, mechanical weapon is visible. The pale-haired figure scowls, a clear sign of displeasure. Beside him, the other's expression mirrors his own, a shared sense of unease hanging between them. The pale-haired figure, now identified as Noah, is labeled an unranker. Beside him, the cloaked figure is similarly designated, going by the name 1-1. Eyes narrowed in determination, he steels himself, thinking, all right, I need to stay sharp. Now that they've followed me, I can't become Dean's burden. A realization dawns on him, the enemy cares about Dean, that means I can create variables. He recognizes the woman's speed, thinking it's likely a combat line ability. It might be hard for me to deal with even if I face it head-on, he admits to himself. He realizes, the problem is, that guy back there, perhaps the person who created this space. However, he hesitates, realizing, no, I'm not sure about that either. I don't have enough information yet. He steels himself, resolving, then at least I can. Then at least I can dig out that person's ability. And, if possible. He continues, a fierce determination burning in his bright blue eyes. We. The word hangs in the air, a promise or a threat. We could be back in 5 minutes, he declares, clenching his fist. It's possible if I use my skill. As long as no more enemies show up, he thinks, a clear note of anxiety creeping into his plan. A voice cuts through his thoughts. What are you guys doing? It asks, laced with suspicion. The man barks out an order, hurry up and bring the captain. A pair of wide, purple eyes peer up from the darkness. Two figures emerge from the shadows, their expressions unreadable. No, there must be a reason you brought me here, he stammers, his eyes wide with confusion. An imposing figure beside him retorts, well, aren't you gonna call your captain? Hurry up. A monstrous figure looms, its voice dripping with false sympathy. I'm sorry to hear that. The towering figure declares, our first priority is to guard against the two of you here in front of us. The hero, incredulous, questions, me? You guys, before bursting into loud laughter. You're laughing because you're number 2, right? The figure questions, then continues, well, let me ask you a question. The figure continues, stating that the hero is playing around with meaningless numbers. His grin widening, the figure asks, do you guys like it? The figure's expression shifts to one of manic intensity, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The manic figure's words echo ominously, it's coming. His eyes widen in terror, the impending doom now undeniably upon him. The attack descends with terrifying speed. Yes, he declares, his expression unreadable as he moves with incredible speed. He simply states, all right. A manic grin spreads across his face. His violet eyes widen, reflecting a sudden surge of intensity. His gaze is fixed on the two figures in the distance. A sudden realization hits him, he's fast. His fist clenches, his focus now entirely on the hooded figure beside him. Here, the figure says, flicking something towards him. The hooded figure warns, it's gonna sting. The hooded figure's grin widens, a sinister glint in his eye as he flicks his finger. Boom! A blinding flash erupts, the force of the attack rippling outwards. The force of the blast sends a shockwave ripping through the area. The explosion rocks the landscape, debris flying in all directions. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, a voice exclaims, "This finger flick, it's a lot stronger than before?" Amidst the ongoing chaos, a voice booms, accusingly, "When you fought with Kim Tae-won, you went easy on him." The accusation rings out, "You could have knocked him out in one shot." The question hangs in the air, why did he attack in the other direction? A gust of wind rushes past, stirring up dust and debris. His eyes widen in sudden realization. "What's that?" he exclaims, his eyes wide with alarm. "Boo," he groans, as a strange energy crackles around him. His eyes narrow with a sudden, fierce determination. A voice echoes in his mind, "Bondage of fate." Her eyes widen, a manic grin spreading across her face as she declares, "You must have something that you believe in." The voice in his head is explained, "The handcuffs are Noah's ability, the bondage of fate." The handcuffs, bondage of fate, prevent both the target and the owner from interfering with other competitors, and vice versa. The bondage of fate ability, it turns out, was originally designed for a strict one-on-one battle, ensuring no outside interference. Therefore, there are restrictions, such as valid range and timeout. But, in this space that I've designed especially for her, the figure ominously declares. His voice booms, declaring, "There are no restrictions." The figure continues, his words echoing in the specially designed space, "So here, Noah can run anywhere she wants." The figure explains the challenge, and the enemy has no choice but to chase her endlessly in order to deplete her powers. But the opponent is no pushover, it's the second rank, Dean. The challenge seems insurmountable, no matter how good she is, she'll still get caught. Dean prepares to unleash his full power, declaring, "That's when I'll release my powers." Dean thinks, it would be good to get out of this place together. This confrontation will determine the enemy's abilities. Abilities, and then the meaningless hide-and-seek. The voice booms, "What a complete waste of time." He strains, pushing a massive boulder up the steep incline. The voice continues, revealing the true nature of this place. "From the beginning, this place wasn't about winning or losing. It's a prison designed to hold stronger than expected enemies. To the plan." The voice concludes, leaving the true purpose of this place hanging in the air. The voice clarifies, revealing the prison's true purpose: it's a prison for the infinitely disadvantageous designation. The figures stand ready, a faint, pink energy emanating from one of them. The figure's eye glows with power as he shouts, "Now, think about it. Second rank Dean." He continues, pressing Dean to realize his potential. "How long will it take you to figure out what you can do?" The figure demands, "Show it to me, this strength of yours." The figure's hand glows with a menacing, bright energy. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he says, "Look. Look." He says, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The words behind you appear ominously. He cries out in alarm, whirling around, sword raised defensively against a sudden surge of bright energy. Her eyes widen in alarm. A flurry of slashes fills the air. The air crackles with energy as he unleashes a barrage of attacks. The onslaught continues, filling the area with dust and debris. The force of the impact sends him flying backwards. "Dean, the guy in the hood stopped my attack," he shouts, clearly shocked. He then vows, "I'll deal with him." Landing heavily, he curses, "Damn, that brat." "Noah," he yells, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Charging forward, a manic grin stretches across his face. "I know," he declares, his voice booming with newfound certainty. "She's running away like a coward," he shouts, spotting the retreating figure. Another voice cuts in, warning, "Dean, I think she's planning an attack." He calls out, "Come on, don't worry about me." A sinister smile plays on his lips. He declares, "Seal Jean. I'm the second rank." He grins, a strange glint in his eyes. The scene cuts to Seoljin, his red sash prominent against his dark clothing. Seoljin's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He appears shocked by what he sees. "Ha!" Seoljin utters, clearly confused by what he's witnessing. His confusion deepens as he stares at the scene before him. A swish cuts through the air. A boom echoes as a burst of energy erupts. An exclamation punctuates the air as the energy explodes outward. She's sent flying backwards amidst the dissipating energy. The force of the blast sends her hurtling backwards. The force of the blow continues to send her flying backwards through the air. Still airborne, her eyes widen as the massive figure looms over her. The looming figure's armored form descends, filling her vision with an ominous red glow. The world fades to white. Then, a sound echoes in the nothingness, "Tada!" The world reforms, revealing a figure sitting cross-legged atop a defeated foe. "All right, then," he declares, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The air crackles with energy as a presence announces itself. Here comes the boss. A figure emerges from the shadows, a staff clutched in their hand. A swirling vortex of energy crackles behind them. The boss's power intensifies, a blinding aura erupting around him. A sinister smirk spreads across his face. In an unnamed trash town, a lone figure sits atop a pile of debris. "I was an unnamed trash kid," he reflects. "People said," a text box reads. A man lies defeated, as someone points a gun at him. "I was abandoned," the text declares. But the question hangs in the air, who would do such a thing? But who threw me away, he wonders, his face contorted in pain and confusion. The questions echo in his mind: country? Family? Friends? Couldn't have been any of those, he realizes, the truth beginning to dawn. Because I don't have anything like that. The realization hits him hard. Because from the very beginning, I didn't have any. His head hangs low, the weight of his words heavy on his shoulders. A hand gently rests on his back, a silent offer of support. So then, he begins, his expression unreadable. He continues, a burning question surfacing: who threw me away? I wanted to know if there was. Know if there was a God in this world. The tower looms, its height a stark reminder of the challenges ahead. The tower stretches high into the sky, its imposing structure a silent testament to the trials that await. A foot takes the first step, the sound echoing against the tower's walls. I climbed the tower for that. The tower looms, and the reason for the climb is revealed, to get an answer. Standing atop the tower, sword in hand, he awaits the answer he sought. But, unfortunately, no matter how high I climbed the tower, or how high I ranked, he reflects, slumped on a makeshift throne, his sword resting beside him. He continues, I was unable to find the answer to my question. Therefore, it's only logical, he declares, his eyes shadowed with a newfound resolve, that there's no such thing as God in this world. By that time I was so lost, a voice narrates, as one character carries another, their face obscured by shadow. An oppressive darkness blankets everything. A glare pierces the darkness. Two children huddle together, wrapped in tattered blankets. Another figure approaches. It was not until I met those clear eyes, a voice narrates, as a young girl stares wide-eyed, that I finally realized, the voice continues, we weren't abandoned. Those same clear eyes now widen in shock. The realization hits hard, we just haven't been chosen yet. At that moment, he made up his mind. He declares, his red-clad fist clenching tightly. Me. The decision made, he declares, I'll choose us. He crouches, his brow furrowed with concern as he gently places his hand on the child's shoulder. The child's voice rings out, declaring, my name is Dean. A foot descends, the word step looming ominously. And, the word hangs in the air, as a figure stands silhouetted against the sky. This place, a voice declares, as the figure stands upon the precipice. A place that is equal to all, the voice continues, revealing a sprawling city beneath a towering structure. The village. The name echoes, hanging heavy in the air. This is my choice, he declares, a determined glint in his eye.
Darkness descends as he makes his choice. The title card appears, player. A title card appears, player. Another title card appears, player. Hey, rank 2, a voice calls out. The figure, a red blindfold obscuring his eyes, smiles menacingly. Why don't we just talk, he suggests. He moves with blinding speed. I'd hate that, he responds. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he says, oops. A massive explosion erupts, sending the hero flying backward. He recovers quickly, launching himself forward with a burst of speed. Hey, look at that, he exclaims, a wide grin spreading across his face. This guy. The opponent, looking down on him, sneers, are you a complete pushover? Wow, that's rude, he thinks, despite the situation. That's why I can't get first place. Almost said, the text reads, as the hero is seen with a red blindfold and blood splattered on his face. He's so strong I can't beat him, he thinks, as the hero's hand is shown. Well, that doesn't mean, he begins to say. A sinister smirk spreads across his face as he declares, I want to lose. The impact sends shockwaves through the arena. Amidst the dust and debris, a voice echoes, laced with defiance, oh, yeah? Through the lingering dust, a confident declaration rings out, I think I'm going to win. Eyes narrowed in determination, he prepares to strike. The air crackles as he unleashes a devastating energy attack. The attack slams into its target with a thunderous roar. Standing over his fallen opponent, he questions, are you sure about that? Pulling a sword like that against someone like me. Gasping for air, he wonders, wow, is this bad? He retorts, well, it's not funny. Suddenly, a voice commands, do it. SFX, whoosh. Wait, second rank. I'm not here to fight, he shouts, holding up his hands in a gesture of surrender. He pleads, give me time to clear up the misunderstanding, will you? A sinister smile spreads across his face as he asks, you gonna be okay? His smile widens, but the other responds, my time is a bit expensive. The camera focuses on their suits, the tension palpable. That's fast. You really want to fight, don't you, he says, a sinister smile spreading across his face. This is funny. A blinding flash erupts as he acknowledges his opponent's strength. Very good, second rank. Take this, he yells, his leg arcing down in a swift, brutal strike. The brutal strike connects, a burst of energy erupting from the point of impact. Despite the brutal strike, the figure remains standing, a chilling question hanging in the air, can I tell you something, second rank? The figure declares ominously, they won't survive if they die. The figure's twisted grin widens as he states, well, I'm not saying you should let it slide. He continues, I'm just letting you know in advance. His rage intensifies. How dare you hurt Mirage, he roars, eyes blazing with purple energy. I can't forgive you. A defiant voice retorts, so what? The hooded figure scoffs, so what? Mirage, she whispers, her eyes widening with realization. A sniff echoes as a voice trails off, I'm sorry, I. The apology hangs heavy in the air as he whispers, I couldn't help. The red key flutters in his hand, a soft flap sound accompanying the movement. Purple shards scatter as he takes a step forward. His gaze remains fixed forward, obscured by a red blindfold. It's done, he states, then adds, Dean's the only one I trust. Above them, a thought bubble declares, I never liked this guy in the first place. The girl beside him appears unimpressed. The question hangs in the air, what do you want me to do? Turning his head, he asks, Mirage, that's your name? A new voice booms, cutting through the tension. Why, are you interested now? The newcomer's voice echoes, laced with a challenging tone. Why, are you interested now? The newcomer responds, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Yeah, I'm curious. The newcomer's sinister grin widens as he answers, because if I kill you, you won't survive to tell me? The protagonist, now on the defensive, demands, why do you want to kill me so badly? Her red eyes narrowed, she declares, oh, my God. That's not gonna happen. With a flourish,
she presents her weapon, declaring, "Because of you my nose still hurts." Ta-da! A wide, unsettling grin stretches across her face. Purple energy crackles around her as she prepares to unleash her power. The children left, a stark message declares. A towering structure looms against the night sky, bathed in the moon's ethereal glow. 3 days have passed. 3 days later, the figure continues to gaze at the tower. The time spent staring at the tower has increased, a voice observes. It's only logical. The figure's thoughts continue as he stares at the tower. The more I think, the more I feel. Gazing up at the tower, he reflects, the more I'm filled with regrets and worries. Because. He begins, clenching his fist tightly. His voice cracks as he continues, there are no more children coming back for me. His red eyes glint with despair as he continues, there's nothing left for me. His voice heavy with resignation, he states, there's nothing left to hold out for. His red eyes reflecting a desperate resolve, he mutters, just a little more. Regret then washes over him. I should have worked harder. He apologizes, Seoljin, Liber. I'm sorry. But then, a sudden confession, there's something I haven't told you. His red eyes glinting, he begins, the entire time I was teaching you was a series of surprises. While taking the test, you now realize, he continues, the tower is full of better teachers than I am. You're going to get stronger, he states, an almost sad smile playing on his lips. And that's why I think you forgot about me. The instructor's words hang in the air, go up there. The tower looms, bathed in ethereal light. The instructor's command echoes, to the very top. The tower stretches impossibly high, its peak lost in the clouds. Despite the instructor's daunting command, the group pauses for a meal. The hooded figure reads while the others eat. A voice breaks the silence, I know. Hyo Seoljin and Liber met the teacher's expectations. As they took the test, they were constantly growing both physically and mentally, they had become stronger than ever before. A sinister grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The darkness swirls as he declares, I'm sure about them. A blinding explosion erupts, filling the void with searing light. The force of the explosion sends debris flying in all directions. The world dissolves into a chaotic blur of light and debris. Amidst the chaos, the two warriors clash, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. All we can do right now is. The statement hangs in the air as the two warriors' faces show a growing sense of dread. To just watch. The stark words hang in the air, heavy with resignation. The warrior is sent flying, a look of agony etched across his face. The warrior grips his weapon, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He unleashes a flurry of slashes, the air shimmering with each strike. The warrior's relentless assault continues, each strike accompanied by a resounding slash. The warrior's blade clashes with the enemy's defenses, a resounding clang echoing through the air. A blinding flash erupts as their weapons meet once more. The force of the impact explodes outwards. The sound of clashing metal rings out as he declares, I'm disappointed, Mirage. The sound of metal on metal echoes as he questions, that stick. Didn't you take it out with the intention of attacking? A sinister grin spreads across his face as he taunts, do something, Unranker. His grin widens, revealing his teeth as he continues to goad him. Do something, Unranker. After the taunt, a realization dawns on him. I get it. He leans in, a smug question hanging in the air. You're pissed off, aren't you? He closes in, his face inches away. You're pissed off, aren't you? He asks with a smirk. He continues, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Well, that's understandable. With a final slash, he declares, I'm an Unranker. And you didn't even know about me, he finishes, the revelation hanging heavy in the air. The Unranker continues his verbal assault. I can't believe I know so much more about the tower than you, despite the fact you've climbed to number 2. The unranked challenger continues to taunt him. I can't believe I know so much more about the tower than you, despite the fact you've climbed to number 2. The unranked challenger continues his taunt, declaring,
What a pity, Dean. Ignoring the taunts, Dean watches the ongoing battle. Dean's eyes widen as he hears a voice declare, now.
A surge of determination washes over him.
I have to help. While Dean is blocking his movement, beads of sweat drip down his arm. He grits his teeth, struggling against Dean's hold. His eyes widen, a desperate question echoing in his mind, can I do it?
From the moment he stopped moving, a voice narrates, setting a grim tone. Is it my imagination or does Dean's face look stiff? A voice wonders, casting a shadow of doubt over the situation. I wonder what they talked about, a voice questions, as the two figures stand facing each other amidst the ruins. They're so far away I couldn't hear anything, a voice admits, leaving the content of the conversation a mystery. Maybe, he mutters, sweat beading on his brow, maybe. Maybe Dean. He finishes, the name hanging in the air. Is Dean losing? I have such doubt at the moment, I can barely be sure, he thinks, his expression strained. A new resolve hardens his features. I must help Dean, he declares. To this fact, the words echo, as the hero grits his teeth. The hero's declaration hangs in the air, I am. We are, the declaration continues. Committed. The declaration is made, as the pair stand together, backs to the viewer. And what we have to do, we know even without talking to each other. Dean, right now, the command rings out. You must remember, the words echo as Dean's eyes widen in shock. With your head, with your body, the disembodied voice continues. With your heart. The voice finishes its cryptic instruction. To be stronger in the future, the voice booms, seemingly directed at both individuals. His eyes widen in shock, the cryptic words clearly having a profound effect. Suddenly, a voice declares, there you are. A blinding flash erupts as the swords collide. The force of the impact sends sparks flying. I see, he utters, his face marred with cuts and bruises. The reason for their appearance is revealed, that's why I brought those little guys. This world of mirages, I was going to use it as lesson. He grits his teeth, bracing for the incoming attack. A massive, swirling force descends upon him. As the attack hurtles towards him, a voice booms out, keep an eye on this, guys. A figure steps forward, declaring, I'm only going to show you once. Once a year, a speculative competition is held in the terrarium. It's the reason so many players gather for the event. The competition isn't just for entertainment, a text box reveals. A bag overflowing with gold coins sits on the table. The grand prize for the winner is revealed, a massive pile of gold. However, it's not just about the money. The text emphasizes, it's about the ranker's will to fight. More than just riches, it's about their determination to see the peak at least once. Depending on how much the players can do. It's what makes the difference between those who experience the peak and those who do not. And in this fight, the stakes are higher than ever. For the first time, Hyo Seol-jin and Liber have become players. To experience the peak, a voice booms. Energy crackles around him, a sign of the power he now wields. His hand grips the massive, scaled arm, power surging through him. I can't hinder this, he realizes. The power surging through him is unstoppable. The blindfolded fighter grits his teeth, realizing, I have no choice but to use it. Gritting his teeth, the blindfolded fighter declares, I have no choice but to use it. An electric crackle fills the air. As he declares his intent, electricity crackles around the blindfolded fighter. The fighter's gauntlet glows with raw power as the electricity intensifies. The blindfolded fighter pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What? This? The fighter's eyes widen in shock behind the blindfold. When? Oh, my God. Well, a voice trails off as a golden beam of energy pierces through the darkness. The figure stands silhouetted against the golden light, remarking, that's funny. The sound of something breaking echoes as he glances to his left, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. A DA sound erupts as he's struck. The screen shows Dean, class mechanic, ranked number 2. Instant cut flashes across the screen as a figure is sent flying, a golf club still clutched in their hand. His opponent lies defeated, bloodied amidst the rubble. A cold question hangs in the air, is that it? No, something's different, he realizes, sensing a shift in the air. The figure looms above, questioning the very nature of the attack. There's no such thing as an instant cut in the first place, is there? Anyway, that's the secret to get to the absolute realm, he reveals, gazing into the distance. It's a long way to go, he states, the path ahead shrouded in mystery. But, is that all there is to it? He wonders, staring at his open palm. Then what do we call it? He wonders, the question hanging heavy in the air. Second rank, a title declares. The pair stands on a platform against a backdrop of a lavender sky. A little closer. A disembodied voice echoes. The pair's expressions shift to concern as the unseen presence speaks. Darkness descends, obscuring everything above as a monstrous form emerges from below, crackling with purple energy. The monstrous form utters a name, questioning, Hyo Seoljin? The word float appears starkly against the white background. The voice booms, filled with contempt. Mirage, you're like filthy trash. The figure looms over Mirage's prone body, delivering a chilling insult. This reminds me of a worm I killed when I was a kid. The figure's disembodied voice commands, don't move. The grip tightens. The figure, pinned and helpless, wonders aloud, is this the second rank? All. Right, I admit it, he shouts, a question mark balloon appearing below him. The defeated man admits, I lost. OMG, an unseen character exclaims. The title card flashes, player. A click echoes as a hand presses a button on a remote. The command open flashes as a surge of pink energy erupts. With the energy surge, she declares, I opened the door. Oh Kiki, well done, a voice booms. A figure lies defeated, a glowing blade piercing through them. Standing over his defeated opponent, Dean asks, what were you gonna do if you actually killed me? Coughing, the defeated opponent begs, oh, the dust is getting in. Stop. Stop it. He then weakly states, I give up. With his hands raised in surrender, the defeated opponent simply says, okay. Smirking, the victor taunts, hey second rank, did you use the sword? It's really heavy, isn't it? A stern warning follows, stop fooling around Mirage. Or you're really going to die. And he developed that sword, Mirage, one voice declares. A surprised response follows, Kiki, really? Something, the words trail off, leaving the listener with a look of utter bewilderment. Something is wrong. A voice observes. Then, another voice exclaims, that kid. Did he say Mirage? Well, the hostility I was feeling is gone, he states, a hint of confusion in his voice. What are you going to do? A voice booms, leaving the others in suspense. Thank you for waiting, a voice announces, the words appearing in a speech bubble. A wide, unsettling grin stretches across his face, revealing sharp teeth. What do we do now? Should I die? He asks, a disturbing grin plastered on his face. Another voice retorts, can't you see that he's out of his mind? Do you really want to kill him? His gaze intensifies, locking onto someone as he begins, you. What the hell do you want? He demands, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. The red sky looms ominously as he questions, what the hell do you want? A sinister smirk hints at his intentions. The question hangs in the air, what do I want? Dust motes hang in the air, the silence amplifying the tension. The silence breaks as a voice declares, it's simple. His red blindfolded eyes stare ahead as he reveals his motive, to screw up the people that I don't like. He then asks, you too, right Dean? Dean's expression remains unreadable, his gaze fixed downwards. Dean finally speaks, stating he's someone who just does what needs to be done. The figure looms over him, declaring, you are, me. The figure continues, declaring, we hate people who make excuses like that. The figure presses, demanding, right? The figure realizes, as expected, it wasn't an illusion. Panic sets in, he's gonna do something to Dean. Liber, he shouts, a blinding flash erupting from his hand. Yeah, he roars, his voice filled with determination. Eyes blazing with blue energy, he cries out a name, Dean. He reaches out, a surge of golden energy crackling around his hand. Extending his hand, he calls out, Seal Jean. I have a favor to ask. A surge of purple energy erupts as a figure commands, leave now. The figure's words echo in the air, I'm sorry. His eyes widen in shock, a wave of realization washing over him. Tears well in his eyes, his expression a mix of anguish and disbelief. All right, he mutters, seemingly resigned to his fate. A blinding light erupts before him, casting his silhouette against the horizon. The light intensifies, consuming everything. The blinding light fades, revealing a figure who states, well, I sent them back. Now we're in the same boat, right? He looms over them, stating, I have so much to tell you but I can't tell you everything yet. Understand? He leans in, posing a question directly to Dean, so Dean, what are you curious about? He adds, whatever it is, I'll answer as much as possible. Dean's answer hangs in the air, you. The question hangs in the air, stark and direct, what are you? What do you mean? Dean asks, his confusion evident. The other figure responds with a chilling certainty, you already know. The figure's true nature is revealed, Unrancor Mirage. A sinister grin stretches across his face, a red blindfold obscuring his eyes. Mirage confirms the chilling truth, that's me. A massive explosion erupts, a swirling vortex of purple energy and white smoke filling the sky. Falling through the sky, he clutches his golden sword. Falling, he hears a voice calling out, Liber. Yeah, what is it? He asks, clutching his sword. A second voice replies, I thought I did my best. The voice continues, the words hanging heavy in the air, maybe that wasn't why? The voice continues, a subtle hint of doubt in his tone, maybe that wasn't why? The man's gaze hardens as he mutters, I, too. The words echo in her mind, feel the same way. She sits amidst the fallen weapons, the battle's aftermath a stark reminder of the cost. The words hang in the air, like that. It's so far away, she realizes, the distance seemingly insurmountable. He plummets from the tower, the ground a distant, unreachable point below. Liber, he whispers, the name barely audible. Yes, a voice confirms, the word resonating with dark certainty. The figure's expression hardens. Let's be stronger. The determination is clear, we can get up there too. A surge of power crackles around them. Blinding light erupts, engulfing everything. The light intensifies, reaching critical mass. The blinding light consumes everything in its path. Debris rains down as the light fades. The explosion rocks the area. He stands amidst the destruction, his sword glowing with power. The ground cracks beneath their feet as the battle intensifies. A strange object falls from the sky, capturing the attention of the group below. A chilling ha echoes through the air, cutting through the tension. Heo Seal Jean, the bubble proclaims, the name hanging heavy in the air. His gaze remains fixed, a grim line etched on his face. He advances, a glowing blade held firmly in his grip, each step echoing with ominous weight. The ground trembles beneath his feet as he continues his advance. His glare intensifies, the ground beneath him cracking under the immense pressure. He moves to grab his fallen opponent. His intense gaze remains fixed on his opponent. His hand clenches tightly. He unleashes a devastating blow, his fist a blur of motion. His opponent reels from the impact, but manages to ask, hey, where's the second rank? The force of the blow sends him reeling, a whoosh echoing as he's sent flying. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. From now on, the voice declares, the words hanging heavy in the air. The voice continues, declaring, I'm the one who's talking. Yes, sir, a voice replies, the words dripping with sarcasm. A voice declares, well, it's on schedule. So far, the voice continues, a subtle warning hanging in the air. So, Abson. Based on your judgment of the situation. The voice trails off, leaving Abson to make a critical decision. The disembodied voice presses Abson, who do you think is going to win? A star of brilliant light forms in Absan's outstretched hand, his decision hanging in the balance.
Absan's answer hangs in the air, his choice now revealed. Not yet. I think it's too early to judge. Absan's words echo across the battlefield. He takes a step forward, his sword gleaming. The battlefield is littered with debris. The ground shatters as the mysterious figure descends. A purple glow emanates from within its shadowy form. He moves to grab his fallen opponent, his glowing sword held ready. Lying on the ground, he stares up, his eyes wide with shock. His fist clenches, a sound of frustration echoing. His frustration mounts, his fist now clenched tightly. A maniacal grin spreads across his face as he yells, "Hey! Where's second rank?" The force of the blow sends him flying backward. His eyes narrow, and he declares, from now on. His gaze intense, he declares, "I'm the one who's talking." "Yes ma'am, and yes sir," come the immediate replies. With blinding speed, a beam of energy erupts. The energy beam strikes with a resounding impact. Despite the direct hit, a sinister smirk spreads across his face. "I blocked it," he proclaims, revealing his surprising resilience. His expression shifts to utter disbelief. "Huh," he utters, clearly taken aback. "But I blocked it." He thinks, staring ahead in disbelief. The purple energy envelopes him, reaching his hand. His eyes widen slightly as he stares, seemingly unfazed despite the impact. He is suddenly forced to turn. He's grabbed roughly, his gaze fixed on something. Those eyes. He mutters, a hint of realization in his voice. His eyes widen, a dawning realization spreading across his face. "It's like a mirage," he exclaims, the words hanging in the air. His realization solidifies. "Without a doubt," he declares, certainty ringing in his voice. He clenches his fist, drawing his sword with a resounding thwack. The Demon King descends, a blur of motion as he strikes with immense speed. The Demon King's attack connects, a flash of light momentarily blinding the hero. The Demon King's foot descends, the crushing blow accompanied by a chilling decree, "Rest now." The hero's eyes fade to black, the last vestiges of light extinguished. A pained "ha" escapes him. "Seal Jean," he exclaims, the name hanging in the air. Tears well in his eyes as he manages to utter, "Thank you." A resounding thud echoes as three figures stare upwards, their expressions a mix of shock and apprehension. His face contorted in pain, tears streaming down his cheeks. Electrical energy crackles around his chest as he clutches at the wound. His eyes widen, staring blankly ahead as he lies prone. A voice calls out, "Hyo Seol-jin." Standing on the precipice, Seol-jin now wields a blade of pure light. A dark cloak billows behind Seol-jin, the scene bathed in an ethereal blue light. His eyes widen, a visible surprised effect emphasizing his shock. A deafening clang rings out as the attack connects, a blinding flash erupting. The force of the blow sends cracked spiderwebbing across the ground. Lying on the ground, he remarks, "Oh, what a coincidence." Lying prone, he smirks, "I was wondering who second-rank substitute was." He then asks, "You're Hyo Seol-jin, aren't you?" Silence hangs in the air as the question hangs unspoken. The silence is broken by a voice, judging, "She's sloppy." The voice continues, revealing more about their opponent, "Yes, she's also stronger than us. And has a lot more arms." But, the voice continues, as a powerful blow lands. "Right," he says, the blow clearly having landed hard. He declares, "She's weaker than Mirage." He stands over her, declaring with confidence, "She's weaker than Mirage." His face contorted with rage, he commands, "Let's do it, Liber." A blinding light erupts as he draws his sword. "Gosh," Liber says, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "Don't be so cheeky," Liber warns, her purple fist clenched. Her warning goes unheeded as he lunges forward, fist crackling with energy. His fist connects with a resounding clang. The force of the impact sends shockwaves outward. The clash of power erupts in a blinding flash of energy. Multiple slashes tear through the air. Explosions erupt as the attacks collide. The force of the impact sends shockwaves outwards. The attacks have forced them into a close-range battle.
The battle intensifies with multiple fight combinations.
It's a sight witnessed by everyone watching, a battle so intense, there are no openings to let a person join.
Helpless, he realizes, I have no choice but to watch. The man's face is stern, a deep frown etched across his features as he watches the battle unfold. I don't know exactly how this situation is affecting the test takers, but he thinks, his fist clenched tightly. A sense of helplessness washes over the test takers. Everyone watching must be feeling it, a disembodied voice echoes, confirming the widespread impact of the situation. "All right," a voice says, as a hooded figure stands silhouetted against a dark, star-flecked sky.
"There's also."
A voice trails off, accompanied by an intense, unseen stare. The name Kim Tae-won appears above a figure clutching his chest, blood dripping from his hand.
"Don't be ridiculous,"
Kim Tae-won retorts, his face contorted in what appears to be pain. Tears stream down Kim Tae-won's face as he insists, "I'm different."
His words trail off. The last vestiges of his defiance ring out, "I am not weak." His legs buckle. The world blurs as he falls. He's blasted away by a surge of energy. "Those arms neutralize Liber's power," a voice declares. "Oh, the other hand."
"The only thing that can block my attack are the arms," he declares, his words ringing with a mixture of frustration and realization. The arms meet, a grip audible as they clash. "It's a waste of time, swinging that sword," he taunts, a smirk playing on his lips.
"Can't you do something better than this?" A sickening crack echoes.
"Don't tell me you can't do anything worthwhile without God's sword," he sneers, looking down at his opponent. A beat of silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by unspoken shock.
The hero retorts, "You seem to have a lot of friends." A chilling question cuts through the air, "Did you identify yourself?"
A bead of sweat trickles down his face as his eyes widen in dawning horror.
His teeth grit, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The sinister smile remains as the single word echoes, "Liar." He slams into his opponent with a resounding impact.
"You," he begins, his voice low, "I don't know who you are." An intense glare pierces through the shadows as he warns, "Don't pretend that you know me."
The man's face contorts in disgust as he declares, "Because it's disgusting."
A faint blush colors his cheeks as he smiles softly. He utters a surprised, "Oh my."
That look, I don't hate it, but...
He thinks, a deeper blush spreading across his face.
I guess it's too early.
His eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his gaze as he declares, "I know why Mirage sent me." He grips the glowing blade tightly in his hand, ready to face whatever Mirage has planned.
A sinister smirk flashes as he declares, "Let's be completely honest."
A chilling smile spreads across Mirage's face, framed by the eerie purple glow emanating from behind. The air crackles with energy as Mirage commands, "Shut that mouth of yours." With a resounding whoosh, Mirage unleashes a swift attack. The attack is met with a single, spoken name, Bibian.
The name hangs in the air, followed by a chilling request, "It's my name. Please don't forget."
The attack comes, identified as belonging to player Hyo Seol-jin.
Hyo Seol-jin's attack lands, engulfing his target in a blinding light.
The blinding light intensifies, completely obscuring the target.
The light consumes everything.
His eyes widen in disbelief as the light intensifies. Red energy crackles around him as he grits his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming power. The air crackles with energy as his eye glows with a menacing purple light. Purple energy surges from his eye, the force of it creating a visible shockwave.
"Kim Tae-won," he questions, the name hanging in the air. The figure is wearing a belt.
"Don't be ridiculous," he gasps, sweat dripping down his face.
He grits his teeth, declaring, "I am different." The hero's defiant roar echoes, "I am not weak." His defiant words hang in the air.
Despite his earlier declaration, he struggles to stay conscious.
"It's fine," he insists, though his pained expression suggests otherwise.
He gasps, clutching at the wound on his chest. He clutches his chest, a pained gasp escaping his lips. At the moment, a voice narrates. If only I could fight, he thinks, frustration evident in his voice. Tears well in his eyes as he grits his teeth in frustration. A surge of purple energy emanates from him. The surge of energy throws him into what appears to be a body of water, his limbs now glowing with purple energy. Submerged, a voice echoes in his mind, those who climb the tower, desire great power. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she declares, it's a sad, immutable truth. So, the figure begins, looming over their opponent. So, she begins, a pink aura emanating from her chest. That's why once I planted the seed in his body. She continues, the impact of her words underscored by a splatter of pink energy. Her chilling pronouncement hangs in the air, it was guaranteed to bloom. A twisted, pink bloom erupts, its unnatural petals unfurling in the darkness. The bloom continues to spread, its grotesque form filling the void. You're next, Hyo-seol-jin, the voice declares, a sinister tongue flicking out. It continues, a chilling pronouncement, seeds are attracted to those who crave more power. The sinister entity calls out, come, Hyo-seol-jin. Its glowing purple eyes pierce through the darkness. The ominous word hangs in the air, struggle. Against the, what? The challenge hangs, incomplete. Curse of the player. A blinding flash erupts as the two clash, their powers colliding. The title, player, flashes across the screen. Those eyes. The power of the unrankers, a voice observes. A bead of sweat trickles down his cheek as he mutters, well then. If I kill him. He thinks, a surge of power emanating from his hands. Blinding light erupts from his hands, the raw power threatening to consume everything. The light intensifies, swirling around him as his expression hardens. A beam of intense light shoots from his eye, the power visibly straining him. The beam erupts in a blinding explosion, sending his opponent flying. The force of the blast registers with a deafening silence. Eyes wide with disbelief, he struggles to comprehend the nature of the attack. This fire is. The fire rages, accompanied by the sounds of Hu and Ash. Amidst the inferno, he shouts a name, Lillet. He runs through the burning landscape. Hyo-seol-jin, we are a formation team, she declares, her voice ringing with resolve. I'm not the one who's gonna leave you on your own. Are you ready? A voice booms, startling him. Hyo-seol-jin's eyes widen in disbelief as he utters, Lillet. So glad, the voice continues, its tone still unknown. A sinister smile spreads across Lillet's face as she declares, you're back. Turning his head, the boy stares, his eyes wide with shock at the scene before him. His eyes widen further, the boy's shock intensifying as he takes in the full scope of the scene. His mind races. What should I say, he wonders, caught off guard by the unfolding events. The words hang in the air, I'm sorry, I was worried about you? A beat passes before the response comes, yeah, like that? I think that's an appropriate answer. The words, though simple, carry a weight of unspoken emotion. I think that's about right. The simple statement hangs heavy with unspoken meaning. He begins, the statement hanging in the air. The air crackles with tension as he asks, do I like you? The question hangs heavy in the air, met only with a confused, huh? Her eyes widen in terror, teeth bared in a silent scream. But then, a horrified wah escapes her lips. Her eyes, wide with terror, reflect a shocking realization. The realization hits her hard, and she can only manage a disbelieving, what? The realization dawns on her, Hyo-seol-jin. A voice booms out, commanding, get a hold of yourself. The young man's eyes widen, startled by the commanding voice. He starts to speak, a surge of blue energy erupting from his mouth. You're. The blue energy turns into a blinding flash as the man's opponent strikes, declaring him clueless. He raises his hand, declaring, it's time to find a way to contact the outside. A determined got it follows. Lillet. I know you're angry, but don't express it until after the fight, he exclaims, before asking, you can help Hyo-seol-jin, right? A bead of sweat rolls down Lillet's face as she stares intensely at the glowing orb in her hand. Affirmative. Lillet responds, her determination now clear. The hooded figure looks on in disbelief. Unbelievable, he mutters, then adds, and I thought I had poor social skills. Well, anyway, he begins, then concludes with a resolute tone, finally. Hyo Seol-jin, Liber, the name echoes out. Amidst the clash of blades, a question hangs in the air. You guys have a lot on your mind, the figure states, pointing directly forward. He continues, his words ringing with authority, don't think about what the end result might be. His final command echoes, just fight. Two faces, side by side, reflect the intensity of the command. Although, the pink-skinned demon's yellow eyes narrow, a hint of doubt creeping into her expression. The blonde woman's eyes widen, shock etched on her face. Below, the dark-haired man mirrors her expression, a shared sense of disbelief taking hold. A sinister grin spreads across his face, the unsettling expression promising ill intent. His unsettling grin is followed by a chilling declaration, we're warming up. He places a hand on the glowing figure's head, his expression unsettlingly cheerful. His grip tightens, a malevolent energy swirling around the glowing figure's head. Boom! A blinding explosion erupts, obliterating everything around it. Amidst the chaos, a voice calls out, Kim Tae-won. Amidst the dust and debris, Kim Tae-won stands, his red cape billowing around him. It's been years since we've had a proper conver. Kim Tae-won continues, I'm sure you've been wondering. His eyes blazing with power, Kim Tae-won declares, you and me. Kim Tae-won finishes his thought with a question, if the two of us fight, who will win? Kim Tae-won's grin widens, his expression intense. He urgently demands, Hyo Seol-jin, trust me. A powerful gust of wind rushes by as Kim Tae-won declares, I'll bring my best. A surge of power erupts around Kim Tae-won, accompanied by a resounding FWOSH. The power intensifies, swirling around him. His fist clenches, ready to strike. The power emanating from him intensifies, swirling with a menacing energy. The power surges, crackling with energy as it erupts. The power explodes outward, a silent scream of energy unleashed. The unleashed power explodes, a blinding inferno consuming everything. The inferno intensifies as the figure unleashes a devastating punch. Hit him, Hyo Seol-jin, someone shouts. A furious voice booms, if you let me down, I'll kill you. A powerful blow lands. No, this is not enough, a voice declares, revealing a growing dissatisfaction. A little more, a voice urges, followed by the command, with all our strength together. With a little more, the voice urges, as the combined strength appears to be building. The combined strength surges, a brilliant light emanating from their shared weapon. The ground trembles as the word power is emblazoned across the scene. The force of their combined power obliterates the earth around them. Combustion sword. The technique is named. The combustion sword descends, a blinding light threatening to engulf everything. The combustion sword continues its descent, poised to strike. His eyes widen in terror as the combustion sword hurtles towards him. The combustion sword strikes, a burst of red erupting as it lands. His expression hardens as he utters, Hyo Seol-jin. A blinding light erupts as the hero draws his sword. The hero's sword glows with power, ready to strike. His face contorts in pain, purple energy swirling within his eyes. The hero falls to his knees, blue energy crackling around him. The sound rips through the air. A manic grin spreads across the pink-haired girl's face as her red eyes gleam. Beside her, the other figure's expression is one of pure terror. Papers scatter as she moves with incredible speed. SFX, whoosh. The air crackles with unseen energy. He struck, a blast of energy searing his skin. His eyes glow with an unnatural light as he falls. As he falls, a desperate cry echoes, Hyo Seol-jin. That's crazy. He stopped the attack, one of the observers exclaims in disbelief. Another voice counters sharply, do you think that's possible? Use your common sense. Maybe, that idiot deliberately. A voice trails off, hinting at a shocking possibility. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Missed the attack. She utters, the realization dawning on her. The flames erupt, but a voice declares, that's not it. Dad, she asks, a flicker of disbelief in her eyes. A voice booms in response, take a good look, daughter. Darkness descends. His attack didn't miss, a voice declares as a blinding light erupts. The light intensifies, and a voice commands, look at him. The attack lands, a voice stating matter-of-factly, the attack went right into his body. Now I get it, he declares, then continues, Kim Tae-won. Now I realize you don't know. You really don't know Hyo Seol-jin, he states, then adds, that he has a big heart. He concludes that Kim Tae-won must feel greatly insulted. Hyo Seol-jin, at this rate, you are, the words boom, the sentence unfinished. The sentence hangs unfinished as he stares down at the fallen Hyo Seol-jin. Me. Hyo Seol-jin lies defeated. Peeking from behind a brick wall, a new figure whispers, me. The camera focuses on the defeated Hyo Seol-jin. He lies prone, the fight clearly over. His eyes widen in shock against the brick wall. Becoming a pathetic fellow. His face contorts in pain, teeth grinding. The pain intensifies, and he wonders, how long? Despite the pain, he demands, are you going to look down at me? His voice echoes with defiance. His defiance fades as he whispers, I'm sorry, Liber. I didn't use the power you gave me. I'm so sorry. A voice responds, it's okay. I also hesitated. The moment I began to cut, it spilled up. A revelation hangs in the air. The revelation continues, your memory from the other world. The voice continues, the revelation still unfolding. So, the voice trails off, leaving the listener in suspense. So, the voice echoes, before continuing, let me tell you. Let me tell you something. The words hang heavy, promising a revelation. The woman states firmly, I don't think you did anything wrong. A whoosh fills the air as something streaks past. A figure in black hurtles forward, fist flying toward their opponent. Sparks fly as the blow lands with a resounding clang. A spinning, dark object flies away from the point of impact. The swords meet in a burst of light, the force of the impact sending shockwaves outward. The clash rings out, a deafening clair echoing through the air. His eyes widen with a fierce intensity, brows furrowed in concentration. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. A bead of sweat trickles down his face, his eyes narrowed, focused intently on something ahead. He finds himself in a dark space, illuminated by faint, scattered lights. His eyes widen in shock as a massive, glowing purple flower materializes before him. Oh my God, it's still there, he exclaims, a wave of dread washing over him. His face contorts in fury as he shouts, Kim Tae-won. Stay away, the warning booms. A metallic clang echoes ominously. The hero lunges, a blue blade flashing in his hand. Purple energy erupts from his opponent in response. Eyes wide with shock, he yells, hey, what are you doing? The response comes swiftly, you're crazy. Don't talk, just fight, the figure declares, the purple energy intensifying. Then, ominously, he adds, you don't have to worry. I'll take care of it, he declares, purple energy crackling around him. The purple energy explodes outward, engulfing everything around him. The explosion clears, revealing his enraged face. Mirage, how dare he play this trick on me? His face contorted with rage, he declares, he made a mistake. This power. He mutters, a strange energy swirling around him. Power surges around him as he declares, I'll make it all mine. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion as he reaches for the power. Despite the nervous sweat, a chilling, escapes him. That crazy guy, someone exclaims, as the air crackles with energy. Red energy crackles around him, a sinister aura emanating from his being. The sinister aura intensifies as he speaks, Hyo Seol-jin, thank you for waiting. The threat hangs heavy in the air. I'll show you in particular. The air crackles with energy as the sinister figure powers up, a palpable force radiating outwards. His red eyes blazing with fury, he clenches his fist, raw power radiating from his form. A real combustion sword, he declares, the air thick with anticipation. Kim Tae-won, you're such a lowlife, he spits, fury contorting his face. The revelation hits hard. I can't believe he copied rank number 1 skill. The realization dawns, first of all, Kim Tae-won who copied rank number 1 skill. The narration reveals that Hyo Seol-jin possesses a skill called Combustion Sword. Despite this, it's stated that he cannot defeat Kim Tae-won's copy ability. Hyo Seol-jin unleashes his Combustion Sword skill, a blinding inferno erupting before him. A smirk plays on his face as he thinks, I think he knows that. Hyo Seol-jin challenges his opponent, now, what are you going to do? A blinding light erupts as a voice booms, here I am. The light fades, revealing the name, Hyo Seol-jin. The blinding light intensifies, accompanied by the sound of a powerful slash. The light consumes everything. The light fades, revealing a starry expanse above the two figures. Liber, do you remember? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. The figure states a cryptic truth, skills are just an image. Of course, he replies, then adds, he's just mimicking abilities. Yes. Speaking of which, he begins, seemingly about to elaborate on the nature of skills. He cuts the conversation short, declaring, let's finish it quickly this time. The declaration hangs in the air, show him our skill. A beam of intense light erupts from below. A blinding beam of light erupts, the force of the attack sending debris flying. The attack is initiated with a declaration, hey, with this. With a confident smirk, he asks, we can stop him, right? He confidently states, yes. In any case, our skill is all I have. The panel emphasizes the importance of their master's teaching, the one skill taught by our master. The words echo in his mind, for when we face a stronger opponent. The master's teachings resonate as he prepares to face his formidable foe. A resounding crack echoes as the attack lands. The force of the blow sends him hurtling downwards. A blinding flash engulfs everything. The impact sends debris flying. A red beam slams into him, the force generating a shockwave. Struggling to comprehend, he mutters, sword, in the floor. A voice declares, yeah, he's digging your grave, now you're finished. His eyes glow with an intense, electric blue light as he stares down at his opponent. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, the sound of metal clashing echoing through the air. A devastating explosion rocks the area. A whooshing sound cuts through the aftermath of the explosion. The air crackles with residual energy. He stands amidst the dissipating smoke, panting heavily. Hyo Seol-jin, he begins, panting, before continuing with a declaration, that crazy guy. But before he can finish, another voice booms, what are you doing? A blinding light erupts. The figure stands amidst the intense light, gripping a sword that glows with power. A hooded figure states, well, it's a little delayed but, it's still on schedule. The hooded figure declares, this is the awakening. The hooded figure continues, of Hyo Seol-jin. A blinding light erupts as Hyo Seol-jin awakens. The light intensifies, accompanied by a sharp, cracking sound. Hyo Seol-jin grits his teeth, realizing, I didn't block it completely. Breathing heavily, Hyo Seol-jin realizes, I must have lacked strength. His vision blurring, Hyo Seol-jin struggles to stay standing. I'm not supposed to fall down here. He thinks, the sound of wind rushing past him. SFX, blip. A bright flash momentarily blinds the scene. The wind intensifies. He grips the sword tightly, his eyes wide with a mix of determination and apprehension. Suddenly, a notice appears, he's met the requirements for a hidden quest activation. The system asks, would you like to enter? Crazy, what the hell is that? He mutters, clearly bewildered by the sudden system notification. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles to process the sudden turn of events. Give me a sec, he says, clearly needing a moment to collect himself. Faint, he can only manage a desperate plea. Leave me be. A whoosh cuts through the air as he's blasted away by a powerful force. The attacker's face contorts in rage as he bellows, Hyo Seol-jin. Clutching onto him, she observes, well, he did use his full power. Before adding, I think it was more than enough. You fought well, she concedes, her expression unreadable.
His name, Hyo-seol-jin, echoes in the air.
The scene fades to white. Towering over Hyo-seol-jin, a voice observes, looks like you're used to helping him a lot.
Another voice wonders, is it normal for him to overdo it?
His body won't last if he keeps fighting like that, one of them observes.
Eyes widening, Hyo-seol-jin shouts, you. Turning to face his opponent, Hyo-seol-jin demands, Liber, is that your name?
But from below, another voice cries out, Kim Tae-won. Hyo-seol-jin realizes he can't move right now.
He struggles, demanding, you understand what I'm saying, right? Kim Tae-won.
You won, the words echo in the air as the defeated Hyo-seol-jin struggles, sweat dripping down his face.
The statement hangs in the air, but a voice declares, wrong. The declaration is met with a surprising rebuttal.
It's a tie, the exhausted Kim Tae-won states, sweat pouring down his face.
I'm at my limit too. I mean. Tae-won begins, exhausted. He grits his teeth, adding, tell that idiot. Next time, I'll.
Tae-won vows, his words hanging heavy with unspoken intent. Tae-won stares ahead, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Above, Tae-won lies motionless on the ground. Below, his companion embraces the hooded figure, seeking comfort.
Clinging to the hooded figure, the companion's expression is a mix of shock and confusion.
A gust of wind sweeps through the scene. The two stand together, facing forward as the wind continues to blow. The wind intensifies, leaving only a faint outline of where they once stood.
Suddenly, a voice cries out in disbelief, Hyo-seol-jin, is that you?
A figure stands before them, partially obscured by shadow, as the voice calls out his name.
But the figure vehemently denies the claim, exclaiming, no.
Her eyes widen slightly as she states, they're both knocked out. She clutches a white cloth in her hand.
Lying prone, he's clearly unconscious. He rises, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Despite his sinister grin, sweat pours down his face.
Despite his grin, a flicker of doubt crosses his face.
The opponent crashes down, defeated. With his opponent defeated, he admits, I didn't expect him to get thrown like that.
Despite the victory, a sense of unease washes over him.
I don't know why, but you're lucky, he says, before adding, but, huh? I feel something's wrong. That feeling intensifies as he admits, I feel like I'm forgetting something. The name flashes in his mind, Hyo-seol-jin. A memory surfaces amidst the chaos, I asked you to be a good friend. The fiery figure's rage intensifies. How dare you go to my dog, Tur?
And confess, the unseen figure demands, the words dripping with malice.
The fiery figure's rage explodes, the question hanging in the air, to her?
The fiery figure's rage intensifies as he shouts, what are you talking about, Dad? Her eyes widen, a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. A wide, almost manic grin stretches across her face, tears welling in her eyes.
So mama, you're late. The figure states, their words hanging in the air. The figure questions, Sumama. That red girl? Are you waiting for her? Yeah, Kiki.
I told her to search for the terrarium's exit, the figure responds.
It's almost time for her to come back.
Second rank told us to wait, but we have to do something, you know, the figure states, arms crossed.
Another asks, you made a plan, didn't you?
Eyes widening, the figure exclaims, that's amazing.
The hooded figure is told, I see, you're just like Hyo-seol-jin. Another, below, asks, what? The other figure then asks, what, are you saying? The hooded figure then admits, I don't have a plan. I don't know how to use combustion sword. A sudden realization dawns on the hooded figure.
A newfound resolve hardens his gaze. I want to become stronger, he declares, a fierce determination burning in his eyes.
I don't need to be an unranker or anything, but I don't want to be excluded.
It's a big deal, Pastus, a voice declares.
Immediately following, another voice demands, why did you say that?
A figure bathed in light stands before them.
Who's this Kiki?
I'm almost dead, you know, the figure groans.
The figure then asks, how about your dad? Did he calm down?
A sigh escapes her lips as she replies, no, but he finally fell asleep after a long fuss.
I am utterly exhausted.
Suddenly, a voice erupts, anyway, I don't know why you're making such a fuss.
Anyway, I don't know why you're making such a fuss.
The voice cuts in. Well, isn't it a natural reaction, the voice continues, before adding, you confessed before my very eyes. The pink-haired figure reels back, surprised, flashing above his head.
He explodes, questioning if that was a confession. Don't you know what a confession is? Are you kidding me?
Kikik, why are you doing this to me, Kikik? He cries out.
Really, he replies, a release of energy emanating from him. An exclamation mark fills the panel, signaling a sudden realization.
Suddenly, she realizes it wasn't a confession.
The realization dawns on her, it's because you don't know Hyo Seol-jin's personality. The other student, face contorted, demands, do you even know what you're talking about? He raises a hand, about to strike. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? He repeats, his words echoing with menace. Suddenly, the student's composure shatters.
Hyo Seol-jin. You, he yells, voice cracking with desperation. Explain it to him. Pastis has a misunderstanding.
He looks down at the student beneath him, a question forming in his mind.
What's wrong?
Hyo Seol-jin begins to speak, more important than that, Lilette, I don't know if you know, but...
Before he can continue, another voice interrupts, asking, can you spare me some time?
The character's intense gaze pierces through as they declare, there's something I want to talk to you about privately. Eyes wide with shock, she stammers, what?
The sky swirls with pink clouds as she asks, what? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Tears welling in her eyes, she stammers a weak, hey.
In the distance, a figure laughs maniacally.
He stumbles, his face etched with pain as he calls out, hey.
Lean, he commands. A blush creeps across her face, her eyes wide as she looks up at him. Suddenly, a voice exclaims, there they are.
Another voice interjects, questioning, do you really have to do this? They want to talk privately. Suddenly, their names are announced, Kina Lilette and Hyo Seol-jin. The interruption is followed by a pointed question, do we know what's going on between them?
Tears welling in his eyes, he exclaims, Kina Lilette, I didn't expect you to grow this much.
I'm so happy for you.
A voice then retorts, what, are you her mother? That's how much I care about her, he says, chuckling softly. He suddenly changes the subject, saying, by the way, Liber. Liber looks down, and the other man says, I'd be sad if I were you.
Liber, looking shocked, asks, why would I be sad? The other man reveals the reason, because Hyo Seol-jin is your contractor? You're an ego sword?
The scene fades as a thought bubble appears, if today. The scene blurs as a thought bubble appears, ominously stating, the two of them are joined. It's possible that Hyo Seol-jin won't need you anymore, a voice declares, casting a shadow of doubt.
The man's eyes widen, a sharp retort escaping his lips, what are you talking about? The voice declares possessively, Hyo Seol-jin is mine.
Her eyes blazing with possessive fury, she declares, I'm not giving him to anyone.
Oh ho, is this a declaration of love, a voice wonders.
Hearing that, his eyes widen in confusion.
A large speech bubble appears, this is.
The character's thought continues, a sense of dread creeping in, don't tell me. Hey, Liber, a voice calls out, followed by a worried question, what's wrong with you, what's going on? Liber sits alone, silhouetted against the vast, starlit sky and snow-capped mountains.
The view is nice, Liber murmurs, a hint of disbelief in his voice. I can't believe this is inside the tower.
Liber's gaze hardens, a red glint flashing in his eye.
Come to think of it.
He mutters, as if a sudden realization has struck him. He pauses, a strange thought crossing his mind.
Since I came to this world, it's my first time looking at the sky.
His eyes narrow, and he mutters, move. Gazing at the sky, he realizes something. I see, he murmurs, lost in thought. His thoughts crystallize.
I'm finally.
Now, he finishes, a sense of resolution in his voice. His phone drops. The screen flashes with a simple, life-altering message, "I'm accepted." The screen fades to white, displaying a simple, powerful message, "This place is me." Stretching out his gloved hand towards the starry sky, he watches a single card float gently down. The white screen boldly proclaims, "It's reality." The screen fades to black. A phone floats in the darkness. His eyes glow with a fierce red intensity. His gaze remains fixed, the red glow in his eye unwavering. Now, what to do, he wonders, the red glow in his eyes hinting at a dangerous plan forming. The figure looms behind him, silent and imposing. He sits, hands clasped, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. "Kim Tae-won, you failed," the figure states, his words hanging heavy in the air. "I'm afraid you're no longer of value to Avalon anymore." The words hang in the air, a death sentence delivered with chilling calm. The scene fades to white, leaving the audience to wonder what fate awaits Kim Tae-won. The words echo, "Unfortunately, this reality is very cruel." The reality Tae-won faces offers no respite, a stark message declares, "It doesn't give you time to worry." So, he begins, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The sinister grin fades, replaced by a question, "What am I supposed to do?" His face obscured by shadow, he stares upward into the starry night, seemingly lost in thought. A moment of realization dawns on him. "Let's talk about that later," a voice booms from above. "Get up," it commands. But the figure remains seated, responding, "It's only been a moment." "Let me catch my breath," he says, leaning against something unseen. The camera focuses on his hand, gripping the rough rock face. "And let's watch something funny first," he declares, his gaze fixed on a distant group. Sweat beads on his brow as he leans in close to the pink-haired elf. His expression shifts slightly, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he asks, "Don't you think?" He moves in a blur. "I've learned a lesson," he states. Both figures appear shaken, their eyes wide with disbelief. His eyes widen in horror as a chilling realization dawns on him. "What have I done?" he wonders, visibly trembling. "The truth now, trust me," a voice booms. He now recalls, at the time, the atmosphere. "Why did I say that?" He shudders, "I'm getting chills just thinking about that, it's like..." The memory hangs heavy, unfinished. The question lingers, "Do I like you?" The words hang in the air, punctuated by the stark repetition of "do" and "do." The final statement clarifies, not a typo star. Surrounded by a cacophony of sound, he screams in frustration. "Why would I say that? If I was going to do it, I should have done it right." The sounds of battle fade as he collapses, consumed by despair. "Die. Let me just die. It will be nothing but atonement. Yeah, I need to die." Finally, he exclaims, sweat beading on his brow as he seems to embrace his fate. Suddenly, a surge of determination washes over him. "Let me fix this," he shouts. "Hey," he yells, his face inches from the pink-haired figure who is also screaming. His eyes widen, face contorted in a scream. His scream falters, replaced by a confused His expression shifts, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he visibly grows nervous. The tension ratchets up as one voice insists, you go first." Another voice quickly counters, "Oh, no. You first. You called me here." He proposes a solution to the stalemate, grinning widely. "All right. At the same time. Let's talk at the same time. On a count of 2. The pink-haired figure questions the proposed plan. "Wait, at the same time?" Her brow furrows, and a bead of sweat trickles down her face. The pink-haired woman repeats, "Wait, at the same time?" Despite her visible apprehension, she agrees to the plan. "Okay." Despite her apprehension, she steels herself. "I'll count. 1." Her fist clenches, sweat beading on her arm as the countdown begins. 2. Sweat drips from his brow, the pressure visibly mounting. "What do you like about me?" he asks, visibly shivering. But she interrupts, eyes wide with excitement, "I got a quest key. The translation team piles on, expressing their disappointment. Shame on you, Hyo-seol-jin.
Bruh, you F*** get up. Ah.
Then, a blinding light erupts.
F***ck. The explosion rocks the area.
The explosion sends him flying. A sinister grin spreads across the face of his attacker. Get lost, she yells, her face contorted in a furious snarl. Her fist clenches, knuckles white with fury. The ground trembles as the figure before her looms, wreathed in shadow and flame. Eyes wide with alarm, he shouts as a hand reaches for him.
Grab, flashes ominously. Hold on a second, a voice booms, interrupting the impending attack.
The hand pauses, inches from its target, as the booming voice echoes through the area.
The hand, now inches away, is stopped by the booming voice.
What? The person utters, disbelief etched on their face. Flustered, he stammers, sorry. What could you be sorry about? The person asks, their hands still held.
He admits, you're right,
I changed the subject because I got nervous. His face flushed, he finally blurts out, Lillet.
You know.
If you don't mind, he begins, his face now completely flushed with embarrassment. His confession hangs in the air as he begins, we.
Interrupting his confession, a voice calls out, hey? Liber looks like she is going to kill someone.
His eyes widen in terror as he stammers, Lee.
Lee. Her eyes widen, tears welling as she calls out, Liber? The name echoes in the air, Liber. Guys, what are you doing?
She begins, her expression shifting to a menacing grin.
Without me.
The screen flashes player. A strange, fluffy creature appears, its head glowing with an eerie, blue light. A massive, clawed hand descends toward the glowing creature. The creature, looking up, exclaims, now I get it.
The creature realizes, that's why the examiners didn't do anything. The creature continues, the realization dawning, because they didn't know. The creature finishes his thought, what actually happened? The creature's voice booms, revealing the scene before them, all the drones are wrecked.
No matter how closely the drones are modeled after the Makiko creatures. The creature begins, his expression unreadable.
You can't do this unless you're out of your mind. Then, a glowing rose appears, revealing the identity of the killer.
Pastis, now I get it, he realizes, the revelation dawning on him. The reason he asked him to explore, it all becomes clear.
The realization hits, the raid isn't over yet.
Shivering, he munches on what appears to be snow, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and desperation. This is crazy, he exclaims, his voice barely audible above the wind. He watches as the others struggle against the harsh conditions. Her eyes widen, a small smile gracing her lips despite the obvious hardship.
A voice calls out, questioning, hey? He stares upwards, a bead of sweat rolling down his face.
His eyes are wide with a mixture of shock and fear. The hero's eyes widen further as he hears a faint, echoing sound, Lee.
Lee. Her eyes widen, tears welling as she cries out a name, Libers? Her face contorts into a wide, almost manic grin. Guys, what are you doing, without me?
Lee, Liber. It's because, she shouts, her face flushed.
Oh, it's just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding, she questions, her brow furrowed in confusion. What misunderstanding, she asks, her confusion evident.
Hyo-seol-jin's face is a mask of panic as a voice booms, Hyo-seol-jin, you told her about the previous quest, right? Stammering, Hyo-seol-jin tries to deny it, No, I mean.
But before he can finish his denial, the pink-haired woman shouts, yes, that's right.
Previous quest. Ugh, she groans, clearly annoyed. He just brought me here to tell me about it.
Clearly frustrated, she continues, he just brought me here to tell me about it. Lillet, a voice calls out, the name hanging in the air. I didn't ask you, a voice declares abruptly. Lillet's eyes widen in surprise, a soft huh escaping her lips. The voice cuts through the air, dismissing Lillet's response.
I'm asking Hyo-seol-jin.
Her eyes narrow, a determined glint replacing the surprise.
All right. A burst of light erupts. Liber, you. Why are you so angry? He asks, a hint of confusion in his voice. A hand suddenly grabs his wrist. His wrist is suddenly seized. Let's go, he urges, pulling her along. Liber, wait, she cries out, her eyes wide with urgency. His face contorted in frustration, he shouts, it's rude if we leave like this. His eyes widen in shock as the name Hyo-seol-jin echoes in his mind. A blinding explosion erupts. Through the blinding light, a voice declares, you're my contractor. Tears stream down his face as he's asked, right? Golden light emanates from the figure, its source still unclear. Liber, your head, he shouts, before correcting himself, I mean. His words hang in the air, your body. Liber's eyes widen in shock. What? She asks, clearly confused by his sudden change of subject. What? She repeats, the question hanging in the air. Liber, are you all right? A voice calls out, concern evident in the question. Do you feel dizzy, or anything like that? Her eyes widen, a wide, almost manic grin spreading across her face. Hyo-seol-jin. I'm back to normal. It's great. Right, she exclaims, a wide grin plastered on her face. Hyo-seol-jin can only manage a confused in response. She's eager to test her restored strength, declaring, let's test how strong you are. You can use more power, right? He, however, seems less enthusiastic. No. Earlier we fought so much that now I'm a little. Hey Liber. Are you sure you're okay? A few minutes ago weren't you crying? She asks, concerned. I'm fine. Liber insists, though her wide eyes betray her true feelings. Her red eyes widen, a close-up emphasizing the depth of her distress despite her insistence that she's fine. Despite her nervousness, a voice observes, she's matured. He reaches for her hand, a desperate look on his face as they grasp each other tightly. Hand in hand, they run, leaving the other woman standing alone in the distance. Left behind, tears stream down her face as she watches them flee. He clutches her hand tightly, pulling her along. They vanish into the night sky. He pulls her along, a worried expression etched on his face as they escape into the night. His eyes widen with alarm as he continues to flee. Lillet, he whispers, fear lacing his voice. Hang on, he grits out, a desperate plea amidst his fear. Her red eyes narrowed, she declares, we're not done yet. Despite her earlier declaration, she pauses, mouth agape. I have something to say. But then, a name escapes her lips, filled with uncertainty, Lillet. Her eyes widen, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Her brow furrows, confusion now battling with the initial surprise. Suddenly, a commanding voice booms, Lillet, that's enough. The booming voice continues, now demanding, how long are you going to hold on? Tears streaming down her face, Lillet cries out, give him back to me. Beneath her feet, a sickening crack echoes as the enemy is crushed. A devastating blow lands with a resounding tongue. A leap skill activates amidst the intense red energy. The leap skill bursts into effect, surrounded by the red energy. You guys can still fight, right? The character asks, a menacing grin spreading across their face. Towering over them, the figure shouts, get ready. Panic is etched on the faces of those below. The figure's dark form looms, a stark warning of the impending danger. They're coming, he shouts, as a swarm of glowing purple figures materializes before him. Panic rising, he wonders, what the hell? Where did they come from? He then questions, and what the hell are the judges doing? SFX, rumble. Figure it out later, he mutters, steeling himself. Fight first. Red energy crackles around him as he prepares to fight. He grunts in pain, clearly taking a hit. Ugh! Purple energy explodes around him, throwing him back. Above him, a stark declaration, fighting is impossible. His opponent looms over him, declaring, I'm sure you know that. The opponent continues his taunt, declaring, you've already used power beyond your limits. The opponent continues his verbal assault, adding, and, you're not like Hyo-seol-jin.
A voice declares, I already know that. He hesitates, beginning to say, but I'm. His hesitation vanishes as he declares, I have to fight. His eyes narrow with determination. Shadows deepen across his face, obscuring all but the set of his jaw. Then, a realization dawns on him. I get it. Then, he declares, I'll help you. The green figure declares, now you won't have to run away anymore. The hooded figure, surrounded by green energy, assures him, now you won't have to run away anymore. The hooded figure watches as the green energy flies past him. He exclaims, his face a mask of shock. The green energy surges forward with a swoosh, leaving the hooded figure behind.